We also have some clues. Ding Yukon suddenly spoke up again. She was, of course, referring to what Han Rui was about to trade with Wang Tao earlier, when she was unclear about his identity. What clues? Wang Tao asked curiously. We got a way to contact the base. A way to contact them? Wang Tao frowned. Was a means of contact still useful under the current circumstances? Yes. But it's not an ordinary way of contact. The specifics are quite complicated, involving many steps. However, the most important thing is, you need equipment left by the military, ideally from a military base. Because to contact them, you need to use many military methods. Wang Tao's eyebrows arched. That's fortuitous, I just happened to be at the military base in Yueyang City. So you are. They had already speculated when they saw Wang Tao's camouflage helicopter. Ding Yukon asked curiously, then your military base? When I got there, there were no people left. Now, there are just a few of us in the military base. Moreover, the Yueyang City urban area is very dangerous, with a large number of zombies, including many level 4 Lord zombies. If these zombies come to the military base, we would be unable to hold it. Wang Tao briefly described the situation at the military base. The faces of both women didn't look too good upon hearing this. They had hoped to follow him to his base, but they hadn't expected Wang Tao's location to be so unsafe. You don't need to worry, though. As long as we grow stronger, we can live anywhere. Once we return to the base, I'll help you increase your strength. You two are too weak right now. As soon as Wang Tao said this, not only Ding Yukon and Han Rui but everyone else felt quite embarrassed. Among these people, there wasn't even one level 3. But Wang Tao could understand. After all, they had been wandering all this time, hiding here and there every day. Survival itself was a problem, and there was no special time to hunt zombies and improve their strength. However, zombies evolved quickly, and if one's strength did not improve early on, the difficulty of enhancing it later would be much greater, resulting in a vicious cycle. To break this cycle, one either had to continuously hunt zombies to keep pace with their evolution, like Wang Tao, or find someone to help, and Wang Tao naturally was able to assist them. Then again, even though Ding Yukon and the others weren't level 3, they didn't have much internal impurity, and he didn't detect any side effects either. Speaking of which, Ding Yukon felt somewhat proud. This is all thanks to the side effect-free crystal cores you gave us before, and the crystal core synthesizer. So we've been very careful about fusing crystal cores. That's good. Wang Tao nodded. Internal impurities and side effects were hard to remove, so their situation was like having a not-so-tall building but with a solid foundation. After chatting with the group for a while longer, Hee-Jijun's voice sounded. We've arrived. The helicopter slowly landed at the airfield of the military base. Ding Yukon and the others observed the massive military base with curiosity and amazement. Before Wang Tao returned, he had already talked with Yang Qingong and others at the base to tell them he was safe and that he had brought back a group of survivors. Yang Qingong and Zhang Shixu were together, so they didn't come out to greet them. After all, this was the task Wang Tao had previously assigned to her. Nisa Ayan and Zhu Xiaojun were there, and they looked curious, wondering who Wang Tao had brought back with him. Chapter 272 Mother and daughter reunited. 3 The helicopter's cargo door opened, and a group of people walked out in surprise. This is the military base. It looks so secure. Are we going to live here from now on? Doesn't seem likely. I just heard Brother Wang say that the urban area of Yueyang City next door is very dangerous. However, we didn't come from that direction, so we didn't see any of those giant zombies. Sigh, it would be nice to live here. The crowd was whispering among themselves. Zhu Xiaojun drove up in a military vehicle, ready to transport the plane to the hangar. Nisa Ayan got out from the co-driver's seat. Brother Wang. She hurriedly greeted Wang Tao and then curiously looked at the people around, especially noticing Wang Tao leading a beautiful woman by the hand. She instantly grasped the identities of these individuals. Wang Tao nodded, then turned to explain to Wei Zhengou and his companions. This is Zhu Xiaojun, Nisa Ayan. They have been my companions for some time now. Hello. Hello, hello. They all greeted each other enthusiastically, and then Nisa Ayan led everyone into the base. Ding Yukon and the others felt slightly uneasy, but as they felt the warmth from Wang Tao's large hand, they slowly relaxed. Wang Tao observed Li Kaiyuo, who possibly had come to accept the fact that Zhang Shixu was no longer there, didn't seem too grief-stricken. Of course, feelings of sadness may not always show on one's face, they could also be hidden inside one's heart. Everyone arrived at the command center, and Nisa Ayan led them to assign rooms. Wang Tao approached Li Kaiyuo. Come with me, I have something to discuss with you alone. Li Kaiyuo blushed, her thoughts taking a slight turn, but she obediently followed Wang Tao to a room door. Wang Tao knocked on the door, and after a moment, Yang Qingong opened it. She glanced at Li Kaiyue behind Wang Tao and then gave Wang Tao an okay sign. Wang Tao nodded, then said to Li Kaiyue, "Come in and sit for a bit." "Oh." Li Kaiyue walked in nervously, looking down. The room was simple and uncluttered, without anything superfluous, but it was large. It had a living room, bedroom, and bathroom, and there was a very handsome military dog wagging its tail. Wang Tao summoned lightning and motioned to Li Kaiyue that it was gentle and she could pet it however she liked. Then he went to the bedroom, where he saw Zhang Shixu with her head down, checking an inventory list. Wang Tao had previously asked Yang Qingong to find an excuse to keep Zhang Shixu confined to the room, and clearly, this was the method Yang Qingong had come up with. Zhang Shixu was, in reality, somewhat of an academic slacker, not for lack of intelligence, but rather due to a lack of interest in studying, especially detesting anything to do with mathematics. Moreover, Yang Qingong had tampered with the supply list. She had been calculating for a long time, unable to make it tally. It was giving her a headache. If it weren't for Yang Qingong telling her that it was an important list Wang Tao urgently needed and asking her to please make sure to finish it, Zhang Shixu would never have agreed to it. Zhang Shixu heard the door open but paid it no attention, still focusing intently on her work. However, she couldn't shake off a feeling of restlessness that day. Feeling someone approaching, Zhang Shixu looked up with a yawn. She had heard the helicopter earlier, but since she and Yang Qingong were checking the list together, she hadn't gone out. Wang Tao nodded, then suddenly leaned in and whispered in her ear, "I've prepared a little surprise for you." "Ah? For me?" Zhang Shixu was stunned for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. She hadn't even seen the surprise and she was already excited. "Of course. Come on, it's in the living room." The moment Zhang Shixu stepped out of her room, she saw a figure crouching next to Lightning, stroking its head. Zhang Shixu was instantly dumbfounded. Even though it was just a back, the feeling of blood connection made Zhang Shixu know who she was. Zhang Shixu immediately turned her head to look at Wang Tao, her eyes seeming to ask if she was dreaming. Wang Tao gave a confirming look. Zhang Shixu's eyes suddenly turned red. She took steps, one by one, towards Li Kaiyue, afraid that if she moved too quickly, the other person would disappear. When Li Kaiyue felt someone approaching her, she then lifted her head, was taken aback, and then rubbed her eyes. "Little Zhu. I've dreamed of you again." Li Kaiyue reached out her hand instinctively, touching Zhang Shixu's cheek. But this time, her hand did not pass through Zhang Shixu, the figure before her did not crumble away, and even had a warmth to it. "Mom." Whoosh. Li Kaiyue suddenly stood up and embraced Zhang Shixu tightly, as if fearing she would disappear, and then she started to speak with a trembling voice, Little Zhu, is it really you? Am I not dreaming?" "Mom, it's me. I didn't die, Brother Wang saved me." Zhang Shixu said softly in Li Kaiyue's arms. Li Kaiyue quickly released Zhang Shixu, nervously checking her over, ensuring that there were no arms or legs missing. Then she finally looked towards Wang Tao who was next to them. "Wang Tao, you tricked me." Li Kaiyue was simultaneously thrilled and reproachful. She wasn't foolish, she understood now that Wang Tao was just teasing her. The massive ups and downs of the past 2 days. She had been utterly in Wang Tao's grip. It was fortunate she didn't have a heart condition. "Haha, you guys take your time to chat." Wang Tao left contentedly. He brought Yang Qingong and Lightning over to Ding Yuken and the others. "Hello, my name is Yang Qingong." On the way over, Wang Tao had briefly mentioned Ding Yuken and the others to Yang Qingong. Yang Qingong wasn't surprised to hear about Wang Tao having 2 women, although she felt slightly uncomfortable at first. The thought that she was the one who came later instantly made her feel better. "Hello." Ding Yuken and Han Rui both shook hands with Yang Qingong. The 2 women cast Wang Tao slightly reproachful looks, but they sensibly didn't say anything. They planned to have a good talk with Wang Tao that evening. Wang Tao also introduced Lightning to them. The large wolf dog immediately endeared itself to Ding Yuken and the others. Then Wang Tao told them about Zhang Shixu's situation. "Little Zhu is still alive? That's wonderful." Upon hearing this, everyone was happy for Li Kaiyue. Ding Yuken gave Wang Tao a glare. "Did you intentionally not tell Sister Kaiyue?" Wang Tao laughed and pinched Ding Yuken's cheek, then said to her, "Sister-in-law, are you out of practice? No problems making a simple lunch, right?" "Of course." Wang Tao asked Ding Yuken to lead the others in preparing lunch, while he called Hanrua, Jijun, and the others to discuss the so-called method of communication that Hanrua had mentioned before. Chapter 273, Enhancing Strength 1. "That's pretty much it," Hanru explained in detail to Wang Tao about the contact method and its origins. In short, they had encountered a small squad of soldiers on the road previously, but only 3 members of the squad were left, all severely wounded and beyond saving. Before they died, they told Wei Zhengou about a way to contact a base and urged them to go there. The reason this contact method was believed to be authentic is that the squad had established contact with the other party before, but unfortunately, they didn't make it too. As for the specific operation of this contact method, it required the use of military base equipment and some underground cables for communication. But having these things doesn't mean one could make contact right away. It also called for various equipment adjustments and the input of a secret key, which was very complicated. Of course, the most important thing was that the equipment and lines were not damaged. So, if Wang Tao wanted to contact that base now, he had to check if the equipment and lines were working. The equipment here was basically fine, but there were issues with the lines. Many lines had been damaged before, and Wang Tao hadn't repaired them. Now, it might be necessary to attempt some restoration. If they couldn't be fixed, then they would have to look for alternatives, such as other military bases. He Jejun used the equipment here for a self-check. The places where the underground cables were damaged were mostly not within the military base but elsewhere, making repairs quite troublesome. However, it was not impossible to fix them. There were also some undamaged lines, but it was very difficult to get in touch with anyone using these lines. The only two contacts made were with the previously annihilated survivor base and Ding Yukin. After understanding all this, Wang Tao prepared to try to contact that base. If they knew the specific location of the other party, he might be able to fly there in a plane. Next, we need to work on restoring these lines. Old He, you do it. After all, I don't understand much about this area, Wang Tao said to everyone. Okay. He Jejun nodded his head. He was naturally interested in the base to the west, and if he had the chance, he would certainly hope to live in a large survivor base. Hanrui wrote down the specific steps, secret key passwords, and everything, and handed them to He Jejun. As for Hanru and the others, they also wanted to help, but before that, Wang Tao needed to enhance their strength. After all, they were all level 2 ability users, which was too weak. Around noon, Ding Yukin and the others made several large pots of lunch. Although it didn't look very appetizing, there was plenty to fill everyone up. For these new survivors, they hadn't seen so much food in a long time, and they ate while shedding tears. Li Kaiyuo and Zhang Shixu also came out, with their eyes both red, obviously having cried. Ding Yukin and Hanrui quickly pulled Zhang Shixu over, and then they all bowed to her simultaneously. Wang Tao was their savior, and so was Zhang Shixu. Zhang Shixu, feeling somewhat embarrassed by this grand gesture, looked at Wang Tao as if seeking help. Wang Tao smiled and said, "We're all one of us here, so there's no need to be so formal. Otherwise, it just feels unfamiliar. Since we're able to gather together, we should just help each other out from now on." Okay. The crowd nodded and laughed. Li Kaiyuo approached Wang Tao and spoke very solemnly, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Wang Tao nodded in response, then raised an eyebrow and said in a lower voice, "You can make amends by working hard for me." Li Kaiyuo gave Wang Tao a glare, but did not say more. After the meal, Wang Tao called Ding Yukin, Wei Zhengou, and the others together. "I'm planning to enhance your strength." Upon hearing this, everyone was somewhat excited. "Won't it be too much trouble for you?" "We're not in a hurry." Ding Yukin quickly interjected. "It is a bit troublesome, since we used a lot of crystal cores before, so I'll just upgrade you all to the early stages of level 3 for now," Wang Tao said after some thought. Not to mention the environment in Yueyang City, not having level 3 strength was indeed very dangerous. Even level 3 was not safe, given the presence of 4-level zombies. If Wang Tao had enough crystal cores, he would definitely want to enhance them to full level 3 ability users, but with the limited number of crystal cores he could only upgrade everyone to the early stages of level 3 and gradually add to their abilities later. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with question marks. They were a considerable number of people after all, to be upgraded to level 3? How many crystal cores would that require? The group suddenly realized retrospectively that, in the morning when Wang Tao rescued them and dealt with the 3 level 3 zombie lords, he had made quick work of the zombies, so it was easy for Wang Tao to kill level 3 zombie lords, and having a large number of level 3 ascension crystal cores in his possession. Perhaps it wasn't so surprising? "Wang Tao, you couldn't possibly be level 4 already, could you?" Xiang Hongbin, leaning on a crutch, asked suspiciously. The others also looked at Wang Tao. Although ability users could sense each other's strength and roughly discern what level the other was, it wasn't always applicable. Some individuals were skilled in hiding their presence, or if they had been ascended for a longer time and could better control their aura, or if the disparity between two individuals was quite large. All these scenarios prevented accurate perception. They were unable to sense Wang Tao's actual strength, so having such a speculation was normal. That hasn't happened. Ascending to level 4 is too hard, and it's entirely different from the levels before. I'll explain it in detail to you later. Chapter 273, enhancing strength too. Wang Tao shook his head. Phew, hearing what Wang Tao said, the others actually breathed a sigh of relief. If Wang Tao were truly level 4, that would definitely be good news, but it would also give them a strong sense of defeat since they were only at level 2. But then Wang Tao added something. I won't be able to start my ascension to level 4 until tomorrow. Seeing Wang Tao wasn't joking, everyone was dumbfounded. Wait, seriously level 4? Ding Yukin and Han Rui both grabbed Wang Tao's hand at the same time, their faces showing some pride. After all, he was their man. Feeling a little hit by this, Wei Zhengou asked, what about everyone else? Including that old he, what are their strengths? They are all level 3, and at the pinnacle of level 3. Holy moly, no wonder you said I wouldn't be able to beat old he. You set me up. Wei Zhengou pretended to be furiously indignant. Haha, you were the one who agreed to spar with old he, and he accepted, so you can't back out now. But if you go fight him now, you're definitely going to get thrashed. Wait until you advance to level 3 to challenge him. Though you will still get thrashed, you won't lose too badly. Wei Zhengou felt that Wang Tao was too crafty, calculating even at a time like this. But he didn't refuse either. After all, sparring with a stronger opponent can also raise one's strength. Other people were still longing for this opportunity. Wang Tao laughed and took out a pile of crystal cores, both red and orange ones. Although they knew Wang Tao was strong, and he had previously provided them with many high-quality crystal cores, seeing so many level 2 crystal cores and even level 3 ascension crystal cores still shocked them. Wang Tao said to them, what kind of crystal cores did you guys merge with when you were at level 2? If they are just ordinary ones, you can extract them and re-merge. I have quite a few level 2 crystal cores here. Wang Tao had a lot of extraction crystal cores for level 2, which he basically couldn't use anymore, so they were perfect for the others. Can they be extracted? Ding Yukin and the others were all curious, as they had never heard of being able to swap a merged ability. This is the extraction crystal core. Wang Tao took out an extraction crystal core and introduced it to them. Then he started asking one by one, matching them with suitable abilities. They extracted what needed to be extracted and merged with new superpowers where necessary. Wang Tao, I don't need it, I'm crippled, it would just be a waste to give it to me. Xiang Hongbin looked enviously at the crystal cores but waved his hand. He was already a cripple with greatly reduced combat power. He could provide remote support with a gun, but without it, he was one of the 2 biggest burdens of the team, the other being Li Kaiyuo. However, Xiang Hongbin and Li Kaiyuo were special cases. Xiang Hongbin was injured for everyone's sake, while Li Kaiyuo's daughter Zhang Shixu and Wang Tao distracted the black mist monster at risk to their own lives, making her a lifesaver to everyone. So whether it was their past relationship or their contributions, there was no reason for everyone to abandon them. On the contrary, both had advanced to level 2. But one of them was a cripple and the other had hardly fought at all. Their combat power was very weak. Normally, the 2 of them would give up resources for the other members of the team to use, and only use the leftovers themselves. That's why up to now, Wei Zhengou and the others all had 29,999 health point, the upper limit of level 2, but Xiang Hongbin only had just over 20,000 health point, and Li Kaiyuo even less, not even 10,000. So in a way, both were burdens. Xiang Hongbin's words made Ding Yukin and the others feel uncomfortable. After all, Xiang Hongbin had gotten his injuries for their sake. I don't need it either, I have no combat power, it would be too wasteful on me. Li Kaiyuo whispered to Wang Tao by his side. She was aware of her circumstances, knowing that these things would provide more benefits to others than to herself. Seeing them like this, Wang Tao suddenly smiled. He first walked up to Xiang Hongbin and patted him on the shoulder. I won't talk about other things. I'll just tell you this much, after a successful ascension, your internal impurities are reduced by half. You were infected with a zombie virus before, and though we used inhibitors to save your life, your body has accumulated a lot of internal impurities. If you don't find a way to get rid of those impurities, you'll eventually turn into a zombie. So, your ascension isn't just about increasing your strength, it's also to stop you from turning into a zombie. Wang Tao's words rendered Xiang Hongbin silent. If he could keep living, he'd want to live. But since he became disabled, he seemed really open-minded, but actually, he was very distressed. After all, the past him was Shuai's base's top fighter, and now he was a cripple. Few people could accept such a fall from grace. If he weren't so strong-willed, he might have considered ending it all. So he'd become somewhat self-abandoning. Of course, he also didn't want Wang Tao to waste the crystal cores. Seeing that Xiang Hongbin wasn't speaking, Wang Tao had to bring out his trump card. Actually, I think there might be a way to remedy your disability. Xiang Hongbin suddenly looked up. But before he could speak, Wei Zhengou, who was next to him, immediately interjected, what way? Just wait a moment. Shortly after, Wang Tao walked in with a huge mechanical arm. This is Little Jun's mechanical arm, his third hand. Wang Tao demonstrated in front of everyone how the mechanical arm was operated. Zhu Xiaojun hadn't gone out to fight today, so he wasn't wearing the equipment. Chapter 273, Enhancing Strength 3. Ding Yukin and the others had never seen this kind of mechanical arm before, and they were all amazed, with Wei Zhengou's eyes shining especially bright. If Xiang Hongbin had such equipment, wouldn't he be able to regain some combat strength? Xiang Hongbin gently touched these mechanical arms with his intact hand, his lips quivering slightly. Besides us, there are other survivors out there struggling to live. Among them are researchers, scientists and the like, and they made these things. If you could get a set of similar gear, you might be able to recover a lot of fighting power. Do you still think, do you want to go for level 3 ascension? Yes. Xiang Hongbin said through gritted teeth. He had been in despair before, but now he saw hope again. Wang Tao immediately laughed. I'm not giving you this mechanical arm, after all, it's actually controlled by hand, which isn't convenient for you. But don't worry, I'll definitely get you the right equipment. Moreover, our base has a military 3D printer, so we can try and see if we can print a prosthetic limb for you to use as a transition first. Thank you. Xiang Hongbin's eyes reddened slightly. I've said it before, we're all our own people. Wang Tao patted his shoulder, and then walked over to Li Kaiyuo, knocking on her head directly. As for you, no more nonsense, if I tell you to use it, just use it. Li Kaiyuo felt a strong sense of unfair treatment. But she dared not defy Wang Tao, and could only humbly acknowledge. Ding Yukin and Han Rui found this somewhat amusing on the side. They knew Wang Tao's personality. He was always generous with his own people. If he didn't have it, that was one thing, but if he did, he was never stingy. Even if you didn't want it, you'd have to take it. After all, this was the end of the world, and there wasn't time for affectations. After some time, everyone except for Xiang Hongbin and Li Kaiyuo had reached the pinnacle of level 2. I feel like I can ascend to level 3 now. Me too, ready to level up anytime. Everyone was somewhat excited. This was level 3. Honestly, if it hadn't been for this zombie tide, they had been planning to hunt down level 3 elite zombies, pooling the team's resources to push Wei Zhengou up to become a level 3 ability user. As for the others, they hadn't even considered leveling up to level 3 for themselves. Unexpectedly, after meeting Wang Tao, within less than a day, they were now ready for level 3 ascension. Since everyone's ready for ascension, let's start tonight. The process needs 24 hours. By this time tomorrow, you'll all be level 3 ability users. Alright. Several people nodded. Wang Tao then looked at Xiang Hongbin and Li Kaiyuo. As for you two, your strength is lacking a bit, you need to kill zombies to ascend. Conveniently, the airplane today attracted many zombies, all outside the base. I'll take you out now to kill zombies and boost your strength first. Okay. Xiang Hongbin nodded. Now that he had hope, his fighting spirit was strong. Okay, Li Kaiyuo was a bit scared, but she knew Wang Tao would protect her. Wang Tao took Xiang Hongbin and Li Kaiyuo out, with Zhang Shixu accompanying them. Zhang Shixu would lure the zombies, Wang Tao would beat them half to death, and then let Li Kaiyuo and Xiang Hongbin finish them off. There were quite a few level 3 elite zombies here, which meant over-level kills for the two of them, and their health point quickly reached 29,999. Alright, let's go back. Wang Tao waved. TSK, to be able to fight zombies with you is just incredible luck. We owe you more and more, it's impossible to repay you in the future. Xiang Hongbin remarked with some emotion. Before, it had been difficult for them to kill a level 3 elite zombie. He never thought that it would be so easy to blow the heads off level 3 elite zombies with his own hands. Haha. Just improve your strength and kill more zombies as repayment to me, because I hate zombies. Wang Tao laughed heartily. On the side, Li Kaiyuo was whispering to Zhang Shixu, Little Zhu, you're so strong. Mr. Wang Tao is the strong one, I'm just average. Zhang Shixu replied without hesitation. Watching Zhang Shixu's expression, Li Kaiyuo couldn't help but wonder if something had happened between Zhang Shixu and Wang Tao. If there really was something, then it would be awkward. Although nothing had happened between her and Wang Tao, given the current situation, it wouldn't be surprising if something did happen. No way, she had to dig for more information tonight. Li Kaiyuo thought with some anxiety. In the evening, Hijijun suddenly brought some good news. A military base had a damaged underground cable line not too far from the base. After he repaired it, he actually got in touch with someone. Wang Tao came over curiously. Amidst a crackling sound, there indeed came a voice from the other end. Crackle. Mr. Wang Tao, can you receive my message? Crackle. Huh? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised, He did not recognize the voice from the speaker, but he could guess that it must be someone from Lan Yulin's side. After all, he only knew so many people. Ding Yukin and the others had already been taken in, leaving only Lan Yulin and her group. "This is Wang Tao." Wang Tao responded. "Ah. It got through, it got through." The other side sounded surprised, and then quickly added, "Please wait a moment, Mr. Wang, we're from Zijin Base, and I'll have our leader talk to you." It really was them. Shortly after, Lan Yulin's voice came through. "Wang Tao, is that you?" "Yes, it's me. Finally got in touch." There were indeed some lines left underneath this base, but most of them were damaged. "I had people only fix one, but I didn't expect to actually make contact." Lan Yulin sounded pleasantly surprised. "How's the situation on your side?" "No major problems for now, but there are a lot more zombies around the base. The zombie tide is getting bigger." Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, "I'll come over in a couple of days. Stay safe and keep in touch." "All right." After talking with Lan Yulin for a while, Wang Tao ended the call. He looked at his attribute panel. The countdown for the little fire integration was about to end. Tonight, he could try awakening. Chapter 274 Ascension to Level 4 One evening. In Wang Tao's room. Looking at Ding Yukin and Hanrua who had fallen into the deep sleep of Ascension, Wang Tao rubbed his aching back. These two women really knew how to wear a person out. Good thing his physical strength was up to par. After confirming that there were no issues with their ascensions, Wang Tao went to the room next door. Next door was Zhang Shixu's room, where she was sharing the bed with Li Kaiyue tonight. Li Kaiyue was also in the deep sleep of level 3 ascension. Wang Tao had told them to attempt ascension tonight, and naturally, they had done as instructed. Wang Tao called out to Zhang Shixu, and the two went into an empty room. "I'll be trying to awake soon. I'm not sure what will happen, so keep an eye out for me," he said. The integration of the little flame was about to be completed, and Wang Tao was somewhat excited. "Okay." Zhang Shixu was also looking forward to Wang Tao's awakening. The two chatted in the room for a while, and at some moment, Wang Tao perked up. He noticed that his hidden attributes had changed. There was an additional one. Fire element? Hidden attributes, strong body, night vision, plant affinity, fire element, sometimes immune to being burned. This hidden ability. What garbage. Not to mention that Wang Tao had fire-resistant gear. Just focusing on this ability itself, implying sometimes, meant that most of the time he could still be burned, right? Wang Tao felt that this fire element hidden ability was only slightly less useless than Hanrua's hidden attribute arrest. However, Wang Tao was not too disappointed. It was fine as long as he could awaken, everything else didn't matter. After all, he had 4 hidden abilities, and the other 3 were quite good, so he wasn't missing much with this one. With an excited heart, Wang Tao lay on the bed, his mind moved, awakening. In that instant, Wang Tao saw a light point, which represented the awakening key, disappear from his mind. Then his blood volume limit began to plummet. 110,000, 110,000, 60,000, 60,000, 10,000, 10,000. His blood volume dropped from 110,000 to just 10,000 in a blink of an eye, 100,000 health point gone. Even though Wang Tao knew it would consume 100,000 blood volume, seeing his painstakingly acquired 100,000 health point disappear did set a bit of a panic. But soon, Wang Tao realized that only his blood volume had vanished, and his physical condition had not weakened. When an ability user's blood volume increases, not only does their health point increase, but their physical condition also strengthens. This 100,000 increase in blood volume had significantly improved his physical condition. Wang Tao had thought that when the blood volume disappeared, his physical strength would also decrease accordingly to the level of a 10,000 blood volume. However, it was just a mere reduction in blood volume, and his physical condition had not weakened. This was great news for Wang Tao. Then, Wang Tao suddenly thought, if his awakening was successful, he should be able to increase his blood volume back to 100,000. Would his physical condition receive another boost? If that was possible, it would be quite a profitable exchange. Soon, Wang Tao found that his ability Iron Wall and hidden attribute Fire Element had disappeared. Fire Element? That weakest hidden ability? Before he had a chance to complain, Wang Tao could no longer feel his ability, hidden ability, and even his consciousness. Before his consciousness slipped into sleep, Wang Tao took one last look at his attributes. A status appeared below his health bar, Awakening Success Countdown, 23, 59, 59. Was this success? Wang Tao instantly slid into deep sleep. In a daze, Wang Tao felt like he had entered a strange place, completely surrounded by fire. He was enveloped in flames. But he didn't feel the slightest discomfort, instead, he found it very warm and comforting. He simply lay in the sea of fire, letting the flames penetrate his body. The feeling was too comfortable, and Wang Tao even wanted to sleep there forever. After who knows how long, the flames stopped entering Wang Tao's body. Wang Tao instinctively tried to capture the flames, desiring to funnel them into his body, but he found that the flames were slowly diminishing and disappearing. Wang Tao's consciousness gradually cleared. He felt as if he had had a nice sleep, as if he had had a beautiful dream, but he couldn't remember exactly what the dream was. Wang Tao opened his eyes and instinctively stretched. Then he saw a pair of curious and lively eyes. "Bro, you're finally awake." Zhang Shixi breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Wang Tao waking up. "How long did I sleep? Is everything okay at the base? Was there any change during my awakening?" Wang Tao sat up, asking Zhang Shixi while quietly sensing the changes in his body. "You slept for exactly 24 hours, nothing much at the base, and Lan Yulian is also safe. As for you, bro, you were burning up. Just now, lightning thought something had happened to you, it licked you and nearly got burnt to death." Zhang Shixi said somewhat speechlessly. "Ah." Wang Tao immediately looked towards the bedside and indeed saw a dejected Lightning. "Haha. Lightning, you can't be a sycophant." Wang Tao laughed as he hugged Lightning, stroking its head, and checked its mouth to see that there was no problem before he felt relieved. Then, Wang Tao turned to his attributes panel. Health point, 10,000 10,000, Magic point, 50,200 50,200, Advanced Special Energy, 53, Awakening Keys, 2, Grade, Level 4, Internal Impurity, 2%, Hidden Attributes, Strong Body, Night Vision, Plant Affinity, Chapter 274 Ascension to Level 4 2, Ability, Berserk Enhancement, Mastery Fusion, Yin and Yang Balance, Awakening, Starfire Prairie Burning, Awakening Energy, 100 100ths. He had finally awakened and ascended to level 4, Wang Tao was somewhat teary-eyed. His 110,000 health point had dropped by 100,000, leaving him with just 10,000. He had lost a hidden attribute Fire Element, and an ability that added various states, Iron Wall. But he gained Awakening, Starfire Prairie Burning and 100 100ths Awakening Energy. Wang Tao didn't rush to check his awakening, instead, he first looked at his special energy. His special energy was renamed to Advanced Special Energy. Before, it was 530,000 special energy, but now it had become 53 Advanced Special Energy, directly dropping the 100,000, how about that? With the name and the number changed, the function naturally changed as well. His previous special energy was for the synthetic and extraction of level 1, 2, and 3 abilities. Now, after ascending to level 4, those abilities to extract and synthesize had disappeared, replaced by 2 other abilities. Advanced Special Energy, 53, Note 1, killing above one's level will grant special energy. Note 2, Advanced Special Energy can increase awakening success rate and awakening energy. Note 3, 10 special energy adds 1% to the success rate of awakening, 1 special energy adds 100 awakening energy. Advanced Special Energy can increase the success rate and energy of awakening. Wang Tao was very surprised because he seemed to not know how high the success rate of awakening actually was. As if remembering something, Wang Tao hurriedly looked at the awakening key. Indeed, the awakening key had more description added to it. Awakening key, 2. The first awakening consumes 1 key, the second consumes 2 keys, the third consumes 3 keys, the fourth consumes 4 keys, the fifth consumes 5 keys, and so on. The success rate of the first awakening is 50%, the second is 40%, the third is 30%, the fourth is 20%, from the fifth onward it's always 10%. Having more than 100 awakening keys allows for the consumption of 100 keys to fuse and extract 1 physical advanced awakening secret key. Success rate 70%, good grief. Wang Tao had previously guessed that since it was possible to obtain many awakening keys, it could mean that more than 1 might be consumed. He got half the guess right. The first awakening only consumes 1 key, and subsequent awakenings consume 1 more key each time, with no limit. And the success rate of the first awakening was only 50%. After that, the success rate for each awakening would decrease, until it dropped to 10%. This meant that the first awakening was when the consumption was lowest and the probability the highest. If he couldn't succeed the first time, it would only get harder. Then, if he had 100 awakening keys, he could extract 1 with a 70% success rate, an advanced awakening secret key. Plus, this advanced awakening secret key was physical and could be used by others. This ability wasn't bad, after all. If Wang Tao collected too many awakening keys and couldn't use them himself, he could give them to someone else instead of wasting them. Moreover, this extraction of keys wasn't a unique ability to Wang Tao, all awakeners could use it. It's just that others didn't see it as intuitively as Wang Tao did. Combined with the advanced special energy, Wang Tao's advantage was that he could increase the success rate of awakening. But it takes 10 advanced special energy to increase the success rate by 1%, that's a bit of a big consumption. After all, Wang Tao only had 52, which at most could add 5% to his success rate. As for Wang Tao's success on his first awakening, that must have been sheer luck. Wang Tao could feel that he could continue to awaken. But now, he was missing one thing, 100,000 blood volume. Once he collects the 100,000 blood volume, he could attempt the second awakening. However, the second awakening would consume 2 awakening keys, and the probability was 40%. That probability was too low. Wang Tao definitely wouldn't want to gamble on it. Afterward, he'd need to save up more advanced special energy. If he could increase the success rate, say by 9 or 10%, then it wouldn't be too late for him to attempt the second awakening. Finally, there was the most important part, his awakening. Awakening, Starfire Prairie Burning. During the duration, all attributes greatly increase, accompanied by blood regeneration and fire damage. The description of the awakening was very brief. Wang Tao didn't really understand what it meant. He couldn't feel what the awakening was like at the moment, only after trying it himself would he know. He even doubted whether he had lost out. After all, he had lost the Iron Wall ability, which boosted a lot of other abilities. Iron Wall was an ability of the state category. It added a bunch of various miscellaneous states. It was quite a good ability for Wang Tao, and just like that, it was gone. Maybe those abilities were fused into this awakening? Wang Tao wasn't sure. Only after personal experimentation would he know whether this awakening was formidable or not. Another thing was, before Wang Tao activated the awakening key, he didn't know the exact process of awakening. Seeing the condition that his ability had to be ascended to level 4, he went ahead with the ascension. It was only after activating the awakening key that he learned that awakening meant fusing together 100,000 blood, a random hidden attribute, and a random level 4 ability. At that time, his ability had already ascended to level 4, and he couldn't extract it. Otherwise, Wang Tao might have extracted his ability and used another one in its place, since fusing those abilities wasn't easy. But then again, what if the power of the awakening had something to do with the fused ability? If he fused a very strong ability, maybe the awakening would be strong as well? Chapter 671 to 274 Ascension to Level 4-3. Shaking his head, Wang Tao stopped thinking about these things. Anyway, whether he was strong or not, a test would tell. Wang Tao looked at his last attribute. Awakening Energy, 100 100ths. Note 1. 100 awakening energy can release 1 active awakening. Note 2. When awakening energy is full, you can consume all the energy to increase the awakening energy cap by 100 points. Note 3. Killing a lord of the same or higher level will replenish 100 awakening energy. Note 4. Natural recovery speed, 100 recovered in 24 hours. Reading these notes, Wang Tao furrowed his brow. The release of awakening didn't need magic point, but rather required specific awakening energy, and only when it reached 100 energy could it be released once. He currently had only 100 energy, and the natural recovery rate was 24 hours for 100, so that was roughly 1 point every 15 minutes or about 4 points per hour. That meant, under normal circumstances, he could only unleash his awakening once a day? Good grief, that was way too stingy. It seemed that awakening couldn't be used as a regular ability but had to be treated as an ultimate move. Usually, he would have to rely on his ability as the main source of power. However, the awakening energy didn't only rely on time for recovery but could also be obtained by killing lords of the same level. If he could kill a level 4 zombie lord, then he would gain 100 energy and be able to use awakening again. Of course, the awakening crystal core and awakening energy pearl he had obtained before could also be used. Those 2 items each added 100 energy, which was the equivalent of releasing 1 awakening. Last of all, there was the matter of increasing the cap on his awakening energy. Wang Tao could now increase the cap by consuming all of this 100 energy and then adding an extra 100 to his limit. Though he felt somewhat reluctant to do so, the initial cap of 100 for awakening energy was indeed too low, allowing its use only once, which made Wang Tao feel very insecure. So, Wang Tao immediately went ahead and increased the cap. Instantly, his current awakening energy dropped to 0, and the cap for awakening energy became 200. Awakening energy, 0-200. When the awakening energy was reduced to 0, there wasn't that feeling of fatigue like when magic point was too low, which was not too bad. Wang Tao still had 2 awakening crystal cores and 2 awakening energy pearls in his hand, which amounted to 400 awakening energy. But using the fusion awakening crystal core accumulated internal impurity, and since he currently had only 2 cores, he couldn't synthesize any without impurities for now. He currently had 2% internal impurity, which in reality was 1.3%. Because he had fused 4 level 4 ascension crystal cores before, each with 65% impurity, which made 0.65% once inside the body. 4 cores added up to 2.6%. Having completed his level 4 ascension, the internal impurity in his body was halved, leaving only 1.3%. After some thought, Wang Tao directly fused a level 4 awakening crystal core. Once the crystal core fusion was complete, his magic point increased by 800, and his awakening energy rose by 100. Meanwhile, his internal impurity also increased by 0.65%, bringing it to 1.95%. Wang Tao quickly used 2 cleansing potions from the 3 he had in hand. Shortly after, all the impurities in Wang Tao's body were cleared. He immediately felt his whole body loosen up. The sensation of being free from internal impurities was very comfortable. Then Wang Tao looked at his advanced special energy. Each point of advanced special energy could be exchanged for 100 awakening energy. Without any hesitation, Wang Tao immediately started to exchange. First, he used 1 point of advanced special energy to add 100 awakening energy, bringing his awakening energy to 200, and then he once more increased his awakening energy cap to 300. Keep going. 3 points of advanced special energy, add 300 awakening energy to make it 300, then use that 300 awakening energy to increase the limit to 400. After that came 4 points of advanced special energy, 5 points of advanced special energy. In the end, Wang Tao spent 13 points of advanced special energy, bringing his awakening energy to 500. When his awakening energy was fully recovered, he would be able to unleash awakening 5 times. Actually, Wang Tao originally wanted to increase his awakening energy cap to 1000, but after some calculation, he realized doing so would exactly deplete all his advanced special energy. So Wang Tao restrained himself. It wasn't easy to save up special energy, and he couldn't squander it like that. A 500 energy cap was enough. Originally, Wang Tao planned to first check what his awakening was and then go to the indoor training field to test his strength. But now that he saw using awakening would consume 100 energy, he didn't want to experiment with it. It wasn't easy to save 100 energy, so it had to be used on zombies to avoid waste. However, not testing awakening didn't mean not testing his strength. After all, he had not only gained an awakening, but he had also ascended to level 4. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu went to the indoor training field together. To Wang Tao's surprise, there were many people in the training field, aside from Yang Qingong and the rest. Ding Yukan, Wei Zhengou, and several others were also there. Wang Tao then remembered that his time of awakening and the others' ascension were around the same, just about half an hour apart. So they were also there to test their new strengths, as they had just advanced to level 3 and were very excited. Yang Qingong and the others were probably there to instruct these new ascenders, as they had ascended earlier and were now level 3 ability users with 100,000 health point, which made them somewhat like seniors. Seeing Wang Tao come over, everyone hurriedly crowded around. Wang Tao, did you succeed? Yang Qingong asked eagerly. They did not know how long Wang Tao's awakening would take, so they hadn't specifically stayed beside him, leaving only Zhang Shixu to watch over him. I succeeded, Wang Tao nodded with a smile. Wow! That's amazing! Everyone exclaimed with delight, especially Yang Qingong and Zhu Xiaojun. They were beyond thrilled because they knew very well the effort Wang Tao put into achieving his awakening. Then can we see your awakening? Ding Yukan asked, somewhat curiously. Not for now. My awakening energy has been depleted. Wang Tao briefly explained to everyone about awakening energy and how to raise its limit. Hearing that Wang Tao said he could only use awakening energy once a day under normal circumstances, they were all somewhat flabbergasted. But this should mean that awakening is very powerful, right? Wang Tao said to Yang Qingong and the others. Come on, test with me. Chapter 275 Starfire Prairie 1. After a series of tests, Wang Tao had roughly understood his current strength. His physical condition had been significantly enhanced, and it was difficult to say by how many times compared to before. After all, he couldn't fight himself, but it could be simply understood that his physical quality now surpassed that of a level 3 Lord Night Demon but fell short of a level 4 Lord Night Demon. Night Demons didn't possess any abilities, they were purely physically powerful. When Wang Tao was at level 3, he could defeat a level 3 Lord Night Demon, but that was because he had numerous tactics. If talking purely about physical quality, he couldn't compare with a level 3 Lord Night Demon. Now, after ascending to level 4, he could completely dominate a level 3 Lord Night Demon based solely on physical quality. And as for level 4 Lord Night Demons, Wang Tao currently couldn't match them. This was because level 4 Lord Night Demons weren't just physically strong, they also had an awakening, and his awakening was a passive ability that increased physical quality. Therefore, Wang Tao felt that at present, no one could surpass the physical quality of a level 4 Lord Night Demon. Having physical strength even more formidable than a level 3 Lord Night Demon was already very impressive. If he encountered a level 3 Lord again, Wang Tao could directly smash them with his fists. As for the question of who is stronger or weaker in terms of overall strength between him and level 4 Lord Zombies, that was currently hard to say. Level 4s were not all the same. For example, a level 4 Lord Night Demon and a 4th Order Giant Zombie would certainly result in the Giant Zombie winning if they fought each other. Wang Tao had just enhanced his strength and had not fought against a level 4 Lord, so it wasn't easy to say who is stronger. However, he was certain that if he encountered the same level 4 flame monster from last time, he could suppress and beat it. Of course, after the ascension to level 4, the improvement of physical quality was actually secondary. The most important thing was the awakening. The awakening was the real difference between levels 3 and 4. But Wang Tao now had no way to test this. He also had no concept of his own awakening ability. So, Wang Tao planned to go to Yueyang City tomorrow to test his awakening ability. So strong. After sparring with Wang Tao, this was the thought in everyone's mind. Whether it was speed, defense, or attack, Wang Tao was strong in all aspects. Wang Tao could dominate a group of them with just one hand. This not only amazed everyone but also filled them with excitement. This was the power of level 4. This was their goal. Everyone, keep working hard, one day, you all can become like me. Wang Tao served up a motivational pep talk to everyone. Knowing it was just pep talk, they were still instantly filled with enthusiasm. At this time, Yang Qingong said to Wang Tao, "Wang Tao, are you going to the urban area tomorrow? Take me with you." She was very eager to see Wang Tao's awakening. Okay, Wang Tao nodded. He had already chosen his target, which was the Night Demon's nest he had noticed before. He estimated that there might be a level 4 Lord Night Demon inside the nest, but it didn't matter if there wasn't one. The level 3 Night Demons were no longer a threat to him. Of course, the premise was that he took precautions to avoid getting infected. If there were other 4th Order Lord Zombies, he could try to encounter them, but it wouldn't matter if he didn't. As for those giant zombies, Wang Tao had no intention of fighting them now, they were too terrifying. Wang Tao didn't think he could win. Moreover, Wang Tao also didn't know how to fight them. The opponent was so tall, he certainly couldn't climb up on them. The next day, He Jejun handed over the tasks like repairing military cables to others. He piloted the helicopter, carrying Wang Tao, Zhang Hong, and Zhang Shixu, and once again entered Yueyang City. Wang Tao didn't bring too many people with him. For him now, taking a lot of people to hunt 4th Order zombies might rather be a hindrance. Humming, the helicopter left the military base and flew toward the urban area of Yueyang City. Having not been out for 2 days, Wang Tao could clearly feel that there were more zombies outside. Giant zombies. As the helicopter approached the vicinity of the urban area, they immediately spotted the tall figure. Why do these giant zombies always linger on the outskirts of the urban area? Yang Qingong was somewhat puzzled. Initially, giant zombies were virtually unseen at the outskirts of the city. It seemed that since Wang Tao went to hunt the flame monster, the giant zombies had started to constantly roam the outskirts and never entered the city center, which was a bit strange. Of course, there might be giant zombies in the city center as well. Not sure, Wang Tao shook his head. However, it was beneficial in its own way to have these giant zombies outside, at least they could spot the giant zombies from afar and avoid them in advance. Wang Tao had no intention of causing a conflict with the giant zombies, so he directed the helicopter to change its course from a distance, avoiding attracting the attention of the giant zombie. After a big detour, Wang Tao spotted a second giant zombie. Though he had anticipated it, he still found it rather frustrating. It wouldn't be like last time, where many giant zombies blocked his way, would it? Fortunately, after another detour, there were finally no more giant zombies in the area. Wang Tao carefully observed and confirmed there were no other 4th Order zombies before instructing He Jejun to fly the helicopter in. Wang Tao had paid special attention to the location of that night demon's nest and remembered the rough route. It didn't take long before the helicopter arrived near the night demon's nest. The noise of the helicopter had already attracted a large number of zombies. After confirming there were no giant zombies, He Jejun landed the helicopter on the rooftop of a building more than 20 stories high, then turned off the engine, and Wang Tao and the others disembarked. Chapter 275 Starfire Prairie 2. The rooftop was flat, perfect for landing a helicopter. There were no giant zombies here to threaten the aircraft, and with the engines now shut off, the noise had ceased, causing the zombies below to quickly disperse. The night demon's nest was in the neighboring building. They could have landed the helicopter directly on that building, but to avoid any accidents, it was better to be cautious. There were quite a few zombies inside this building as well, but none of them were strong. Not even a single level 3 zombie was found, and Wang Tao and his companions easily cleared them out down to the first floor. However, slaughtering these zombies did not increase Wang Tao's health point by even a drop. By then, most of the zombies attracted by the helicopter downstairs had already dispersed. After killing some more zombies, Wang Tao finally proceeded to the building with the night demon's nest. There were quite a few plants inside the night demon's nest, and using plant affinity perception, Wang Tao roughly estimated that there were over 50 night demons present. That wasn't a small number, and Wang Tao even considered leaving these night demons so he could return later with Ding Yuken and others to farm health point. But after some thought, he decided against it. Yueyang City was too dangerous, now even more than before. If they were to alarm the giant zombies and get flanked from the outside, it would be difficult to escape. It was better to eradicate them completely. Once inside the building, the quietness was almost palpable, and it was pitch dark. Neither Yang Qingong nor He Jijun could see clearly. This building was inhabited only by night demon zombies, and since they were located on the upper floors, it was quiet and relatively safe below. After distributing a large number of ultraviolet illumination flares to everyone, they had just ascended the stairs when Wang Tao sensed the approach of a night demon. Here it comes. Wang Tao gave a warning. He wasn't wearing the entangling roots, just a suit, holding a bone knife as he went to meet it. His previous hoodie outfit was damaged, and the only clothes he had on hand that he could wear was this combat suit. But he was also equipped with the black stone armor set inside the suit, so there was no need to worry about his defensive power. Whoosh! A night demon suddenly appeared at the stairwell, its pallid eyes fixated dead on Wang Tao and his group. Health point, 30,000. Magic point, 30,000. Level 3 elite, an ordinary level 3 elite night demon. Upon seeing Wang Tao, it didn't think twice. With a guttural roar, it immediately lunged toward them. Wang Tao lifted his bone knife and struck the oncoming night demon square on the head. Squish. -30,000, in midair, the night demon was cleaved in half by Wang Tao's strike, killed instantly. Hiss, He Jijun and Yang Qingong, who were in the process of throwing ultraviolet illumination flares, gasped in shock. They couldn't see the damage numbers, but they did see Wang Tao chop off the night demon's head with a single blow. Was this the might of a level 4? Wang Tao was not surprised. As a general rule, health point was linked to strength. 30,000 health point represented the weakest level 3, so it was normal for him to kill it in one hit. Wang Tao glanced at his own health point bar. 10,250. Killing a level 3 elite night demon increased his health point by 250. Although that was far too little, it was better than nothing. After all, he was already level 4, so gaining any health point from defeating a zombie lower than his own level was already fortunate. Roar! After the death of this night demon, many more burst forth, ranging from 30,000 to 80,000 health point. Wang Tao battled, wielding his bone knife. Facing level 3 elite zombies, he naturally didn't need to use awakening. His robust physical condition alone was a flurry of one-sided slaughter. After slaying this wave of night demons, something occurred to Wang Tao, and an object resembling a heart appeared in his hand. With a mere thought, a tall night demon type 1 manifested. Wang Tao immediately issued a command for it to kill all the night demons present. Whoosh! The night demon type 1 dashed and vanished into the incoming second wave of the night demon group. The other night demons seemed confused by the sight of this black night demon, mistaking it for one of their own, only to be brutally beaten and slaughtered upon its charge. This night demon type 1 is pretty strong, Wang Tao assessed. While not as strong as a level 4, Lord Night Demon, the night demon type 1 was much more powerful than a level 3, Lord. Its physical condition might be almost comparable to Wang Tao's own. Thus, these level 3 elite night demons didn't stand a chance. The problem with both Wang Tao and the night demon type 1, however, was their meager health point of just 10,000. Wang Tao was still fine, knowing how to dodge attacks and prioritize his safety. But the night demon type 1 fought recklessly. Even though the ordinary night demons couldn't inflict much damage on it, with enough strikes, its health point still began to whittle down. Such was the downside of lacking intelligence. After roughly testing its strength, Wang Tao had it retreat to stand by Yang Qingong and He Jijun for protection, while he once more plunged into the midst of the night demon group. Having slain a few more night demon zombies, Wang Tao suddenly felt like he was being targeted. He immediately looked up to see, at the top of the stairs, a night demon clad in black bone armor. There it is, a level 4 night demon. Health point, 120,000. Magic point, 100,000. Grade, level 4, Lord, Awakening, Robust, Whoosh. Wang Tao's figure flashed, and he appeared beside the black-skinned night demon, landing a blade to its head. Bang. -5,234, The Black Skin Night Demon had high defense, and Wang Tao's knife only caused 5,000 damage to its health point. After being struck, the Black Skin Night Demon clawed at Wang Tao's chest in an instant. -1083, Chapter 275 Starfire Prairie 3 Wang Tao, clad in the black stone armor set, blocked the Night Demon's attack, losing just over 1,000 health point. Before, when Wang Tao was entangled by the iron tree vines, the Black Skin Night Demon could remove more than 10,000 health point from the vines and still scratch Wang Tao, causing another loss of over 1,000 health point. Now, without the iron tree vines, it could only inflict 1,000 health point damage on Wang Tao. This indicated that Wang Tao's defensive power had increased significantly. However, Wang Tao's total health point wasn't high, just 10,000, so after testing the Black Skin Night Demon's attack power, he immediately retreated, choosing not to engage in a head-on clash anymore. Wang Tao's speed had also greatly improved, and evading the attacks of the Black Skin Night Demon wasn't a problem. However, the Black Skin Night Demon was also fast, and it could dodge Wang Tao's attacks as well. Faintly visible under the protection of ultraviolet illumination flares, He Jijun and Yang Qingong watched the battle between Wang Tao and the Black Skin Night Demon from a distance but couldn't discern anything clearly, only catching glimpses of two shadows flickering. "They are both so strong," Yang Qingong exclaimed. The practice session with Wang Tao was completely different from a real combat situation. Now, she couldn't even see Wang Tao's movements. If this were a real fight, she might have been killed instantly. "This is level 4 for you," He Jijun likewise exclaimed, his eyes filled with longing. On the other side, after fighting with the Black Skin Night Demon for a while, Wang Tao felt that without a large amount of ultraviolet illumination flares restraining it, the creature would be really troublesome. After all, it had high attack power, strong defense, and even quick speed, and it even learned Wang Tao's techniques. With Wang Tao having relatively little health point, it was not suitable for him to trade blows directly with it, and the fight became somewhat timid. Bang! After exchanging blows, Wang Tao and the Black Skin Night Demon separated. Roar! The Black Skin Night Demon roared at Wang Tao, perhaps also feeling that this human was too tough to defeat after a prolonged battle. But this is just right. Suddenly, Wang Tao cracked a grin. If this level 4, Lord Night Demon had been that easy to kill, how could he have tested his awakening? Wang Tao took a deep breath and then thought silently. Starfire Prairie. Whoosh! A warm current emerged from Wang Tao's heart and instantly spread throughout his body. Orange red flames ignited over him, enveloping his entire body and lighting up the whole floor. This is awakening. Feeling that surging power within, like a burst dam, Wang Tao clenched his fists firmly. Only then did he belatedly realize that he was ablaze with fire, with even his breath coming out as heat waves. He had become a flame monster. The floor beneath his feet was already charred black. Holy shit! Wang Tao was startled. But he quickly breathed a sigh of relief because he felt no burning sensation or pain. He felt very warm and comfortable. Moreover, the health point that the Night Demon had previously knocked off him had begun to rise. Plus 1,000, plus 1,000, plus 837, regaining 1,000 health point every second. His lost health point of over 2,000 was fully restored in just 3 seconds. Wang Tao took another look at his clothes and found that both his combat suit and the black stone armor set underneath were intact, untouched by burning. This included the iron tree vines and the entangling roots on his wrist, which were safe as well, though the entangling roots could no longer be used and had fallen into a deep slumber. The iron tree vines were still usable, but seemed to have been weakened somewhat. While Wang Tao didn't understand the principle behind it, he naturally thought it a good thing that he didn't have to run around naked. Wang Tao. Bro. At that moment, Wang Tao heard the concerned voices of Yang Qingong and the others. He turned around and said, "I'm okay." Then he noticed that his voice had changed as well, becoming very deep and resonant. To the eyes of Yang Qingong and the others, they saw a tall figure consumed by blazing flames turn its head, flames spewing from its mouth as it said in a deep tone, "I'm okay." It was practically more like a flame monster than the flame monster itself. Wang Tao, unaware of what Yang Qingong and the others were thinking, raised his bow knife, which was alight with flames, and launched a shockwave at the Black Skin Night Demon not far away. Whoosh! A wave of fire shot out from Wang Tao's hand, instantly hitting the Night Demons within range. After suffering a tremendous damage, their bodies entered a state of continuous burning. The flames on Wang Tao's body seemed to be no ordinary fire, as they burned away thousands of health point from the Night Demons every second. In a blink of an eye, only the Black Skin Night Demon stood remaining within his range. But the Black Skin Night Demon had just lost over 10,000 health point due to Wang Tao's strike, and the flames on its body also deducted thousands of health point each second. Roar! After getting hit by Wang Tao's move, the Black Skin Night Demon didn't even think before attempting to escape. It was no match. However, a fiery silhouette suddenly blocked the black-skinned night demon's path, striking it with a high-frequency vibration knife attack. Minus 18,373, the black-skinned night demon was sent flying in an instant, but before it even landed, Wang Tao appeared beside it again, delivering another strike. Minus 20,384, the black-skinned night demon let out a roar, unwilling to fight with Wang Tao. It tried to escape in another direction once more. But its speed was no match for Wang Tao, who had used Starfire Prairie. Wang Tao grabbed its neck directly, the surging flames burning up from his foot to the black-skinned night demon's body. Then, gripping it tightly, Wang Tao suddenly slammed it to the ground, while delivering another knife attack. Minus 21,923, the night demon's entire body was aflame, its health point plummeting rapidly. Just as Wang Tao was preparing to land the final cut, its health point dropped to 0. It was burned to death. Minus 1,606, 120,000, it's dead just like that? Looking at the unmoving night demon, Wang Tao felt somewhat uneasy. Just a few seconds? And he killed a level 4 Lord Night Demon? Suddenly, Wang Tao felt his awakening was about to end, the flames on his body weakening. He quickly glanced at his awakening energy. Awakening energy, 500, 100 or more awakening energy gone? That lasted only about 15 seconds. Chapter 276, Level 4 Suit 1. Wang Tao's flames had already disappeared, but the entire floor of the building was ablaze with light. He had set everything on fire during his recent fight. Quick, grab the loot and run. There were still some night demons around that hadn't been fully cleared out, many of whose bodies were ignited, causing their health point to plummet rapidly. Armed with his bone knife, Wang Tao effortlessly dealt with these night demons. After picking up the loot, he took off. By the time Wang Tao and his companions burst out of the building, they saw thick smoke billowing out of the floor he had just been on. If this had happened in peacetime, Wang Tao figured he'd be sitting in jail for a long time. Seeing the odd looks on Zhang Shixu and Yang Qingong's faces, Wang Tao shrugged his shoulders. If I say the fire wasn't set on purpose, would you believe me? He asked. Yeah. Yang Qingong nodded perfunctorily. Let's get out of here. Having achieved his goal, Wang Tao and the others broke through the horde of zombies and boarded the helicopter. Buzzing, after the helicopter took off, they could clearly see the fire scene in the building they had just escaped from. However, given the heavy rain today, the fire in the building was unlikely to spread further. In the helicopter, He Jejun was concentrating on flying the aircraft. Yang Qingong hugged Wang Tao's arm, inspecting it curiously. With an amazed expression, she exclaimed, "Your skin and clothes, even your body hair, show no signs of burns, yet the flames on your body almost set the entire building on fire. How did you manage that? Bro, you're so awesome." Zhang Shixu also gazed at Wang Tao with sparkling eyes. Haha, basic skills. Wang Tao laughed heartily. To tell the truth, he himself was somewhat bewildered. The Starfire Prairie awakening didn't quite work as he had imagined. Wang Tao had thought it would be a similar awakening to state-based abilities, at most causing changes like skin coloration, similar to how the toughness ability made his skin turn dark. But to his surprise, the awakening had actually set him on fire, turning him into a man of flames. After igniting himself, he didn't even need to fight, merely standing in one place could cause massive damage. The flames on his body seemed to be no ordinary fire. Those level 3 night demons couldn't withstand his flames burning at all. Even the level 4, Lord Night Demon was tormented by the heat from Wang Tao's fire. And it wasn't just him becoming a flame man, all his attacks carried fire as well. Especially wide-range attacks like the shockwave, which turned into a sea of flames with just a single strike. After using the awakening, he had fought the black-skinned night demon for only a few seconds, but that was enough to set an entire floor ablaze. Wang Tao could only say that the Starfire Prairie awakening was truly powerful. But its energy consumption was truly huge as well. To use the awakening, you need at least 100 awakening energy. However, Starfire Prairie doesn't deduct the energy all at once but deducts 10 points per second, so 100 awakening energy only lasts 10 seconds. Wang Tao's awakening energy had exceeded 100 at the time, and he could choose whether to continue using the awakening. That is to say, the Starfire Prairie awakening's minimum duration is 10 seconds, with the maximum depending on his amount of awakening energy. Wang Tao had recovered some awakening energy before, and he had exchanged 1 unit of advanced special energy for 100 awakening energy, so he had 150 awakening energy. Thus, he only used 15 seconds of awakening. That's a huge consumption. However, if it was just to kill the level 4, Lord Night Demon, those 15 seconds were more than enough. Wang Tao ended up using the full 15 seconds because he wasted some time observing his own state and getting used to the strength within his body. The actual fight with the level 4, Lord Night Demon didn't last long, probably just over 10 seconds. Anyway, no matter how you slice it, the Starfire Prairie Awakening is potent. In its awakened state, Wang Tao could quickly kill the level 4, Lord Night Demon. But the Awakening's energy consumption was also high. In the blink of an eye, his energy could be drained. He would have to choose the right moment to use the Awakening in the future. After conversing with the two women for a while, Wang Tao turned his attention to the loot from this battle. The loot from ordinary night demons and incubation flesh wasn't worth mentioning, as it was similar to before. He had also obtained quite a few extraction crystal cores and omnipotent crystal cores, although it was a pity they were all level 2. It would have been better if they were level 3 or above. The main thing was the loot from the level 4, Lord Night Demon. Wang Tao's killing of the level 4 Lord counted as a level crossing kill, granting him more than 20,000 increase in health point. The 50-odd night demons had mostly been killed by Wang Tao, adding a lot of health point. Plus, Wang Tao had killed quite a few other zombies, so his health point had once again reached 110,000. But Wang Tao wasn't too pleased because his health point stopped increasing after reaching 110,000. It was the same as the upper limit of level 3 health point. The issue was, Wang Tao had already reached level 4. Wang Tao recalled when he had 100,000 health point, he was confused about something. The level 1 health point cap was 4,999, surpassing it took you to level 2. Level 2 was 29,999, surpassing it took you to level 3. But level 3 was exactly 100,000 health point, applicable to both level 3 and level 4. Wang Tao was initially puzzled by this, but now, it seemed he understood. If one kills zombies after surpassing level 3, even if it's a level 4, Lord Zombie, one wouldn't gain an increase in health point, the boost would max out at 100,000 health point. The reason Wang Tao had 110,000 health point was because 10,000 of it was extra health point. So it seems that in the future, he would need to find ways to gain extra health point from other sources. Chapter 276, Level 4 Suit 2 110,000 health point isn't too little, but Wang Tao had seen those 400,000 health point giant zombies, so he still needed to increase it. Apart from the health point, Wang Tao also obtained one advanced special energy, which is equivalent to 100 awakening energy. Killing this level 4, Lord Night Demon had replenished another 100 awakening energy for Wang Tao, which meant he gained a total of 200 awakening energy, while he had consumed 150. Resulting in a net gain of 50. Then there was the awakening key. By killing it, Wang Tao also obtained an awakening key, now once again possessing 3 awakening keys. Last came the dropped loot. This level 4, Lord Night Demon dropped a crystal core, a pair of claws, a heart, and 5 loot packs. Obtained, 1 4th order crystal core, strength, obtained, 2 4th tier Night Demon's claw, obtained, 1 4th order weapon, Night Demon type high. He had actually obtained another, Night Demon type high. Night Demon type I could only be used at night or in places without a lot of ultraviolet light, which was quite awkward. Moreover, to increase its health point would cost quite a lot, which Wang Tao's current financial resources were not sufficient for. Yet without the health point increase, 10,000 health point was indeed too little. However, regardless, these were good items, and Wang Tao naturally didn't hesitate to take them. Maybe he could put together a Night Demon type high squad in the future or something. Inside the loot pack, the first crystal core gift bag contained 5 crystal cores. They were the red, level 4 crystal core, awakening, red, level 4 crystal core, ascension, purple, level 4 crystal core, omnipotence, blue, level 4 crystal core, energy boost, and purple, level 4 crystal core, health point boost. With awakening and ascension, very nice. The second loot pack contained potions. Obtained, 10 strength potion, medium, obtained, 10 strength potion, small, 2 kinds of strength potions. Too bad there weren't any that increased permanent attributes. The third loot pack contained ultraviolet suit equipment. Obtained, 1 high power ultraviolet flashlight, obtained, 100 many ultraviolet illumination shells, obtained, 20 ultraviolet illumination light strips, obtained, 5 large ultraviolet illumination bombs. This was exactly the same as the items dropped by the previous level 4, Lord Night Demon, all good things for dealing with night demons. In the fourth loot pack there were energy beads. Obtained, 1 awakening energy pearl. The drop rate for this awakening energy pearl was indeed very low. Wang Tao had killed 4 level 4, Lord Zombies, but only 1 of them had dropped it. The other 2 pearls had burst out of the loot packs. Wang Tao looked at the last loot pack and grimaced when he saw the contents. There were 2 blueprints inside. Obtained, 1 Night Demon breastplate blueprint, Obtained. 1 Night Demon Boots Blueprint. Night Demon Breastplate Blueprint. Allows you to craft a Night Demon Breastplate. Required materials: 10 kilograms of Night Demon Lord's Bones, 1 level 4 crystal core, 20 iron blocks, 20 steel wires, 20 nails, 20 screws, 20 rubber. Night Demon Breastplate. Attributes unknown. Night Demon Boots Blueprint. Allows you to craft a pair of Night Demon Boots. Required materials: 2 4th tier Night Demon's Claws, 1 level 4 crystal core, 20 iron blocks, 20 steel wires, 20 rubber, 20 screws, 20 gauze. Night Demon Boots. Attributes unknown. Wang Tao's previous Night Demon breastplate and leg armor had been damaged, and he was left with just 2 pieces of Night Demon equipment. He was wondering if he could get more Night Demon equipment to drop. He had already prematurely harvested the bones from this Night Demon Lord, perfect for crafting. After a flash of multicolored light, the 2 pieces of equipment were complete. Night Demon Breastplate, 4th tier, excellent, durability plus 75, defensive power plus 75, Night Demon Boots, 4th tier, excellent, durability plus 70, defensive power plus 70, with 2 pieces of Night Demon equipment, plus the previously acquired Night Demon belt and Night Demon gloves, he now had 4 pieces of Night Demon equipment. Wang Tao immediately switched into this Night Demon equipment, and the notification about the Night Demon set that had appeared before showed up again. Night Demon set. All basic attributes receive a boost. Attributes not activated. Activation requires awakening energy. Previously, since he didn't have awakening energy, Wang Tao was unable to activate it, but now that he had awakening energy, he immediately gave it a try. After silently thinking activate in his heart, Wang Tao saw his awakening energy decrease by 1 point. Night Demon set. All basic attributes receive a boost. Activated. Consumes 1 awakening energy daily. Once activated, it is bound to the user. Rebinding required if switched to another person. It consumes 1 awakening energy daily? And it's bound? Wang Tao studied it for a while and roughly understood what it meant. This suitability had been activated by him, which meant it was bound to him. If he wanted to give this gear to Zhang Shixu, the suitability would be lost, requiring her to reactivate and rebind it. But Zhang Shixu had not awakened and didn't have awakening energy, so she couldn't activate it and wouldn't be able to use the suit ability. Simply put, only awakeners could use suit abilities, non-awakeners couldn't. As for the daily consumption of 1 awakening energy, it was a minor issue, since he could naturally recover 100 awakening energy every day and was not worried about such a small consumption. Wang Tao tried on the equipment and found that this Night Demon set's boost to all basic attributes was quite noticeable. He felt he was getting 1 step closer to the physical fitness of a level 4, Lord Night Demon. And speaking of activating attributes, Wang Tao remembered he still had some equipment left. Chapter 276, Level 4 Suit 3 First, there were the black stone armor top and pants he wore. These 2 pieces of equipment could be inlaid with crystal cores and also required awakening energy to activate. However, Wang Tao didn't have many level 4 crystal cores at hand and didn't have any suitable ones for the moment, so he hadn't inlaid any. Then there were the explosion-proof baton and shield he had obtained before. These 2 pieces of equipment were quite good, but they also required awakening energy to activate. Wang Tao spent 2 points of awakening energy and successfully activated both pieces of equipment. Mutant explosion-proof baton, rank 4, excellent, durability plus 80, attack power plus 60, includes electric shock effect, activated, consumes 1 awakening energy per day. Once activated, it binds to the user, must be rebound if passed to another person. Mutant explosion-proof electric shield, rank 4, excellent, durability plus 100, defensive power plus 100, includes electric shock effect, activated, consumes 1 awakening energy per day. Once activated, it binds to the user, must be rebound if passed to another person. After activating these 2 pieces of equipment, like the Night Demon set, they consumed 1 awakening energy per day and bound to himself. It seemed that only awakeners could fully utilize the strength of equipment and sets with special attributes of level 4 or above. Wang Tao tried out the 2 pieces of equipment briefly. It was hard to say about the electric shield without bumping into zombies or having zombies hit the shield to produce electricity. The baton was simpler, as Wang Tao could see the current flowing when he swung it. He wasn't sure of its power at the moment and planned to test it. Some time later, the helicopter flew back to the military base. The sound of the helicopter had attracted even more zombies. Wang Tao used this opportunity to test the electric baton and shield's effect on them. Hee. A group of zombies saw Wang Tao leave the base and immediately rushed towards him. Wang Tao held the mutant explosion-proof baton, and when the group of zombies neared, he struck the leading zombie with it. Bang! Sizzle! The ordinary zombie was directly headshot by Wang Tao, and electrical arcs flashed through. But to Wang Tao's surprise, The arcs didn't just appear on the headshot zombie but spread to the surrounding zombies as well. In an instant, the arc electrified around 10 nearby zombies. Several of them were charred to a crisp and couldn't be deader. The others, though not dead, were electrified into stiffness and couldn't move. Goodness! Wang Tao was very surprised as he watched this scene. He had originally thought that the electric shock effect from the mutant explosion-proof baton would be similar to that of an ordinary electric baton, meant not to kill. But the power was much greater than he had imagined. Not only could he directly electrocute some zombies to death, but he could also spread it to other zombies. Especially among the zombie hordes, waving the baton at one could instantly take down a large group. Wang Tao felt he could consider this baton as a high-damage ability for area attacks. However, there was a concern: he might electrocute himself, so he had to be careful when using it. Wang Tao then tested the electric shield. The shield's effect was the same as the baton's, but relatively safer. Shielded behind it, there was no worry about electrocuting himself. It was a pity that others couldn't harness these pieces of equipment's effects, otherwise, it would be more suitable for them. Wang Tao returned to the base again. When they heard that Wang Tao had visited the Night Demon's lair and killed a level 4, Lord Night Demon, the newcomers were flabbergasted. Running into the den of the Night Demon and killing their level 4, Lord Night Demon? That was Wang Tao's strength. Wang Tao called over Ding Yukan and the others, explaining the situation with the level 4 Night Demon. Only by knowing oneself and the enemy could they be ever victorious. If they encountered a level 4, Lord Night Demon, in the future, they would also know how to deal with it. Wang Tao also took out the 2 Night Demon Type 1 to show them. These things were quite frightening, so it was better to let them know in advance that they were Wang Tao's weapons to avoid any mistaken attacks. Wang Tao also distributed a good number of ultraviolet illumination flares to everyone. They were life-saving treasures. That evening, Lan Yulian contacted Wang Tao out of the blue. Upon connecting, Wang Tao noticed there was tension in her voice. Wang Tao, I think I've discovered 4-level zombies. Tell me more. Wang Tao frowned. These past few days, the zombies in Zijing City have been increasing, and quite a few level 3 zombie lords have appeared. But I suddenly found that several level 3 zombie lords we were watching have been killed. And besides us, there are no other survivors in Zijing City. It looks like they were killed at the same time, so we suspect that 4-level zombies may have appeared. Generally, zombies were relatively peaceful among themselves, but there were exceptions. Some more aggressive zombies enjoyed hunting their kind. Some huge ones would not deliberately avoid their kind when walking, resulting in the death of many zombies. There were also conflicts among zombies. The stronger the zombie, the wiser it became. It wasn't impossible for conflicts to occur. Hence, it was possible for killings to happen among zombies. The situation Lan Yulian described did indeed sound like 4-level zombies. After all, to simultaneously kill several level 3 zombie lords, and in a brutal manner at that, it was highly likely that only a level 4 could do so. Wang Tao had previously told Lan Yulian that if 4-level zombies appeared, she must contact him. So, Lan Yulian reached out to Wang Tao immediately. Here's what we'll do, I'll come over tomorrow to look into it. Wang Tao said to Lan Yulian. If it was a weaker level 4 zombie, he would try to deal with it. If it was stronger, then he would strategize long-term. If it was very strong, like the giant zombies, then Wang Tao planned on bringing Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng back to the military base. Are you personally coming over? Be careful on your way. Lan Yulian was worried. Don't worry, I'll take a plane. After ending the call, Wang Tao said to He Jijun, Old He, let's go to Zijing City tomorrow. There might be 4-level zombies. Sure. Chapter 277, Newborn Population 1. The rain is getting heavier. Wang Tao turned to He Jijun and said, Old He, can we fly the plane today? No big problem, as long as there wasn't extreme weather like violent winds and lightning, the plane could fly. However, He Jijun continued, but we've used a helicopter quite frequently recently, and due to the corrosive acid rain, many parts have been replaced. We don't have many spare parts left in the base. So, we can't use the helicopter often? Wang Tao frowned. Right, if it's exposed to too much corrosive acid rain, the plane will definitely have problems. Unless we wait for clear weather. He Jijun sounded somewhat helpless. Sigh, there's nothing we can do about it. I can only ask you to take extra care, Old He. Wang Tao shook his head. The plane had to be used now. If they were to drive to Zijing City, who knows how long that would take, and the ground was full of zombies, making it impassable. Wang Tao planned to visit Zijing base today. Yesterday, Lan Yulian had reported that 4-level zombies might have appeared there, and Wang Tao needed to see what the situation was. If there really were 4-level zombies, then Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng might be in danger. As for the team members for this trip, Hijun was a must. Although Wang Tao had learned to fly a helicopter, he wouldn't dare to operate it even in normal weather, let alone in extreme conditions. Then there were Zhang Shixu, Zhu Xiajun, and Lightning. Wang Tao didn't plan to take too many people. In case there really was some irresistible danger, having too many people might not be good, since the helicopter could only accommodate so much space. Wang Tao, you have to be careful. Ding Yukan couldn't help but feel reluctant as she tidied Wang Tao's clothes. She had just reunited with Wang Tao and wanted to accompany him, but she knew she was too weak now and would burden him. So, she wisely didn't insist. Don't worry about me, sis. Wang Tao patted her hand and then said, I might stay there for a couple of days since 4-level zombies might not be so easy to find. While I'm gone, Zhang Hong and his team will take you to hunt zombies. Just finish them off from behind. There are still many zombies around our base, enough for you to kill. Ding Yukan and the others' health point had only increased to 30,000, with a potential to grow by another 70,000. They definitely needed to continue increasing their health point. Without reaching 100,000 health point, they wouldn't be able to participate in the various missions Wang Tao was undertaking now. Okay. I will work hard to improve my strength. Ding Yukan nodded. Previously, when she was at Shuai's base, she hardly ever went out and rarely hunted zombies, so she was very weak. Later, when she felt she wasn't much help to Wang Tao and possibly just a flower vase, she started trying to hunt zombies. Now, after spending so much time wandering in the post-apocalyptic world, her combat abilities, although not extremely strong, were at least above average for an ability user, which was quite good. Wang Tao then looked at Han Rui beside him. You too. Don't worry. With your help, I'm sure my strength will improve rapidly. Han Rui confidently patted her chest. She was a rather strong-willed woman and was not willing to be a drag on Wang Tao. Good. After talking to some other people, Wang Tao boarded the helicopter. Buzz, amidst the roaring sound, the helicopter left the military base. It feels like there are more and more zombies. Looking at the zombies attracted by the plane below, Wang Tao felt somewhat helpless. Not to mention the zombies in the city area. If all the zombies outside the city area were to head to the military base, it would pose a great challenge to the base. It was impossible to defend the military base. Zijin base also seemed to be struggling. Wang Tao was now a bit lost, unsure of where to go. The helicopter was slower than the fixed-wing transport plane they had used before, taking extra time to arrive at Zijing City. Hee hee. Roar. Flying over the horde of zombies, the helicopter immediately caught the attention of countless zombies. They ran beneath it, quickly disrupting the formation of this horde. Wang Tao watched carefully, vigilant to any signs of 4-level zombies below. Their strength was formidable enough to bring down a helicopter, so he had to be on guard at all times. Fortunately, there were no dangers encountered all the way to Zijin City base. Wang Tao contacted Lan Yulian. Wang Tao, is that you? Are you on that helicopter? Before Wang Tao could speak, Lan Yulian's voice came through, full of excitement. Yes, clear a flat area for me to land. Zijin base was large, but it also had many people. Wang Tao was worried that excited or curious individuals might get in the way. Okay. Lan Yulian quickly cleared an area for landing, located in front of a large warehouse, with vehicles and personnel waiting nearby. Once the helicopter landed, Wang Tao and his companions got out, and someone immediately brought a vehicle to take the helicopter into the large warehouse. Lan Yulian was quite considerate. Wang Tao. Just as Wang Tao got off the aircraft, Lan Yulian rushed over excitedly. Wang Tao stroked her hair and said, "It's been 2 months, and you're still so beautiful." Among the women around Wang Tao, besides Zhang Shixu, it was Lan Yulian who maintained herself the best. Zhang Shixu's exceptional case was due to her unique constitution, unparalleled by anyone. Lan Yulian, on the other hand, was the leader of a power, so she generally didn't go outside to scavenge for supplies. And as a nurse, she kept herself in good condition. Chapter 277, Newborn Population 2. Upon hearing Wang Tao's praise, Lan Yulian was very pleased. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed him on the cheek, then released Wang Tao and suddenly hugged Zhang Shixu by her side. "Little Zhu. I've missed you so much." Zhang Shixu was somewhat embarrassed but also hugged Lan Yulian back, knowing that both she and Lu Yingfen were especially fond of her. Wang Tao, on the other hand, hugged Lu Yingfen. Lu Yingfen was slightly embarrassed, her face turning a rosy red. Wang Tao pinched her cheek and then smiled. "Let's go." The group returned to the central area of the base, and Wang Tao introduced Lan Yulian, Lu Yingfen, and He Jijun to each other. It was then that Lan Yulian noticed that Wang Tao also had a dog with him. "Huh? What's its name?" Lan Yulian asked curiously. "Lightning. Everyone in the military base is gone, only it's left." Wang Tao briefly explained. The reason he kept lightning with him was that he wasn't clear on how exactly lightning should ascend, so he thought that bringing it along might help find a way. Poor little thing. Lan Yulian's maternal instincts kicked in, and she snuggled lightning intensely. She then recounted the incident concerning the suspected level 4 zombie in detail. In the recent period, there have been a total of 4 level 3 zombie lords around our base. But now all 4 zombie lords are dead. It must have happened last night, given that I saw those zombies during the day yesterday. Those zombie lords were all torn apart, lying dead among the horde of zombies. Lan Yulian took out a cell phone, which had photos taken on it. Although not very clear, one could roughly see that the deaths of these zombies were indeed gruesome. Just by looking at the bodies, it was impossible to determine the situation. Wang Tao also thought it was the handiwork of a level 4 zombie. The strength of level 3 zombie lords wasn't that disparate, it was unlikely they would end up in such a state. Did you hear any noises? Wang Tao asked. It seemed like there was no noise. I've investigated, and no one in the base heard anything, including the guards. Not a single noise? None. Lan Yulian shook her head, then as if remembering something, she hastily said, "Oh right, these 4 lords all died in the same place, which is why I said they were killed at the same time. Were these 4 zombies together before? No, they were in different directions before. That's strange then." Wang Tao frowned. The 4 level 3 zombie lords weren't together before, but last night all of a sudden they came together and were slaughtered without making any noise. It wasn't that a level 4 zombie couldn't do this, but it raised the question of whether the zombies now knew how to carry out their deeds in a covert manner? Or was it that this level 4 zombie had a peculiar method that prevented these zombies from making noise before dying? I'm worried that this might be a level 4 zombie that is good at stealth or ambush. That would be very dangerous. Lu Yingfeng suddenly spoke up. Wang Tao nodded. That was a concern for him as well. A level 4 zombie might not be frightening, but one that excelled at stealth and ambush was indeed terrifying. By the way, did you pick up the crystal cores of these level 3 lords? What kind of cores were they? The cores could give an indication of the zombies' strengths. No, after discovering the deaths of these zombies, we sent someone with the stealth potion to sneak a look, but found nothing. Their crystal cores were gone. With so many zombies around, they could have been kicked anywhere. Lan Yulian said regretfully. After all, the crystal cores of level 3 lords were quite valuable. How about this, tonight I'll go out and see what exactly is going on, Wang Tao suggested after some thought. There was no use analyzing the situation here, he had to go out and see for himself. I'll come with you. Lan Yulian immediately raised her hand, only to be pushed down by Wang Tao. Are you coming to be my burden? Lan Yulian pretended to be very angry, but Wang Tao was clearly not buying it. He pinched her cheek and said, "Tonight, none of you should come out, it'll just be me and little Zhu. The others couldn't see in the dark and would indeed be a burden at night." Alright then. Lan Yulian had already arranged for people to keep watch over the surroundings, and so far, no abnormalities had been detected. Wang Tao walked around the base with Lan Yulian and the others, getting to know the situation in the base. There was no doubt about it, Lan Yulian truly had a talent for management. After bringing together the survivors of Zijing City to the base, she managed everything in an orderly fashion, with hardly any trouble arising, and before the tide of zombies arrived, it was a flourishing sight to see. It was only then that Wang Tao learned a group of survivors from Duzhu Town had indeed come to Zijing City, and Lan Yulian had taken them all in. The original Zijing base had nearly 10,000 people. After the change in leadership and Lan Yulian brought over other people from Zijing City, the numbers swelled to over 10,000. Afterward, other outsiders and survivors from Duzhu Town joined, and now the population of the entire Zijing base had reached 20,000. To be precise, there are 21,944 people. Oh no, that's wrong, a new baby was born in the base yesterday, so now there are 21,945 people. Lan Yulian said proudly to Wang Tao. Oh? There's a new baby? Wang Tao was surprised. In a post-apocalyptic world, surviving on one's own was already difficult enough. Most people would not choose to have children, as no one wanted their child to suffer in such a world. Chapter 277, Newborn Population 3. Wang Tao himself had the same idea. He didn't have the slightest intention of having children. But then again, he had been with quite a few women, sometimes without taking any safety measures, and yet he had never hit the target. Could there be something wrong with me? Wang Tao suddenly began to doubt himself. After all, if a man and a woman can't have children, there could be a problem with either party, but if one man with many women still can't, that's 100% a problem with the man. Shaking his head, Wang Tao hurriedly dismissed the thought. Children were too far removed from him, not something he could consider right now. Lan Yulian, of course, had no idea Wang Tao had thought so much in that instant. When she heard Wang Tao's surprise about the birth rate at the base, she said with some pride, "Ahem, before I took over this base, the birth rate of newborns here was almost zero. No one wanted to, and no one dared to have children. But in the 2 months since I took charge, there have already been more than 20 newborns. Unfortunately, we've lost a few shortly after birth." Lan Yulian sighed. Medical conditions are poor now, and newborns are very fragile. A slight misstep can lead to their demise. The first time Lan Yulian saw a deceased infant, she was upset for a good half-month. However, Lan Yulian quickly raised her head again and said with a smile, "The new generation represents hope. If a base has no newborns, then it is doomed to destruction, but our Zijin base already has nearly 30 newborns, so I believe our base will be able to exist forever." Seeing Lan Yulian, whose face seemed to radiate light, Wang Tao suddenly felt a little reluctant to burst her bubble. But Wang Tao had a responsibility to inform Lan Yulian of the current situation. "Jade Lotus, I think you're amazing, and I am inferior to you. But I have to tell you, the situation right now is tough." Wang Tao looked at her seriously. Lan Yulian felt a bit flustered under Wang Tao's gaze and said subconsciously, "It's just a horde of zombies. Our base can hold up for now. Plus, we've got you. You're a level 4 now, and you're so strong. You'll protect us, won't you?" Towards the end, Lan Yulian's tone suddenly grew weaker. Asking Wang Tao to protect Zijin base meant asking him to take on a great risk. She wanted to protect the people of the base, but she also didn't want Wang Tao to get hurt. Seeing Lan Yulian like this, Wang Tao stroked her face. "Of course I'll protect you, protect all of you. But, you haven't seen those formidable level 4 zombies, those giant zombies tens of meters high, like skyscrapers. If they come, they can step right into Zijin base with a single step." Wang Tao talked to Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng about the situation in Yueyang City. Hearing about the giant zombie that could take down an airplane, their eyes filled with horror, and then they fell silent. "And let me tell you some bad news. Before we got in touch with you, we had contacted another base. They were trapped by the horde too. As we were preparing to go support them, their base fell, easily breached by the giant zombie." How could this be? If the giant zombie hadn't attacked a human survivor base, Lan Yulian might still have been a little hopeful, but now with an example right there, she lost that last shred of hope. But Wang Tao wasn't finished with her yet and continued, "When I was piloting the military transport plane, I encountered a giant zombie. It wasn't in the city center, it was moving with the horde, heading east. The east of Yueyang City is Zijing City." Lan Yulian suddenly felt ice cold all over as if she had lost all her strength at once. Wang Tao wrapped his arms around her. "I'm not trying to discourage you, I just think you should know the reality of our current situation. So, if a lot of level 4 zombies or giant zombies really did come, what would you do?" Lan Yulian looked up, biting her lip as she gazed at Wang Tao. "I'd take you both with me. That's all I could do. After all, I only have one helicopter." Wang Tao spoke very calmly. In truth, if that situation really occurred, even if he left, he wouldn't know where to go, he himself was still lost. Lan Yulian's eyes suddenly reddened a bit. She was the leader of the Zijin base, she didn't want to abandon these survivors. If she just left, what would make her different from a murderer? But she was truly powerless. If even Wang Tao couldn't manage it, what could she possibly do? Hey! Don't think too much. This is all Wang Tao's speculation. What if the zombie tide passes quickly and no serious danger arises? You know, no matter the tide, it's bound to recede eventually. And even if there really is danger, that's a problem for later. By then, we might already have a solution. He Jejun suddenly spoke up. He felt that the morale of the group was somewhat low and needed a boost. Haha, that's true. I'm talking about the worst-case scenario, but ever since the apocalypse, I've been quite lucky and have never encountered any dead-end situations. Even if I did, I always managed to turn danger into safety. I believe that we will ultimately be alright." Wang Tao laughed heartily, then planted a firm kiss on Lan Yulian's face. Lan Yulian glared at Wang Tao, but she didn't say anything more. He Jejun was right. Even if real danger came, it would be later. They were at least safe for now, and there was no need to flee yet. "Let's go see the newborns," Lan Yulian suddenly suggested. Wang Tao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "All right." Lan Yulian led Wang Tao to the base's hospital. The conditions in the hospital were simple, but the space was large, with many different areas sectioned off. The maternity ward was one such area, where the mothers were concentrated, with special care and diets provided. Lan Yulian gave them excellent treatment. Wang Tao saw the more than 20 newborns. The just-born babies were all wrinkly and looked quite ugly, and they also had a bit of a smell. But Lan Yulian didn't mind it at all. Suddenly, she handed one of the babies to Wang Tao. Wang Tao looked at the wrinkled little face of the child, and then at Lan Yulian's expectant gaze. He shook his head and didn't take it. "Alright, I've seen enough. I'm going back to get ready. I'll head out tonight." After speaking, Wang Tao turned and walked away, without a hint of reluctance. Lan Yulian stiffened, her complexion a touch pale. Chapter 278 True Illusion. One evening, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu left Zijin base. As they jumped down from the tall wall, Zhang Shixu suddenly whispered, "Those little babies were quite cute." Thud, the two landed, and the surrounding zombies, sensing Wang Tao's presence, immediately pounced on them. Wang Tao casually sent out a shockwave that shattered the zombies. He turned his head to look at Zhang Shixu. His green eyes betrayed no emotion. Zhang Shixu scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly. "Cough, I mean. They were quite cute," Wang Tao interrupted her, then added, "Let's go, see if there are any 4-level zombies." Oh, there were many zombies outside the base. Wang Tao didn't want to waste time with them, so he directly used a stealth potion. Zhang Shixu's physical condition was special, she had the effect of a stealth potion naturally, so she didn't need to use one. After using the stealth potion, the zombies around them quieted down a lot. As long as Wang Tao didn't get too close to them or linger near them, they wouldn't usually be attacked. First, Wang Tao went to the place where the 4-level 4 Lord zombies had died. A day had passed, and the flesh and blood of those 4 level 3 lords could still be seen. Zombies don't have the habit of cannibalizing each other, so these remains were left untouched. Wang Tao searched the area but found no crystal cores. He wondered if the zombies had kicked them away since zombies don't eat crystal cores. Confirming there was nothing to be found, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu went to other areas around the base to look but found nothing there either. However, Wang Tao wasn't in a hurry. He was prepared to wander outside for the night and search thoroughly. 2 level 3 lords? At some distance from the base, Wang Tao spotted 2 level 3 lord zombies, each with 60,000 health point. These 2 zombies were clearly heading towards the base. Wang Tao's first instinct was to kill them, but he quickly restrained himself. The previous 4 level 3 lords had been killed by a 4-level zombie. If that 4-level zombie was nearby, wouldn't these 2 level 3 lords be targeted as well? Wang Tao thought it was a definite possibility. Hence, Wang Tao didn't kill the 2 level 3 lords, instead, he followed them. In a horde like this, following those 2 zombies would normally be difficult. After all, Wang Tao used a stealth potion, not an invisibility potion. Getting too close to the zombies would get him discovered. Luckily, Wang Tao had the perception ability, which allowed him to track the 2 level 3 lords from a distance. He didn't have to worry about being detected by the 2 zombies, he just had to be careful of the others around him. After tracking them for a while, the 2 lord zombies arrived outside Zijin base. They seemed eager to get in, lured by the many human scents inside, but alas, the wall was too high for them to scale. Roar! Both level 3 lords were extremely enraged. They even commanded the ordinary zombies around them to attack the high wall. But it was clearly a futile effort. After being busy for quite some time with no success, one of the lords dispersed the other zombies but the other lord seemed reluctant to do so. The 2 lords growled at each other. Wang Tao, watching from afar, was surprised. Zombies can quarrel? This is enlightening. Not only are they quarreling, they seem about to come to blows. Zhang Shixu hadn't finished speaking when the 2 lords started fighting. One punched, another slapped, as if they were children squabbling. But these were level 3 lords with formidable bodies. Their punches and slaps could cause serious damage. In the blink of an eye, both zombies had lost a significant amount of health point. This is really eye-opening, seeing zombies fight for the first time. Wait. Wang Tao was initially ready to enjoy the spectacle, but suddenly he felt something was off. Regardless of whether zombies fight among themselves, even if they did, would these lord zombies attack each other with such a turn-based style? But lords have abilities. They seemed to be seriously fighting, but they weren't using any abilities. Using abilities should be instinctive for zombies, right? Had they lost their instincts? Something wasn't right. Especially when the health point of the 2 lords kept dropping, yet they stuck to this turn-based fighting style. Wang Tao was now certain that something was wrong with these zombies. In this situation, Wang Tao turned to Zhang Shixu. I get the feeling that these 2 level 3 lords are being controlled. I have the same feeling. Zhang Shixu nodded. Come to think of it, both Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu had the ability to control others. However, their methods of control were different. Zhang Shixu could somewhat manipulate others' thoughts through her hidden ability, the Eyes of Contract. Though it was called control, it was actually more like guidance, or giving a suggestion that made one subconsciously follow Zhang Shixu's intention. This ability could not affect those of the same level, only those weaker than her. The weaker the opponent's spiritual power, the easier for Zhang Shixu to succeed. Her ability wasn't very useful in combat since she could defeat those she could control, and she couldn't control those she couldn't defeat. Especially since zombies had very simple minds, or rather no minds at all. Guiding them was quite troublesome for Zhang Shixu. As for Wang Tao's control ability, it was mental disturbance. Chapter 278 True Illusion 2 Wang Tao's ability was the exact opposite of Zhang Shixu's. The simpler the mind, the easier it was for Wang Tao to interfere, and those brainless zombies were very easy to manipulate. However, it was ineffective against humans, unless they were literally brain dead. So, Wang Tao's ability wasn't very effective on humans but worked well on zombies. Of course, this was only true for zombies whose levels and spiritual power were inferior to his own. Therefore, they generally didn't use this kind of control ability. Wang Tao didn't think of it at first. But looking at the situation now, it was clear that control was at play. Let's go check it out. Now that he remembered he had this ability, Wang Tao immediately activated mental disturbance, rounding up a few ordinary zombies to surround himself. He prepared to have these zombies clear the way as he and Zhang Shixu snuck over to see what was actually happening. Soon, the two level 3 Lord zombies were down to a sliver of health point, and Wang Tao, along with Zhang Shixu, gradually made their way to the vicinity. Suddenly, Wang Tao felt the scene before his eyes change, transforming into a grey and lifeless world with many humans around him with vacant stares. These people were all standing around, hardly moving, but among them, two of the humans were hitting each other with punches and slaps. Both of them were trying to bite each other, but they were blocked, so they could only fight with punches and kicks. Wang Tao turned his head, just as Zhang Shixu also turned hers. Both of their eyes, one red, one green, showed a hint of surprise. Watching one of the humans in the fight fall, Wang Tao said, "This feeling is almost the same as the illusion beast we encountered in Zijing City." Wang Tao and his companions had also been trapped in an illusion just like this before. However, the previous illusion had been much more realistic. Wang Tao knew it was an illusion but could not spot a single flaw. Yet, this current illusion was fraught with flaws. Just as Wang Tao was about to criticize the multitude of flaws in the illusion, the scene before his eyes changed again. Suddenly, it became an empty basketball court with several tall people playing, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. Wang Tao himself hadn't changed at all, still in his combat suit. Zhang Shixu was the same as well, wearing the JK uniform Wang Tao had given her. It's definitely that kind of illusion. Perhaps it's that level 4 monster. Wang Tao grinned. The people playing basketball approached and invited Wang Tao to join them. Wang Tao responded with a shockwave. Bang! In an instant, flesh flew, and the basketball court was filled with blood, eliciting a continuous series of screams from the spectator stands. Everything felt incredibly real. It would have been even better if they didn't have red health point bars above their heads. Wang Tao launched indiscriminate attacks around him, and in an instant, there were a great number of casualties, turning the basketball court into a slaughterhouse. Looking at these gory scenes, Wang Tao remained completely unfazed, cranking his perception ability to the max as he searched meticulously. Suddenly, Wang Tao swung his sword towards a certain spot. Found you. Bang. There seemed to be nothing in front of him, but Wang Tao's blade was blocked. Wang Tao saw a slight tear in the scene before him, but it quickly stabilized again. Got away? In Wang Tao's perception, the thing with immense energy he had seen escaped quickly after taking a hit from him. Sizzle. Right after, Wang Tao saw the scene before him fracture, the basketball court disappearing, transforming into the wilderness. The people slaughtered by Wang Tao in the basketball court also disappeared, turning into a pile of zombie limbs and remains on the ground. Wang Tao didn't care about the scene before him. He immediately surveyed his surroundings and pushed his plant affinity and perception to their limits. In the distance, Wang Tao caught a glimpse of a black shadow that flashed by. Although he did not see the entire figure, Wang Tao caught sight of its health point bar. Health point, 116,746 120,000, magic point, 90,000 100,000ths, grade, level 4, Lord, internal impurity, 80%, awakening, real illusion, increases defensive power, can create a real illusion area, and affect the consciousness of all living beings within it. Wang Tao felt that this had to be the level 4 monster lord he had encountered 3 months earlier. Compared to before, this monster's health point had only increased by 20,000. This showed that increasing health point beyond 100,000 must be very difficult. And this time, Wang Tao had finally seen its awakening. Real illusion. The monster's awakening was to create an illusion, which was close to what Wang Tao had anticipated. When he had first encountered this monster, Wang Tao was very afraid, as it was level 4. But now, Wang Tao felt he could put up a fight. Even if Wang Tao couldn't detect the flaw in the illusion, which was too much like the real world, he could see health point bars. A group of normal humans with red health point bars over their heads. Anyone with a brain would know what to do. So, no matter how realistic his illusion was, it was not much use to Wang Tao. Apart from the illusion itself, Wang Tao didn't feel it had any other attacking ability. This illusion relied on affecting the consciousness of living beings to attack. For example, making the zombies attack Wang Tao, or causing Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu to kill each other. But zombies below level 4 were not a significant threat to Wang Tao, unless there were a lot of them. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu wouldn't be subjected to mental control, not to mention them. Even Zhu Xiaojun and Nisa Ayan from before were not much affected. Wang Tao estimated that the controllability of this illusion was similar to his psychic disturbance ability. The lower the intelligence and the weaker the mental strength, the easier it was to be controlled. Chapter 278 True Illusion 3. As long as Wang Tao is not deceived by the illusion, then it poses no threat to him. It was only now that Wang Tao realized that the 4 level 3 zombie lords that Lan Yulian mentioned were brutally murdered were not actually killed by 4th level zombies, but were made to kill each other by this illusion beast. As to why the illusion beast would make the level 3 lord zombies kill each other, Wang Tao glanced at the nearby corpses of the 2 recently deceased level 3 zombie lords and saw that their crystal cores were gone. It was for the crystal cores that the illusion beast had killed these zombie lords. Upon discovering the identity of this 4th order monster, Wang Tao wasn't too surprised by the outcome. The information provided by the military base had indicated that these monsters and zombies were not of the same kind. Wang Tao could also observe that these monsters had internal impurities and needed crystal cores as well. This 4th order monster's illusion affected all the zombies within its range. Within the illusion, whether the zombies attacked or not was controlled by the monster. Now that the illusion was gone, the zombies were no longer under control and immediately attacked Wang Tao upon seeing him. After Zhang Shixu cleared away the besieging zombies, she asked Wang Tao, "Brother, shall we chase it?" "Chase?" Wang Tao nodded. He felt that this 4th order illusion beast was less of a threat than the flame monster. During his battle with the flame monster, although Wang Tao could somewhat resist fire, the flames still caused some damage to him, and the flame monster, having a strong physique, could make him lose a lot of health point when it hit him. But this illusion created by the illusion beast was completely ineffective against Wang Tao. He was not affected at all. This was as if the illusion beast had one less awakening. Previously when he faced this illusion beast, he lacked the strength and didn't fully understand its method of attack, so he would run as far as possible. But now, the monster had actually run away first. This could only mean that the illusion beast was afraid. Aside from its illusion attack, it likely had no other formidable methods of attack. Therefore, Wang Tao certainly wouldn't let it go. Wang Tao collected the spoils from the zombies he had just killed before setting off in pursuit of the illusion beast. Although the monster was fast, Wang Tao's plant affinity had a large range. With plenty of plants around, he easily perceived a large creature moving quickly. The illusion beast moved much faster than level 3 zombies and didn't move in a straight line, making quite a few feints. But Wang Tao was a bit faster than it. Coupled with his radar and X-ray vision, the illusion beast's movements were completely visible to Wang Tao, and there was nowhere to hide. Over here. Chasing the beast through a dilapidated residential area, Wang Tao suddenly slashed at a small house. Whoosh, a shockwave directly shattered a wall, causing the already damaged house to collapse with a boom. Amidst a cloud of dust, a bulky figure appeared. Wang Tao finally saw the true face of the illusion beast. What is that? A pig? The illusion beast was entirely black and very fat, with rough bristles all over its body. Its chubby black face sported a large nose, big ears, and white canines. It resembled a wild boar. But it wasn't quite the same as a real wild boar since wild boars aren't that fat, and even domestic pigs are not as plump as it was. Roar! The wild boar monster's eyes emitted a faint red glow as it roared at Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu. Wang Tao's vision blurred momentarily as he re-entered the illusion it had created. This time, it was a large gym, but there were no bulky muscle men around, only hot-bodied beauties. Wang Tao had to admit, it was quite a pleasant sight. But the thought that these beauties were actually disgusting zombies instantly killed any interest he had. He vanished in a flash, then fiercely struck at one of the curvaceous beauties. Bang! Minus 3284, the defense of this wild boar monster is really high. Could his attacks only take away just over 3000 health point with a single strike? This defense was even higher than the night demons. But that one strike dispelled the illusion. The illusion seemed related to the state of the wild boar monster. When it got injured, it affected the use of its illusion. Roar! The wild boar monster roared angrily and charged at Wang Tao. Its speed was clearly not a match for Wang Tao's, who easily dodged its attack. Zhang Shixu suddenly appeared from the other side and blocked the wild boar monster's path, scratching it twice. -726, -673, Zhang Shixu's attacks were like tickles to the wild boar monster. Wang Tao felt that the wild boar monster was different from the night demon. The night demon had strong all-around physical qualities, attack, defense, speed, and so on. The wild boar monster seemed to be just thick-skinned and tough-fleshed. After all, its speed wasn't very fast, even slower than Wang Tao's. Seeing that a large number of zombies had already been attracted, Wang Tao prepared to use his awakening to end the battle quickly. But as if he had thought of something, a baton suddenly appeared in his hand. After activating the mutant explosion-proof baton, he hadn't used this equipment to fight against strong enemies. Wang Tao wanted to know if the electric shock effect would work on fourth-order monsters. Wang Tao approached the wild boar monster and swung the baton at it, generating a spark of electricity. -2133, -10,283, the wild boar monster instantly stiffened as two damage numbers popped up. One was the physical damage from the baton, the other the damage from the electric current. The physical damage from the baton was less than with the Great Cleaver since he couldn't use high-frequency vibration. But the electric damage from the baton was 5 times the physical damage. Seeing this, Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. It looks like I won't need to use my awakening to deal with you. Although Wang Tao wasn't sure why this was the case, he suddenly had a shield in his hand, crackling with electric arcs. Chapter 279, The Tusk-Long Knife 1. Wang Tao held an electric shield in one hand and a stun baton in the other. With a flash, he appeared by the side of the wild boar monster. Bang! -2011, -10,203, the wild boar monster's health point dropped by over 10,000 again. The electric current on the stun baton had a certain paralyzing effect. The wild boar monster had intended to counterattack, but upon being struck by the current, its body stiffened instantly, and its attack was interrupted. Roar! However, the paralysis didn't last long, and the wild boar monster quickly recovered. It used true illusion again, and Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu were once again plunged into the illusion. In Wang Tao's vision, the wild boar monster disappeared. The premise for Wang Tao to see the health point bar was that his eyes could see the object. Now that he could no longer see the wild boar monster, naturally, he couldn't see its health point bar either. But it didn't matter, Wang Tao still had his perception ability. His perception ability allowed him to see clearly that a massive energy was rushing towards him from the side. Wang Tao immediately raised his shield. Bang! Sizzle, a muffled sound as the wild boar monster slammed hard against the shield. -11,293, the shield itself couldn't cause damage, but the electrical current on the shield struck the wild boar monster, dealing over 10,000 damage in an instant. Wang Tao felt a numbness in his left hand and saw a few dozen health point drop from his health. The wild boar monster was very strong, the shield blocked most of the damage, but he still lost some health point. He swung his stun baton through the air with his right hand. -2,291, -11,285, the illusion shattered once again. The wild boar monster, now somewhat scorched from the electricity, didn't continue to fight blindly and turned to run. Fight lost, escape. Zhang Shixu, who had been ready at the side, immediately blocked its path. While she didn't cause any damage, she successfully stopped its escape. Wang Tao charged over once more. Roar! Being continuously shocked, the wild boar monster was clearly enraged. It planted its limbs on the ground, kicked with its hind hooves, and charged at Zhang Shixu. This time it was smart not to attack Wang Tao but chose to go after Zhang Shixu. Zhang Shixu quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the wild boar monster's charge. The wild boar monster crashed into a civilian house, causing the small building to collapse. If it had hit Zhang Shixu, she would have been bruised all over. Looking to die, Wang Tao immediately rushed into the rubble. Even though the dust affected Wang Tao's vision, his perception ability firmly locked onto the position of the wild boar monster. After using mental shock several times and realizing it wasn't very effective, Wang Tao released 2 Night Demon Type I. It was night, so summoning Night Demon Type I was naturally not a problem. Night Demon Type I's combat effectiveness in actual combat was quite good. Even though they didn't have much health point and were not at their peak state, they could suppress and beat the wild boar monster when cooperating with Wang Tao. After all, the wild boar monster's strongest ability was illusion, but Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu were not greatly affected by the illusion. Since the 2 Night Demon Type I were controlled by Wang Tao, they were also unaffected by the illusion. Essentially, Wang Tao had nullified the wild boar monster's awakening. In a moment, the charred wild boar monster had its skull smashed by Wang Tao's baton. -1,823, 120,000, platter, a pile of items burst out. Wang Tao picked up the loot pack and then checked the items dropped by the wild boar monster itself. A pair of tusks, a piece of pigskin, and a spherical object all had names. Not having time to look further, Wang Tao had the Night Demon type high carry the corpse of the wild boar monster and left the area with Zhang Shixu. Their battle hadn't lasted long, but it had made quite a commotion and a large number of zombies had already come over. Wang Tao had no reason to get entangled with these zombies. Before returning to Zijin base, Wang Tao circled around the bases nearby to ensure he didn't see any other level 4 zombies or monsters. Then he contacted Lan Yulian to open the gate. Wang Tao, are you okay? What is this thing? Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng had been waiting up for Wang Tao, as were He Zhijun and Lightning. Both women were startled when they saw a tall night demon carrying an even larger wild boar monster and immediately became alert. This is a weapon, Night Demon type high, formed from the heart of a level 4, Lord Night Demon. Wang Tao briefly explained about the Night Demon type high. There's such a thing? The two women were extremely shocked, but since Wang Tao had entangling roots on him and iron tree vines in his hands, which were both weapons, the appearance of a weapon capable of assisting Wang Tao seemed somewhat reasonable. Lan Yulian came over curiously and cautiously poked at the Night Demon type high, which didn't react. And this? Lan Yulian then pointed at the corpse of the wild boar monster being carried by the Night Demon type high. Obviously, it wasn't a zombie but looked like a wild boar? Did Wang Tao happen to hunt a wild boar while he was out? Wang Tao explained with a smile, this was the culprit behind the deaths of those level 3, Lord zombies earlier, although it's not a 4-level zombie, but a level 4, monster lord. Ah. The two women were shocked again. It wasn't a level 4 zombie that hunted its kind, but this level 4 monster that did the killing? And Wang Tao had killed this level 4 monster so quickly? This was a level 4, monster lord. And it was already dead? They hadn't heard any commotion. Eager to see more, the two women crowded around, but they couldn't tell from its appearance that it was a level 4 monster. Woof woof. Lightning barked twice at the wild boar monster's corpse, as if celebrating Wang Tao's successful hunt. Chapter 685-279, The Tusk-Long Knife. To Wang Tao patted Lightning on the head, then turned to Lan Yulian and the other woman, saying, actually, this 4th order monster is the one I told you about before, the one that can create illusions. So it was that one. Lan Yulian and her companion exchanged a glance, both quite surprised. Wang Tao had previously warned Lan Yulian and the others about this monster, telling them to be on guard. When Wang Tao left, he even made a point of searching in Zijing City but didn't find the creature. He had thought the monster had left Zijing City. But now, it seemed that the monster had either come back after leaving, or it had been hiding somewhere that Wang Tao hadn't discovered. Anyway, it was good that they had killed it, for the biggest threat to the base was now eliminated. Wang Tao explained the situation with the wild boar monster in detail to the two women and He Zhijun so that they would know how to deal with similar creatures if they encountered them in the future. All of them listened with some curiosity. Having never experienced such a true illusion themselves, they didn't know what it was like. I think this must be an evolution of a wild boar. It should be edible. Of course, first we'll test it. The base is raising small animals, right? Wang Tao said, pointing at the corpse of the wild boar monster. When he was at the farm run by Zhu Xiaojun, he had caught many large fish, which had also gone through evolution and were edible. Wang Tao guessed this wild boar monster was probably the same, but it was best to test it on small animals first, for safety's sake. Okay. Lan Yulian nodded excitedly, she had never eaten monster flesh before. She summoned someone to take the wild boar monster's body down for processing. Wang Tao first took out all the bones from the corpse, as they might be useful as crafting materials. Wang Tao had originally planned to spend a night outside, but now he had completed his mission ahead of schedule. There was still plenty of time to sleep. Of course, he couldn't sleep without carefully checking his loot pack first. In his room, Wang Tao took a bath first. When he came out, he found Lan Yulian looking at him with tender affection. Wang Tao pinched her cheek. I need to check today's loot first. Lan Yulian hugged Wang Tao's arm. I'll accompany you. Wang Tao started to take things out. Lan Yulian had seen Wang Tao use his space backpack so many times that it didn't surprise her anymore. The wild boar monster itself had dropped 4 items, and the loot packs that burst out numbered 5. By killing the wild boar monster, Wang Tao gained 1 point of advanced special energy and 1 awakening key, but his health point still hadn't increased. This time, he hadn't used awakening to kill, so he hadn't wasted any awakening energy, which meant he effectively gained 200 awakening energy. Then there were the 4 items dropped by the wild boar monster, a power crystal core, fangs, boar skin, and a small round ball resembling a ping-pong ball. Obtained, 1 level 4 crystal core, mental defense. This was a red defense crystal core. Wang Tao wasn't surprised. Since the wild boar monster was able to use illusions, its spiritual power should have been quite high. Wang Tao had tried attacking it with spiritual power and found it ineffective, so he stopped. After all, consuming too much spiritual power could affect one's combat effectiveness. Obtained, 4th order, Wild Boar Fang, 4th order, Wild Boar Fang, crafting material, can add the bleeding property to equipment. This fang seemed pretty good, the bleeding property sounded quite powerful. However, the name of this material, simply Wild Boar Fang, felt a bit too straightforward. Obtained, 1/4 order, Wild Boar Skin, 4th order, Wild Boar Skin, crafting material, can add to equipment's defensive power, mental defense, and weakness to fire and electricity attributes. Upon seeing the attributes of the wild boar skin, Wang Tao opened his mouth, not sure what to say. Adding to equipment's defensive power and mental defense made sense, but adding weakness to fire and electricity? Using this kind of material and equipment that came with weaknesses was somewhat troubling. Wang Tao suddenly realized why he had caused so much damage when he attacked the wild boar monster with the mutant explosion-proof baton. It turned out he had accidentally found the wild boar monster's weakness by chance. That being said, if he hadn't thought to use the baton, then he likely would have used Awakening, which was fire-based. All in all, the wild boar monster's death was not a fluke. But what intrigued Wang Tao the most was the last item. Obtained, 1 Reality Illusion Pearl. Reality Illusion Pearl contains a certain amount of spiritual power that can be fused. If one's own spiritual power is higher than that of the Reality Illusion Pearl, one can acquire a hidden ability. If one's own spiritual power is lower, they will be trapped in the true illusion forever. Hiss, another thing that could add a hidden ability. But this thing is a bit scary to use. Without a way to see the specific values of spiritual power, Wang Tao didn't know how much spiritual power he had, nor the amount contained in the Reality Illusion Pearl. If he didn't have higher spiritual power than the pearl, then it would be over for him. The hidden ability provided by the Reality Illusion Pearl would likely be related to spiritual power and was definitely a good thing, but unfortunately, Wang Tao dared not use it now, and it wasn't even about whether he dared to use it or not. The moment Wang Tao picked up the pearl, a prompt suddenly appeared. Note, each person can obtain up to 4 hidden abilities, including those that have already been awakened. If one acquires a 5th hidden ability, it will randomly replace one of the existing abilities. If all hidden abilities have already been awakened, a 5th hidden ability cannot be acquired. Chapter 279, The Tusk-Long Knife 3. Okay, Wang Tao was thinking that if he were to fuse with it, he'd be taking a big risk. But now, it seems he wasn't even in a position to consider fusion. He had a total of 4 hidden abilities: Body Strengthening, Night Vision, Plant Affinity, and Fire Element. Among these abilities, Wang Tao initially thought Fire Element was the weakest. However, the reality proved to Wang Tao that Fire Element, once awakened, was incredibly powerful. As for the other 3 hidden abilities, they were all very useful to Wang Tao. If it meant taking a risk for one hidden ability, he might be willing to take that risk. But if it also meant losing an existing hidden ability, then it was not worth it. Wang Tao quickly made a decision: he would not use this Reality Illusion Pearl. It would be better suited for someone else. And the only other people with comparably high spiritual power seemed to be only Zhang Shixu and He Jijun. But still, Wang Tao didn't know whether their spiritual power was higher or lower than what the Reality Illusion Pearl required. To let them fuse with it would be far too risky. In the end, Wang Tao decided to wait and see. He wasn't able to judge the strength of spiritual power at the moment. Then Wang Tao looked at the other 5 loot packs. The first crystal core gift bag contained 4 crystal cores, a red, level 4 crystal core, Ascension, a purple, level 4 crystal core, Omnipotent, a blue, level 4 crystal core, Strength, and another blue, level 4 crystal core, Athlete. No awakening crystal core. Such a corpulent body, and yet there's an athlete. The absence of an awakening crystal core disappointed Wang Tao. But he was surprised to find the athlete among them. However, the wild boar monster was indeed agile. Could this mean that exercising can't help with weight loss? Is obesity related to genetics? Wang Tao inwardly complained, then turned his attention to the second loot pack. Received, 10 Illusion Explosion Fruits. Illusion Explosion Fruit, when thrown, it explodes silently upon hitting an obstacle, creating a 5-meter radius illusion that lasts for 10 minutes. This item seemed interesting, though how effective it was would be the deciding factor. If it could replicate even a part of the effects of the real illusion, that would be quite nice. After all, apart from Wang Tao, Zhang Shixu, and He Jijun, there were many people with weaker spiritual power. Inside the third loot pack were potions, and at last, there were potions that could permanently enhance attributes. Received, 20 Mental Potion, small. Received, 20 Defense Potion, small. Received, 20 Mental Boosting Potion. Received, 20 defense growth potion. Wang Tao used both types of growth potions. Then he thought that, in the future, if he obtained more potions like these, he could share them with others. The strength added by these potions wasn't calculated by percentage, but by a fixed value. His values were already very high, so the proportional increase for him was not great. The more he used, the less effective they became. This was a marginal effect. At this point, it would be better to give them to others for a better outcome. The fourth loot pack contained awakening energy pearls. Received 1 awakening energy pearl. Satisfied with the pearl, Wang Tao nodded his head in contentment. The drop rate of both awakening crystal cores and awakening energy beads was low. The wild boar monster didn't drop any awakening crystal cores or energy beads itself, and the loot packs didn't contain any awakening crystal cores either. It was lucky that there was an energy bead in the pack, otherwise Wang Tao's luck would have been too dismal. The last loot pack contained blueprints. Received 1 wild boar leather top armor blueprint. Received 1 boar tusk long knife blueprint. Wild boar leather top armor blueprint can be used to craft a piece of leather armor. Required materials: 1 level 4 wild boar skin, 1 level 4 crystal core, 30 iron blocks, 30 steel wires, 30 screws, 30 ropes, 30 nails, 30 rubbers, 30 plastics. Wild boar leather top armor. Attributes unknown. Boar tusk long knife blueprint can be used to craft a long knife. Required materials: 1 level 4 wild boar fang, 1 level 4 crystal core, 30 iron blocks, 30 steel wires, 30 screws, 30 ropes, 30 nails. Boar tusk long knife. Attributes unknown. There were 2 blueprints, 1 for wild boar leather top armor and 1 for a long knife. The core material for the leather top was wild boar skin, and unfortunately, the piece Wang Tao had contained 2 weaknesses, which was a bit frustrating. But since it was the only piece of level 4 wild boar skin he had no choice but to use it for the crafting. The bones he had prepared earlier would not be needed for now. As for the tusk long knife, Wang Tao wasn't sure of its quality yet, but it only needed a single wild boar fang, which deserved a thumbs up. He had 4 fangs on hand and could save 3 of them. Wang Tao took out the necessary materials, and 2 streams of rainbow light flashed by, resulting in 2 pieces of equipment appearing at the same time. Wild boar leather armor top, 4th tier, excellence, durability plus 70, defense plus 70, mental defense plus 30, weakness to fire, increased damage from fire, weakness to lightning, increased damage from lightning. The wild boar leather top was a brown piece of armor and had a wild beauty to it. However, it was regrettable that it couldn't inlay crystal cores and its suit attributes were not immediately apparent, moreover, with 2 fatal weaknesses. The value of this equipment was greatly discounted, and Wang Tao even felt it was not suitable for his comrades. Boar tusk long knife, 4th tier, excellence, durability plus 70, attack power plus 70, comes with a bleeding effect, requires awakening energy. The boar tusk long knife was a metallic long knife with a certain degree of curvature, contrasting sharply with the broad bone knife Wang Tao was currently using. This knife had better attributes and even carried a bleeding effect. Though it lacked the 5% increase in attack speed, its overall attributes were stronger. Without any hesitation, this was Wang Tao's new equipment. Chapter 280, Frenzy of the Dead Tide. Wang Tao played with the boar tusk long knife a bit, noticing a significant difference in touch compared to the sharp bone blade. But he quickly adapted to it. Not bad. Lan Yulian had been watching silently by his side, already used to Wang Tao's various miraculous actions. After Wang Tao finished reviewing all of his combat power, Lan Yulian then leaned on his arm again. It's late, time to rest. Alright. Wang Tao directly scooped up Lan Yulian, and they both tumbled into the covers. The next day, when Wang Tao woke up, he found that both Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng had already gotten up before him. As for why Lu Yingfeng was there, naturally, she had been called over by Lan Yulian the night before. Brother, you were too noisy last night. After Wang Tao got up and emerged from his room, he happened to meet Zhang Shixu walking out with lightning. Zhang Shixu's face was flushed as she complained to Wang Tao. Ahem, it's all Lan Yulian's fault. Wang Tao quickly blamed her, but Zhang Shixu did not dwell on the matter. After a simple breakfast, Lan Yulian told Wang Tao that they had tested the body of the wild boar monster on smaller animals, and nothing had happened. On the contrary, it seemed like the small animals had devolved to some extent, they had become stronger. Upon hearing Lan Yulian's words, Wang Tao's first reaction was to look at lightning. He had not yet found a way to enable lightning's ascension and wondered. Could this be the correct method? Wang Tao had tried many methods before, but none could induce lightning's ascension. Additionally, he had hardly encountered any monsters before, and lightning certainly couldn't be expected to eat zombies. Suddenly, Wang Tao remembered last night when he made the night demon carry back the wild boar monster. Lightning had barked at him twice. Wang Tao thought it was lightning welcoming him back. A welcome was certainly part of it, but perhaps lightning had also wanted to eat the wild boar monster. However, lightning was too well behaved, and after seeing no reaction from Wang Tao, it had stopped barking. The more Wang Tao thought about it, the more likely it seemed. So he squatted down and hugged Lightning's head. "Do you want to eat that wild boar from last night?" Lightning was very intelligent and could understand some human speech. Even if it didn't understand, it would guess what was going on from Wang Tao's expression and gestures. When Wang Tao asked this and even gestured with his hands, Lightning immediately barked twice and wagged its tail frantically. Wang Tao took this as Lightning's affirmation and immediately said to Lan Yulian, "Jade Lotus, bring over some meat of the wild boar monster." "Okay." Shortly after, Lan Yulian came over with a large bowl of raw meat. Since the wild boar monster was not a zombie, there was no need to worry about infection with the virus. As long as its meat was confirmed to be non-toxic, they could eat it. Wang Tao placed the meat in front of Lightning, and it immediately began to drool. Woof! It was very eager, but since Wang Tao hadn't given the command, it naturally didn't start eating. "Eat it." Wang Tao rubbed its head. Upon Wang Tao's permission, Lightning immediately dove into its meal. Wang Tao watched Lightning closely to see if any negative status indicators would appear above its head. By the time Lightning finished eating the bowl of meat, it was completely safe. Then, somewhat excitedly, Lightning went up to Wang Tao, burrowed into his arms, and then fell asleep. Ascended? Seeing Lightning's state, Wang Tao burst into happy laughter. The people around him had all ascended to level 3, only leaving Lightning, the military dog, still at level 1. Now, at last, he had found the method for ascension. Wang Tao then told Lan Yulian, "Keep most of that wild boar meat for me. I'm not sure how much Lightning will need to eat. We might need more in the future." "All right." Lan Yulian immediately nodded her head. "Lightning is going to ascend." "That's great." Zhang Shixa stroked Lightning's fur somewhat relievedly. "It's truly a good thing we came out this time. Monsters were much less common than zombies. It was very difficult for Wang Tao to encounter them normally. If not for killing the wild boar monster this time, it was uncertain when the next opportunity would arise. Even if Lightning had a chance to ascend later, it was definitely better for it to ascend sooner rather than later. Wang Tao had originally planned to return to the military base today. Although there were many zombies at Zijin base, they were not a great threat without the presence of 4-level zombies. In contrast, it would be a big trouble at the military base if, without Wang Tao present, the 4-level zombies in Yueyang City's urban area moved there. However, since Lightning had ascended, he decided to wait another day, which didn't bother him. Wang Tao made contact with the military base. Yang Qingong told him that everything was fine there. They had taken Ding Yukan and a few others to hunt zombies in the surrounding area and had made quite a bounty. The zombies within the urban area of Yueyang City were mostly inactive, staying put within the city. Regarding the matter of contacting the base that Ding Yukan and the others had mentioned, they were still busy with it, with no progress made for the time being. But this was also because many underground lines were damaged and had not been repaired yet. If they could fix these lines, there was a chance they might establish contact. Wang Tao was not disappointed. It would be best to establish contact, but if it couldn't be done, there was no helping it. He set his expectations very low. After ending the communication with Yang Qingong, Wang Tao had nothing else to do, so he prepared to take Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfen out to kill zombies. Last night, Wang Tao had used the crystal core to level up their abilities to level 3+10, but their health point had not yet reached 100,000. So, he took them out to boost their health point. There were many zombies outside the base. They haven't seen any level 3 lords yet, but there were level 3 elites, which were enough for them to increase their health point. Chapter 280, Frenzy of the Dead. Tied to Wang Tao also carefully observed to see if there were any night demons' nests, as he had seen many night demons last night. There must be a nest here, but sadly he found none. However, starting from noon, Wang Tao felt that the level 3 zombies seemed to be increasing in number, and by the afternoon, he had already encountered several level 3 zombie lords. With the help of these level 3 zombie lords, Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfen both reached the 100,000 health point limit. The pace was definitely fast, but Wang Tao's expression was very serious. These zombies are not quite right. Wang Tao felt that there were more zombies than before, and level 3 and above were appearing more frequently. Moreover, their aggressiveness had strengthened. Wang Tao, to save trouble, had administered the stealth potion to both women. Normally, after taking a stealth potion, as long as you don't get too close to zombies, they can't detect you. But now, these zombies were coming from afar. It wasn't that they had discovered the 3 individuals who had used the stealth potion, rather they seemed to want to come over and pick a fight. Wang Tao had just seen zombies fighting each other. Normally, zombies should be more or less harmonious. Could there be a wild boar monster? That shouldn't be the case, as Wang Tao had not sensed the presence of a level 4. What's wrong? Lan Yulian's perception was not that sharp. But Lu Yingfeng was also frowning a little. I feel like there's something off about the zombies. Let's go, let's head back first. Carrying the two women, Wang Tao quickly ran towards Zijin base. They had just run quite a distance while hunting a level 3 zombie lord, and could no longer see the base. The closer they got to the base, the more Lan Yulian began to frown. She often observed the zombies around the base. Although she wasn't clear on exactly how many zombies besieged it, she could still feel a rough density of zombies around. Now, even before they reached the base, she felt it was getting crowded with zombies. This density was at least 2 or 3 times more than before, which meant that the number of zombies had increased. Zijing City was already filled with zombies, and their numbers were increasing? By the time Wang Tao and the two women returned to Zijin base, all 3 of their faces looked grim. Because the number of zombies surrounding the base outside had indeed increased a lot. And everywhere, there were level 3 elite zombies, with more than a dozen level 3 zombie lords. Why are there so many more zombies? Either they came from other places, or the zombies of Zijing City have all found out about this place and are rushing over. Wang Tao felt the second possibility was more likely. After all, Zijing City was huge, and it was impossible for all the zombies to spot the location of Zijin base. Most of the zombies were scattered elsewhere. Now it seems that somehow they've discovered the base and are heading this way. What should we do? Seeing so many zombies, Lan Yulian was slightly panicked. If these zombies really coordinated an attack on the high walls of the base, the walls might not hold up. Don't worry. I'll go take care of those level 3 zombie lords first, Wang Tao said. Because there were too many zombies here, Wang Tao didn't let someone watch the gate from inside but directly used special tendrils to grab the protrusions on the wall and, like a spider spitting silk, sent the two women inside. His tendrils were now 20 meters long, enough to get over the wall without any issue. After sending the women in, Wang Tao directly jumped into the crowd of zombies and activated Entangling Roots. At this point, the Entangling Roots weapon was not really suitable for Wang Tao to fight with level 4 or higher zombies or monsters. That's because the Entangling Roots was level 3. The disadvantage of fighting with level 4 was not a minor one. Perhaps after a few hits, Wang Tao would be fine, but the Entangling Roots would be done for. Just like in the previous battle with the level 4 Night Demon, the Night Demon swiped away more than 10,000 health point from the Entangling Roots in one claw strike. But with Wang Tao's current defensive power, the Night Demon could only take about 1,000 health point from him. The attributes added by the Entangling Roots were not significant in front of a level 4. Not to mention, when Wang Tao used Starfire Prairie, the Entangling Roots couldn't be utilized either. So, the Entangling Roots might become a burden to Wang Tao in fights with level 4. However, that doesn't mean the Entangling Roots were completely useless. In confronting a large number of level 4 and below zombies, the Entangling Roots were still very useful. It could wrap Wang Tao all around, preventing him from being attacked by zombies, to avoid infection. Wang Tao then could confidently dish out attacks. Thump! Wang Tao landed squarely in the midst of the zombies. A curved long knife appeared in his hand instantly, slashing through the void in front of him. Minus 30,000, minus 42,000, minus 35,000, minus 38,000, minus 50,000, a vast number of level 3 ordinary zombies were instantly killed by the shockwave. None of the level 3 ordinary zombies could withstand a blow from Wang Tao, and even the level 3 elite zombies could at most withstand 2 hits from him. But Wang Tao's target wasn't them, it was the more than a dozen level 3 zombie lords. Wang Tao quickly picked up the loot that dropped around him and appeared in front of one of the level 3 zombie lords, unleashing a continuous slash. Minus 20,606, minus 19,394, this level 3 zombie lord only had 40,000 health point and was instantly killed by Wang Tao. He quickly picked up the loot and then rushed toward another level 3 zombie, executing another continuous slash. Continuous slash proved to be effective against zombies that were not as strong as him but still had a significant amount of health point. Chapter 280, Frenzy of the Dead Tide 3, minus 21,383, minus 20,948, minus 2,138, minus 2,094. It was still 2 strikes, each dealing 20,000 health point, but this level 3 Lord Zombie had 50,000 health point, so Wang Tao's continuous slash couldn't kill it instantly. However, Wang Tao's longsword had a bleeding attribute. The damage from the bleed was roughly a tenth of the damage of each strike, causing the level 3 Lord Zombie to instantly lose over 4,000 health point. In the blink of an eye, it was down to a little over 3,000 health point. But this bleeding effect wasn't a one-time occurrence, it lasted for 2 seconds, losing about a tenth of its health point every second. Consequently, 2 more damage numbers popped up above the head of the level 3, Lord Zombie. -2,138, -1,299, 50,000, health point depleted. This sword is so satisfying. Before, when Wang Tao was with Jade Lotus and the others, farming health point, he didn't use this long sword out of fear of killing the zombies in one hit. Now, this was the first time he used it. This bleeding effect lasted for 2 seconds with each strike, the initial bleed damage occurring simultaneously with the strike, resulting in 3 bleed events in 2 seconds. And since each bleeding damage was roughly a tenth of the strike's damage, that amounted to an extra 30% damage per strike. Wang Tao charged towards the other zombies once more. Protected by the entangling roots, Wang Tao didn't need to care about attacks from zombies below level 4, he just cut his way through. It didn't take long for Wang Tao to take care of the remaining level 3, Lord Zombies. After dealing with some level 3, elite zombies, he then returned to the base. Wang Tao, Jade Lotus and a few others were waiting for him on top of the wall. As Wang Tao approached, Jade Lotus, without lingering, hastily handed him the binoculars. Wang Tao looked in the direction she indicated. Damn. The thrilling sensation of instantly killing those level 3 lords vanished instantly. In the direction Jade Lotus pointed, a vast number of zombies were approaching. This number? It must be hundreds of thousands, even millions. Jade Lotus' lips trembled as she spoke. There was no way to count the exact number of zombies because the horde was truly endless. Previously, during the zombie horde event, there were at least hundreds of thousands of zombies surrounding Zijin base. Today, when Wang Tao took them out to hunt zombies, more arrived near the base. And now, there was a continuous stream of them heading this way. Especially since many mad demon zombies were seen dashing towards them. Mad demons can climb walls. Although the outer wall of the base wasn't short, under normal circumstances, mad demon zombies couldn't climb into it, but what if the base of the wall was filled with zombies? They really weren't giving their base any chance to survive. Jade Lotus instinctively grabbed Wang Tao's hand. Wang Tao. What do we do? Don't panic. Wang Tao's brain began to operate frantically. Zijin base had the protection of high walls, so it would definitely be able to withstand the zombies for a short time. But the premise was that they had to clear the mad demons, elites, lords, and such. Mad demon zombies could climb walls, and elite and lord zombies might have some unforeseen special abilities, so these had to be dealt with first. As for the ordinary zombies, they pose no threat for the time being, but the most significant threat might come from them later on. There were just too many of them. Wang Tao wouldn't be surprised if they could eventually knock down the high walls, especially since the base was only half finished, with many parts of the wall being reinforcements and nowhere near as firm as originally designed. Of course, there was also the greatest hidden threat, the 4-level zombies. Wang Tao hadn't yet seen any 4-level zombies, but with so many zombies around, he wouldn't believe for a second there were none among them. And the strength of the 4-level zombies varied. If it was a flame monster, wild boar monster, or a black skin night demon, Wang Tao could handle them. But if a 4-level zombie appeared that he couldn't handle, we can't hold them off. Be prepared to retreat at any moment. Wang Tao spoke with a calm expression. Is there really no other way? Jade Lotus' face turned pale. There were 20,000 people in Zijin base. Wang Tao did not respond. Zombies were endless, and there was no escape from Zijin base. Even if they could hold on, the base would eventually be overrun by zombies. Unless the number of zombies was fixed and they could be killed off slowly, or Wang Tao had another way out, leading everyone to break out of the base and fight to the death. Otherwise, staying here would be a slow death. No, given the current scale of the zombie horde, it might be a swift one. Jade Lotus clearly understood this too, but as the leader of the base, she didn't want to retreat without a fight. She wanted to protect these people, the children who had been born only days ago, but she was helplessly powerless. Tears welled up in Jade Lotus' eyes, while Yingfeng sighed and started eyeing Jade Lotus unintentionally. She knew Jade Lotus was a person with strong convictions but also a bit soft-hearted. There was a possibility that Jade Lotus would choose to stay and perish with the base. Yingfeng didn't want Jade Lotus to die, and she knew Wang Tao didn't either. If Wang Tao truly wanted to take Jade Lotus away and she disagreed, Yingfeng would help knock Jade Lotus out. For Jade Lotus' safety, she was willing to be the villain. Looking at Jade Lotus' somewhat desperate yet stubborn face, Wang Tao thought for a moment and then said, "You guys start organizing people to kill the zombies. I'll contact the military base." Wang Tao had never thought of himself as particularly clever or strong enough to be a savior. But if there really was a chance, he definitely wouldn't want to give up. Wang Tao soon got in touch with the military base, prepared to tell Wei Zhenghou and the others about the situation here to see if they had any ideas. But before he could speak, Han Rui's excited voice rang out first. Wang Tao. We've made contact with the base to the west. It's a super large survivor base. Chapter 690 to 281 Disaster Class 1 is super huge survivor base? Where exactly is it located? What's the situation? Don't rush, take your time explaining. Wang Tao was somewhat excited. Could there really be a large-scale survivor base? This sudden revelation gave Wang Tao a feeling of not being alone anymore. That survivor base is in West Province. It's a super large-scale survivor base organized and constructed by the government. It's called Qing City Base. Han Ru immediately explained. West Province? Qing City Base? Wang Tao was a bit surprised, but after thinking it over, not as surprised. Although West Province wasn't the westernmost province of Qian country, it was located in the west, a place with high altitude, a lagging economy, and sparse population. Fewer people meant fewer zombies, naturally the safety was relatively higher. It made sense to build a large-scale survivor base in such a place. However, there was 1,000 kilometers between West Province and Yueyang Province. That was really far. As for how big the base city actually is, even their own people can't say for sure because the base is continuously expanding. Plus, various survivor forces have joined this base, including the Rush Army, Hope Research Institute, Northern Sea Union, and other large forces. They now have hundreds of thousands of survivors there. Han Rui spoke of these survivor forces, most of which Wang Tao had never heard of. He only knew about the Hope Research Institute. The Hope Research Institute was no small feat, the inhibitors were researched by them. The military base here had been in contact with them before, but the communication eventually broke off. But wasn't the Hope Research Institute in the northern capital city? Moving from the capital to the west? How could they traverse such a long distance? Of course, all these things weren't the main point. The main point was that Qing City Base was very big, had a large population, and was surrounded by few zombies, making it a very good survivor base. Han Rui continued to explain, Qing City Base says that recently, there have been large numbers of zombie hordes appearing everywhere. Hiding outside is most likely waiting for death, taking the initiative to attack still has a slim chance. There, they don't have zombie hordes, it's much safer. So they're inviting us over and will provide us with food, safety, and even work. Wang Tao frowned. As long as we know the exact location, there is a chance to go there, but Zijing City Base still had more than 20,000 people. Could he really leave all these people behind and escape alone? There are also many details we haven't clarified, because the signal was lost. Old Wei said it was a problem with our lines here, it's currently being repaired, and communication should be restored soon. Okay, let me know once the communication is re-established. Sure. After ending the call with Han Rui, Wang Tao called over Lan Yulian and the others. Han Rui got in touch with a large-scale survivor base, called Qing City Base. It's said to be very safe there, no zombie hordes. The people there have also invited us over. Wang Tao repeated to them what Han Rui had just told him. A large-scale survivor base. That place doesn't have zombie hordes? Lan Yulian's eyes initially lit up. But once she heard that the base was in West Province, the light in her eyes dimmed instantly. Such a distance was impossible to traverse. Even if the planes could get there, there were still so many people in the base. Lan Yulian stopped talking, her body slumped as if deflated. Wang Tao put his arm around her shoulders and comforted her. Don't lose heart, I'll think of another way. Lan Yulian murmured softly. She was starting to feel desperate. She knew it wasn't that Wang Tao didn't want to save the survivors of Zijing Base, but that there really was no way to save them. How could more than 20,000 people possibly reach West Province? She even felt that helicopters might not be able to make it over. After thinking for a moment, Wang Tao said, once lightning wakes up, I'll make a trip back to the military base. That evening, Wang Tao didn't wait for a message from Han Rui. He took the initiative to ask and was told that the line problems hadn't been fixed yet. So, Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu went out again to hunt several level 3, Lord zombies. However, they didn't encounter any 4-level zombies. Without 4-level zombies, Zijing Base could still hold on for a while. The next morning, Lightning woke up. Woof. 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 After waking up, Lightning had clearly grown bigger and become much stronger. Seeing Wang Tao, it immediately rubbed excitedly against him. Lightning's health point had reached 5,000, successfully ascending to level 2. Wang Tao patted Lightning's head, then turned to Lan Yulian, will you come with me to the military base? Lan Yulian remained silent. She knew that if Wang Tao really insisted on taking her, she couldn't resist. But her silence expressed her stance, she wasn't unwilling to go. She didn't want to leave so many survivors behind to die. Wang Tao stood up, patted Lan Yulian on the shoulder. I'm leaving first. If there's any danger, or if there's a suspicion of 4-level zombies appearing, contact me immediately. Okay. VRRRR, Wang Tao and his group left Zijing base. Lan Yulian watched the plane leave. Suddenly, she turned to Lu Yingfeng beside her. If Wang Tao had insisted on taking me just now, and I had refused, were you planning to knock me out, tie me up, and take me away? Yes. Lu Yingfeng admitted it straightforwardly. Sigh. Lan Yulian gave Lu Yingfeng a fierce stare, but in the end, she heaved a helpless sigh. Chapter 691-281 Disaster Class 2. How can this predicament be solved? Do we really have to give up on these people? Aboard the helicopter. Watching the densely packed zombies below, Wang Tao also sighed. With so many zombies, even if they just stood there without fighting back, I couldn't kill them all. Zijing City has a population of 1 million, you can imagine the number of zombies. Plus, there are those that have come from other places. There's just no way to stop them. Not to mention the existence of terrifying species like the giant zombie. No matter how tough the walls of Zijin base are, they can't stand against them. If a large number of zombies attack Zijin base at the same time, or if the giant zombie comes, then Zijin base would definitely fall. It's a pity that there are no lethal weapons in the military base, otherwise missiles or even small nukes would definitely solve the crisis. Even if this would lead to some escaping and becoming stronger, we can't care about the future anymore. Hijijun spoke with some regret. The constitution of these zombies is very particular, and military bases have conducted experiments before. If lethal weapons, especially nukes, are used against the zombies, any that slip through would become even stronger. Of course, these are issues to consider after the attack. If there really are insurmountable problems, then using lethal weapons isn't out of the question. Future issues can be dealt with in the future, at least for now, we can survive. But the problem is, the military base doesn't have such weapons. It's just bad luck. After some time, the helicopter safely returned to the military base. Although many zombies were spotted along the way, there was no encounter with a giant zombie, and the one previously seen moving east from Yueyang City had disappeared. This allowed Wang Tao to breathe a sigh of relief for now. As long as the giant zombie doesn't go to Zijing base, the base can still hold out for a while. Humming, after the plane landed, Ding Yukin and a few others were waiting outside. Wang Tao. Ding Yukin rushed over and embraced Wang Tao. Have you made contact? Wang Tao asked. He was naturally referring to Qing Base City to the west. Not yet, these lines are complicated to fix, but Old Wei said that we should be able to make contact today. That's good. Wang Tao arrived at the command center and then gathered everyone to discuss the situation of Zijing City base. What? 20,000 survivors. Hearing that there were 20,000 survivors in Zijing base, everyone was genuinely pleased. But hearing that the entire Zijing base was surrounded by a tide of zombies, with no way out except by helicopter, and that the base itself might fall, everyone's faces turned gloomy again. If Zijing base isn't safe, it would be best to move the survivors there to Qing City base. But their helicopters were only so big and couldn't carry that many people. Even if the previous military transport plane hadn't crashed, it could at most carry a couple of hundred people. This was a drop in the bucket for 20,000 survivors. Everyone's gaze subconsciously turned to Wang Tao. They knew Wang Tao's character and moral fiber. Back at Shuai's base, they would have been dead if he hadn't taken the initiative to stand up. But at least there was a glimmer of hope back then, and Wang Tao had a chance to fight for his life. But now, in this situation, Zijing base might be said to have no chance at all. Unless all these zombies dispersed and no level 4 zombies appeared. Which clearly was impossible. So, what was Wang Tao planning to do? Squeezing onto the helicopter could add a few more seats, but that's all. I am planning to go to the urban area. Wang Tao said to the others. To hunt level 4 zombies? Ding Yukin asked tentatively. Yes. To tell you the truth, I don't know how to save those 20,000 survivors right now. But I do know that strength is fundamental. With strength, there are ways to resolve issues. Without it, everything is but empty talk. So we need to enhance our abilities. Before the greatest crisis arrives, we must improve our strength as much as possible. Wang Tao said with determination in his eyes. Currently, he was the only 4th order superpower, and their strength was limited. But if they could have a few more 4th order ability users, or even if everyone reached level 4, then they might be able to solve the problem. Let's not mention anything else, at least they would be able to fend off many 4-level zombies, and might even be able to hunt the giant zombie. Enhance our strength. Everyone clenched their fists as well. Little Su, Old He, Little June, Han Rui. Wang Tao picked a few people to join him. As for the others, they stayed in the base. Some repaired the lines, some maintained contact with Lanulian's side, and some hunted the surrounding zombies to increase their health point. Nobody was idle. The helicopter, just refueled, took off from the military base once more and flew towards the urban area of Yueyang City. From a distance, Wang Tao could see the giant zombie. These giant zombies are not returning to the city center anymore. They keep lingering on the outskirts of the urban area. Wang Tao was somewhat distressed. The giant zombies would obstruct their path, causing them to waste a lot of time. Time was of the essence now, and wasting time was wasting life. Moreover, with the giant zombies lingering on the outskirts of the city, there was a chance they might leave the urban area at any moment. With at least a dozen giants in the Yueyang City urban area, if they all came out. Not to mention the military base, even Zijing base would be doomed. No choice, we have to take a detour. Hijijun piloted the helicopter away from the area. After several detours, they finally found a spot without any giant zombies. Chapter 281 Disaster Class 3 After the plane entered the urban area of Yueyang City, Wang Tao could clearly feel that the zombies here were more active. Under normal circumstances, if it was raining, during the daytime, and no one was disturbing them, these zombies would stand in the rain in a daze. Because the rain was beneficial to them, it was like they were absorbing nutrients. But now, the zombies in the rain appeared to be very excited and lively, resembling their nocturnal counterparts, as if they had been buffed with frenzy. But it was daytime. Wang Tao had no idea what chaos nighttime would bring here. Wang Tao maximized his plant affinity and perception abilities, carefully searching every corner of this place. He currently had 2 level 4 Ascension Crystal Cores on hand, and if he could get 2 more, he would have the capital to train another Awakener. With 1 more 4th order superpower, their combat power would increase. Moreover, killing level 4 zombie lords would grant him advanced special energy, which could boost his chances of success for a second awakening, giving him the opportunity to undergo it. Not to mention that killing level 4 zombies would yield various items and equipment. This could also enhance everyone's strength. Anyway, no matter what, he was determined to slay the level 4 zombies in Yueyang City. But the more he wanted to find something, the harder it seemed to find. Wang Tao thought there should be quite a few level 4 zombie lords in the urban area of Yueyang City. Considering the number of giant zombies, it would be normal to have level 4 zombie lords as well. However, after searching all afternoon, flying to the city center, he found nothing. He didn't even locate the night demon's nest. He did find a mad demon lair, but upon perceiving it, Wang Tao found that the mad demon lair only had mad demons of similar strength and no level 4 lord mad demons. Forget it, let's go back. As it was getting dark, Wang Tao had no choice but to head back home. Suddenly, Wang Tao felt his plant affinity detected a huge figure. This figure was very large, but it was definitely not a giant zombie. But just after Wang Tao perceived this figure, it disappeared from his perception. Wang Tao thought the figure had evaded his perception, but after testing it again, he realized it wasn't that a giant figure had hidden. Instead, the medium of his perception, the plants, had died. What's going on? This was Wang Tao's first encounter with such a situation. When he used plant affinity to perceive zombies, he had encountered zombies suddenly dying or fleeing, but he had never encountered the death of plants. After all, Wang Tao's plant affinity wasn't limited to using just one kind of plant for perception, he could use most plants. He had been using a large area of moss, and there was a lot of it scattered over a wide range. But in that moment just now, all of that moss died. Could it be that the figure sensed my perception and eradicated all these plants? Wang Tao quickly shared his discovery with everyone. Could it be there's a zombie with a perception ability especially strong, or maybe there's a zombie with a hidden ability similar to yours? Hanru analyzed with a frown. Not sure? Wang Tao shook his head, then said to Hijijun, "Old He, don't go yet, I want to see what's really going on." Okay. The helicopter didn't leave but started circling nearby. Wang Tao meticulously used his plant affinity and perception superpower to look at the surrounding situation. Soon, Wang Tao made a discovery. Found it again. But the plants are dying. The very moment Wang Tao's plant affinity ability perceived the huge figure, the plants around the figure died. Moreover, more and more plants were dying. It seemed like wherever this huge figure went, the plants there would die. Wang Tao could only judge the position of that huge figure from the brief information of the plants before their death. Wang Tao saw more and more plants dying, and the direction of these deaths was toward their helicopter. It seems to be coming. Be alert. Wang Tao immediately called out a warning. The others couldn't see anything but were ready for battle. Click, clack, click, clack. Suddenly, a clicking sound came from inside the helicopter. Although the propeller noise was loud, it could not cover up this clicking because the sound came through the headset. and the sound was getting faster and more urgent. Clickety-clack, 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 what's that noise? Wang Tao was puzzled, and the others were also confused. But upon hearing the rapid clicking, he Jijun, without a word, yanked the control stick, causing the plane to ascend rapidly. After Wang Tao's inquiry, he shouted loudly, "The Geiger counter on the plane is going off. Radiation. A large amount of radiation has appeared." Radiation? Everyone was somewhat puzzled, wondering how radiation could be involved at this time. Could there be some kind of nuclear leak? Boom, just then, a building below the helicopter suddenly collapsed. The Geiger counter's noise grew even more frantic. Wang Tao and the others quickly looked down and saw a huge figure slowly emerging from a cloud of dust. God! What the hell is that? Seeing the figure, everyone felt a tingling on their scalps. It was a giant monstrosity in the shape of a meatball, made up of countless zombies, animals, and even mechanical parts. The spot it emerged from seemed to be a subway entrance, with nearby buildings completely destroyed. The zombies around it were collapsing in waves, and the green plants nearby were withering at a visible rate. This meatball had many pairs of eyes, all staring dead at the helicopter, watching everyone get goosebumps and stiffening their bodies. A terrorizing aura directly intimidated everyone. When Wang Tao saw the meatball's health point bar, he broke out in a cold sweat. Health point, 1,000,000 millionths, magic point, 00, level 5, disaster, cataclysmic awakening, radiation, carrying a large amount of radiation. Chapter 282, Radiation Zombies 1. When this flashy zombie appeared, not only did the plants near it wither away, but the zombies around it were also rapidly losing health point. In an instant, the health point bars of all the zombies around it got wiped out. Wang Tao broke out in a cold sweat the moment he saw the specific attributes of this flashy zombie. 1,000,000 health point bars. This was the zombie with the highest health point he had ever seen. Moreover, it wasn't level 4, but a level 5 zombie. Level 5. Disaster class. Wang Tao had never seen this level before. It was obviously a tier above Lord rank. It didn't have magic point, so it probably didn't have ability, but it had a cataclysmic awakening radiation. It carried a large amount of radiation. No wonder all those plants and zombies died. Click, click, click. Inside the helicopter, the Geiger counter continued to buzz, and Wang Tao saw that everyone, including himself, had a negative status appearing above their heads. Radiation. Your body has been lightly irradiated. Resting for some time will restore you to normal. -100, -100, -100. Good lord, losing 100 health points per second is considered light radiation? Then what would moderate or severe radiation look like? And to think we could be irradiated from such a distance, from such a height? Let's get out of here. It's a level 5 zombie carrying a large amount of radiation. Wang Tao shouted immediately. Level 5 zombie. Everyone exclaimed in shock. They had barely seen any level 4 zombies, and now a level 5 had appeared? Could the evolution speed be any more terrifying? He Jijun had already begun to ascend the helicopter when he heard the Geiger counter, but he didn't know the specifics, so he was waiting for Wang Tao's update. Now, hearing it was a level 5 zombie carrying a large amount of radiation, he didn't say a second word, turned the helicopter around, and left without looking back. The fleshy zombie presumably did not have a ranged attack ability. Upon seeing the helicopter flying away, the heads on its body let out reluctant roars before it sank back into the subway tunnel. After the fleshy zombie left, all that remained was silence. Aboard the helicopter, once Wang Tao saw that the fleshy zombie had re-entered the underground, he finally put down the binoculars. It probably didn't follow us. Upon hearing this, the others did not relax. Wang Tao, are you okay? I keep feeling a bit uncomfortable. Hanrui gripped Wang Tao's hand. It's nothing. We've been irradiated, but the symptoms are mild and will soon pass. Wang Tao grasped Hanrui's hand back. The helicopter had left the spot where the fleshy zombie appeared, but they were still continuously losing health point. Although it wasn't as much as losing 100 health points per second as before, it was still a loss of dozens of points. Thankfully, the number was slowly decreasing. Otherwise, even if they had 100,000 health point, they couldn't sustain continuous health point loss. We might have gotten some radiation on the plane. We'll have to wash it after we get back, and we'll have to decontaminate ourselves too. He Jijun spoke up at that moment. He clearly had some experience in this area. That zombie was too terrifying. Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head and said. He was the straightforward type. While he would fear zombies, he typically wouldn't openly express fear or terror. But this time, he genuinely felt afraid. Even though everyone except Wang Tao couldn't see their health point bars or that they were losing health point, they clearly felt physically unwell and could vaguely sense their life energy diminishing. If they had stayed there any longer, Even if the zombie didn't attack them, they felt they might have died. It was everyone's first time encountering such a zombie. If they felt so terrible from so far away, wouldn't they just drop dead if they got any closer? Indeed terrifying. Wang Tao nodded. Considering the fact that they were losing 100 health points per second even from such a distance, if they got any closer, it could be 1,000 or even 10,000. They probably would die on the spot. At that moment, as if something had dawned on Wang Tao, he suddenly spoke. I think I understand now why those giant zombies aren't in the center of the urban area but have moved to the outskirts. With that reminder, everyone understood. Considering the scope of death among the plants and zombies around the fleshy zombie when it appeared, it's likely that the giant zombies were also afraid of this radiation, so they were forced to leave the city center. After all, the radiation carried by the fleshy zombie was unreasonably strong. It didn't even need to lift a finger, just by standing there, it could cause a massive amount of death. If they got any closer, even those giants with several 100,000 health point might not be able to withstand it. Disaster class. This is a disaster, isn't it? Wang Tao muttered to himself. Disaster, the name truly matches the reality. After some time, the helicopter finally left Guiyang City's urban area. Upon departing, they were spotted by a giant zombie, which immediately started to chase after them. He directed the helicopter in the opposite direction of the military base to shake off the giant zombie before flying towards the military base. It was already night by the time they returned to the military base. The journey went smoothly without any mishaps. After the helicopter landed, He-Jijun immediately led everyone in washing down the helicopter to remove any remaining radiation. Then Wang Tao and the others took a bath with soap, took some iodine tablets, and other medicines, and the health point loss above their heads finally stopped. Phew, finally feeling a lot more relaxed. Chapter 282, Radiation Zombies 2. Hanrui was helping Wang Tao get dressed as she spoke. These zombies are truly terrifying. If it weren't for their flight in the sky, if it weren't for He-Jijun's quick reactions, if it weren't for Wang Tao's decisive evacuation. If they had been any closer, or a bit slower, the trouble would have been great. The two of them left the room together, and then Wang Tao called everyone over to tell them about the radiation zombies. Level 5? Disaster class. Zombies carrying a significant amount of radiation. Just approaching them can't lead to death. Upon hearing this news, everyone looked shocked and their faces turned grim. They had yet to understand the 4-level zombies, and now a level 5 disaster zombie had appeared? How were they supposed to survive this? This level 5 zombie, I feel it might be related to the small-yield nuclear bomb mentioned in the military base log. Wei Zhengou suddenly said at this moment. There were many important pieces of information in the military base's logs, which Wang Tao had shared with Wei Zhengou and the others. It's possible. Wang Tao nodded thoughtfully. The log mentioned that the previous small nuclear bomb had melted a large number of zombies within its range, with only one zombie surviving the ordeal. This zombie had mutated and later caused a lot of trouble for the military base, fortunately being killed in the end. But now, reviewing the log, Wang Tao felt that they had missed something. Could that zombie have hidden in the sewers or the subway? It first underwent radiation mutation, and was then exposed to numerous episodes of corrosive acid rain. And now it had evolved into an even more terrifying disaster-level zombie. The military base. We can't stay here for long. Wang Tao suddenly said. This place was already coveted by giant zombies, which could attack the base at any moment, and now they faced swarm attacks, zombie frenzy, and even level 5 disaster zombies. All of these were telling Wang Tao that the military base was no longer safe to stay in. He couldn't afford to take his chances, otherwise, when danger really struck, it might be too late to run. Especially if all these threats arrived at once, the zombie swarm, giant zombies, plus a radiation zombie, they could flatten the military base in an instant. After all, the base's defenses weren't bolstered by high walls or anything of the like, relying on modern weapons. But those weapons had been exhausted previously, leaving nearly nothing in stock. As for hunting the 4-level Lord zombies, Wang Tao didn't even want to think about that now. Under these circumstances, there was no way to go after them. Considering it was a level 5 disaster zombie, if Wang Tao ran into it, he felt certain he would be dead. Upon hearing Wang Tao say they couldn't stay any longer, Ding Yukan immediately asked in a low voice, "So, are we heading to Zijin base or Qing City base?" She knew Wang Tao was in a dilemma, but a decision had to be made regardless. Before Wang Tao could speak, Nisa Ayan suddenly came running over. "Brother Wang. The lines have been fixed. We've re-established contact with Qing City base. Let's go." Wang Tao immediately got up and went to the communication room, picking up the microphone. "Hello, this is Guiyang Military Base, I'm Survivor Wang Tao. SHZZ. Hello, I'm Operator Li Ping. We've finally gotten back in touch with you. We thought you might have already A very excited female voice came from the other end, which relaxed after hearing Wang Tao's voice. Then she quickly added, "Can you leave Yueyang City now? We've observed that the zombies are becoming increasingly frenzied recently, and if you don't escape soon, it might really be too late." Hearing her words, Wang Tao asked, "I want to know, on the route from Yueyang City to your base city, are there any large zombies, like the giant zombies? If so, could you suggest a safe path for us? Our plane is quite vulnerable to giant zombies." Wang Tao was informed about the situation with the giant zombies through a previous conversation with Han Rui. These were not unique to Yueyang City, people in Qing City base had also encountered them, but not near the base city. "Ah. You still have a functional plane?" Han Rui hadn't mentioned this before, and Li Ping seemed surprised, but then as though realizing something, she quickly spoke up, "I'll provide you with an aerial route, it should be relatively safe, but please, don't fly too high." "Why not?" Wang Tao frowned. Li Ping immediately explained, "Not long after the apocalypse began, the satellites stopped working, they had been destroyed by a strange energy. Afterward, this energy began to descend, and any electronic devices hit by this energy would malfunction, including planes flying high above. According to our tests, currently, if you fly above 3,000 meters, planes will develop problems and lose control. So please, don't fly too high. We recommend staying below 2,000 meters, ideally around 1,000 meters." Wang Tao opened his mouth but found himself speechless. Flying high could cause a loss of control? It was no wonder that the transport plane had suddenly gone out of control. That time, He Jijun had instinctively flown higher when they encountered the giant zombie. And indeed, that transport plane was capable of reaching great heights. As for helicopters, He Jijun usually didn't fly very high, about 1,000 meters up, since Wang Tao needed to observe the zombies on the ground. Flying higher would prevent him from seeing them. Sometimes they would fly as low as 100 meters, like when they were searching for level 4 zombies in urban areas. Wang Tao had thought that the area where the transport plane crashed was a no-fly zone. Now he had finally figured it out, all of high altitude was a no-fly zone. Chapter 695 to 282, Radiation Zombies 3. So that's the situation. If only we could have contacted you earlier, we've already lost a military transport plane. Wang Tao said somewhat helplessly. Condolences. Li Ping was silent for a moment, she had thought that all the crew members on Wang Tao's side had perished. After all, flying above 3,000 meters and suddenly losing control was practically a death sentence. Even with parachutes, it might be too late, the military transport wasn't a fighter, lacking specialized ejection seats. Wang Tao wasn't aware of this little misunderstanding, and he asked about some issues concerning Qing City base. Li Ping was forthcoming with all she knew, and an image of a huge survivor base began to form in Wang Tao's mind. A city with a large population, strong combat capabilities, and no formidable zombies nearby. Wang Tao could already confirm that this was the base he was looking for. Wang Tao also gave a brief description of the situation in Yueyang City. Upon hearing about the appearance of level 5 zombies, Li Ping was startled. Level 5 zombies? Even higher than Lord rank, a disaster level? My god. This information is quite important. Thank you, Mr. Wang Tao. Apparently, they had possibly not seen a level 5 zombie before. This was actually good news. Because there were so many people there and since they hadn't seen any, it indicated that level 5 zombies were extremely rare, perhaps there was only one. When Wang Tao felt the time was right, he then said, "There are still some survivors here at Wang Tao's location. The helicopter can't take everyone away. So, can you send someone to support us?" After communicating with Li Ping, Wang Tao had an idea, to leverage the strength of the city base to rescue the people from Zijin base. Wang Tao didn't really expect the other party to come in person. His request wasn't high, from what Li Ping said, Qing City base obviously had planes, so if they could airdrop some weapons or even vehicles, that would give the survivors at Zijin base a fighting chance. That would be enough. Rescue? Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Li Ping immediately felt troubled. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang. It's not that we aren't willing to rescue you. It's just that you are too far away. No matter the time or the deed, one must always consider the cost and benefit. Especially now, in an apocalyptic world where every life is precious, if rescuing a few would cost more lives, it would be a loss not worth the gains." Hearing the refusal, Wang Tao was immediately disappointed. Yet, he hadn't given up. "I can exchange supplies, such as crystal cores." "Mr. Wang, I'm very sorry, it's not a matter of crystal cores." Li Ping continued to shake her head. "I'm just asking for some airdrops." "Is that not possible either?" "Just airdrops? Theoretically, it should be possible. But it's not feasible right now, as the weather here is bad. Every day we have fierce winds and lightning, making it impossible for planes to take off. Qian country is vast, and it's normal for different regions to have varying climates. Just because planes can fly in Yueyang City doesn't mean they can in the city base. I see. Okay then, I'll think of another way. Even if these 20,000 or more people could make it to the city base, who knows how many would be left by then. Wang Tao's voice carried an undeniable resignation, and beside him, Ding Yukan and the others all sighed. So it's still no good, huh? Wait a minute. Just at that moment, leaping on the other end of the line suddenly exclaimed. What you just said? I didn't catch it clearly. Wang Tao frowned. Was the signal failing again? I said, I can only think of another way myself. No, there was another sentence. Even if these 20,000 or more people, 20,000 or more people. Before Wang Tao could finish, he was interrupted by the other party. Did you say you have 20,000 or more people? Li Ping sounded both shocked and surprised. Yes. Wang Tao nodded. But didn't you tell us before that you only had about a dozen people? The other party quickly asked. Wang Tao looked at Hanru, who just shrugged in response. It was vital to be cautious. Not knowing anything about the other side during their first contact, Hanru naturally kept some information hidden. Moreover, she didn't count the people at Zhejiang City base, she only considered the military base. There were over 30 people at the military base, so it was reasonable for her to say there were over a dozen people. So Wang Tao explained, we have two bases here. There are about a dozen people at Yueyang military base, but there are over 20,000 people at Zhejiang City base. However, these 20,000 or more people are trapped by a horde of zombies, and we're having a difficult time right now. So, I was hoping for some air support from you. Mr. Wang, please hold on. I need to report this. After speaking to Wang Tao, Li Ping immediately went silent. Wang Tao and the others looked at each other, unclear about what was happening. After a while, a robust and powerful voice came through the other side. Mr. Wang, hello. I am Huzuan, commander of the 3rd Legion of the city base. May I confirm with you, is it true that you have over 20,000 survivors? It's true. Wang Tao nodded. Do you have equipment capable of recording video? I need you to film all your survivors and send it to us. I need to be sure you are not deceiving us. Huzuan continued. Why? Wang Tao frowned upon hearing this. There was nothing to deceive about, and it wouldn't bring him any benefits. Because if it is true, I will dispatch the 3rd Legion to rescue you. Wang Tao was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, you're going to send people over? That's too dangerous. Rescuing people is harder than simply killing zombies. They not only had to come over, but also bring people back. The risk was exponentially greater. With over 20,000 survivors, no matter the risk, they must be rescued. You don't have to worry about us, you just need to send the video to me and then hold on and wait for rescue. Chapter 283 Waiting for Rescue 1. The next day, the helicopter left the military base, flying towards Zhejiang base. Even after a night had passed, Wang Tao was still somewhat excited. The 20,000 survivors at Zhejiang base might have a chance. Old He, do you think they're reliable? Wang Tao looked toward the main pilot, He Jijun. Hard to say, but I think they should be fairly reliable. Of course, I have no basis for that, just a gut feeling, haha. He Jijun laughed heartily. Wang Tao smiled and shook his head, then said no more. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If he didn't get his hopes up too much, he wouldn't be disappointed. Of course, this was just for him personally. For most people, it was still necessary to have hope. After a while, the helicopter arrived over Zhejiang base. Wang Tao could clearly feel that the number of zombies surrounding the base had increased a lot. Moreover, these zombies were no longer just encircling the base, they had begun to attack Zhejiang base. The zombies continuously slammed against the high walls, and even some mad demon zombies began to stack on top of each other, trying to climb over the wall. Fortunately, there were survivors on top of the wall defending it. They threw down stones, wood, and even used flamethrowers and firearms to stop the zombies. At this critical moment of life and death, there was no need to worry about the noise anymore, and also the din from the zombies howling together wasn't small. The arrival of the helicopter instantly attracted a lot of attention from the zombies, which became even more frenzied. They stared at the helicopter with their gray-white eyes, as if trying to bring it down. Wang Tao also saw several level 3 zombie lords. But these level 3 zombie lords were not at the foot of the high wall, they were farther away, out of the reach of the survivors' attacks on the wall. Before coming to Zhejiang City, Wang Tao had already taken out his phone and recorded the situation along the way. Over Zhejiang base, he took some key videos before asking He Jijun to land. Buzz, buzz, The helicopter slowly settled on the helipad specially designated by Lan Yulian. Lan Yulian and Lu Yingfeng were waiting below with umbrellas for him. When did these zombies start attacking? Wang Tao asked upon getting off the helicopter. It started last night. They went crazy. I suspect there's a zombie lord commanding them. I specifically had people shoot at those zombie lords, but the zombies' attack didn't weaken at all. Those zombie lords, however, smartly hid in the back. Lan Yulian's face was very grim. Wang Tao instantly understood. No wonder those zombie lords did not come over, they were actually scared off by Lan Yulian. Zijin base already had some armed soldiers, and Wang Tao had also airdropped some weapon equipment for Lan Yulian. However, because the gunfire was too loud, they usually didn't use them. But under the current circumstances, there were no such concerns. Even level 3 zombie lords had to avoid the edge of modern firepower. I've brought you some weapons this time. Wang Tao had the cargo removed from the aircraft. Lan Yulian looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated. She really wanted to ask about the situation with the large survivor base, whether there was a possibility of retreating there. But she was afraid to receive a disappointing answer. Wang Tao did not tell Lan Yulian about Qing City base's plans to rescue them. It's better not to get too excited until things were certain. Moreover, Wang Tao was a bit skeptical, not that he doubted the others' willingness to come, but he didn't know how they would arrive, considering the 1,000 kilometers separating them, all swarming with zombies, and such a journey seemed like a fatal endeavor. After all the cargo was unloaded from the aircraft, Wang Tao turned to Lan Yulian and said, "Gather everyone who's not busy right now, I need to make a video and have them all filmed." Okay. Lan Yulian was somewhat puzzled, but didn't ask further. Zijin base had a large indoor assembly hall, initially designed for large meetings, and it could accommodate many people. It didn't take long for everyone who wasn't on guard duty at the wall or on shift rotation, including logistics staff, to arrive. After all, Wang Tao only needed to make a video, which wouldn't take too much time. The survivors inside the base didn't know what was going on and whispered among themselves, generally feeling it might be something like a pre-battle mobilization. For a moment, everyone's faces were filled with sadness and fear. Hiding within the high walls of the base, they were still unable to escape the zombies. When everyone had gathered, Wang Tao came out with Lan Yulian and a few others. Looking at the throng of people, Wang Tao's emotions became a bit complex. If the base fell, these people would all become food for the zombies. Lan Yulian had everyone line up properly, the strong and tall standing at the back, and women and children at the front. "Everyone look at me, at the camera." Lan Yulian held up her phone and shouted, and once everyone was looking at her, she then activated the video recording mode and captured everyone. Some survivors, seeing Lan Yulian's action, felt a chill in their hearts and began whispering, "This kind of feels like we're taking a final photograph." As one person spoke out, the others instantly felt a cold shiver down their spines. It seemed indeed possible. After a person's death, something should be left behind as proof they had lived. Now, as they had nothing much to leave behind, leaving a video for others to see seemed reasonable. If there were to be others after them. Chapter 283 Waiting for Rescue too, and not just them, even Lan Yulian herself felt this way. Although the survivors were very afraid, they all obediently stood there. One reason was Lan Yulian's high prestige, another was that they too knew they had nowhere else to turn. Looking at those docile yet frightened faces in the camera, Lan Yulian sighed helplessly. Then she lifted her phone and approached the infants being held in arms. "Come on, smile." Lan Yulian teased one of the infants who was staring wide-eyed. Perhaps it was Lan Yulian's gentle manner, so comforting and familiar, that the infant immediately broke into a grin, smiling happily. Such a good baby. Lan Yulian filmed for a good while before moving away. If these were truly to be their last images, Lan Yulian hoped to capture a smiling face. The adults certainly couldn't manage a real smile, only a forced one at best. Only these little children, who understood nothing, could smile from the heart. After filming for a while, Lan Yulian finally approached Wang Tao. "Will this do?" Wang Tao quickly watched the video and nodded. "It should be enough. I'll take a few more pictures." After taking a few more photos, Wang Tao nodded at Lan Yulian. "All set. I'm off to get busy." Wang Tao sent the video and photos to the military base, which then forwarded them to Qing City base. Theoretically, it should have been transmitted quickly. But, as expected, a minor mishap occurred. The underground cables were damaged again. With no other option, Wei Zhengou and others left at the military base started repairs, busy until the evening, before the documents were finally sent. "Wang Tao, the situation isn't looking good. The underground cables are having a lot of issues, and we can't repair them indefinitely. We might lose contact with Qing City base any moment," Wei Zhengou conveyed to Wang Tao during their call. "They're actually quite lucky now, The damaged cables are not too far from the military base, allowing for repairs. But if the lines were to fail at a distant location, let alone repairing them, they might not even be able to locate the issue. I hope we can finalize everything quickly. Wang Tao sighed. Qing City Base. At night, the communication hall was brightly lit. A middle-aged man in military uniform, tall and burly, stood in the hall, looking at a map of Qing City Base on the wall. He was Chief Huzuan of the 3rd Legion of Qing City Base. Chief Hu, there's a message. Suddenly, someone shouted with excitement. Huzuan immediately turned and walked over to a workstation. At the workstation, there was a computer and a phone, with a woman in her 30s, Li Ping, seated at it. Hearing the commotion, many others gathered around. They all knew that Li Ping had made contact with a base that was suspected to have 20,000 survivors. If it were true, it would be a major event for the entire Qing City base. After all, 20,000 survivors. Put it on the big screen. Huzuan ordered immediately. Yes, sir. Li Ping connected to the big screen. There was a video and a few photos. She opened the video. Hey hey. Roar. As soon as the video played, it was filled with various zombies growling. The video was from a bird's eye view, probably shot from a helicopter. One could clearly see the zombies' heads were tilted back, showing their pale pupils and ferocious expressions. As the helicopter flew, a dense, unending stream of zombies was revealed. Heaven, Li Ping covered her mouth, and the others were also startled by the scene. So many zombies. Such a terrifying horde. Can they survive this? It's horrifying. We're really lucky to be living in the base city. Compared to the other sphere, Huzuan watched the horde with an expressionless face. Then, the video switched to a base of a decent size. The base's high walls were completely surrounded by the horde. There's a survivor base. Judging by the style of the base, it must be one left behind by the government. But it's tightly besieged by the horde. The base's walls don't look too high. If too many zombies gather, they might be able to climb over. They have no way out. Given the size of the horde and their weapon equipment, I don't think they'll last much longer. Everyone in the hall whispered among themselves. Huzuan remained silent. The video then shifted again, this time to the interior. It was a spacious hall, filled with people. The people were yellow and pale, wearing patched clothes, with unkempt hair. Yet, they stood in order, clearly disciplined. So many survivors. Someone in the communication hall instinctively exclaimed. The camera slowly moved across their faces, clearly capturing the fear in their eyes. Seeing the expressions of those survivors in the video, nobody spoke again. They could empathize. They had felt the same terror, the same helplessness. If they hadn't been fortunate enough to be rescued by the army, they might have been worse off than these survivors. Then, the camera moved to a slightly overweight woman. She appeared to be in better mental and physical state than the others, as if she had been given preferential treatment. Could she have some special status? Chapter 283 Waiting for Rescue 3 The image continued to move, settling on the woman's embrace. A delicate little face was revealed. A baby. In the communication hall, Li Ping exclaimed softly. The others also shone with excitement in their eyes, even the usually calm Huzuan's expression flickered with emotion. In the video, the baby was staring with clear, curious eyes at the camera. Then the videographer gently teased the baby, who quickly broke into a smile. Seeing the baby's innocent smile, everyone in the communication hall subconsciously smiled along, including Huzuan. The scene moved again, showing there were surprisingly more than 20 babies. Some babies were crying, being softly comforted by their mothers, some were deep in sleep, looking utterly content, others were looking at the camera, laughing out loud when teased by the camera person. As they looked at these heartwarming scenes, everyone in the communication hall unconsciously curled the corners of their lips into smiles. The birth rate in the post-apocalyptic world was very low, and the infant mortality rate was terrifyingly high. Even in their Qing City base, not many babies were born successfully, almost as if they had been cursed. This had nothing to do with medical conditions, as the medical facilities in their base city were not bad. The sight of these newborns seemed like a glimpse of hope for the future. The video ended with a smile of the last baby. The screen was now dark, and no one spoke. Huzuan took a deep breath and then said to Li Ping, "Look at the photos again." The photos were much clearer than the video, but this only made the fear on the survivors' faces more visible. Besides the photos, there was detailed data. There were now a total of 21,945 people in Zijin base, mostly ranging from 15 to 40 years of age. Aside from the babies, there were no children or old people, just young and middle-aged adults. After all, those with poor constitutions had been weeded out. Aside from the detailed population within the base, there was also information about the distribution of zombies. Level 5 Zombie. Disaster Glass? A source of wide-scale radiation that kills both plants and zombies. No wonder they called it Disaster Class. Seeing the information about the level 5 zombie, everyone's expressions turned grim. Huzin's face was very serious, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the exact location of the level 5 zombie. Thankfully, the level 5 zombie was in the urban area of Yueyang City, which veered off from the planned rescue route. Otherwise, based on the description given above about the level 5 zombie, it would be uncertain whether they could even go ahead with the rescue. Wang Tao didn't return to the military base immediately. He stayed to wait for news and took the time to clear out the zombies surrounding Zijin base. These zombies are really insane. Facing the relentless mad demon zombies charging at the city walls, Wang Tao casually unleashed a shockwave that shattered dozens of mad demon zombies. But they didn't know fear and still crazily charged at the wall. Leave these mad demon zombies to you. I'm going to take care of those level 3 lords. Wang Tao felt that these zombies were likely being directed by a zombie lord and that eliminating them should help ease some pressure. Be careful. Lu Yingfeng advised from the side. Wang Tao leaped down from the high wall. As he fell, his body was instantly wrapped tightly by entangling roots. Thump. After landing, Wang Tao charged straight for the zombie lord hidden within the horde. The strength of the level 3 lord was formidable, but for the current Wang Tao, it wasn't much of a challenge. It took only a few moves to deal with one level 3 lord, and then Wang Tao went on to kill the second, the third. Until he could no longer find any more level 3 lords in his field of view, he then returned to the top of the wall, catching his breath. Huff, even though the zombies were no match for him, killing so many was still an exhausting task. Seeing the zombies below the wall suddenly become somewhat disorganized, Wang Tao immediately smirked. Just as he thought, they were following commands. Without the direction of a level 3 lord, their efficiency greatly diminished. Then, Wang Tao's walkie-talkie crackled with Lan Yulian's voice. Wang Tao, someone from the military base is looking for you. Okay, I'm coming. Wang Tao went to Zijin base's communication room to pick up the receiver. SSSHH. The military base relayed the signal, and after a moment, a solemn male voice came from the other side. Mr. Wang Tao, we have confirmed the video you sent. We will dispatch a rescue team, but the journey is long. We need you to hold out for 3 days. 3 days? Okay. We'll hold out. But our communication lines here are not very good and may cut out at any time. Wang Tao meant that if they lost contact, it wasn't necessarily because the base had fallen, it could just be that the equipment had malfunctioned. He was concerned that if communications were cut, the other side might assume they were all dead and abandon the rescue. Huzun apparently caught Wang Tao's concern and said, "Don't worry. Once our men are dispatched, they won't give up halfway. You only need to hold on and wait for rescue, leave the rest to us." Alright. After ending the call with Huzun, Wang Tao immediately went to find Lan Yulian. I need to make a trip back to the military base. Now. It's about to get dark. Lan Yulian sounded concerned. It's okay. I need to go back and bring all the resources and equipment from the military base here. Aren't you going to defend your military base then? I have decided to give up the military base and make a stand here at Zijin base, Wang Tao said with a smile. Lan Yulian was at once surprised and worried upon hearing this. You've really decided? What I just contacted was the Qing base city. They said they would send someone to rescue us. Lan Yulian was instantly stunned. They are sending someone to rescue us? A 2,000 kilometers round trip? Yes. So. Hold on, and wait for rescue. Chapter 284 Abandoning the base. Wang Tao returned to the military base at night. This was the first time Wang Tao had taken a flight in the dark, but luckily, the journey was safe without any mishap. Wang Tao. They actually sent someone over. Ding Yukan and the others were extremely excited to see Wang Tao, as Qing City base had surprisingly agreed to send help for the survivors at Zijin base. I didn't expect it either, but it's good news. We'll all head to Zijin base tomorrow. What about the military base? Yang Qingong asked subconsciously. This place. We can only abandon it. Looking at the vast military base, Wang Tao felt somewhat reluctant to leave, but there was no other choice. The military base was too close to Yueyang City's urban area and could be flattened by the giant zombie at any moment. If they left now, they might be able to save the base, as the most dangerous zombies might not come if there were no humans around. The military base still had some food, weapons, and ammunition. These couldn't be wasted. All the food was processed by Wang Tao into nutrient solutions for easy transport. The weapons and ammunition were loaded onto helicopters. Everyone packed up throughout the night, and by the next morning, everything was ready. The people and goods couldn't be transported in one go by the helicopter, it would take 2 trips. Wang Tao had Hijija transport the goods first. The first transport of goods went smoothly, and the helicopter returned to the military base. Wang Tao used his authority to lock up the entire military base. Maybe it would be useful in the future, or perhaps it would never be used again. Either way, keeping the military base intact was a good thing. After making sure nothing was left behind, Wang Tao led everyone onto the helicopter. Whirring, the helicopter took off, and Wang Tao took one last look at the military base before taking a deep breath. Let's go. During the flight, Wang Tao kept a close watch on the zombies' activities on the ground. The zombies that ran out of Yueyang City didn't all head towards Zijing City, they also roamed in other directions. This was good news for Wang Tao. However, along the way, Wang Tao spotted a giant zombie straying from Yueyang City's urban area. Although this particular giant zombie wasn't heading towards Zijing City, Wang Tao couldn't guarantee that others wouldn't. They could only take it one step at a time. When they arrived at Zijing Base in the afternoon, perhaps due to the frequent helicopter usage that day, there were even more zombies around the base. When the helicopter landed inside the base, the zombies outside became more frenzied. What on earth got into these zombies? Wang Tao commented, then Ding Yukan and the others met Lan Yulian and her group. Zhang Hong. Lan Yulian and Yang Qingong hadn't seen each other for a long time and embraced. Seeing the close interaction between Yang Qingong and Wang Tao, Lan Yulian's gaze towards Wang Tao suddenly carried a hint of subtle grievance. Although she had guessed as much, guessing was one thing and seeing it with her own eyes was another. Then Lan Yulian also met Ding Yukan, Han Rui, Li Kaiyuo, and the others. Wang Tao had already introduced them to each other in advance, so they were all mentally prepared. When the girls met, there was a slight competitive tension, but they all knew that now was not the time for jealousy, so they all tacitly glared at Wang Tao together. If they could get through this crisis, they would settle the score with Wang Tao later. Wang Tao pretended not to see it and called everyone to bring over the weapons that had been transported previously. Mount these heavy machine guns on the wall, they should be able to hold off a lot of zombies. Distribute some bombs and hand grenades as well. Then everyone go kill some zombies. If they were preparing for a desperate defense, they couldn't afford to waste time. Yes. The crowd responded and moved the weapons and ammunition to the top of the tall wall. The high wall of the base had specially designed shooting areas, like small houses that could keep out corrosive acid rain and protect the weapons from corrosion. Ratatat. Once the heavy machine guns were in place, they immediately began firing at the zombies outside. The firepower of heavy machine guns was much greater than that of rifles and pistols. It shattered a swath of mad demon zombies in an instant. Seeing the destructive effect, Lan Yulian and the others hadn't had a chance to breathe a sigh of relief when they saw even more mad demon zombies rushing forward. We can never finish killing all these zombies. Just managing to suppress the zombie attacks for now is enough, we can't ask for too much. After mounting all the heavy machine guns, Wang Tao checked the tide of zombies and spotted 3 level 3, Lord zombies. Without a second word, Wang Tao jumped down and spent some time taking down the 3 zombie lords. After collecting the spoils, Wang Tao used iron tree vines to return to the top of the high wall. Without the zombie lords, the mad demon zombies' attack became somewhat disorganized. Call me if another zombie lord shows up. Ordinary zombies were left to others. Wang Tao only needed to deal with zombie lords because his physical strength was limited. If he wasted too much time on ordinary zombies, it would be a loss. Wang Tao returned to the central area of the base. Wang Tao, I want to tell everyone about the reinforcements. Lan Yulian suddenly said to Wang Tao. In the past couple of days, because the zombies had begun to attack Zijin base fiercely, it had caused panic among the survivors inside the base. She wanted to give the survivors some confidence, otherwise, they might collapse. No problem. They definitely need to know about it. Chapter 284 Abandoning the Base 2 Wang Tao nodded. Shall we announce this news together? After all, you're the one who fought for it. Lan Yulian's eyes sparkled as she looked at Wang Tao. If it wasn't for Wang Tao, they would never have had this opportunity. Although having an opportunity didn't guarantee success, without one there was no chance at all. What Wang Tao had done should be known to everyone. Of course. Lan Yulian once again gathered all the survivors at the base to the assembly hall. The survivors were all somewhat uneasy, not knowing what their leader was up to this time. Once everyone had arrived, Lan Yulian looked at the group of survivors with their sallow complexions, picked up a megaphone, and began to speak. Folks, by now you all must be aware of our base's situation. We are like an isolated island within Zijing City at the moment, at constant risk of being overwhelmed by a tide of zombies. Lan Yulian outlined the current situation. Although everyone was already aware, hearing it from the leader herself still caused a wave of panic in their hearts. Could it be that the base still couldn't hold off the tide of zombies, and they were going to die in this onslaught? But we must not give up. If we give up, then we truly lose everything. As long as we keep persisting, there will always be hope to survive. And now, I have some good news to share with you all. Good news? The survivors were all stunned for a moment. What good news could there be in times like these? Could it be that their leader, Lan Yulian, had attained level 4? But even at level 4, she wouldn't be able to resolve the zombie tide outside, right? Before I get to the good news, let me introduce someone to you. This is... Lan Yulian gestured towards Wang Tao, who was standing beside her. Before she could finish, someone from the crowd shouted, "That's Mr. Wang Tao, we know him." After that person spoke, others joined in. Yes, we know him. Even though Wang Tao hadn't stayed long at Zijin base, he knew a lot of people there, and he had a very good reputation. The reason was simple. When he was in Zijing City, he had rescued many from the city sports center. Those people spread the word about him after returning, and soon enough, everyone knew and recognized Wang Tao. Furthermore, those who came from Duzhu Town later had also followed Wang Tao's advice, which led them to Zijin base. Although they had suffered hardships and lost some people along the way, many had successfully made it to Zijin base, all of whom owed Wang Tao their thanks. Of course, there was also the rumor within the base that Wang Tao was the leader's man. Although the leader hadn't admitted it directly, she hadn't bothered to clarify either. So Wang Tao was not an unknown figure here, his reputation preceded him. Seeing that the survivors recognized Wang Tao, Lan Yulian felt happy inside. Then she continued, "Good, since everyone knows him, I won't waste any more words." Mr. Wang Tao previously made contact with a large survivor base in another province. Whoosh! As soon as Lan Yulian spoke these words, the survivors below immediately started whispering to one another. Some were curious, others excited. In the midst of such a terrifying zombie tide, there were other survivor bases. Could they possibly help each other? Or was there a chance of them reaching other bases? After all, their base was surrounded by thousands of zombies. Under these circumstances, the base was bound to fall sooner or later. Lan Yulian allowed them to discuss for a while before continuing. It's a large survivor base organized by the government, known as Qing City Base, located in West Province. There are hundreds of thousands of survivors there and a massive amount of armed strength. Most importantly, they have fewer zombies there and no zombie tides. These simple sentences sparked a look of longing in everyone's eyes. But upon hearing that the base was in West Province, their hopes seemed to shatter instantly. West Province was 1,000 kilometers away from Muiyang Province. In this world overrun with zombie tides, even 100 kilometers, let alone 1,000, seemed impassable. 1,000 kilometers might as well be a suicide mission. Although there was a helicopter currently at the base, which likely belonged to Mr. Wang Tao, a single helicopter could only carry a handful of people. And they had over 20,000 people at the base. As the faces of the survivors began to fill with despair once more, Lan Yulian promptly added, "After extensive discussions between Mr. Wang Tao and the other party, Qing City Base has decided to send people over to rescue us." Ah! The survivors were stunned, finding it hard to believe their own ears. Rescue us? From a place thousands of miles away? That's over 2,000 kilometers back and forth. How could they possibly? The survivors could hardly believe that anyone would come to rescue them, having seen too much darkness in this apocalyptic world. Suddenly glimpsing light, they found it somewhat difficult to get used to. You heard it right, they are coming to rescue us. I assure you. After Lan Yulian's confirmation, the survivors slowly began to buzz with conversation. Oh my! They really intend to rescue us from such a long distance? Am I dreaming? Does this mean we're saved? If they dare to come to rescue us, that must mean they're very powerful. We might really be saved. Seeing everyone whispering to each other, Lan Yulian coughed once, drawing all eyes to her. Chapter 284 Abandoning the Base 3. So, all we need to do now is to hold on. In a few days, reinforcements will arrive. As long as we can hold on for these few days, we can all survive. Lan Yulian exclaimed loudly. After hearing these words, a glimmer of light indeed returned to the eyes of the fearful and numb survivors. Next, everyone should continue with their duties and be ready to join the battle at any moment. I believe that as long as we work together, we can surely overcome this crisis. Yes. When they had arrived, these survivors were all listless. But upon leaving, their spirits were noticeably uplifted. After all, persistence without hope is entirely different from persistence with hope. After everyone had left, Lan Yulian turned to Wang Tao. Do you think they can make it here in 2 days? Lan Yulian had sounded very confident just now, but in truth, she was quite anxious. However, as the leader, if she didn't display confidence, then nobody else would be able to believe in her. I'm not sure either, just hope they can get here smoothly without running into too much danger. Wang Tao sighed. He couldn't be certain about such things, but having hope was still a good thing. I'm going out to kill some zombies, to help lightning increase its strength. Ever since Lightning's level 2 ascension, there hadn't been time to increase its health point. Now that they were planning to defend Zijin base to the death, they naturally needed to bolster Lightning's strength. Okay, be careful. Wang Tao walked around the top of the wall and found a spot where there were relatively fewer zombies. He then hugged Lightning and jumped down. Lightning currently only had a little over 5,000 health point, with much room for improvement. The zombies outside the base varied from level 1 to level 3, with most being ordinary zombies, and occasionally there were some elite zombies. He hadn't seen any zombie lords, however. Wang Tao had Lightning follow closely behind him, then he took out his mutant explosion-proof baton. His attack power was too high. If he used the tusk-long knife or the shockwave, he might kill the zombies outright. But if he used the baton, those stunned by the electric shock, as long as they didn't have a weakness to electricity, many could still survive. Wang Tao waited for the right moment and swung the baton at a zombie. Zzzzzzzzzt, an arc of electricity flashed, and the zombie Wang Tao attacked had its head smashed to pieces, instantly killing it. At the same time, the electric arc spread from that zombie to others around it, stunning a group of zombies. These shocked zombies weren't dead but were all severely injured. Wang Tao immediately commanded Lightning to rush over and finish off the surviving zombies. Every zombie Lightning killed caused its health point bar to surge up a good amount. After all, it was only level 2, and the zombies left by Wang Tao were level 3, meaning Lightning was engaging in higher level kills, and the health point gained was tripled. In not too much time, Lightning's health point reached 29,999. Let's go, back inside. Wang Tao picked up Lightning and used the iron tree vines to latch onto a protrusion on the wall, returning inside like a spider. Then Wang Tao found Lan Yulian and took out some of the meat from the fourth order wild boar beast they had earlier set aside. Eat up. Wang Tao wasn't sure if eating this meat would allow Lightning to ascend, but since Lightning was only level 2 and the boar beast was level 4, even if it couldn't ascend, eating more meat should be beneficial. After all, eating the meat of these creatures could slightly increase base attributes. Woof woof. Lightning barked, then began to feast heartily. Compared to last time, Lightning ate much more, but there were no changes. Just when Wang Tao thought it might not work, Lightning suddenly stopped eating, then ran over to Wang Tao's feet and lay down next to them. It really worked. Wang Tao was slightly surprised. It seemed that the meat of the fourth order creatures had a greater effect on Lightning than on humans. Furthermore, Wang Tao felt that, in some ways, Lightning was also a sort of creature. After all, it too had mutated from an animal. However, Lightning couldn't use abilities or fuse with crystal cores. It was different from the creatures Wang Tao had seen before, rather, it was more similar to Zhang Shixu. No matter what, Lightning's ascension was a good thing. Once it reached level 3, it could fight by Wang Tao's side. Currently, its strength and health point were too low, and bringing it into battle would be a burden. The addition of Wang Tao and his group greatly relieved the pressure on Zijin base. After all, he had moved all the thermal weapons from the military base over. Against zombies below level 4, thermal weapons were still effective. It seems like the zombie horde's attacks have slowed down a lot. Atop the wall, Lu Yingfeng put down the binoculars and said to Yang Qingong beside her. Indeed. I suppose these zombies can't possibly keep attacking non-stop. They probably need to rest too. It's already getting dark. Let's go down and eat something, we can't fight on an empty stomach. A few of them walked down from the wall. Lu Yingfeng informed Wang Tao about the changes in the zombie movements. Wang Tao nodded and said, then it seems we can rest a bit now. But we can't relax, after all, zombies are more active at night. If there's any problem, call me immediately. Alright. After dinner, the group began their shifts. The attacks from the zombies outside the base had slowed but hadn't stopped. Tonight was doomed not to be peaceful. Wang Tao went straight to rest. He was the highest combat power within the base and needed to be ready for any sudden situation. When nothing was happening, it was important to rest well and gather strength. At night, Ding Yukan quietly woke Wang Tao up. Wang Tao, 4-level zombies are suspected to have appeared in the horde. Wang Tao opened his eyes. 4-level zombies. They've finally come. An attack of this scale by the horde would not be possible without 4-level zombies. So they had been waiting for the night to attack. I'll go take a look. Chapter 285, Chainsaw Zombies. When Wang Tao reached the top of the high wall, he could clearly feel that the zombies' attacks at night were more ferocious than during the day. Fortunately, even the mad demon zombies couldn't climb the high wall under the suppression of modern firepower. However, Wang Tao's primary focus was not on these ordinary zombies. He looked into the distance. On the rooftop of a civilian house outside Zijin base, stood a slender figure. It wore a white lab coat and a mask, appearing to be a female doctor, but in its hand was a blood-drenched chainsaw. Health point, 120,000 out of 120,000. Magic point, 100,000 out of 100,000. Level 4, Lord, Awakening, Cutting. Attack carries cutting attribute. This was a level 4, Lord Zombie with 120,000 health point. Merely from the description of the awakening, Wang Tao wasn't clear about what the cutting attribute was. But obviously, it must be a passive ability that added to the attack, and the chainsaw zombie's attack must be very strong. At this moment, the chainsaw zombie looked up, as if it had let out a silent roar. Wang Tao didn't hear anything, but he could clearly feel that the zombies below were suddenly becoming more frenzied, and then they started to assault the high walls of the base. At this time, many night demons appeared. Night demons were much more formidable than ordinary zombies, with the lowest being level 3 elites. Moreover, like the mad demon zombies, they were also very agile. If not suppressed in time, they might indeed be capable, with the help of other zombies, of climbing the high walls. Wang Tao casually dealt with a few night demons that were about to climb up, then took out his ultraviolet flashlight, ultraviolet illumination flares, and strip ultraviolet lights. Use these to block the night demons. Since night demons had a fatal weakness of being vulnerable to ultraviolet light, there was no need to confront them head-on. As long as they were blocked by the ultraviolet light, they would retreat on their own before daylight. Alright. The people immediately installed the strip lights on the high wall. Suddenly, a purple glow was cast out. The bodies of the night demons climbing the wall instantly emitted green smoke. With a shriek, the night demons fell off. This height naturally couldn't kill them, but it could stop their advance. The others also kept ultraviolet flashlights and flares close by, ready to respond at any moment. Seeing that these night demon zombies couldn't charge up, Wang Tao then said to everyone, "You block the other zombies. I'll take care of that level 4 zombie." "Brother, I'll go with you." Zhang Shixu immediately spoke up. "Okay." Wang Tao didn't refuse. He didn't dare to be careless when dealing with a level 4, Lord Zombie. The chainsaw zombie was some distance from the base. It had shown itself once before but then retreated back into the darkness. Besides Zhang Shixu and Wang Tao, no one else could see it, and only the two of them could take it on. "Wang Tao, be extra careful." After being admonished by everyone, Wang Tao activated the entangling roots and jumped down directly. Bang! When Wang Tao landed, a shockwave erupted, clearing the surrounding zombies, and then he and Zhang Shixu rushed towards the chainsaw zombie together. The chainsaw zombie seemed to have seen Wang Tao, and as soon as it noticed him charging over, it immediately raised its chainsaw and wobbled off the building, walking towards Wang Tao. As soon as the chainsaw zombie entered his attack range, Wang Tao unleashed a semi-transparent shockwave. He then saw the chainsaw zombie raise its chainsaw as if it was going to chop through the shockwave. "You think you can block this?" Just when Wang Tao was about to say that the chainsaw zombie couldn't possibly block an energy-based attack, he saw the blood-drenched chainsaw come into contact with his shockwave, emitting a git sound. -0, 120,000 out of 120,000, it actually blocked it. Wang Tao was seeing a deduction of 0 health point for the first time. When he previously fired at the giant zombie with a heavy machine gun, he at least took off a few points of health point. Wang Tao was surprised but not panicked. He unleashed 2 successive shockwaves, accompanied by a mental shock. -0, -0, -0. The mental shock didn't work either. Although these 3 attacks were blocked, Wang Tao had already reached the chainsaw zombie's side. He held a knife in one hand and took out a pistol with the other. Swinging the knife, firing the gun. Bang! The chainsaw zombie used the chainsaw to block Wang Tao's knife, but the air bullet hit the chainsaw zombie's head. -3,108. The damage of 3,000 was not high. Roar! The chainsaw zombie roared in anger, and the mask on its face was torn apart. Then, just as Wang Tao's vision blurred, the chainsaw was already in front of him, chopping at his body. Buzzing git. -32,384, 110,000 out of 110,000, 67,616 out of 100,000. Wang Tao himself wasn't injured, but the entangling roots lost over 30,000 health point. Damn. Wang Tao quickly retreated. The damage was a bit terrifying. 3 hits would kill the entangling roots. Previously, the level 4, Lord Night Demon could inflict 15,000 damage to the entangling roots. This chainsaw zombie's attack damage was twice that of the Lord Night Demon. However, the Night Demon's attacks had some penetration attribute, which could pass through the entangling roots and harm Wang Tao, but the chainsaw zombie's attack could only damage the entangling roots. Of course, whether or not it could penetrate, Wang Tao didn't want to find out what it felt like to be hit by this chainsaw's attack. As he retreated, he immediately used the iron tree vines to pull over several ordinary zombies and threw them towards the chainsaw zombie. Git. With a chainsaw in hand, the chainsaw zombie easily bisected these ordinary zombies. And to Wang Tao's surprise, after being bisected, the zombie's health point bars were actually zeroed. Logically, unless a zombie's head was blown off, attacking other parts of its body might result in health point loss but definitely not death. After all, zombies could even live with just their heads remaining. Chapter 285, Chainsaw Zombies 2. But now, these zombies chopped in half were indeed as dead as they could be. This chainsaw zombie had something going for it. Wang Tao became even more vigilant. He gave Zhang Shixu a heads up and then charged at the chainsaw zombie again. He still had a knife in one hand and a gun in the other. While he swung the knife, he fired the gun simultaneously, forcing the chainsaw zombie to make a choice. This time, the chainsaw zombie blocked the air bullet. Wang Tao's tusk-long knife cleanly struck the chainsaw zombie's body. -0, -6173, -617, the damage from the high-frequency vibration was still high, slashing 6,000 health point off the chainsaw zombie. And there was an additional bleed damage thrice, roughly around 1,800. It was as if Wang Tao's single strike could deal 8,000 damage. After landing a successful hit, Wang Tao did not press on, he immediately retreated. The chainsaw missed its target. Seeing his attack had been effective and that he had evaded the chainsaw zombie's strike, Wang Tao roughly knew how to fight it now. The chainsaw zombie was quick to react and attack, but the chainsaw, after all, was not a shield, it couldn't block all attacks. Especially since Wang Tao was using two different modes of attack from varying angles, the chainsaw zombie could only block one. The other would hit its mark. But after striking a blow, he could not pursue his advantage but had to retreat immediately because the chainsaw zombie would surely launch a very fast counterattack at Wang Tao, too quick for Wang Tao to see its movements clearly. If this strike hit him, Entangling Roots would lose over 30,000 health point. So, there was no need to clash head-on with the chainsaw zombie, nor to be greedy. Simply strike and retreat. Roar the chainsaw zombie, having missed its target, became even angrier. The zombies nearby, as if following the chainsaw zombie's command, all swarmed towards Wang Tao. Zhang Shixu immediately took them on to provide Wang Tao with a space to fight. Bring it on. Wang Tao charged at the chainsaw zombie once more. It was the same old tactic, one hand firing the gun, the other swinging the knife. He forced the chainsaw zombie to answer the multiple-choice question. But this time, the chainsaw zombie chose the third option. -3002, -6281, -628, Wang Tao's air bullet and high-frequency vibration both hit the chainsaw zombie. Because it didn't block the attack. Thud. The chainsaw heavily struck Wang Tao's chest, and a powerful force sent him flying. -42,652, 110,000 out of 110,000 opening parenthesis 24964 out of 100,000 closing parenthesis. Entangling Roots had only a little over 20,000 health point left and could no longer withstand any attack from the chainsaw zombie. Upon landing, Wang Tao immediately deactivated the armor mode of Entangling Roots. Entangling Roots was still useful to Wang Tao, and even if it truly wasn't anymore, it was his battle companion. Wang Tao did not want it to die. That damage is really high. Just as Wang Tao complained to himself, he saw the chainsaw zombie, holding the chainsaw aloft, charging towards him at high speed. Any zombie in its path got sliced into two halves. A somewhat ferocious shield suddenly appeared in Wang Tao's hands. Bang! The chainsaw struck the shield. Wang Tao didn't lose any health point, and a spark of electricity flashed by. Crackle, -1024, 96,677 out of 120,000, this thing isn't afraid of electricity? Seeing that the current from the electric shield only caused 1,000 damage to the chainsaw zombie, Wang Tao also gave up on the idea of trying it with an electric baton. With a forceful push from his left arm, he thrust the shield forward sharply. The chainsaw zombie instantly staggered backward several steps. Wang Tao, holding the long knife in his right hand, struck the chainsaw zombie with it. -5,328, -532, 89,728 out of 120,000, another 7,000 damage. The damage from wielding the knife with one hand might be lower, but it was still significant. While making this cut, Wang Tao didn't even look at the outcome, but immediately raised his shield instead. Bang! As expected, the chainsaw hit the shield. -1,003, Wang Tao again successfully blocked the strike without taking any damage, and even reprised 1,000 health point from the chainsaw zombie. Is that all? Wang Tao pressed his advantage, one hand with a shield, the other with a long knife. As the chainsaw zombie attacked, he would immediately block with the shield and, in the moment he blocked the attack, he would slash the chainsaw zombie with the long knife. Although this slowed down his attacking speed considerably, it was much safer. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tao had made 4 cuts, and the chainsaw zombie's health point had already dropped below 60,000. At this point, the chainsaw zombie roared and raised its chainsaw, spinning it around like a windmill. Whirring the chainsaw roared. Wang Tao had seen this move before from a terrorizer, so he immediately backed away, not giving the chainsaw zombie a chance. Then he saw the chainsaw zombie complete a circle and not stopping. Instead, it spun like a top, speeding towards Wang Tao and cutting every zombie in its path in half. What the hell? Wang Tao was startled and promptly raised his shield to fall back. The chainsaw zombie's move seemed extremely damaging, and there was no need to meet it head-on. At the same time, Wang Tao urged Zhang Shixu to retreat quickly to avoid being hit by the chainsaw zombie's attack, as her small frame might not be able to withstand it. Thud! The chainsaw zombie spun faster and faster, dismembering a large number of zombies around it and even grinding some into mincemeat. Wang Tao was astonished, then, as if struck by a thought, he looked down at his shield subconsciously. Damn! It was then Wang Tao realized that his shield's durability had decreased by nearly half. Durability plus 70. The mutant explosion-proof electric shield's durability was originally 100. Although Wang Tao had used it a few times, he had not consumed any durability before. Chapter 285, Chainsaw Zombies 3. And now, had he just blocked 6 attacks from the chainsaw zombie? 6 hits had cost him 30 durability points, that is, 5 durability points per hit. Wang Tao retracted what he had just said. He should not have underestimated the chainsaw zombie. That thing was too fierce. This was a level 4 shield with plus 100 defensive power. Little Zhu, the attack power of this chainsaw zombie is too high, don't go over there at any cost. Wang Tao reminded Zhang Shixu, who was not far away, once again. Okay, Zhang Shixu nodded. She was well aware of her own limits, knowing that she was no match for the chainsaw zombie, so she wouldn't rashly rush over. Helping Wang Tao to clear the ordinary zombies around was enough. The chainsaw zombie, spinning like a top gone wild, would shred anything it touched, including buildings and other zombies. For a moment, it seemed as though the chainsaw zombie had even started a small tornado. However, when the chainsaw zombie was spinning, its speed was not fast, at least not as fast as before, and Wang Tao could easily dodge its attacks. But watching the path the chainsaw zombie was taking, Wang Tao internally voiced his concern. Whether intentional or not, it was heading straight for the base. Though the high walls of the base looked sturdy, thinking of the chainsaw zombie's awakening description, cutting attacks come with a cutting attribute, and recalling the 30 durability lost from his own level 4 shield, Wang Tao felt that the high walls might not hold it off. If it couldn't be held off and the high wall was breached with a large cut, it had to be stopped. Wang Tao originally planned to wait until it stopped spinning to make his move. After all, the chainsaw zombie wasn't as fast while spinning, and it couldn't hit him. But plans seldom match changes. Better safe than sorry. If it really did break through the high wall, there would be no repairing it. Wang Tao hurled a shockwave at the chainsaw zombie and fired an air bullet. -0, -0, but to no effect. In that case, Wang Tao had wanted to save an awakening, but facing the chainsaw zombie's spinning top state, his ranged attacks were ineffective. Melee attacks were a bit risky, so for safety, he had to go all out. Starfire Prairie. Whoosh, flames blazed up around Wang Tao. In a flash of light, Wang Tao stood in front of the chainsaw zombie. He lifted his flame longsword high with both hands and struck the still spinning chainsaw zombie. Bang! -0, although the strike caused no damage, the chainsaw zombie was sent flying, and its spinning top state was broken by Wang Tao. Crash! The chainsaw zombie smashed through several houses. Wang Tao shimmered and followed into the building. The dust in the air did not affect his perception. He located the chainsaw zombie. Seizing the moment before it could get up, he struck it with another blow. -18,938, -1,893, -1,029, 28,937 out of 120,000. His sword hit solidly on the chainsaw zombie's head, and with the bleeding and burn damage, it nearly caused 30,000 damage in one hit. Roar! The chainsaw zombie, now ablaze, let out an angry roar and then turned tail and fled, with an incredible speed. Zombies above the level of a lord have some rudimentary intelligence, at least they know when to run if they're outmatched. But with Wang Tao having awakened his power, naturally he wouldn't let it get away. Whoosh! Wang Tao directly threw his flame longsword in his hand. Thud! The flame longsword struck right into the chainsaw zombie's head. -24,248, -2,484, -2,205, 0 out of 120,000, the health point bar of the chainsaw zombie dropped to 0. If it hadn't run away, Wang Tao might still have had to put in some effort to kill it. After all, the chainsaw it wielded was quite peculiar and could block Wang Tao's attacks. But it fled and even showed its back to Wang Tao. That was simply begging for death. When using Starfire Prairie, it consumes 10 points of awakening energy per second, but it starts at 100 points of energy, meaning Wang Tao had to use it for at least 10 seconds. The speed at which he just killed the chainsaw zombie was very fast, and there were still 3 seconds left before the 10 seconds were up. Wang Tao didn't start collecting the spoils immediately. Instead, he rushed into the horde of zombies and released shockwaves like crazy. Swipe. The area beneath the high wall instantly turned into a sea of fire. Countless zombies were shattered and burnt to death. By the time the flames on Wang Tao died down, there were no zombies left standing around him. Pretty exhilarating. Awakening abilities are captivating. But they consume too much energy, and Wang Tao didn't dare use it recklessly. It could only be a trump card. Wang Tao walked out of the sea of fire and approached the chainsaw zombie. The chainsaw from the chainsaw zombie was named, which made Wang Tao grin as he picked up all the dropped loot and then returned to the top of the high wall with Zhang Shixu. Wang Tao. Seeing Wang Tao climb up using the iron tree vines, Lan Yulian, Ding Yukan, Wei Zhengou, and the others came to Wang Tao's side, visibly shocked. Was that flame just now your awakening? Badass. That's too powerful. We haven't killed as many zombies as you did, and you even killed a level 4 zombie lord. Everyone was full of admiration. Wang Tao had told them about the need for awakening to ascend to level 4, and that his awakening involved fire. But aside from the few who had previously joined him to hunt 4-level zombies, the others had never seen what Wang Tao's awakening looked like. After all, awakening energy is precious and can't be wasted recklessly. Now having seen with their own eyes how Wang Tao descended like a fire god and burned all the zombies beneath this wall to ashes, the scene was breathtakingly badass. Wang Tao said with a smile, "You guys will be able to awaken too sooner or later, and you could even be stronger than me." The others shook their heads. They weren't even pondering an awakening more powerful than Wang Tao's. They would be willing to take even a lousy awakening, as long as they could ascend to level 4. After the death of this chainsaw zombie, the zombies' attacks instantly became disorganized. The pressure everyone felt greatly decreased. Wang Tao didn't leave the high wall, just in case other 4-level zombies appeared, and he took the opportunity to check the spoils of battle. Chapter 286 Bloody Chainsaw 1 Killing the chainsaw zombie brought Wang Tao an advanced special energy and awakening key. He now had amassed 5 awakening keys. The chainsaw zombie dropped 3 items and burst out 5 loot packs. The 3 items were the red crystal core in its head, an awakening energy pearl, and its chainsaw. Acquired, 1 4th order crystal core, promotion, acquired, 1 awakening energy pearl, acquired, 4th order weapon, bloody chainsaw. The Ascension Crystal Core and Energy Pearl need no mention, but this chainsaw, it's actually a 4th order weapon. 4th order weapon, Bloody Chainsaw, health point, 10,000 out of 10,000, upper limit 100,000, status, dormant, enhancement, bone removal, compatibility, 0%, bone removal, can directly strip away life energy. Note, the upper limit of health point cannot be increased using crystal cores, it can only be raised by killing life forms of level 3 or higher. Upon seeing the attributes of the bloody chainsaw, Wang Tao suddenly understood. No wonder the chainsaw zombie directly killed the zombies after chopping them in half. It turned out that this chainsaw could directly strip away life energy. That meant this chainsaw was very effective against zombies. There was no need to aim specifically for the zombies' heads, hitting their bodies could kill them too. The bloody chainsaw's upper limit of health point increased differently from other weapons. It couldn't be enhanced using crystal cores and could only be raised through killing life forms of level 3 or higher. However, for Wang Tao, this was not bad news. Because the consumption for upgrading 4th order weapons was too great, he didn't have enough crystal cores. Being able to raise its potential through killing zombies was the best possible outcome. The only question was how strong exactly was the attack power of this bloody chainsaw. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Tao fed the chainsaw some crystal cores to increase the compatibility slightly and tested it on a few zombies. Then Wang Tao frowned. The damage of the bloody chainsaw wasn't high. When the chainsaw zombie wielded the chainsaw, it could chop the entangling roots, causing over 30,000 damage to health point, killing many zombies with a single cut. But after Wang Tao's tests, he found that the damage of this chainsaw was about the same as when he fought with his bare hands. Moreover, the mechanism of this chainsaw was very peculiar. The chainsaw itself lost health point while being used. Wang Tao had never seen equipment that lost health point before. No wonder it had a health bar. Luckily though, every time it killed a zombie, It would regenerate health point and the upper limit of its health point would increase. If it could continuously kill zombies, then it would be fine. But if it couldn't kill zombies, then it might end up dying itself. As for why its damage was so low, it was obviously because of that chainsaw zombie. Its awakening, cutting, was a pure attacking ability. Cutting, combined with the bloody chainsaw, had an effect greater than the sum of their parts. After returning to the high wall, Wang Tao checked the 5 loot packs once more. The first crystal core gift bag contained a total of 5 crystal cores, a red, level 4 crystal core, awakening, a purple, 4th order crystal core, versatility, a blue, level 4 crystal core, strength, another red, level 4 crystal core, mental defense, and an orange, 4th order crystal core, high speed rotation. There was one awakening crystal core, which was not bad. Wang Tao had seen most of the other crystal cores before, but he was seeing the last core for the first time. 4th order crystal core, high speed rotation, quality, orange, 100%, purity, 35%, side effect, reduced vision, high speed rotation, consumes energy to rotate at a balanced, high speed. This was the ability the chainsaw zombie had used before. The description alone didn't hint at how powerful this ability could be. However, considering the chainsaw zombie's prior engagement, if one had a suitable weapon to hand, this ability could be terrifying. Wang Tao looked toward the second loot pack. Acquired, 20 cleansing potions, acquired, 5 purification agents, experimental, acquired, 20 deactivating potions, experimental, A. Upon seeing the contents of this loot pack, Wang Tao thought he had seen wrong. He rubbed his eyes, but there was no mistake. These were cleansing potions, purification agents, and deactivating potions. Detoxification potion can eliminate 1% of impurities in the body. Purification agent, experimental, when used on zombies mutated for no longer than 3 days, there's a certain probability to purify the virus in their bodies, and a certain probability to cause self-combustion. Ineffective against zombies mutated for over 3 days. Note, this potion is an experimental version with certain unknown side effects. Deactivating potion, experimental, can reduce the zombie virus activity in the infected for 3 to 10 days. After the decrease in virus activity, the mutation into a zombie will not occur. Previously, Wang Tao had only obtained 1 detoxification potion, 1 purification agent, experimental, and 2 cases of deactivating potion, experimental. Besides acquiring deactivating potion after Wolf's mutation into a zombie, the rest were obtained from the green-eyed zombie below Shuai's first hospital. Wang Tao had hypothesized that such potions could only drop from doctor-class zombies. But since he hadn't encountered any special doctor zombies afterward, he couldn't confirm his guess. But now, Wang Tao felt his guess must be correct. He had previously thought that this chainsaw zombie's past life seemed a bit like a doctor's, except it was too incongruous holding a chainsaw. Now it appeared that it really was a doctor. Of these 3 potions, Wang Tao most coveted the detoxification potion. He had gotten 5 bottles previously and, after using them sparingly, now only had 1 bottle left. Chapter 286 Bloody Chainsaw 2. For Wang Tao, the greatest benefit of this potion was that it allowed him to synthesize crystal cores that contained impurities. Some crystal cores were too rare, potentially impossible to find a second one of, or simply unattainable at the moment. In such cases, to fuse the crystal cores, one would have to endure the internal impurities. For instance, when Wang Tao previously fused a level 4 Ascension crystal core, it was already difficult for him to obtain 4 Ascension crystal cores, let alone gather 12 to ascend. Therefore, he had to tolerate the internal impurities and use a cleansing potion afterwards. Now, having acquired 20 cleansing potions all at once, which equated to being able to clear 20% of the internal impurities, this should last Wang Tao for quite a while. As for the purification agent, experimental, and deactivating potion, experimental, both were also great finds. The purification potion was the one that saved Zhang Shixu. Without it, there would be no Zhang Shixu. Of course, the use of the purification potion was very strict, with significant side effects, and luck played a large part. The deactivating potion had a similar effect to the inhibitor but took effect faster and without any side effects. Once used, one would definitely not turn into a zombie within 3 days. However, its duration wasn't as long as the inhibitors, at most 10 days. Compared to the inhibitor, each had its advantages. But in urgent situations, the deactivating potion was more suitable. It was a life-saving item indeed. Contentedly storing away these 3 potions, Wang Tao turned his attention to the third loot pack. Inside was a set of clothes. Gained, a female doctor's suit, durability plus 10, tear resistance plus 10, it was a somewhat fitted white lab coat, which Wang Tao thought Lan Yulian should wear. She was a doctor by profession and now also acted as a healer, The coat suited her perfectly. If it could be paired with black stockings, it would be even more fitting. The fourth loot pack contained an Awakening Energy Pearl. Gained, Awakening Energy Pearl. The chainsaw zombies had already dropped an Awakening Energy Pearl, and now one more erupted from this loot pack. It also contained an Awakening Crystal Core, plus the 100 Awakening Energy gained from killing the chainsaw zombies. This meant that Wang Tao effectively traded 100 Awakening Energy for 400, profiting 300. Finally, the last loot pack, not surprisingly, contained blueprints. Gained, a far-sighted glasses blueprint. Gained, a sharp scalpel blueprint. Gained, a high-power cardiac pacemaker blueprint. There were 3 blueprints in total this time, though they didn't seem to be for conventional weapon equipment. Far-sighted glasses blueprint can be used to craft a pair of glasses with a binocular feature. Required materials: 1 any glasses, 1 a crystal core. Far-sighted glasses, attributes unknown. The making of these far-sighted glasses was very simple. Any pair of glasses plus a crystal core would do. Wang Tao went to Lan Yulian for a pair of sunglasses and then casually took out a level 1 crystal core. In the blink of an eye, the glasses were crafted. Far-sighted glasses, vision plus 5. These were a pair of sophisticated-looking gold-rimmed glasses. Wang Tao tried them on and found that he could freely adjust the focus of the lenses, indeed making them usable as binoculars. However, they were not fitting for Wang Tao to wear. Not only were they impractical for combat, but his night vision ability had already enhanced his vision, his eyesight was already excellent, and he also had regular binoculars. So these glasses weren't very useful for him. Therefore, Wang Tao gave the far-sighted glasses to Lan Yulian, and while he was at it, he also handed over the female doctor's suit. Lan Yulian was clearly happy to receive gifts from Wang Tao. However, upon seeing the white lab coat, she gave Wang Tao a reproachful look. While the clothes were proper, whether Wang Tao's thoughts were proper or not was another matter. Wang Tao didn't try to explain, as a straight tree does not fear a crooked shadow. He explained to Lan Yulian how the glasses worked. She was quite interested in them, being usable as binoculars. Wang Tao told her to have fun with them, and he then started crafting the other 2 pieces of equipment. Sharp scalpel blueprint can be used to craft an extremely sharp scalpel that can be reused. Required materials: 1 surgical knife, 1 a crystal core. Sharp scalpel, attributes unknown. The materials needed for the sharp scalpel were also simple. Wang Tao's space backpack was stocked with many surgical knives, all previously dropped by zombies at the hospital. He used these as disposable throwing weapons. Wang Tao casually took out a surgical knife and began crafting. A rainbow of light flashed, and the sharp scalpel was complete. Sharp scalpel, sharpness plus 5, automatically sterilized upon use. This scalpel was clearly not suitable as a throwing weapon, it was too wasteful. It would be perfect for a doctor's use. Both Lan Yulian and Chen Zhuang could use it. Since Lan Yulian was nearby, Wang Tao gave it to her. After all, Lan Yulian was now a pure healer. Chen Zhuang, on the other hand, was a combat medic. His priority was fighting, secondary was healing. High-power cardiac pacemaker blueprint can be used to craft a high-power cardiac pacemaker. Required materials: 1 level 4 crystal core, 20 pieces of iron block, 20 pieces of battery, 20 pieces of electronic components, 20 pieces of rubber, 20 pieces of plastic, 20 pieces of cable. High-power cardiac pacemaker, attributes unknown. Huh? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised as he saw the attributes for this last blueprint. The equipment crafted from the first 2 blueprints were just average, auxiliary items that wouldn't enhance combat abilities. Even without those 2 pieces of equipment, there wouldn't be much impact on Wang Tao. Chapter 286 Bloody Chainsaw 3. But this high-power cardiac pacemaker was different. It required more materials to produce, and most importantly, it needed a level 4 crystal core. Based on Wang Tao's experience, the higher grade materials required, the better the resulting product would be. Wang Tao suddenly felt a bit excited. He immediately took out various materials and began crafting. A rainbow flash passed, and a small yellow-white device appeared in front of Wang Tao. High-power cardiac pacemaker can restore 100 health point for a mammal whose health point has reached 0 within the past hour and has no significant damage to vital organs. Effective only once per day for the same target. Seeing the attributes of this cardiac pacemaker, Wang Tao was shocked. In a sense, this was equivalent to resurrection. The key vital organs likely referred to the brain and heart. This meant that as long as the death wasn't too horrific, there was a chance of bringing them back. Lan Yulian had strong healing abilities and was very useful. However, her healing required that the person was still alive. If they were dead, she was powerless to reverse it. But this cardiac pacemaker, even if the health point bar had reached 0, which meant death, there was still a chance to revive them. This was truly amazing. Especially now, when everyone might need to become a soldier, Having such a resurrection device at hand increased the chances of surviving the crisis. After further study, Wang Tao found out that the pacemaker used batteries as its energy source. However, ordinary batteries wouldn't work, it required the specific batteries that were dropped by Wang Tao. Fortunately, Wang Tao had plenty of materials and batteries, enough for its use. As for why the cardiac pacemaker was so powerful, Wang Tao naturally did not know, but it didn't matter. He didn't need to understand the principles, all that mattered was that it worked. Wang Tao then called over Lan Yulian and explained the functions of the high-power cardiac pacemaker to her. "You can revive the dead?" Lan Yulian looked incredulous. However, Wang Tao obviously had no need to lie to her. In this post-apocalyptic world, the emergence of any strange items was not surprising. Lan Yulian quickly became excited. "Wang Tao, does that mean we won't have any more deaths from now on?" Wang Tao shook his head and said, "That's definitely impossible. There are many limitations. All I can say is, from now on, if someone dies within the base, we should try to keep the body intact. We might actually be able to bring them back to life. That's still amazing. I'll instruct them right away that if they encounter danger, they must protect their comrade's body at all costs." Lan Yulian immediately ran off, full of energy. After checking the spoils of war, Wang Tao went up on the high wall. With the death of the level 4 zombie lord, the rest of the zombies outside the base attacked in a somewhat disorderly fashion, not as organized as before. But there were still a lot of zombies, and even a chaotic assault was troublesome for the base. Especially troublesome were the occasional level 3 zombie lords that appeared. As long as a zombie lord was present, it could control the other zombies and lead them in very methodical attacks. Therefore, He Jijun and the others watched carefully for the appearance of any zombie lords within the horde, ready to kill them the moment they showed up. Under the firepower of heavy machine guns and anti-materiel sniper rifles, even level 3 zombie lords couldn't withstand for long. He Jijun and his team had already killed many of them. However, everyone's expressions weren't exactly joyful, as there were just too many level 3 zombie lords. Normally, days would pass without seeing a single lord, and one couldn't find a zombie lord to hunt even if they wanted to. Now, however, level 3 zombie lords appeared as if they cost nothing. Fortunately, with Wang Tao present, who had dealt with the level 4 zombie lord, the situation was somewhat less problematic. Wang Tao watched from the wall for a while before saying to everyone, "I'm going down to kill some zombies. If there's any emergency, just call me." Wang Tao wanted to increase the blood limit for the bloody chainsaw. The bloody chainsaw could only increase its health point limit by killing zombies of level 3 or higher. This included level 3 lords, elite, and ordinary. There was an abundance of elite and ordinary zombies. Especially, there were many night demons below, which were deterred by the ultraviolet lights on the high wall and dared not approach, remaining in the darkness below without leaving. For Wang Tao, these were all exp packages for the bloody chainsaw. "Be careful," the people admonished. Wang Tao jumped down from the city wall, activating the entangling roots as he did. To deal with the large number of lower-level zombies, the entangling roots were quite useful. Holding the chainsaw, Wang Tao charged directly into the horde of zombies. There was a big difference in the feel between a chainsaw and a knife. Using a knife required chopping and was more strenuous. But with the chainsaw, it was different. One simply had to press the start switch and then just hold the chainsaw to the zombies. Wang Tao didn't even need to aim for the head or anything. The bloody chainsaw's special properties meant that cutting any part of a zombie did damage, allowing Wang Tao to unleash mayhem. In an instant, flesh and blood flew in all directions. Fortunately, Wang Tao had the entangling roots to block all that filthy stuff. Otherwise, with the killing power of the chainsaw, Wang Tao figured he would be completely covered in zombie blood and flesh. And amid Wang Tao's frenzied carnage, the health point bar of the bloody chainsaw visibly began to rise. Wang Tao had no idea how many zombies he killed until he saw the night demons begin to flee in terror, at which point he noticed that it was almost dawn. The first thing Wang Tao did was not to check the bloody chainsaw, but to clench his fist. Another day has passed. The 3-day agreement he had made with Shi Huzun of Qing City Base was down to the last day. Chapter 287, 4 Level 4 Creatures. One dawn was approaching. The night demons beneath the high walls receded like the tide. The attacks of the mad demon zombies also began to slow, and the other zombies were no longer as frenzied as before. Wang Tao looked around and, after confirming there were no zombie lords, he then returned to the base. Few atop the high walls, everyone was somewhat exhausted. Although there was no danger tonight, no one dared to relax in the slightest, their spirits highly concentrated, which was absolutely exhausting. Now, although the zombies were still assaulting the high walls, the frequency had reduced significantly, and the people could finally take a brief rest. "Is everyone okay?" Wang Tao asked the crowd. "We're all good. Okay, then I'm going to rest. Call me if there's anything. Wang Tao nodded. He hadn't rested at all tonight and was the busiest among them. Although he still had plenty of energy, he needed to maintain a good state. After all, he was the only one in the entire base who could handle 4-level zombies. When Wang Tao went to rest, he also glanced at the bloody chainsaw. Its health point had risen to 50,000, one more time and it would probably reach 100,000 blood. After using the bloody chainsaw to kill so many zombies, Wang Tao had pretty much figured out the proper use of this weapon. The damage of the bloody chainsaw did indeed have some relation to its own health point, but the increase wasn't significant. The main purpose of this health point was to improve endurance. When using it, it consumes 100 blood per second. A bloody chainsaw with 10,000 blood could only be used for 100 seconds under normal circumstances, which is less than 2 minutes. One with 50,000 blood could last for 500 seconds, more than 8 minutes. That was a significant increase in endurance. Of course, the bloody chainsaw could regain health by killing zombies. Killing any zombie with it would regenerate health for the chainsaw. The only question was how much. And only by killing level 3 or higher zombies could the chainsaw's maximum health limit be increased. Overall, the bloody chainsaw was still quite good to use. After all, it was very simple to operate, just start the chainsaw and press it against the zombies. Wherever you hit a zombie, it would lose health. When dealing with large-scale zombie attacks, using the chainsaw might not be as efficient as using a shockwave, but it was much less effort-consuming. After all, it didn't require Wang Tao to do much. Killing zombies even gave Wang Tao a feeling of slacking off. The only drawback might be that the damage wasn't very high. Back in the central area, Wang Tao had something simple to eat and then rested. He had barely slept last night, so now was the time to catch up on sleep. In the afternoon, Wang Tao suddenly felt something damp on his face. Opening his eyes, he found Lightning licking him with a big tongue. Go away. Don't be a bootlicker. Wang Tao pushed Lightning's head away. After Lightning's successful ascension to level 3, its body had grown significantly larger, now resembling a small calf, looking majestic and powerful. Zhang Shixu could probably use it as a mount. Wang Tao played with Lightning for a bit, then rubbed its head and said, "Later, I'll take you out to boost your health bar, aiming to get you to 100,000 blood quickly." Woof. After washing his face, Wang Tao walked out with Lightning. Lan Yulian and others were already outside. Lightning had also just woken up not long ago, and everyone marveled at its size. Having such a big dog around felt very secure. After that, Lan Yulian told Wang Tao that the onslaught of the zombie horde had slowed down, and they should be safe for the time being. Seems like zombies can get tired too, huh? Wang Tao laughed. Everyone laughed along. After holding off such a fierce attack last night, they were feeling somewhat confident now. Wang Tao and the others had a simple lunch together, and he inquired about their equipment and ammunition. There wasn't much ammunition left from the military base, and though it would have been enough for them, it certainly wouldn't be if used against the zombie horde. Judging by the intensity of yesterday's attack, our ammunition should last about 3 more days. Ding Yukin said, holding a list. 3 days, that's not too bad. Wang Tao nodded. According to the agreement with Qing City Base, reinforcements should arrive by this time tomorrow. Even if there were any problems, delaying it by 1 or 2 days would be sufficient. As for whether the other side would be able to come over, Wang Tao felt that they must be aware of the difficulties on the road, and since they dared to agree, they definitely had the means to do so. After lunch, Wang Tao went out of the base with Zhang Shixu and Lightning. Zhang Shixu had also reached the pinnacle of level 3, but both Wang Tao and she were unclear on how to awaken. After all, Zhang Shixu was different from the others. Wang Tao had also tried feeding her blood once before, but it didn't work this time. However, it was understandable. After all, ascension to level 4 required awakening, and if awakening was so easy to achieve, it wouldn't be called awakening. So, Wang Tao thought that if conditions allowed, it would be best to take Zhang Shixu out to kill more zombies, perhaps that might present the opportunity for awakening. Outside Zijin base, the zombie horde's attacks had weakened, but they had not retreated. And even though so many zombies were killed last night, today it seemed like there were even more than yesterday. These zombies really are endless. Wang Tao exclaimed, then took out the chainsaw and began hunting zombies. There were no zombie lords in sight for the time being, but there were quite a few level 2 and level 3 elite zombies. Especially a lot of mad demon zombies, those were groupings of level 2 and 3 zombies. Chapter 287, 4 level 4 creatures 2. Lightning strikes killed the zombies and added to his health point, and the bloody chainsaw did the same when it killed level 3 zombies. Therefore, Wang Tao activated entangling roots and charged directly into the mob of mad demon zombies, starting a frenzy of slaughter. Buzzing, it has to be said, The bloody chainsaw was extremely effective against ordinary zombies, hardly requiring any effort. By the time only a few mad demon zombies remained, they all started to flee. Wang Tao naturally couldn't let them go, but during the pursuit, he suddenly thought he had previously followed night demons to find the night demon's nest. Now following these mad demon zombies, could he find a mad demon lair? Thinking it, he did it. He didn't kill those few mad demon zombies but instead followed them with Zhangshixu and lightning to see where they intended to go. About 10 or so minutes later, Wang Tao grinned. Indeed, he had found it. It was a place that looked like a hotel, and he could sense a large number of mad demon zombies inside. Wang Tao had passed by several night demon nests, but he hadn't entered a mad demon lair before. Let's go, let's take a look inside. Wang Tao wasn't timid, he went straight in. He had just scouted the area and found that it was only filled with level 1, level 2, and level 3 mad demon zombies, with no other types of zombies or any level 4 zombies present. This was why he was so fearless. Roar when Wang Tao, one person and one dog, appeared at the entrance of the hotel, they instantly drew the attention of the mad demon zombies inside. Mad demons are different from night demons, they aren't afraid of ultraviolet light. Upon seeing Wang Tao, the uninvited guest, a large number of mad demon zombies immediately ran out of the hotel. Kill. Wielding the bloody chainsaw, Wang Tao charged into battle, with Zhangshixu and lightning following behind him. Dealing with mad demon zombies of these levels was naturally not difficult for Wang Tao. Their numbers weren't too many, at least not as many as a zombie horde, so Wang Tao could easily handle them. After some time, there wasn't a single zombie left standing inside the hotel. Lightning's health point had reached 80,000, and the bloody chainsaw's health point finally reached 100,000. Wang Tao began cleaning up the battlefield. The mad demon zombies themselves didn't have crystal cores, and the loot packs that Wang Tao looted mostly contained materials, so there wasn't anything particularly valuable. However, inside the lair, there was some flesh that could hatch mad demon zombies. After destroying all of this flesh, Wang Tao ended up with a large pile of extraction crystal cores. Moreover, these extraction crystal cores were not merely level 2, there were level 1, level 2, and level 3 ones. Hiss. Struck it rich. Wang Tao hadn't expected to find such valuable items inside a mad demon lair. These crystal cores were of no use to Wang Tao himself, but to others, they were invaluable, especially the level 3 extraction crystal cores. Lan Yulian and her group were all at level 3. Although the crystal cores they fused with were all selected by Wang Tao and were essentially flawless, using the extraction crystal cores with health point enhancement crystal cores could potentially increase their extra health point. Wang Tao previously obtained an extra 10,000 health point this way. Of course, he didn't use extraction crystal cores but instead utilized his special energy extraction ability, but they should be similar. The health point enhancement crystal cores came from the night demon and were all level 3, thus, they could only be used with level 3 extraction crystal cores. After his ascension to level 4, Wang Tao realized how difficult it was to increase his health point. Allowing them to gain an extra 10,000 health point while at level 3 was quite significant. Moreover, awakening required 100,000 health point. Wang Tao had 110,000, leaving him with some to spare. He was unsure what would happen if one had exactly 100,000 health point. If everyone could increase their health point to 110,000, then that worry would be gone. After collecting all of the loot, Wang Tao used the walkie-talkie to inquire about the situation at the base. Jade Lotus reported that no level 4 zombies had appeared and that the attack from the horde wasn't in a state of frenzy, so the base was still safe. Thus, Wang Tao didn't return but continued with Zhangshixu and Lightning, searching Zijing City for zombies to see if they could find another mad demon lair. Although they searched for half a day without finding a second mad demon lair, Wang Tao did come across a night demon's nest. Unfortunately, this night demon's nest was quite significant, but it contained no level 4 night demons, only level 3 night demons. But a mosquito's leg is still meat, and Wang Tao didn't let it go. After clearing out this night demon's nest, Lightning's health point also reached 100,000. For the now, killing these level 3 zombies was incredibly easy for Lightning, who could bite them to death in just a few bites. Let's go, back to base. Since the base was currently surrounded by a zombie horde, Wang Tao didn't want to stray too far away. However, as they were leaving the night demon's nest, Wang Tao, Zhangshixu, and Lightning all looked toward the east at the same time. Thud, thud. A towering figure in worn-out metal armor, carrying a metal pillar similar to a utility pole on his shoulder, walked past in the distance. Level 4 Lord Zombie. Upon seeing the zombie, Wang Tao's brow furrowed. But before he could say anything, he saw a thin, shriveled, hunched-over figure emerge from behind the tall one. 2 Level 4 Lord Zombies. No. There's more. A massive obese zombie and another deformed one covered in green mist appeared. 4 level 4 Lord zombies. Run. If it were only one level 4 Lord, Wang Tao would definitely have tried to see if he could defeat it, but suddenly, there were 4. Without a second word, Wang Tao turned and ran. Chapter 287, 4 level 4 creatures. 3 Zhongshixu and lightning closely followed behind Wang Tao. The level 4 zombies seemed not to have noticed Wang Tao, so they did not give chase. Their pace remained unhurried, but the direction they were heading. Zijin base. Everyone, pay attention. Level 4 zombies are coming. Wang Tao immediately used the walkie-talkie to notify Zijin base. A moment later, Wang Tao used iron tree vines to successfully scale into the base. Wang Tao, what's going on? Lan Yulian and her group looked at Wang Tao with palpable tension. 4 level 4 zombie lords are coming from the east. Wang Tao's expression was grave. He knew that apart from the chainsaw zombies, other level 4 zombie lords were bound to arrive, but with 4 appearing all at once, they were going to be tough to handle. That many? Everyone was startled. If it were only 1 or 2 level 4 zombie lords, they might barely be able to cope with the firepower of Wang Tao and the heavy machine guns. But the sudden appearance of 4. It felt like an insurmountable battle. Don't panic. None of these 4 zombies are overly large, so the high walls of the base should hold them back. As long as we can keep them outside the walls, we certainly have means to cope. Have all ability users stand by, I have some weapon equipment to distribute. Get ready for the fight. Though Wang Tao was worried, he did not show it. If he too seemed afraid, it would greatly affect morale. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Wang Tao took out the iron tree armors, bone hand crossbows, hand axes, and the like that he had made, and handed them over to Lan Yulian. Lan Yulian immediately used the broadcast system to inform everyone about the level 4 zombies. At this point, there was no point in concealing the news, only with everyone working together could there be a chance to solve the problem. When the survivors inside the base heard this news, they were all very nervous, but they also knew there was no way back. Those capable of fighting donned their armor and took up their weapons, ready to join the battle at any moment. Zijin base housed 20,000 people, 1/10 of whom were ability users, totaling around 2,000. These 2,000 people were the backbone of the base. This number of ability users was actually controlled deliberately by Lan Yulian. After all, they were not a small base but a relatively well-functioning large one. For such a base to develop, besides ability users hunting zombies, there were those in charge of cooking, farming, and even doing laundry and other logistical tasks. Every part of the base needed people, but not every part needed ability users. Many tasks could also be done by ordinary people. Of course, if one became an ability user, their physical fitness would improve across the board, and they might perform even better. But aside from whether or not it was worth it, there simply wasn't enough crystal cores. Crystal cores came in many varieties. For some lousy ones, using them was worse than not using them at all. Plus, to become a qualified ability user, a single crystal core was obviously not enough. It would take many to cultivate an ability user worth mentioning. So, rather than distributing these crystal cores to everyone, providing a slight boost in strength, it was better to concentrate them on a subset of individuals, making these few much stronger. These people were either existing ability users who came from other places, or those with certain combat abilities or contributions, promoted by the base. The base's resources would be skewed towards these ability users, and they would be treated with more respect. As for whether ordinary people might be jealous, of course, some would be. But there was no helping it, while the base was fair, it was not absolutely so. Everything still depended on strength. Furthermore, some people were not even willing to become ability users. Despite better treatment for ability users, they would have to venture outside to kill zombies, risking their lives. Being an ordinary person, contributing to the base, and being protected by ability users, could also be a good thing. Among these 2,000 ability users, there were 1,500 level 1 ability users, 400 level 2 ability users, and 100 level 3 ability users. Relying solely on these ability users was clearly not sufficient to hold back the zombie horde. After all, there were far too many zombies, and there were also numerous level 2 and level 3 elite zombies. But the base had high walls that could block most zombies. As long as the walls stood, the base was secure. Then there were the thermal weapons. The base already had a military force established by the former base leader, General, in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Although their numbers were not large, they were equipped with thermal weapons. In terms of lethality, many ability users could not compare, but due to the loudness of gunfire, they usually would not take action. Furthermore, Wang Tao had moved over the weapon equipment from the military base. While there were no large weapons, there were plenty of heavy machine guns, anti-tank sniper rifles, and the like. With these devices against zombies, even level 4 zombies could be dealt with. Under Lan Yulian's mobilization, the base's combatants were divided into 2 batches. The first batch had all arrived at the high walls, ready to face the zombies. The second batch rested, prepared to rotate in at any moment. The 4 level 4 zombie lords Wang Tao mentioned had not yet been seen by anyone. But it was palpably clear that the zombies below the wall were becoming increasingly frenzied, and even more zombies were walking in from a distance. Roar! The zombies below let out a shriek, and then, just like the previous night, began to scale the wall. If it were only a small number, even the mad demon zombies wouldn't be able to scale the high walls of the base. But there were countless zombies climbing all at once. For every one that fell, another took its place. They climbed over one another, scaling the wall mutually. A moment later, the zombies piled up at the foot of the high wall like ants. If left unchecked, surmounting the high wall was just a matter of time. Attack! Lan Yulian roared. The survivors wielding flamethrowers and firearms immediately pulled their triggers. Whoosh! Da surge after surge of flames and bullets rained down upon the zombies, instantly knocking down swathes of them, but immediately, more zombies filled their places, as if they were never ending. Chapter 288. Before the dawn, Wang Tao watched the surging tide of zombies, his heart unmoved. Still not coming out, huh? He was waiting for the appearance of a level 4 Lord Zombie, but those several level 4 zombies seemed to be planning to use ordinary zombies to wear down the base first, as they themselves had not shown up the entire time. Wang Tao wasn't naive enough to think that those 4 level 4 zombies had left. They were definitely hiding somewhere. After waiting a while longer and seeing that the level 4 Lord Zombie still wasn't showing up, Wang Tao took out an anti-material sniper rifle. Aiming, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! An ordinary level 3 zombie's head exploded. This rifle was powerful, capable of killing an ordinary zombie with a single shot. Since the level 4 zombies were not showing up, Wang Tao couldn't just wait idly. He started killing other zombies to relieve some of the pressure on everyone else. As Wang Tao picked off more than a dozen zombies with his sniper rifle, suddenly, a thick object shaped like a pillar flew in from a distance, crashing toward the high wall of the base. Boom! There was a huge noise, and everyone felt the wall tremble as if there had been an earthquake. People quickly looked and could see a small dent appearing where the wall had just been hit. A metal pillar, as thick as a utility pole, rolled on the ground, crushing many zombies underneath it. If there were a few more metal pillars, it would probably create a hole in the high wall of the base. Such terrifying power. Wang Tao was somewhat astonished. At that moment, a bald figure appeared from within the zombie horde, over 3 meters tall with muscles like coiled dragons, wearing what looked like a set of tattered metal armor. On closer inspection, the armor was actually fused with its flesh. Health point, 100,000 out of 100,000, magic point, 100,000 out of 100,000, grade, level 4, Lord, awakened, tenacity, all basic attributes increased, significant increase in strength and defense. This was one of the 4 level 4 Lord zombies that Wang Tao had seen earlier. Its awakening ability was the same as the explosion-proof zombie Wang Tao had encountered before, but their appearances differed slightly. Seeing that its weapon did not manage to breach the high wall, the bald zombie clearly grew angry. It let out a roar and began striding towards the base. Its speed was not fast, which was good news for Wang Tao. However, Wang Tao didn't act rashly because 3 other level 4 Lord zombies had not yet made an appearance. Thud, thud, the bald zombie strode step by step towards the base. All manner of bullets were welcomed onto its body. -321, -33, -123, -82, even against heavy machine guns and anti-materiel sniper rifles, they could only inflict a few hundred points of damage. And each time, it would regenerate 100 health point on its own. Plus 100, plus 100, plus 100, just like the explosion-proof zombie. This scene was all too familiar. The previous explosion-proof zombie had done the same. The more it was attacked, the more health point it gained. Don't attack it. Wang Tao immediately called for a halt to the attack. Such zombies could only be damaged by hitting their head, and if you couldn't hit the head accurately, you'd only help it regenerate health. In fact, the more you attacked it, the more health it would gain. Lan Yulian immediately ordered others to shift their attack targets, while Wang Tao and He Zhijun, who was good at shooting, controlled the heavy machine gun to attack the head of the bald zombie. The heavy machine gun bullets could deal over 300 damage each time, and since it could regenerate 100, it effectively meant they were inflicting 200 damage. Given enough time, they could wear it down. But the bald zombie clearly wasn't giving them that opportunity. Braving the surging gunfire, the bald zombie arrived at the base of the high wall, then picked up its huge metal pillar and slammed it hard against the wall. Boom! Another huge noise. Another shallow pit appeared in the wall. Boom! The bald zombie continued to swing the metal pillar, seemingly determined to break down the wall. We can't let it keep smashing like this. Wang Tao immediately said to Hijijun beside him, Old He, you go fly the plane. If any other level 4 zombies show up, cover me. I'm going to deal with it. Okay. The helicopter was ready and could take off at any moment. Hijijun immediately went with his men to start the helicopter. Wang Tao waited a while, and once he saw the helicopter had taken off, he jumped down from the high wall. Thud. Wang Tao landed directly on the shoulder of the bald zombie. Then he raised his long knife and delivered a blow to its head. -2023, -202, -202, -202, such high defense. Wang Tao's blow only caused a little over 2,000 damage. After landing the blow, he immediately jumped down. The sudden attack enraged the bald zombie. It let out a roar, released the metal pillar, and swiped at its own shoulder. However, Wang Tao had already left the spot, so its strike naturally missed. Roar! The bald zombie immediately gave up attacking the wall and roared as it pursued Wang Tao. Wang Tao didn't continue to engage it in combat but instead ran away to a distance. After all, fighting under the high wall could damage it, and the surrounding bullets could also accidentally hit him. Swish! Wang Tao cleared the surrounding zombies in a flash with a few shockwaves. The bald zombie had also caught up, lifting its metal pillar to strike down at Wang Tao. But its speed was slow, and Wang Tao easily dodged the blow, also moving farther away to avoid potential shockwaves. Thud. The bald zombie's strike cracked the ground. Although there was no shockwave, the impact caused many nearby zombies to lose their balance. Wang Tao took advantage of the bald zombie's action and charged forward, climbing up the metal pillar to its face. Wang Tao swung his knife, slashing multiple times. Bang! -1029, -102, -1129, -112. The damage from the continuous slash was similar to that of the high-frequency vibration, amounting to just over 2,000 in total. Chapter 288 Before the Dawn 2. Roar! The bald zombie let out a furious roar and then swung a metal pillar, smashing it towards Wang Tao. But at this moment, in front of Wang Tao, he dodged immediately, and the bald zombie's club hit itself on the head. Bang! -3193, seeing the number of 3,000 health point popping up above the bald zombie's head, Wang Tao exclaimed in admiration. This bald zombie is a bit dumb. Roar! Staggering, the bald zombie roared again, the hefty metal rod spinning in its hand. Wang Tao had already dodged, but the surrounding zombies were not so lucky, they were directly smashed by the bald one. Seeing the bald zombie acting as if it had gone crazy, Wang Tao didn't rush in this time, but suddenly used mental shock on the bald zombie. Swipe! The bald zombie's body froze for a moment, and a damage number of -2834 also appeared above its head. It's effective. Wang Tao was overjoyed. Ever since he had learned the ability mental shock, he hadn't used it often. Under normal circumstances, it wasn't necessary. After all, a knife was simpler. And when it was necessary, the opponent's spiritual power would often be quite strong, rendering it ineffective. He had tried it before on a few 4-level zombies and monsters, but to little avail. Moreover, abilities of the psychic system consumed spiritual power, and using them too much would exhaust him. That's why Wang Tao didn't use them often. Now, seeing the bald zombie looking not so bright, Wang Tao guessed its spiritual power might not be very high. So he tried it, and sure enough, it was. Taking advantage of the moment when the bald zombie was slightly dizzy from the mental shock, Wang Tao charged again, his long knife now replaced by an electric baton. Bang! -932, -173, seeing these damage numbers, Wang Tao decisively switched his weapon back. It was clear that the bald zombie was not afraid of electricity, the damage from the electric baton was minimal. Roar! After recovering, the bald zombie began to swing its metal pillar wildly at anything nearby. This time, it seemed to have learned its lesson and didn't smash its own head again. But Wang Tao used mental shock once more, causing the bald zombie's movements to stutter. By the time it reacted, Wang Tao had already slashed it twice more. Wang Tao's mental shock could cause the bald zombie to experience a brief dizziness of about half a second to a second, enough time for Wang Tao to strike and retreat. However, Wang Tao couldn't keep using mental shock indefinitely, too much would also be unbearable for him. After several exchanges like this, the bald zombie hadn't even touched the hem of Wang Tao's clothes, yet its health point was already reduced to half. Wang Tao did not relax at all but became even more vigilant. Because the other 3-4-level zombie lords had yet to appear. Getting too relaxed and suffering a sneak attack would be a huge loss. Whirring at this moment, the helicopter had already flown out of the base. Both side doors of the cabin were open, exposing the barrels of 4 heavy machine guns. Seeing air support had arrived, Wang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. While the heavy machine guns on the aircraft might not be able to kill the 4-level zombies, they should be able to inflict some damage. As long as they could cause damage, they would attract the zombies' attention. If Wang Tao had to face 4-level zombies alone, it would be suicide, but with support from the aircraft overhead, he would be much safer. Whoosh! Wang Tao directly charged at the bald zombie, using mental shock on it while also slashing with his knife. -2384, -2192, -219, but it wasn't clear if the bald zombie was getting used to the mental shock. The damage from the mental shock was gradually decreasing, and the duration of dizziness was getting shorter. Roar! The bald zombie roared and lifted the metal pillar to smash it towards Wang Tao. But this time, the pillar slipped from the bald zombie's grasp. Wang Tao was quick, fully capable of dodging the strike, but the pillar was thrown towards the hovering helicopter. With no choice, Wang Tao had to intercept the blow meant for the helicopter. Entangling roots immediately covered his entire body, and then the metal pillar harshly struck Wang Tao's back. -53,533, -736, 109,264 out of 110,000 opening parenthesis 46467 out of 100,000 closing parenthesis. Wang Tao felt as if he had been hit by a train, smashing into the horde of zombies with the pillar, incidentally crushing a dozen of them. Shit! Wang Tao stood up clutching his back. The blow from the bald zombie had directly taken more than 50,000 health point from the entangling roots, and over 700 from him, absolutely terrifying. Entangling roots was a level 3 weapon after all, and its defensive power wasn't as high as Wang Tao's own. In this level 4 combat, it was evidently struggling. Wang Tao prepared to charge again, but paused when he saw the metal pillar lying on the ground. Then he waved his hand at the pillar. And it disappeared. The bald zombie's weapon, the metal pillar, was collected into Wang Tao's space backpack. Wang Tao just discovered that the metal pillar lying next to him had a name, so he tried, and indeed it was collected into the space backpack. Haha. Wang Tao laughed loud. The charging bald zombie, looking at the spot where its metal pillar lay, seemed a bit dumbfounded. Without its weapon, the bald zombie's attack power was significantly reduced, yet its slap attacks were somewhat quicker. But this slight increase in attack speed was clearly no match for Wang Tao. Shortly after, the bald zombie had just a sliver of health point left. Wang Tao didn't hesitate and drove his blade straight into its skull. -1,823, 0 out of 100,000, the 4-level zombie lord's health point depleted to 0, and this time Wang Tao didn't even need to awaken. Chapter 288. Before the dawn 3, he quickly gathered all the loot, and then opened the walkie-talkie to ask, "Have you seen any other 4-level zombies?" "No, haven't seen any." He-Jun replied. Wang Tao found it strange, 4-level zombies had obviously come, so why had only one appeared? Could it be that these zombies wanted to attack one by one? That was exactly the situation Wang Tao hoped to see. Facing opponents of the same level, he wasn't afraid of a drawn-out fight, but feared being surrounded. After confirming once more that there were no 4-level zombies around, Wang Tao then used the iron tree vines to wrap around the hook under the helicopter, and was brought back to the base. "Wang Tao, are you okay?" As soon as Wang Tao landed, Ding Yukin and the others rushed over, with Lan Yulian casting several heals on Wang Tao. Because Wang Tao chose to fight the bald zombie far away from the high wall to prevent it from attacking, with some buildings in between for cover, except for He-Jun, no one else saw the specifics of the battle. "I'm fine. I've dealt with that 4-level zombie." "Did you see any other 4-level zombies appear?" Wang Tao asked after drinking a few bottles of nutrition solution. "No. Only a few level 3 lords appeared, which we took care of." Everyone shook their heads. "Pay more attention, let me know if there's any movement." Wang Tao needed to rest for a while. His fight with the bald zombie hadn't lasted long, but it was very energy-consuming. After all, the slightest carelessness could have been fatal. Before resting, Wang Tao first checked the loot. Killing the bald zombie, he obtained 1 advanced special energy, 1 awakening key. He now had 6 awakening keys. The bald zombie itself dropped a crystal core, an awakening energy pearl, the metal pillar, and tattered armor. Obtained 1 4th order crystal core, strength. Obtained 1 awakening energy pearl. Obtained 1 black iron stick. Obtained 10 pieces of black iron. The black iron stick was its weapon, and the black iron was from its tattered armor. Then there were 5 loot packs. The first pack contained 5 crystal cores, all of which Wang Tao had seen before. They were red, level 4 crystal core, awakening, orange, level 4 crystal core, ascension, blue, level 4 crystal core, versatility, blue, level 4 crystal core, defense, and purple, level 4 crystal core, Return to light. In the second loot pack were strength and defense potions. Obtained, 20 strength potions, medium. Obtained, 20 strength potions, small. Obtained, 20 defense potions, medium. Obtained, 20 defense potions, small. The third loot pack contained another energy bead. Obtained, awakening energy pearl, 2 awakening energy pearls, along with 1 awakening crystal core, plus the 100 awakening energy gained from killing the zombie. Just these awakening energy alone were a huge gain. Yesterday, Wang Tao upgraded his awakening energy limit a bit, now it was 600. If he used it all on Starfire Prairie, he could use it for a minute. A real man for a minute. In the fourth loot pack was more black iron. Obtained, 10 pieces of black iron, a crafting material that can increase equipment's defense, fire resistance, and ductility. Although this material didn't add as many attributes as black stone armor, any material that could add attributes was a good one. Usually, when such materials were dropped, there would be corresponding blueprints. As expected, the last loot pack contained blueprints. Obtained, 1 black iron heavy armor blueprint. Black iron heavy armor blueprint can be used to craft a set of black iron heavy armor. Required materials, 10 pieces of black iron, 1 a crystal core, black iron heavy armor, attributes unknown. The materials required for this blueprint were simple, only black iron and a crystal core. Except for crafting equipment, Wang Tao didn't know what else these materials were useful for, so he immediately started crafting. Shortly after, a set of pitch black heavy armor appeared in Wang Tao's space backpack. Black iron heavy armor, level 4, epic, durability plus 300, defensive power plus 200, speed minus 50%, fire resistance, ability, not inlaid, requires awakening energy to activate. Holy smokes. Seeing the attributes of this armor set, Wang Tao was shocked. Durability of 300, defense of 200, these were the strongest attributes Wang Tao had seen to date. But the reduction of speed by 50% was a deadly weakness for someone like Wang Tao who preferred high mobility. He would have to research how to use this armor set properly. Until night fell, no other 4-level zombies appeared. Lan Yulian hurriedly switched to the second batch of people, allowing the previous combatants to rest. Wang Tao was well rested by now, watching the mad demons beginning to appear beneath the wall. He took out various ultraviolet lighting tools. He told everyone to prepare. At that moment, Wang Tao's ears twitched. There's movement. He quickly grabbed his binoculars and looked into the distance. Damn. Wang Tao's night vision ability clearly saw that within his field of view were endless zombies. Among these zombies, the figures of 3-4 level zombies stood out. They were the same 3-4 level zombies from before. No wonder they hadn't appeared earlier, they had been gathering other zombies from different places. What's going on? Lan Yulian asked nervously. Those 3 zombies I mentioned before, they've brought a huge number of zombies here. Wang Tao's face looked grim. How many? Is a huge number? The others looked anxiously at Wang Tao. Weren't the zombies besieging their base already a huge number? Wang Tao pointed towards the zombies outside the base and said, 3 times more than this, maybe even more. The objective of those 3 Lord zombies is to directly break through our base. The others were somewhat flabbergasted. Were the zombies now so smart they even knew how to strategize and lead troops? Everyone, get ready to fight. If we can get through this wave, we can wait for the rescue. If we can't hold on, then it's all over. Chapter 289, Proper Use. Zijin base's exterior was swarming with zombies at a visibly alarming rate. They screamed and howled, climbing up the tall walls. The heavy machine guns mounted on the wall fired down below. The zombies at the front were riddled with holes, but countless more took their place. In the blink of an eye, the base of the wall was piled high with zombie corpses, which served as a ladder for the other zombies. Gasoline. Someone shouted, and barrels of gasoline started pouring down onto the heap of bodies. Bullets struck the gasoline, and flames erupted instantaneously, swallowing the zombies in a sea of fire. Hee hee. Roar sizzle. The ignited zombie's body fat emitted crackling noises. But the secretion of black blood with fire retardant properties began to reduce, even extinguish, the flames. Without pain or fatigue, they emerged from the fire and continued their assault on the wall. These zombies are tough to deal with. Even fire can't kill them. Wei Zhengao complained as he reloaded, watching some zombies' flames slowly extinguished atop the tall wall. Unless they were directly doused in gasoline over their heads, these zombies might really be unburnable. Wang Tao remained silent. He was firing his rifle at the elite zombies in the horde while keeping an eye on the 3 zombies that stood out from the rest 3 level 4 lords. After the arrival of these 3 4-level lord zombies, the situation didn't unfold as Wang Tao had predicted. They didn't lead a massive zombie charge against Zijin base. Instead, They waited from afar while sending ordinary zombies ahead. Wang Tao felt that these zombies had truly become cunning, capable not only of strategic deployment but also of using these cannon fodder to wear down their enemies. The base's ammunition was limited, and people could weary. If the base was so depleted by other zombies that they ran out of bullets and supplies, by the time the 4-level zombies attacked, they would stand no chance. Wang Tao, how about we rush out together? We'll hold off the other 2 4-level zombies, and you take care of the 3rd. As long as we can split them up, I believe you can take them down. Xiang Hongbin suddenly said. Back at the military base, Wang Tao used a military printer to make a prosthetic limb for him. Although he lacked the combat power of a normal person, he still had the ability to fight, which is why he was also on the front line. Hearing this, the others turned their eyes towards Wang Tao. What Xiang Hongbin said was also a viable strategy. They all knew Wang Tao was a strong fighter, capable of taking down a level 4 Lord Zombie, but it needed time and had to be a 1v1 fight. With 3 level 4 Lord Zombies present, Wang Tao obviously couldn't handle them. But if they could temporarily distract the other 2, giving Wang Tao time and space, he would surely take care of the problem. But there was one major issue. I disagree because you would die, Wang Tao flatly refused. He had fought against level 4 lords multiple times and knew how terrifying they were. Put simply, if Wei Zhengou and the others were to fight these 2 level 4 lords, casualties would be inevitable. It's just a matter of how many would die, total annihilation was possible. Having recently reunited, Wang Tao naturally couldn't accept such a scenario. But if we don't do this, we're just slowly dying. Xiang Hongbin sighed. He wasn't afraid to die, what he feared was dying without achieving anything. There will be a way. I'll think of something, Wang Tao still shook his head. Ah. Seeing this, everyone else refrained from saying anything further. Ding Yukan came up to Wang Tao's side, gripped his hand tightly, and whispered, "We trust you, Wang Tao. But if there really is no other way, you can retreat in time." To retreat in time meant to give up on the people of Zijin base. Ding Yukan feared Wang Tao would become obstinate and fight to the death against these zombies. Wang Tao certainly had the chance to retreat. She admitted, she was selfish. But as long as Wang Tao was alive, her selfishness was justified. She was never a generous person to begin with. Looking into Ding Yukan's watery eyes, Wang Tao smiled and caressed her cheek. "Don't worry, if it really comes to that, I'll make sure there's a way out for myself." Wang Tao could leave by helicopter at any time. But he didn't want to flee ignominiously, especially when there was still a chance. "That's good." Ding Yukan tilted her head, rubbed her face into Wang Tao's palm, then decisively turned away, picked up her rifle, and resumed firing skillfully at the base of the wall. Wang Tao took a deep breath and looked again at the 3 level 4 Lord zombies hiding in the dark distance. The first zombie was a gaunt and withered one, hunched over. Health point, 150,000 out of 150,000, magic point, 100,000 out of 100,000, grade, level 4, Lord, awakening, boulder armor, for the duration, defensive power is greatly increased. Was this some kind of earth awakening? It seemed a bit similar to his Starfire Prairie. He didn't know how much this increased the defensive power, nor how long this awakening would last. The second zombie was over 2 meters tall, extremely obese. Health point, 120,000 out of 120,000, magic point, 100,000 out of 100,000, grade, level 4, Lord, awakening, flame explosion, concentrate awakening energy to form a massive fireball and explode. Clearly, it was a fire system awakening ability, and by its description, the awakening's power seemed considerable. The third zombie was a deformed one, surrounded by a yellow-green fog. Chapter 289, Correct Usage, Health point, 100,000 out of 100,000, magic point, 100,000 out of 100,000, grade, level 4, Lord, awakening, corrosive poison gas, generates an extremely corrosive poison gas both inside and outside the body. This awakening ability seems related to poison, akin to the skill of the poisonous fog zombie that Wang Tao had encountered before. However, it must be different as awakenings are far more powerful than ordinary abilities. Once released, the gas could probably kill or injure a large number. Wang Tao felt that the awakening abilities of these 4 level 4 Lord zombies were all troublesome, and he couldn't possibly handle them all at once. If he had to choose an opponent, he would definitely pick the fat zombie. After all, it was a fire awakening, which he could also perform. Wang Tao felt that the most difficult one to deal with would be the deformed zombie with the lowest health point. After all, poison isn't easy to defend against. Wang Tao picked up the sniper rifle, aimed at the fat zombie, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! A .50 caliber bullet instantly reached the front of the fat zombie, which suddenly opened its mouth. Whoosh! A small fireball shot out from its mouth, hitting the bullet head-on. Then, the bullet dropped to the ground. Seeing this, Wang Tao's expression turned somewhat ugly. It could actually block a bullet. And it did so proactively, its reflexes were impressively strong. As for whether that fireball was its awakening ability, Wang Tao wasn't sure. It didn't seem likely. After all, an awakening ability shouldn't be this weak. Wang Tao took another shot at the deformed zombie. Bang! The bullet instantly reached the deformed zombie, entering the layer of poisonous gas surrounding it. The semi-transparent gas had a wide range, and it was clear to see the bullet slowing down upon entering the gas before rapidly corroding. In the blink of an eye, the bullet turned to dust. The bullet was ineffective against the deformed zombie. Not willing to believe it, Wang Tao aimed at the short and shriveled zombie. Bang! -5223, the bullet instantly struck the shriveled zombie's head, dealing 5,000 damage. Wang Tao immediately felt elated. Could the breakthrough in dealing with these 3 level 4 Lord Zombies be through the shriveled one? But he quickly discovered that, after being attacked, the shriveled zombie's body immediately flashed with what looked like a full-body armor made of rocks, covering it entirely, including its eyes. The once shriveled zombie turned into a muscular man in an instant. Is this the rock armor awakening? Wang Tao fired at it again. Bang! -24, the bullet hit its yellowish-brown armor, and a large 24 appeared above its head. Disbelieving, Wang Tao fired several shots. -21, -15, Wang Tao waited a while, but the stone armor on the stone armor zombie didn't disappear. Crap! Wang Tao put away his rifle, his expression very ugly. All 3 of the level 4 Lord Zombies had the ability to resist bullets. Considering their awakenings, Wang Tao suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. When he was covered in flames, he could also block bullets. But Starfire Prairie lasted only 10 seconds, which was too short. Unlike these zombies, who could block continuously. Suddenly, Wang Tao felt that the bald zombie he had killed before, whose awakening boosted its defensive power, compared to these 3 zombies, had a weakest defense, right? After all, its awakening was related to physique, simply having strong physical qualities and high bodily defense. On the other hand, though these 3 zombies might not have as strong a physique, they had ways to block bullets. The bullets had no effect on them at all. At least the bullets inflicted over 200 damage to the bald zombie. This was going to be tough. Gasoline. Pour the gasoline quickly. We've run out for now, we're getting it. Someone was shouting from atop the high wall. Wang Tao glanced up and saw that many zombies were climbing the walls using the bodies of their companions. They were almost over the top. Wang Tao immediately ran over, pulled out his long knife, and swung several shockwaves at the zombies below. Splat! More than a dozen zombies were instantly shattered. The wall of zombie corpses collapsed thunderously. Update by N0vgo. C0th. Thank you. The one who had been shouting quickly expressed his gratitude to Wang Tao. Wang Tao nodded slightly, not saying much else. These few people were level 2 ability users from within the base, clearly struggling to fend off the siege of so many zombies. Even if some of them had the ability to produce shockwaves, which could harm an area, the damage they could deal was limited due to their lower strength, only managing to slightly delay the zombies' assault. If the zombies' numbers grew or they made any slight mistake, their lives would be at risk. Wang Tao looked down at the wall, where numerous zombies were climbing up over their own kind's bodies. He had to use several shockwaves in a row before finally clearing that area momentarily, greatly relieving the pressure on the others. Then, a wide green halo suddenly appeared, covering many people on the wall, and some people's health point bars began to rise. Lan Yulian had activated Healing Light. Healing Light was a sustained ability, which she could use continuously as long as she didn't run out of mana. Meanwhile, she was holding a high-power cardiac pacemaker against someone covered in blood. Sizzle hum! The person's chest suddenly convulsed, and then he opened his eyes in bewilderment. Am I dead? Lan Yulian threw a healing spell at him and then patted his shoulder. You're not dead, take a good rest, she said. Thank you, boss. The man, although unsure of what had happened, was definitely grateful to have his life back. He quickly gave his thanks and then went to the side to start treating himself with a medical kit. Chapter 289, Correct Usage. Jade Lotus confirmed that no one had died for the time being and then came over to Wang Tao's side. Thanks to your heart pacemaker, otherwise we would have lost many people. Seeing the fatigue in Jade Lotus's eyes, Wang Tao put his arm around her shoulders. You should rest too. I'll hold them back for a while. Okay. Be careful. Wang Tao didn't immediately deal with the 3 zombie lords. He swiftly moved along the high wall, clearing the zombies wherever they were the most concentrated. As a 4th-order superpower, his intervention instantly relieved a lot of pressure on everyone. However, this was obviously not a solution. The zombies outside were endless. If they didn't deal with the level 4 zombie lords, the ordinary and elite zombies would continue to barrage the base's high walls without end. Wang Tao definitely couldn't outlast so many zombies with his physical strength. While Wang Tao continued to ponder how to deal with the level 4 zombie lords, he suddenly froze. The 3 zombie lords in the distance had disappeared. Previously, these 3 zombie lords had been outside the southern high wall of Zijin base, including the chainsaw zombie and bald zombie killed by Wang Tao. They were all in that direction. As the southern side was the city center of Zijing City, it was where the most zombies and the fiercest siege attacks occurred. The zombies from the other 3 directions were relatively fewer. Most of the people with strong abilities, like Wang Tao, were stationed here. But after Wang Tao had quickly circled the base wall, he returned to find the 3 4th-level zombies gone. They were too far away for most to see, only Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu with their night vision ability could spot them. Wang Tao had just left, and Zhang Shixu was elsewhere helping kill zombies and hadn't been keeping a close watch, so no one noticed the disappearance of the 4th-level zombies. Could they have left? Wang Tao quickly shook his head. It was obviously impossible. To the zombies, human flesh was their catalyst for rapid evolution, they wouldn't just leave. Wang Tao suddenly had a bad feeling and immediately shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Those 3 level 4 zombies have disappeared. Everyone be alert and check their whereabouts." Gone? Everyone was startled for a moment. Like Wang Tao, they all thought it impossible for the level 4 zombies to have left. They must still be around, just hidden. And an enemy in hiding would be even more terrifying. Everyone instantly became tense, but before they could start looking, a loud boom shook the ground. What's happening? Wang Tao hurriedly looked towards the source of the noise, the western high wall of Zijin base. At that moment, all walkie-talkies sprang to life with a roaring sound emanating from them. "SSS. The western high wall has been breached. We need backup." "What? The wall has been breached?" Wang Tao and the others were shocked. After leaving some to continue guarding the southern wall, the rest quickly headed for the western wall. Wang Tao found it hard to believe. He hadn't heard any significant commotion, and the 3 4th-level zombies had mostly been in his line of sight until they briefly disappeared. Had that short period been enough to breach the wall? But the intermittent roars coming from the walkie-talkie told Wang Tao it was true. Wang Tao's expression turned ugly. This base was a semi-completed one. Many areas were constructed later, and some of the high walls were among them, nowhere near as sturdy as the original ones, and a part of the western wall was precisely one of these additions. Wang Tao was the first to reach the vicinity of the western wall. He saw that the western high wall had split open, leaving a huge gap. Countless zombies poured out from the breach, madly rushing into the base. Several human bodies were torn apart and devoured by the zombies. Fortunately, a group of soldiers with machine guns provided suppressive fire from outside, preventing the zombies from spreading further into the base. But it was clear the soldiers couldn't hold on much longer. Wang Tao quickly rushed towards the gap. At the same time, he maxed out his perception and plant affinity to search for the 4th-level zombies. This massive breach had to be the work of a level 4. Ordinary zombies causing such a commotion would definitely not be so unnoticed. The base's combatants would have detected it. Found them. 3. 4 of them. Wang Tao immediately located the level 4 zombie lords. They were outside the breach, seemingly still considering sending in the fodder first, hence they hadn't entered right away. What shocked Wang Tao was that there weren't just 3 but 4 level 4 lords, and the 4th was a night demon. Wang Tao understood instantly it was the level 4, Lord Night Demon that had created the breach. The other 3 level 4 lords had been distracting everyone's attention at the southern wall while the Night Demon launched a sneak attack on the weaker section of the western wall. Wang Tao had seen the other 4th-level zombies during the day. At that time, there was no Night Demon, so he assumed there were only 4 level 4 lords. But it turned out there were 5. And they were even capable of strategic deception. Without any more time to think, Wang Tao charged ahead and within moments arrived at the swarm of zombies below the breach. Starfire Prairie. Whoosh flames burst forth from Wang Tao, the intense heat wave pushing back the zombies nearby. Wang Tao lifted his flame longsword with one hand and charged into the dense mass of zombies like a shooting star. Moments later. Boom. Giant flames lit up the night sky. Wang Tao swung his sword, and the flaming shockwave ignited and shattered a vast number of zombies. Chapter 717-289, Correct Usage. Starfire Outbreak is not an ordinary flame. Rain cannot extinguish it, nor can the blood on the zombies stop it from burning. Wang Tao repeatedly swung his sword, sending several flame shockwaves crashing into the horde of zombies. In an instant, the gap in the western wall turned into a sea of fire. Countless zombies howled and struggled in the flames, but could not step out of the inferno. Seeing that he had successfully stopped the zombies, Wang Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he didn't quickly block the zombies, it would be impossible to stop them once they overrun the base. For this reason, Wang Tao did not hesitate to use his awakening, and the effect was immediate. By now the others had finally reached the western wall, since they were much slower than Wang Tao. Oh my god. I never imagined there would be such a big gap here. Thank goodness Wang Tao stopped the zombies, or the consequences would be unthinkable. Seeing the scene at the western wall, everyone exclaimed subconsciously. Amid the raging fire, Wang Tao turned back, his tone solemn. There's also a level 4 Lord Night Demon, I'll go kill it first. The strength of the level 4 Lord Night Demon might not be the strongest among these zombies, but its ability to find the weak points in the high wall and cause destruction was absolutely lethal for the base. If it were to damage other areas a few times, Wang Tao wouldn't be able to keep up. So he had to kill this level 4 Lord Night Demon first. Whoosh! Wang Tao charged straight toward the gap at the base of the high wall. That level 4 Lord Night Demon was right behind the gap, along with 3 other level 4 Lord zombies. With a casual flick of his hand, Wang Tao sent out 2 more flame shockwaves, igniting and shattering dozens of zombies. Then he saw the Night Demon wearing black bone armor. Health point, 120,000 out of 120,000, magic point, 100,000 out of 100,000, awakening, robust, die. Ignoring the 3 Lord zombies not far from the black-skinned Night Demon, Wang Tao instantly sprinted in front of the black-skinned Night Demon and swung his sword down. Bang! Minus 22,193, minus 2,219, the high-frequency vibration along with bleeding and fire damage, 1/ cost the black-skinned Night Demon 30,000 health point. The black-skinned Night Demon let out an enraged roar, scratching Wang Tao's chest twice. Minus 2,528, minus 2,483, plus 1,000, the Night Demon only inflicted 5,000 health point damage on Wang Tao. After all, Wang Tao was in the Starfire Outbreak state, with boosted defense attributes, and his own equipment's defensive power, so the damage inflicted by the Night Demon wasn't high. If it had been someone else here, they might have been instantly killed. Moreover, Wang Tao's Starfire Outbreak could regenerate health point, and he gained another 1,000. The other 3 Lord zombies charged at him in an instant. The stone armor zombie roared as it pounced toward Wang Tao, but Wang Tao suddenly had a shield in his hand, blocking its attack. The deformed zombie waved its twisted arms, and green poison gas began to spread. Minus 1,028, minus 1,023, the poison gas inflicted 1,000 damage on Wang Tao every second. Fortunately, Wang Tao could regenerate health point to temporarily offset it. However, Wang Tao still kicked the deformed zombie hard, sending it flying away. Meanwhile, a nearby obese zombie opened its gaping mouth, and a fireball appeared. The fireball grew larger and larger until it turned into a water tank-sized fireball that smashed down on Wang Tao. Boom! Wang Tao and the surrounding zombies were instantly engulfed in flames. Wang Tao. The people inside the wall were startled by this scene. The flames quickly dissipated, and Wang Tao stood there unscathed. But the zombies around him had melted away. This awakening is pretty amazing. Minus 4,093, Wang Tao, still in his Starfire Outbreak state, took 4,000 damage from this huge fireball. The amount of fire damage from the obese zombie's flame explosion awakening was much higher than that of Wang Tao's Starfire Outbreak flames. However, it was understandable since Starfire Outbreak is a persistent increase in status with the fire being secondary, whereas the flame explosion is an active attack type of awakening, with flames being the primary damage. So, the disparity was normal. After taking so many hits, Wang Tao did not deal with the 4-level zombies but instead grasped the black-skinned Night Demon's neck and quickly left the area. Roar! The Night Demon roared, unleashing a barrage of attacks on Wang Tao. Minus 2,653, minus 2,439, Wang Tao didn't defend and just swung his sword at its head. Minus 20,737, minus 2,073, the stone armor zombie lacked long-range attack ability and couldn't reach Wang Tao for the time being. The deformed zombie twisted its body wildly, spraying out a jet of poison gas that instantly enveloped Wang Tao and the Night Demon. Minus 2,092, minus 2,124, Wang Tao began to lose 2,000 health point every second. The poison gas had increased in damage. Thankfully, Wang Tao was fast enough to get out of the poison gas area quickly. In the blink of an eye, Wang Tao had retreated to the gap. And the Night Demon in his grip had become a corpse. Seeing that the 3 Lord zombies did not chase after him, Wang Tao immediately stopped using Starfire Outbreak. He had used Starfire Outbreak for 30 seconds, using up 300 awakening energy, and killing the Night Demon zombie replenished 100. With a total of 600 energy, he now had 400 left. Jade Lotus, heal. As Wang Tao quickly gathered the spoils of war, he shouted back to his comrade. Lan Yulian had been waiting for Wang Tao, and even before he spoke, Lan Yulian's healing glow had already descended upon Wang Tao's head. While the amount of health point her healing ability restored wasn't high, she was quick, which meant she could still add quite a bit of health point for Wang Tao. Additionally, Wang Tao had another health point regeneration ability, nutrient absorption ability that he had previously merged. This was a passive ability, just standing on the ground allowed him to regenerate health point. Although the regeneration rate was very slow, just a few dozen points per second, and the higher his current health point, the slower it healed, having it was still better than nothing. Chapter 289, Correct Usage. Ding Yukin and the others were now by Wang Tao's side, blocking the breach. They had just cleared out the zombies left in the sea of fire by Wang Tao, now the base was free of zombies and temporarily safe. Wang Tao, are you alright? Everyone asked with concern. I'm fine. Wang Tao's Starfire Prairie was, after all, a boost to all attributes, so during its duration, his defensive power remained very high. Moreover, with Lan Yulian, the healer, around, any lost health point would quickly be replenished. What do we do now? Ding Yukin asked subconsciously. Those 3-4 level zombies were now outside, not choosing to enter, but other zombies at the breached section of the high wall were still charging in, and there were still more and more zombies converging towards this place. These 3 zombie lords were clearly preparing to focus their attack here. With a casual shockwave from Wang Tao that killed dozens of ordinary zombies, he said solemnly, "We can only defend to the death." There was no other way now, they had to defend the breach to the death. Furthermore, Wang Tao felt lucky, although these few zombie lords possessed certain intelligence, they weren't that smart. Had they thought to attack the base directly with themselves instead of using the cannon fodder to enter first, the base might have already suffered heavy casualties. After all, within the entire base, only Wang Tao was capable of facing a level 4 lord, there were 4 of them. If they had scattered, Wang Tao alone would not have been able to cope. But now it turned out fine, even though a huge breach had been made in the high wall. After the zombies that rushed in were blocked and killed by Wang Tao, the rest of the zombies and the 3 zombie lords were kept outside. This was a silver lining amidst misfortune. Now as long as Wang Tao and the others could hold this breach, it would be enough. At this time, inside the base, apart from those defending other places, other survivors wielding weapons gathered at the breach, right behind Wang Tao and his group. Now there were only 2 types of people inside the base, combatants and logistical personnel. The combatants were those over 2,000 ability users, and the logistical personnel were the rest, over 10,000 people. But now, the logistical personnel had become combatants, ready to join the battle at any moment. After all, with such a large breach in the high wall, if they couldn't stop these zombies, the base would fall. Their combat strength might be weak, but it was not non-existent. If it came down to everyone having a life and death struggle with the zombies, killing even one zombie would mean they had gained something. Looking at those survivors who had taken up weapons on their own, trembling with fear but ready to fight to the death, Wang Tao and his people did not say much, all grabbing guns and firing wildly. Ratatat the zombies outside continued to surge in from the breach, and the group held firm against them. But now, with the absence of the high walls, blocking them was much more difficult than before. What worried Wang Tao the most now was that these 3 level 4 lords would leave this place to attack elsewhere. Because he would surely have to follow them, since nobody else was qualified to fight them. But if he wasn't here at this breach, it was really uncertain whether it could be held. Especially since the breach was so large. After again blocking several assaults from the zombie horde and killing the nearby zombies during the lull, both good news and bad news arrived simultaneously. The good news was that these few zombie lords hadn't left, they were still outside waiting, still intending to focus their attack here. The bad news was that the zombies at the other 3 sides of the high wall had begun their onslaught again. After Lan Yulian reassigned some of the people from those areas, they were struggling to hold back. Now, 2 choices lay before everyone. Either they call back some of the people from this breach, which would greatly increase the pressure here, or they let the people at the other 3 walls hold their ground, trusting that they could defend their positions. Everyone instinctively looked to Wang Tao. After a brief moment of thought, Wang Tao spoke up, "Call the people back, I can hold this place." He trusted himself more than others. If there were no level 4 zombies elsewhere, having more people would definitely mean those places could be held. With fewer people, it was not so certain. He felt that even with a small number of people, he could hold this breach. Alright. Lan Yulian immediately began assigning tasks. Soon, most of the combat personnel left the area again. Lan Yulian chose to stay by Wang Tao's side. "I'll stay with you." "Okay." Wang Tao did not refuse, having a healer by his side increased the likelihood of holding the breach. I'll stay too. Ding Yukin and Han Rui said at the same time. Zhang Shixu didn't speak, she just quietly looked at Wang Tao. Li Kaiyue was nervously holding Zhang Shixu's hand. Yang Xingong and Lu Yingfeng exchanged glances, both seeing the resolve in each other's eyes. Zhu Xiaojun, Wei Zhengou, Xiang Hongbin, and others did not leave either, all looked toward Wang Tao. Woof woof. Even lightning barked twice. You guys. Fine then. Wang Tao felt they were making the atmosphere too heavy, as if he was heading off to die. However, he ultimately did not refuse. He turned on the walkie-talkie again. Old He, pay more attention to them. Okay. He Jejun had just taken off in a helicopter, which was equipped with 4 heavy machine guns, providing a decent fire support. Roar. The area that had just been cleared was once again swarming with countless zombies, and a new round of combat began. This time, there were not as many combat personnel, only Wang Tao and his group. Chapter 289, Correct Usage. Wang Tao stood alone at the breach. A shockwave could kill dozens of zombies at once, but the zombies had no concept of fear and kept swarming towards the base relentlessly. Ding Yukin and the others also started to attack, momentarily holding back the zombie onslaught. However, as more and more zombies arrived, everyone other than Wang Tao began to feel the pressure. Especially with those 3-4 level zombie lords lurking menacingly outside, not only did they have to stop the zombies but also prevent sneak attacks which, under high mental concentration, drained their physical and mental strength significantly. After Wang Tao once again sliced through dozens of zombies with a single strike, he suddenly remembered the armor he had obtained from killing the bald zombie. Black Iron Heavy Armor, Level 4, Epic, Durability plus 300, Defensive Power plus 200, Speed 50%, Fire Resistance, Ability, Not Inlaid, requires awakening energy to activate. It was a set of armor that could protect the whole body with an incredibly high defensive power. But it came with the side effect of having 1 speed. For Wang Tao, speed was more important than defense. After all, with enough speed, you wouldn't get hit. But under the current circumstances, Wang Tao had been staying put at the breach without moving much, so the importance of speed was negligible. Why not give it a try? No sooner had he thought of it than Wang Tao immediately donned the Black Iron Heavy Armor. The Black Iron Heavy Armor was jet black, and it looked handsome when worn. Especially when someone with Wang Tao's build put it on and stood there, it was like standing adored God. At that moment, Wang Tao felt one thing heavy. No wonder the speed was reduced by 50%. The reduction wasn't just in movement speed, but also in attack speed. Wang Tao felt as though he had been sealed, clumsy and powerless. Fortunately, Wang Tao was strong, and he quickly adapted to the weight. He strode to the middle of the breach and looked at the zombies, swinging his blade fiercely. The slash was much slower than before, but the power of the shockwave hadn't diminished, instantly shattering a large number of zombies. Some of the faster zombies had already reached Wang Tao, but facing their bites, Wang Tao didn't bother to dodge. Clang, clang, clang. The zombies' attacks hit Wang Tao, making tinkling sounds, but they didn't cause any damage. Wang Tao swung his sword again, easily disposing of the zombies in front of him. After holding out like this for a few minutes, Wang Tao laughed heartily. Indeed, this is the proper way to use the Black Iron Heavy Armor. With the Black Iron Heavy Armor on, he was indeed heavier and slower, but he didn't have to actively defend. As long as the 4-level zombies didn't take action, no zombie could break through his defense. And all he needed to do was attack with all his might. This actually increased Wang Tao's efficiency by quite a bit. However, Wang Tao's joy didn't last long. The zombie horde intensified its attack again, and this time, those 3-4-level zombies came with it. Can't wait any longer, can you? Wang Tao took a deep breath and then said to Lan Yulian and the others nearby, fall back. Upon hearing this, they didn't hesitate and immediately moved away from Wang Tao. Wang Tao watched the 3 approaching 4-level zombies, took another deep breath, and suddenly flames flared up on him. Starfire Prairie. Originally, Wang Tao had thought if those 3 zombie lords began their attack, he would have He Jejun start the plane to try to attract 1 or even 2 zombies away. After all, facing 3-4-level zombies at once was too difficult. But now, having done this set of Black Iron Heavy Armor, Wang Tao felt he could take on these 3 zombies. Roar. The first to rush over was the Stone Armor zombie, raising its cauldron-sized fist and hammering down at Wang Tao. Thump. -1129, plus 1000, it hit Wang Tao for just over 1000 health point, and Wang Tao instantly regained 1000. The defense of the Black Iron Heavy Armor was indeed strong. Is that all? Wang Tao immediately raised his flaming longsword and delivered a strike to its skull. Bang. -1182, -118. Turns out they were about even. This Stone Armor zombie's defense was absurdly high. Just then, the deformed zombie, bringing a toxic gas with it, rapidly attacked Wang Tao. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Tao suddenly lifted his leg and kicked it fiercely. Bang! The deformed zombie got sent back just as quickly as it had approached. But though it was gone, the toxic gas it left behind lingered, persisting for 10 seconds. Wang Tao was losing over 1,000 health point every second, losing over 10,000 in 10 seconds. Fortunately, Wang Tao could recover 1,000 health point every second, basically neutralizing the effect. The attack from the obese zombie arrived last. From a distance, it spat out a fireball that expanded to a certain size before heading toward Wang Tao. Wang Tao took the initiative to attack, confronting the fireball head-on. Boom! Wang Tao was engulfed by the surging flames once again. Hundreds of zombies around him instantly perished, while he himself lost 3,000 health point. Wang Tao immediately unleashed a shockwave at the obese zombie. Minus 3,548, the flame zombie had a pretty high defensive power, and the fire damage carried by the shockwave didn't affect it much. The nearby stone armor zombie attacked again. After exchanging a few blows with Wang Tao, each inflicted over 1,000 points of damage on the other, neither gaining an advantage. Wang Tao took the chance to carefully observe, and none of these three zombies had the blood regeneration ability. Although zombies naturally regenerate health point much faster than humans, it was still different from a professional blood regeneration ability. Wang Tao suddenly felt that he might actually have a chance to defeat these three level 4 zombie lords. After all, he could regenerate 1,000 health point every second with his Starfire Prairie, and Lan Yulian could also heal him. The zombies, lacking powerful blood regeneration methods, would eventually be worn down. Only. Wang Tao glanced at his own awakening energy, and the 300 energy he had was obviously not enough. Now only 100 remained. All in. Clenching his teeth, Wang Tao directly used his own advanced special energy to exchange for awakening energy. One advanced special energy was equal to 100 awakening energy, which meant sustaining Starfire Prairie for 10 seconds. Wang Tao had 44 advanced special energy. He had originally planned to save these advanced special energy for the next awakening, as they could be used to increase the success rate of awakening. But now, seeing the possibility of killing these three zombie lords, he thought that if he could eliminate them and protect the base's 20,000 survivors, then it would be worth it. Chapter 290, Flame Giant Boom. Wang Tao swung his blade, and amidst the sky full of firelight, the 4-level zombie was repelled once again. Wang Tao couldn't remember how many times he had driven the creature back, but each time these 3 level 4 zombie lords charged, he would do his utmost to repel them. So long as they could be kept outside the base, there was still a fight to be had. This time, after being pushed back, these 3 4-level zombies didn't charge again. Instead, countless ordinary zombies took their place. Half seeing this surging horde of zombies, Wang Tao actually let out a sigh of relief. Battling 4-level zombies required him to give 120% of his energy, whereas fighting these ordinary zombies, he could rely on the high defense of his armor to withstand the damage, which wasn't as exhausting as dealing with 4-level zombies. Moreover, he could now cancel the Starfire Prairie status. The flames on Wang Tao's body gradually extinguished. It wasn't that he wanted to cancel it, but the consumption was too great. It was better to save energy whenever possible. After Wang Tao cancelled his awakening, Lan Yulian and others hurried over to help block the zombies and heal him. The flames during Starfire Prairie status attacked indiscriminately, so Lan Yulian and the others didn't dare get too close, lest they be burned. Wang Tao, are you alright? While everyone else was holding back the zombies, they asked with concern. I'm fine. Wang Tao shook his head. He might have dropped to half-blood, but those few 4-level zombies weren't having an easy time either. It had to be said that this set of black iron heavy armor was perfect for this kind of defensive battle. It almost ignored the damage from zombies below level 4, and the damage from 4-level zombies was also greatly reduced. Of course, there was a problem, that was, once Wang Tao's speed was greatly reduced, he could no longer pursue. In the past, after repelling the 4-level zombies, he would likely have chased after them. But now, he couldn't catch up. Wang Tao was now more worried about those 3 4-level zombies splitting up and attacking other parts of the base. But fortunately, these 4-level zombies weren't that smart. They seemed to be fixated on the breach in the high wall and refused to give up. Moreover, like him, the 4-level zombies couldn't use their awakening abilities without restriction. Otherwise, if they kept emitting poison gas and spitting fireballs, it would be unbearable for him. With Ding Yukin and the others joining in, the pressure on Wang Tao was greatly reduced. Together, they held off the zombie onslaught, preventing a single one from entering the base. However, the number of zombies outside the base didn't decrease, in fact, it seemed to be increasing. Everyone's faces were serious. Zijing City had a million-level population of zombies. If all were attracted here, even without the 4-level zombies, they wouldn't be able to hold them off. After seeing the situation, Wang Tao immediately called to Jijun, "Old He, come give me a ride." "Got it." Buzzy Jijun piloted the helicopter to hover above Wang Tao's head. Wang Tao said to the others, "Hold them off for a bit, I'll be right back." "Okay." Wang Tao pointed at the sky. 2 iron tree tendrils shot out from his wrist, instantly grabbing onto the hook beneath the helicopter. Then, Wang Tao was hoisted up by the helicopter, flying into the throng of zombies outside. Wang Tao produced a red hand grenade in his hand. Explosion grenade contains a certain amount of awakening energy. Once detonated, it creates an explosion within a 50-meter radius. It was a spoils of war he had obtained after killing a flame monster, totaling 10 of them, and he had not used them yet. It's not that he was reluctant, but the radius of these things was quite large and could easily harm his own people. Now that there were more and more zombies outside, and everyone was having a harder time holding them off, Wang Tao felt it was time to use them. The helicopter quickly flew over the swarm of zombies, many of which were attracted and looked up with howls. Wang Tao gave careful attention to those 3-4-level zombies. They had naturally seen the helicopter but didn't come over. Only the obese zombie's belly swelled, its mouth wide open, slowly forming a little Huo fireball. Among these 3 zombies, the one with the highest instant damage was naturally the obese zombie. Its awakening flame explosion was like a bomb, capable of blowing up and burning a large number of zombies, and it was a ranged attack. However, if there was a downside, it was that its awakening wasn't instant, or rather, the damage of an instant attack was low. It needed to accumulate power to make the fireball larger. The larger the fireball, the farther the attack distance, and the higher the damage. So as long as Wang Tao wasn't ambushed and saw it charging up the fireball, he had a way to deal with it. Just like now, when he saw the fireball appearing in the obese zombie's mouth, Wang Tao immediately put away the explosion grenade and took out a pistol, aiming at it and pulling the trigger. Bang! A transparent air bullet shot out from the barrel, and after a brief flight, hit the obese zombie in the forehead. -3128, the damage wasn't high, but the air bullet successfully caused the obese zombie's head to jerk upward. PFFFT, the fireball that was still in the making in its mouth sprayed out instantly. Boom! The fireball exploded right above the obese zombie. It was fine, but the zombies around it were blown to death, melted on the spot. Seeing that the obese zombie couldn't threaten the helicopter anymore, Wang Tao took out the explosion grenade again, found a place dense with zombies, and gently tossed it. Whoosh! A small red hand grenade fell amongst the zombies. Then, boom! A blazing fireball erupted from the grenade, expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, about a 50-meter radius turned into a sea of fire. This wasn't ordinary flame, it was similar to the starfire prairie flames used by Wang Tao, which the zombies couldn't withstand. Their health point quickly reached 0, and they were even burned to cinders. Chapter 290, Flame Giant. Wang Tao roughly estimated that with the density of these zombies, that single hand grenade must have incinerated at least 1,000 zombies. Moreover, the flames wouldn't die out quickly but would continue to burn for a long time. During its duration, it was a one-way trip for any zombies that came near. Not bad. This was the first time Wang Tao had witnessed the power of these hand grenades, and while they weren't as powerful as the abilities of the flame monster he'd seen before, they were more than enough against these ordinary zombies. Continue. Wang Tao directed Jijun to fly towards other areas dense with zombies and threw several more hand grenades. Boom. 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 The night sky turned red, and nearly all survivors inside the base could see the roaring flames. The western wall outside was completely cleared, even the 3 level 4 zombies had retreated quite a distance. Old He, take a round to the other 3 directions. As the sea of fire at the western wall would burn for a while, preventing zombies from entering, Wang Tao took the opportunity to head to other places to help ease the pressure on everyone else. Humming, the helicopter flew northward. It's a pity, we couldn't burn the level 4 zombies to death. Wang Tao sighed. When he threw the hand grenades, he specifically targeted the area near those 3 level 4 zombies, but the flames that could kill level 3 zombies couldn't kill them. Plus, they were fast and had run out of the inferno. Of course, the outcome was still very good. With a few grenades, at least 10,000 zombies had been incinerated. And those 3 level 4 zombie lords were also severely wounded. If it weren't for the base behind him that needed defending, Wang Tao might have switched his equipment and chased after them. The helicopter quickly reached the northern wall of the base. There were many zombies here too, but they were nothing compared to the western wall. Wang Tao dropped an explosion grenade, killing countless zombies in moments, significantly relieving the pressure on the survivors atop the high wall. Then the helicopter went to both the eastern and southern walls, dropping a grenade at each location before Wang Tao returned to the breach at the western wall. Thud. Wang Tao released the helicopter, landing heavily. The fire outside was still burning, but it had greatly weakened. Beyond the flames, some shadowy figures could be seen. It seemed like they were waiting for the fire to die down. These zombies are really insane. Seeing this, the complexion of those watching turned grim. They're all under the control of those 3 level 4 zombie lords. Zombie lords could influence or even control other zombies. With these 3 level 4 zombie lords together, they could affect a lot of zombies. If they weren't dealt with, the zombies assaulting the base would never retreat. Wang Tao, should we charge out and fight those 3 lords to the death? Hong Bin spoke to Wang Tao. He had previously wanted to fight to the death against the zombies but was stopped by Wang Tao. Before, it was because he saw no hope and wanted to exert his last bit of strength. This time, it was because he saw hope. Wang Tao's strength exceeded his imagination, and he felt that if they charged out and fought those 3 zombies together, they might have a chance to win. However, Wang Tao still shook his head. No rush. They will come to us. Going out to fight the level 4 zombie lords was too risky, and if they were surrounded by a large horde of zombies, they would be in great danger even without those 3 level 4 zombies taking action. And as long as these 3 zombies weren't willing to give up this place, they would inevitably come again. Wang Tao, clad in black iron heavy armor, was meant for defense. As long as his awakening energy wasn't depleted, he could hold his ground, and even turn the tables. As expected, as the fire started to wane, zombies began charging through the flames toward his location, and right behind these zombies were those 3 level 4 zombie lords. Prepare for battle. Wang Tao, holding his long sword, stepped towards the approaching zombies. Once the zombies entered his attack range, Wang Tao unleashed a shockwave, instantly slaying a large swath of them. But at that moment, a figure clad in stone armor suddenly appeared beside Wang Tao. Instantly, a shield appeared in Wang Tao's hand. Bang! The sneak attack from the stone armor zombie was successfully blocked by Wang Tao. Then, with his sword in one hand, he swung fiercely. Bang! -323, -32, without using Starfire Prairie, the damage Wang Tao dealt to it was frighteningly low. But Wang Tao was already accustomed to the high defense of its stone armor and was hardly surprised. Suddenly, though, Wang Tao's gaze sharpened. Because he noticed that the stone armor on the zombie seemed to have a small crack in it. He hadn't seen wrong, there was indeed a crack. Wang Tao was instantly overjoyed. He had been wondering why this zombie's awakening ability was so enduring. Clearly an active awakening, once used, the stone armor seemed to become a part of its body and hadn't faded. This was much more enduring than Wang Tao's Starfire Prairie. But now, Wang Tao understood. This stone armor created by its awakening ability probably had no time limit but perhaps a durability limit. Now, after so many hits from Wang Tao, its durability was likely almost depleted. This was an opportunity. Wang Tao immediately yelled to the others, "Hold off the other zombies. I'll take care of this one." "Okay." The others responded. Flames instantly erupted around Wang Tao, and he pushed the stone armor zombie into the horde of zombies. Then, abandoning defense, he gripped the sword in both hands and ruthlessly hacked at the stone armor zombie. -1283, Chapter 290, Flame Giant, -128, -1328, -132, in the blink of an eye, Wang Tao had slashed 6 times, and he had been hit 3 times by the stone armor zombie. But Wang Tao didn't care, his 7th slash came swinging down. Bang! Crash! This slash shattered the stone armor zombie's armor like it was made of porcelain, revealing the shriveled and skinny figure inside. Wang Tao's 8th slash followed immediately. -33,584, -3,358, without its stone armor, Wang Tao's slash dealt over 30,000 points of damage. It even shocked Wang Tao himself. The stone armor zombie had already lost some health point and had recovered a bit after exiting combat. Now its health point stood at 130,000, and Wang Tao's slash had removed over 30,000 no, including the subsequent bleeding damage, that was 40,000 health point. Roar with roar, the stone armor zombie turned tail to run. Whether its awakening had a cooldown or other restrictions, it didn't use it again but chose to flee instead. Luckily, Wang Tao had ample experience fighting zombies and anticipated its flight. So, as it ran, Wang Tao was already blocking its path, and swung his sword once more. The stone armor zombie immediately raised its hand to block, but Wang Tao's flame long sword cut right through its hand and continued onto its head. -34,871, -3,487, roar! The stone zombie punched frenziedly with its other hand, but Wang Tao took the hits and slashed again. Splurge! Minus 3022, 0 out of 150,000, a fatal blow to the head. Crash. A pile of items burst out. Wang Tao was thrilled. The threat posed by 3 level 4 lords was exponentially greater than the threat of 2. He felt assured in killing any single 4-level zombie. With 2, killing them was uncertain, but he was confident he could keep his ground. However, with 3, he could barely hold them off and was likely to be defeated. That's why the fight was so tough. His only chance for victory was to take down the 4-level zombies one by one. And now, he had succeeded. He had slain the zombie with the highest defense, the one that had been the toughest for him. The remaining 2 level 4 lords didn't have such high defense, and Wang Tao was wearing the incredibly strong black iron heavy armor. Wang Tao now felt he might indeed be able to kill all these level 4 lords. Wang Tao collected the spoils of battle and then rushed back immediately. Meanwhile, the deformed zombie had reached the breach beneath the wall, with poison gas surrounding it for more than 10 meters. Ding Yukin and others were trapped in the poison gas, quickly losing health point. Lan Yulian activated healing light and used her healing ability to replenish their health point, but the rate of healing couldn't keep up with the health point loss. Get out of the way. Zhu Xiaojun hefted his broken giant axe, then put forth all his strength into both hands. Bang. Minus 1021, the axe only dealt 1,000 points of damage to the deformed zombie, but the force knocked it back. As persistent as the poison gas was, it would dissipate if the zombie wasn't present, no matter how long-lasting it might be. After 10 seconds, the poison gas slowly faded, revealing Ding Yukin and the others, almost all on their knees, faces turning cyan. They were all at critical health point. At this time, they saw a red light flickering in the distance. They looked up to see a massive fireball speeding towards them. Boom. With a loud explosion, the fireball burst, igniting the air, momentarily blinding everyone and scorching their lungs, making them think they were going to die. But moments later, as they slowly regained consciousness, they realized they were not dead. A figure, hotter than the fireball, stood with a shield held aloft, guarding them. Wang Tao. They exclaimed. Wang Tao turned back, his tone low. You all fall back, leave the rest to me. Wang Tao put away his shield and charged towards the corpulent zombie in the distance. In his hands suddenly appeared 2 black hearts. He fiercely threw them at the deformed zombie. Was in the air, the 2 hearts pulsated and turned into 2 ink black night demons. Thud. The 2, night demon type high, plunged headlong into the poison gas. Wang Tao didn't even look at how the night demon type high were faring in battle, nor did he control them. He simply gave the 2, night demon type high, one order to fight the deformed zombie to the death. At that moment, Wang Tao himself became like a meteor walking on the earth, dragging a long orange tail flame, and reached the corpulent zombie. Perhaps because of its size, the corpulent zombie was the slowest among the level 4 zombies, even slower than Wang Tao wearing the black iron heavy armor. Plus, it didn't run, so it quickly came face to face with Wang Tao. Roar! The corpulent zombie opened its mouth wide, and a small fireball began to form again. But Wang Tao did not back down. Instead, he closed in instantly and landed a mighty uppercut with his fist the size of a casserole dish. Bang. Minus 2,283, his punch hit the corpulent zombie's chin. The damage wasn't high, but it successfully silenced the zombie. Wang Tao faintly heard a boom as the fireball exploded inside the corpulent zombie's mouth. Minus 28,393, that worked? Wang Tao was surprised. His intention was to stop the corpulent zombie from spitting out the fireball, but he hadn't expected it would actually hurt it. It seemed that once its awakening was used, it couldn't be cancelled. And its mouth was its weak spot. Chapter 723-290, Flame Giant. The obese zombie was zapped by its own fireball, its head buzzing as if it were in a daze. Wang Tao produced a flame longsword in his hand once more and thrust it straight into the obese zombie's mouth. Minus 12,893, minus 1,289, Wang Tao felt like he was stabbing into a block of steel, unable to penetrate, but still, the obese zombie lost over 10,000 blood. So, force is indeed its weakness. The obese zombie had a total of 120,000 health point, and now only a little over 60,000 remained. Suddenly, flames erupted all over its body, not from Wang Tao, but from inside out. Wang Tao was suddenly overcome with a sense of familiarity. He exerted all his might and viciously kicked the obese zombie. The obese zombie was kicked right into the midst of the horde. And then boom. A small mushroom cloud rose among the flames that filled the sky, and Wang Tao was enveloped in it as well. However, Wang Tao was at the edge and did not suffer much damage. Explosion. I knew it. Wang Tao immediately rushed into the firestorm and soon found the obese zombie's location, which was left with merely a sliver of blood. Without hesitation, Wang Tao slashed with his sword. Squish. -1,000, 0 out of 120,000, the obese zombie is dead. And just then, Wang Tao felt he could no longer make contact with his two night demon type. He quickly gathered up the spoils of war and immediately rushed towards the deformed zombie's location. Moments later, Wang Tao reached the deformed zombie and without pausing, plunged into the poison gas. The night demon type were no longer in sight. Their mission was to hold off the deformed zombie, and now it had been completed. Wang Tao hefted the flame long sword and launched an attack at the deformed zombie. The deformed zombie's defense wasn't high, and after being entangled by Wang Tao, it quickly ran out of health point after a few slashes. Squish. -18,273, 0 out of 100,000, the health point bar of the deformed zombie cleared to 0. All 3 level 4 zombies, annihilated. But Wang Tao wasn't feeling joyous because he too was poisoned down to a thread of health. After collecting all the loot, Wang Tao hurriedly ran back to the base. The damage from the poison gas accumulated increasingly, and his health point dropped rapidly while fighting the deformed zombie. He needed to get back quickly to Jade Lotus for healing, or else he'd be poisoned to death soon. And just at that moment, Wang Tao suddenly felt the ground tremble. He immediately turned his head and saw a tall figure emerge amid the horde. Giant zombie. Wait, why is it so short? Health point, 100,000 out of 100,000, magic point, 100,000 out of 100,000, grade, level 4, Lord, awakening, giant. From a distance came a giant zombie, but it was 100,000 blood giant zombie. It stood roughly over 20 meters tall, minuscule compared to the typical 60 or even 80-meter giants. It looked almost like a juvenile. Of course, even at just over 20 meters tall, it was still very noticeable against the night sky illuminated by the flames. Not only did Wang Tao see it, but Jade Lotus and all the survivors in the base did as well. Oh my giant zombie. We're done for. The sight of this figure sent waves of despair, not only among the other survivors in the base but even on the faces of Jade Lotus and her group. Wang Tao's battle just now had been too swift, all within a horde. Plus, Jade Lotus and the others had spent some time in the poisonous gas. So they were unclear about the specific state of combat between Wang Tao and the level 4 zombies. All they knew was that Wang Tao had rushed over amidst his busy schedule to save their lives. Now, seeing the giant zombie, even if they had all the confidence in the world, they felt despair. 3 level 4, Lord zombies, plus 1 giant zombie. There was no chance at all. The other survivors in the base began to pray, praying for Wang Tao and the others. They knew that their only hope for salvation lay with Wang Tao and his group. Wang Tao. Ding Yukin and the others also instinctively shouted out Wang Tao's name. At such a time, they felt that if there was any hope left, it could only be Wang Tao. But outside was a sea of fire and zombies, and they couldn't see where Wang Tao was, nor did they know whether he was alive or dead. But just then, they saw a huge, bright, and scorching flame emerge not far away. Even among the sea of fire, these blazing flames were extraordinarily conspicuous. And then, they saw a giant that stood over 5 meters tall slowly rise within those flames, a flame giant. Heavens! What is that? The sight of another giant nearly caused the survivors to collapse. 1 giant zombie was hard enough for them to survive, with 2 giants appearing, their fate was sealed without any hope for survival. Although this giant didn't seem as tall as the one in the distance, its body was enwrapped in flames, which made it seem even more powerful. But why did that flame giant's armor look somewhat familiar? Is that Wang Tao? Unlike the other survivors, when Ding Yukin and the others saw the flame giant, they experienced a mix of surprise and disbelief. It is Wang Tao. Zhang Hong and the others quickly came out to explain. Wang Tao had used his berserk ability only once before, something Ding Yukin and the others had not witnessed. Even though Wang Tao had grown much larger after his berserking, with flames covering his body, there was no doubt that it was him. It really is him. Ding Yukin and the others exchanged glances, feeling somewhat excited. Though they didn't understand why Wang Tao had transformed in such a way, this flame giant Wang Tao was obviously much stronger. Chapter 724-290, Flame Giant. Does Wang Tao have a way to deal with that giant zombie? Wang Tao. The crowd silently cheered and prayed for Wang Tao in their hearts. At the same time, they were all gripping their weapons tightly, ready to join the fight at any moment. They didn't know if Wang Tao could win, but if they were needed, they wouldn't shrink back. Lan Yulian hurriedly broadcasted to the other survivors, telling them that this flame giant wasn't a zombie or monster, but their base's guardian deity, Wang Tao. It's actually Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang is so strong. But can he really beat the giant zombie? I heard that a giant zombie could ravage a city. Go Mr. Wang. May the heavens bless Mr. Wang to be safe and sound. Sigh. In the sea of fire, Wang Tao sighed as he saw himself become incredibly huge after triggering Berserk. He had remnants of poison gas on his body which caused his health point to continuously drop. Originally, he planned to find Lan Yulian for blood regeneration, but then he saw the giant zombie appear. Because he stared for a bit too long, his health point dropped below 30%, triggering Berserk. Health point, mana, physical strength, spirit all restored to full. Aside from defense, all other attributes were enhanced. And the black iron heavy armor was proportionally enlarged, which was an effect of the extensibility attribute, and he still maintained the Starfire original status. This was originally Wang Tao's last resort since his Berserk could only be activated once a day, and he didn't know what would happen afterward. Well, since it has come to this, let's see if you, an underage giant zombie, are truly invincible. Wang Tao took a deep breath and then sprinted towards the giant zombie. Thud, thud. Wang Tao was only 5 meters tall, still a significant difference from the giant zombie's 20 meters. However, his momentum was no less intimidating than that of the giant zombie, especially with the fierce flames burning around him, making him look like a demon returned from hell. Roar! The giant zombie clearly noticed this tiny figure only as tall as its knee. Although Wang Tao's flames instinctively repulsed it, Wang Tao's human scent was far more enticing than others. It immediately shifted its target and walked towards Wang Tao. Attracting the giant zombie's attention, Wang Tao pulled out the tusk-long knife. Then, somewhat annoyed, he discovered that although his body had enlarged, his weapon did not change. The long knife, formerly quite slender, became a dagger in his hand. Of course, a dagger wasn't unusable, certainly better than going empty-handed. Wang Tao immediately took this dagger and sprinted towards the giant zombie. Whoosh! His increased size did not diminish Wang Tao's speed at all. The survivors only saw a flash before the flame giant reached the front of the giant zombie. At the same time, everyone sensed the terror of the giant zombie. Wang Tao had transformed into the flame giant not far from the base's entrance, and the survivors could feel the grandeur of Wang Tao's form. However, now that Wang Tao was beside the giant zombie, they saw him only reaching its knee. The disparity in size was immense. Everyone grew tense, and many even prayed to the gods for Wang Tao's safety. At that moment, Wang Tao himself felt the pressure mounting. Only when up close could he feel the giant zombie's terrifying aura. It was similar to the first time he encountered the black mist monster in Shuai's county, that shivering sensation all over. But unlike before, Wang Tao could no longer be intimidated by mere presence, nor was he unable to move. Although the giant zombie was huge, it was also level 4. Who else isn't level 4 nowadays? Whoosh! Wang Tao swung his long knife, launching a flame shockwave at the giant zombie's head. The range of his shockwave was about 10 meters or so, and with his 5-meter stature, he could just reach the 20-meter-tall giant zombie's head. But the giant was quick to react. Seeing Wang Tao's attack, it stretched out its monumental palm and blocked the flame shockwave. -217, -102. The shockwave hit for 200 health point, and the flame burned for another 100 health point. That wasn't all. The health point the giant zombie lost began to slowly rise back up. No blood regeneration figures appeared above its head, but the small amount of health point it lost was increasing. Clearly, it wasn't an ability to regenerate health point, but rather it had high-quality physical attributes that made its passive blood regeneration very strong. Wang Tao swung his knife again, sending another flame shockwave flying at the giant zombie's head. Just like before, the giant zombie blocked it with a slap of its hand. Its hand was extremely hard, and the flame shockwave had no effect on it. After blocking Wang Tao's attack, the giant zombie bent down and reached for Wang Tao. Wang Tao deftly dodged the giant zombie's attack and continued to strike it several times. Only one blow hit the giant zombie's head. -1003, the rest of the damage, merely 100 or even only dozens of health point, hit the giant zombie's body. Wang Tao's own flame damage also didn't burn much of the giant zombie's health point. Although Wang Tao's damage was low, he felt he truly had a chance to win. After all, 1,000 damage was still damage. He just needed to hit the giant zombie's head 100 times. No, considering the giant zombie's own blood regeneration, maybe 150 times. Just 150 hits to the giant zombie's head and he could kill it. Chapter 725 to 290, Flame Giant. But the giant zombie clearly didn't give Wang Tao this chance. After being attacked by Wang Tao, the giant zombie's eyes were filled with a red glow. It was as if it had gone into a frenzy. Its speed suddenly increased by a large margin. Damn! Wang Tao was originally dodging the giant zombie's attack while flinging shockwaves at its head, but after the giant zombie's speed increased, Wang Tao had no way to attack and had to focus all his energy on dodging the attacks. However, because the black iron heavy armor slowed him down a lot, Even though he tried his best to dodge, he still got hit by the giant zombie's punch. Bang. Minus 5283, Wang Tao was hit by the punch until he felt a bit dizzy. Seeing this damage number, Wang Tao's face didn't look good. After his frenzy, although his defense decreased a bit, the Starfire original status had added a lot of defensive power, so the reduced defense state must have been cancelled out, plus he was wearing the high defense black iron heavy armor. And the giant zombie could still deal over 5,000 damage to him. If it were someone else, they might have been blasted by a single punch. Whoosh! Wang Tao dodged another punch from the giant zombie and then looked for an opportunity to attack, but he was constantly dodging and taking hits passively, with no chance to attack the giant zombie. No other choice, Wang Tao could only back off temporarily. The giant zombie's attack speed was very fast, and its movement speed wasn't slow either, considering its long legs. But its agility was relatively lower, even lower than Wang Tao in his black iron heavy armor. So Wang Tao circled a few times and successfully escaped the giant zombie's attack range. After disengaging from combat, Wang Tao immediately ran towards the area with more zombies. The giant zombie chased after him, as it was originally attracted by the humans at Zijin base, but it now ignored these people as if it was determined to take Wang Tao down. When the large and the small giants were running outside the base, the unfortunate ones were the ordinary zombies. They were either ignited by the flames on Wang Tao's body or trampled to death by the giant zombie, leaving a large number of casualties. However, Wang Tao didn't show any signs of relief because he found that after he had escaped from the giant zombie, he couldn't attack it anymore. Because his attack abilities were too short-ranged, only the air bullet could reach the giant zombie. But the air bullet's damage wasn't high, and it had a 10-second cooldown, which the giant zombie could easily block. At this moment, He-Jijun had already flown over in a helicopter, with a heavy machine gun on the aircraft spraying bullets crazily at the giant zombie. But the giant zombie casually swatted away the incoming bullets, and even if some bullets hit it, they could only reduce its health point by tens to a couple of hundred. However, the giant clearly found the helicopter annoying. It immediately stopped chasing Wang Tao and picked up a few large rocks from the ground, hurling them at the aircraft. Humming, He-Jijun quickly pulled the joystick to retreat. The helicopter's agility was limited, and a hit could mean the destruction of the machine and the loss of life. After seeing this scene, Wang Tao hurriedly attacked again toward the giant zombie to attract its attention. Seeing that annoying fly away, the giant zombie then continued to chase and attack Wang Tao. After being chased for a while, the distance between Wang Tao and the giant zombie was getting closer. Wang Tao's speed was slowed down so much by the black iron heavy armor that he wasn't as fast as the giant zombie now. I can't keep this up. Wang Tao decisively turned around and charged back towards the giant zombie. Constantly running wasn't a solution, especially since his awakening energy was limited and shouldn't be wasted like this. As he charged at the giant zombie, Wang Tao jumped high, holding the dagger and stabbing towards the giant zombie's head. The giant zombie immediately reached out its hands, attempting to grab Wang Tao. Wang Tao really wanted to endure the giant zombie's attack and go head-to-head with it, but he ultimately held back. Fighting the giant zombie head-on wasn't wise. After all, if the giant zombie died, it was just dead, but if he encountered any problems, both he and Ding Yuken would suffer the consequences. There were still thousands of zombies left to be dealt with. Wang Tao immediately took out the shield and rammed it against the giant zombie's hands. Sizzling, a flash of electric arc passed by, and the giant zombie didn't lose much health point, but its palm did tingle for a moment, allowing Wang Tao to land on the ground. Thud. Once on the ground, Wang Tao immediately rushed toward the giant zombie. The giant zombie's hand had only tingled momentarily, its overall movements weren't affected, and it bent down to grab Wang Tao again. Bang! The collision between Wang Tao's long knife and the giant zombie's fist caused the giant zombie to lose over 100 points of health point, while Wang Tao was knocked back more than 10 meters. Watching the giant zombie take large strides toward him again, Wang Tao sighed internally. His weapons and attack ability were too short. He could not reach the giant zombie's head. If he could just reach the giant zombie's head, he wouldn't be so passive. Wang Tao tried using a black iron stick he had previously obtained but found it too short still. If only I had a really big weapon, or an ability with a long attack range. Huh? While pondering, Wang Tao suddenly realized he had forgotten an important weapon. Swish. He immediately put away the tusk-long knife, then a chainsaw appeared. The bloody chainsaw. This was a fourth-order weapon, inherently possessing a bone removal attribute. Bone removal can directly remove life energy. The bloody chainsaw didn't deal high damage and wasn't as good as Wang Tao's other weapons, so he had subconsciously overlooked it. But this bone removal. Could it directly kill the giant zombie? No sooner had the thought come to him than Wang Tao took up the flaming bloody chainsaw and rushed at the giant zombie. In Wang Tao's hand, the chainsaw was like a small dagger, but when this small dagger cut across the giant zombie's large hand, -1123, effective. Seeing the damage indicator appear above the giant zombie's head, Wang Tao was overjoyed. 1,000 damage wasn't too much, but it signified the possibility of killing the giant zombie. With agility superior to the giant zombie, Wang Tao began to dodge agilely at its feet. While dodging the giant zombie's various attacks, Wang Tao would occasionally land a few strikes on it. -1176, -1065, -1022. Even after mastering this attack pattern, Wang Tao released his Starfire Prairie state, as he didn't have much awakening energy left and needed to save it. After a while, Wang Tao was once again critically low on health point, with only 20,000 remaining, but the giant zombie was just a thread away from death. To ensure a foolproof victory, Wang Tao reactivated Starfire Prairie and, a few seconds later, made his sawing cut. Splurt. -1287, 0 out of 100,000, the health point bar of Giant Zombie Juvenile version dropped to 0. Chapter 291, Iron Turret Flame soared into the sky outside Zijin Base, and the survivors inside could only hear the giant zombies roaring and the sounds of battle. After all, Wang Tao had lured the giant zombie away, and no one could see what exactly was happening. At that moment, everyone faintly heard a boom, and it seemed like the ground itself had trembled. The giant zombie's roaring suddenly seemed to disappear. Everyone's heart tensed up in an instant. Had Wang Tao won? Or lost? Those survivors who hadn't participated in the fight didn't even dare to breathe, as if they feared that any additional breath might affect the outcome of the battle. Some even closed their eyes, praying for Wang Tao. Ding Yukan and her companions clenched their fists tightly as well. Had the fire outside not been too intense, they really would have wanted to rush out. Thump, thump. At this time, a series of deep footsteps sounded from afar. A catch in their hearts. Could it be that the giant zombie wasn't dead? But quickly, joy spread across their faces. Because in the midst of the roaring flames, a huge figure emerged, burning like the sun. Wang Tao. It's Wang Tao. Wang Tao had successfully killed the giant zombie. However, his frenzy state had not yet subsided. Frenzy could last an hour, and he planned to take advantage of this state to kill more zombies. After all, although the giant zombie was dead, the onslaught outside had not yet ended. Wang Tao didn't return to the base but charged directly into the horde of zombies outside the breach in the west wall. He wielded the bloody chainsaw in one hand and the tusk-long knife in the other, slaughtering zombies in a frenzy. The bloody chainsaw was instrumental in killing the giant zombie. If it weren't for the bloody chainsaw's ability to directly attack the life energy of foes, with a height difference between him and the giant zombie, he would have had no way to inflict substantial damage. Moreover, using the bloody chainsaw cost health point, and it lost health point at a faster rate than the giant zombie. Given the situation at that time, the bloody chainsaw might have bled to death before killing the giant zombie. But luckily, there were plenty of zombies around. While fighting the giant zombie, Wang Tao had also taken time to kill off the level 3 zombies around him. This allowed the bloody chainsaw to maintain its health point at a half-blood status and eventually wear down the giant zombie. The bloody chainsaw, like Wang Tao, was at low health point and needed to be healed quickly. Now in an enhancement state after frenzy and decked out in black iron heavy armor with absurdly high defense, Wang Tao plunged into the horde of zombies like a tiger among sheep. No zombie lasted more than 3 seconds before him, nor could any zombie harm him. But the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and no matter how strong Wang Tao was, he was only one man with limited physical strength and spirit. He could momentarily hold off the zombies' attack, but it was impossible for him to kill them all. Although there was no longer a level 4 Lord Zombie to lead the horde, their attack was still chaotic. But Zijin Base's western wall had a gaping hole, and the zombies didn't need any tactics, just a relentless surge into the breach. Once Wang Tao saw that the bloody chainsaw's health point had been fully restored, he put away the long knife and the chainsaw, and a large metal stick appeared in his hands. With each swing of the stick, he broke countless zombies and then retreated back to the breach in the high wall. Wang Tao stood at the breach, wielding the colossal black iron stick. With a swing, he could kill swathes of zombies, even without using a shockwave. With him standing there, no zombie could make it through. The survivors inside the base all saw this towering figure and were both stirred and teary-eyed. Mr. Wang Tao isn't dead. He's still protecting us. Mr. Wang Tao. Sob. I hate feeling so helpless, unable to fight alongside Mr. Wang Tao. Could this be the work of our prayers to the gods? What bullcrap gods? Mr. Wang Tao is our base's guardian deity, our one true god. You're right. Ding Yukan and the others quickly came to Wang Tao's side, with Lan Yulian fearlessly administering healing to Wang Tao. Wang Tao's health point began to slowly rise. Woof! Wine Lightning also cried out anxiously to Wang Tao. Are you all alright? While slaughtering a massive number of zombies, Wang Tao took the chance to vigorously rub Lightning's head and didn't forget to express his concern for everyone else. We're all fine. Thanks to Jade Lotus, with her healing, not a single person died. Ding Yukan quickly responded. Actually, they too had suffered badly. While Wang Tao went to attack the stone armor zombie, the deformed zombie had came to attack them. The poison gas released by the deformed zombie almost wiped them out, but thanks to Lan Yulian's healing ability and Wang Tao's timely reinforcements, their crisis was averted. Later when Wang Tao went to battle the zombie lord, countless zombies began to assault the base, and they defended desperately in their weakened state. However, these things were nothing compared to what Wang Tao had been through. If not for him, the base would have been destroyed countless times. So, no one mentioned how tough they had it because it paled in comparison to Wang Tao's hardships. Even when the giant zombie appeared, Lan Yulian told everyone that maybe they should let Wang Tao come back and abandon the base to leave together instead, since she was the one who most wanted to save the base, but now she was the one who most wanted to leave, not willing to let Wang Tao sacrifice himself. Chapter 291, Iron Torrent. Thankfully, everyone chose to trust Wang Tao. As long as he didn't retreat, he definitely had a way to solve the problem. Indeed, Wang Tao eventually killed the giant zombie. Wang Tao glanced at the crowd. Although they were all low on health point, there was indeed no life-threatening danger. He nodded. It's good that everyone is alright. Dawn is approaching, and the zombies' attacks will definitely not be as frenzied as they are now. Let's hang in there and try to hold out until daylight. Yes. With the 4-level zombies killed and the giant zombie dead, as long as they could withstand the onslaught, there was a good chance the base would survive. As for reinforcements, to be honest, Ding Yukan and the others didn't hold out much hope. Living in the apocalypse for so long, they had all developed the habit of believing in themselves, their comrades, and Wang Tao. To them, those unfamiliar reinforcements would be great to have, but if they didn't arrive, they would surely be disappointed, but not hopeless. However, Wang Tao's thoughts differed. He actually believed the reinforcements would come because he had met Colonel Woguazong from the military base and knew they were people of their word. After killing an unknown number of zombies, the sky had begun to lighten. Wang Tao felt his berserk state was about to end. Looking at the endless sea of zombies outside, Wang Tao took a deep breath and then charged out. The moment he rushed out, flames engulfed his body. He wanted to kill as many zombies as possible before the berserk state ended, to keep the sea of fire burning and stop the horde from breaching the base perimeter. Boom! Flame shockwaves burst forth from Wang Tao's hands one after another, shattering and igniting countless zombies. Starfire Prairie once again displayed its terrifying power, turning the outside of the base into a sea of fire that seemed incapable of being extinguished. The survivors at the base, seeing the sky lit up by flames again and that figure shining amongst the horde of zombies like the sun, were all moved to tears. Within the sea of fire, Wang Tao's ears twitched as he seemed to hear some noise. He suddenly turned his head to look into the distance. No way. Could there be something unexpected? Clang. Clang. Hiss under the night sky, in the pouring rain, a piercing screech of brakes sounded. A black dragon-like train slowly decelerated until it came to a halt. This was a menacing-looking train. Sharp weapons and artillery were mounted on the train, and the front of the locomotive sported a massive steel plow. The severed limbs and remains on these weapons and plow told of the turbulent journey it had survived. When the train stopped, a horde of zombies swarmed towards it. Ratatata, a brief but rapid burst of gunfire erupted, cutting down the encircling zombies like wheat. After temporarily clearing the zombies around them, the large doors of the train's cars opened one after another. Rumbling one after another, tracked and wheeled steel beasts rapidly drove out of the cars. Their dark muzzles and heavy machine guns were all aimed in the direction of Zijin base. Keon Country's Type 400 main battle tanks. Keon Country's Type 400 wheeled combat vehicles. Whirring the sound of helicopter rotors filled the air as 4 black specters flew low. The 6-barreled Gatling guns and dense rocket pods on them seemed to glisten with a cold light. Keon Country's latest generation armed helicopter, Type 400. Clack clack, several towering figures, 3 meters tall, stepped out from the cars. They were covered in heavy metal from head to toe. Their legs, shoulders, and backs were laden with various weapons. In their hands, they held 6-barreled Gatling guns. Where the faint ice blue lights turned on the sci-fi helmets of the metal figures, resembling emotionless killing machines. Hope Research Institute mass-produced product powered armor D-100. Quick, quick, quick. Last came the modified military trucks and a group of figures wearing black mechanical exoskeletons, equipped with night vision goggles, and fully armed in camouflage. There's light to the east. Coming from Zijin base. First squad, Second Squad, Third Squad, advance towards Zijin Base. Air Squad, provide support. Fourth Squad, protect the clearing train. A calm male voice came from inside one of the powered armors. Yes, Captain. The soldiers responded. They used the mechanized infantry and battle tanks' cooperative tactics, rapidly advancing towards Zijin Base. On the way, the commotion drew zombies from the horde, who swiftly converged on them. Rumbling boom. The leading main battle tanks mercilessly crushed the charging zombies under their tracks and blew up large numbers of zombies with their cannons. Rat-a-tat from the armored vehicles, numerous bullets and shells rained down on the zombies. Poo-poo-poo, the six-barreled Gatling guns in the hands of those in powered armors spewed long red flames, tearing swathes of zombies to pieces in an instant. Under such fierce firepower, the zombie horde seemed much more fragile. The closer they got to Zijin Base, the more blinding the light of the fire became. Upon seeing the fire that dyed half the sky red, the captain inside the powered armor looked troubled. Are we too late? However, his gaze remained firm. Even if there is only one person left, we have to bring them back. Continue advancing. Rumbling, the army continued to move forward, smashing through any demons or ghosts in their path like a gigantic bulldozer. After some time, the troops finally reached the western wall of Zijin Base. The zombies there were like a black tidal wave, endless at a glance. Chapter 291, Iron Torrent. In the midst of the horde of zombies, a ruined base stood tall. And outside this broken base, there was a sea of blazing red flames. Countless zombies were roaring in the sea of fire, burning and vanishing. It's not the base that's on fire, but outside the base? The captain was a little surprised, then very delighted. Could there be many survivors? Warning. Unknown creature detected ahead. Suddenly, a warning sounded in the captain's ears. A real-time image popped up in front of him. It was a bird's eye view, showing a sea of flames. In this sea of fire, there was a giant over 5 meters tall, clad in full body armor, its flames dazzling like the blazing sun. As he saw this flame giant, the giant also happened to look up. Those eyes of flame seemed to be making eye contact with him. The captain was startled. What level is this monster? Such a strong aura of pressure. Even through the screen, he felt a bit short of breath and his heart rate quickened. The energy emanating from the flame giant has reached level 4. But the tone of the Woozy pilot suddenly turned a bit strange. What's wrong? Asked the captain. But he seems to be human. What? The captain was stunned for a moment, but thinking of the strange abilities of the ability users, he quickly said, don't attack him. Clear the zombies around the base first and try to make contact with the radio. We'll be there soon. Roger that. The Woozy pilot immediately targeted the zombies outside the sea of fire, flipping the safety switch in his hand and pressing a red button. Whiz whiz whiz, rockets mounted on the side of the aircraft were activated, pouring down on the ground zombies one after another. On the ground. The color inside Wang Tao's helmet wasn't looking too good. He had just sensed some disturbance to the west, as if another large creature was approaching the base. The distance was a bit far, beyond the range of his perception ability. Moreover, with the plants all around nearly burnt to death, he couldn't use his plant affinity. But his gut feeling was definitely not wrong, certainly there was some large creature coming. According to Wang Tao's experience with zombies, it shouldn't be a giant zombie. That was the only good news. He immediately headed towards the base and quickly notified the others. An unknown creature is coming, be ready to fight at any time. Suddenly, Wang Tao felt as if he was being watched. He instantly turned his head, looking up into the sky. What is that? He saw something black hovering in the distance up high. Then he heard a buzzing sound. This buzzing sound. Wang Tao was all too familiar with it. Whiz whiz whiz, but before Wang Tao could speak, streaks of light appeared in the sky, then continuously landed amidst the zombies outside the sea of fire. Boom boom boom. A series of violent explosions erupted, tearing countless zombies to shreds, melting them. The survivors inside the base were startled by the noise, but seeing Wang Tao's silhouette still there, they quickly calmed down. Ding Yukin and others quickly asked. Wang Tao, what's the situation outside? Their view was blocked by the sea of fire, they couldn't see outside, only hearing a series of explosions. Before Wang Tao could speak, He Jijun's voice rang in everyone's earpiece. Haha. Fire Snake 200A. This statement made most people puzzled, not knowing what it meant. But Wei Zhengou, Xiang Hongbin, and Lu Gang first looked incredulous, then said excitedly, Fire Snake 200A rockets? Woozy 400? Could it be? Being inside the base, their hearing and sight were obstructed, and outside there were the roaring zombies, which were nothing compared to He Jijun flying in the sky. That's right. Our reinforcements have arrived. He Jijun said loudly. Reinforcements? Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. As if to prove He Jijun's words, Everyone suddenly felt the ground tremor slightly. Then boom. 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 Da 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 poo poo succeeding explosions followed by the ceaseless sound of gunfire. This time, everyone could clearly hear gunfire and artillery. The reinforcements had really arrived. In the midst of the fire, Wang Tao's body began to slowly shrink, and the flames on his body gradually extinguished. He quickly walked out of the sea of fire and joined Ding Yukin and the others. Wang Tao. It's the reinforcements. Everyone excitedly looked at Wang Tao. Yeah, it's the reinforcements. Wang Tao looked towards the horde of zombies not far away. Suddenly, a red light flickered, accompanied by a poo-poo sound, and a gap was violently torn in the dense crowd of zombies. Limbs and flesh flew everywhere. And among this scattered flesh, a burly figure appeared, his whole body shining with a metallic luster, holding a 6-barrel Gatling gun. What is that? Then came a second, a third. A total of 6. Poo-poo wherever the powered armor went, nothing was spared. Observing those wielding Gatling guns, looking like they had stepped out of a movie, and comparing them to the axes, long knives, whips, and daggers in their own hands, Wang Tao suddenly fell silent. The style seemed a little different, didn't it? Why did it seem like they were primitives? And had technology advanced so much? Even these sci-fi powered armors were now a reality? Wang Tao silently retracted his black iron heavy armor and revealed his true appearance. Not just him, seeing these powered armors, including the retired and active military personnel like He Jijun and Wei Zhengou, were also bewildered. Chapter 291, Iron Torrent. They didn't have this thing when they were in service. Boom. Just then, a violent explosion sounded in the distance, causing the ground to tremble. Rumble. Following that was a deep roar of engines rising up amidst the pervasive dust and smoke. A thick smoldering barrel of a cannon slowly emerged. It was an imposing and impressive camouflage tank, at the rear of which fluttered a stark red flag in the wind. Type 400 main battle tank. Finally seeing something familiar, Wei Zhengou quickly spoke up loudly. 1 tank, 2 tanks, 3 tanks. A total of 10 main battle tanks. Accompanying the main battle tanks were over 10 wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, equipped with machine guns. Type 400 wheeled IFV. Between the tanks and IFVs, interspersed a group of well-trained, fully armed soldiers wearing mechanical exoskeletons. The mechanical exoskeletons they wore bore some resemblance to Zhu Xiaojun's mechanical arm, but appeared to be lighter and more excellent than the mechanical arm. Humming. At that moment, a familiar sound of propellers approached. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw, in the fiery red sky, the shapes of 4 black helicopters bristling with multiple machine guns and rocket launchers. Armed Helicopter 400. Boom. Rat-a-tat. Poo-poo-poo. Boom boom boom. The sounds of gunfire, cannon blasts, and roaring engines sent tremors through the survivors within the base. It was then they realized reinforcements had arrived. The survivors cried tears of joy. The reinforcements had really come, and they had come early. Under the relentless advance of the steel tide, the zombies outside the western wall were completely cleared out. What Wang Tao had not managed to do before was swiftly accomplished by this army. Of course, the military had only cleared the zombies in the area beyond the inferno on the western wall. The tide of corpses had not disappeared. Even though it was already daylight and the zombie attacks were no longer as frenzied as before, there was still an endless stream of zombies approaching from the distance. However, these zombies were held off by the formidable firepower and were temporarily unable to breach the base's perimeter. At this moment, one of the powered armors sprouted several blue flames from its back and feet, as if gliding swiftly across the ground, passing by the edge of the sea of fire, to arrive in front of Wang Tao and his group. Up close, it was evident that the powered armor was somewhat crude in appearance, not as refined as Wang Tao had imagined, but this fit the current circumstances all the more. Click whoosh, the visor of the powered armor opened, revealing a face with thick eyebrows and large eyes. Comrade, hello. I am Captain Wang Xuking from the 4th Squad of the 2nd Battalion of the 3rd Legion of Qing City Base. I am here to take you home. Upon hearing Wang Xuking's words, everyone was suddenly filled with an indescribable emotion. Unnoticed by many, the corners of their eyes began to moisten. Wang Tao took a deep breath. My name is Wang Tao. Thank you for coming from afar to rescue us. 2,000 survivors of Zijin Base are ready and waiting for evacuation. Ever since it was confirmed that Qing City Base would send a rescue, Lan Yulian had gotten everything ready for retreat. The supplies they could take with them were taken, and those that couldn't were sealed underground with signs left behind. If any latecomers arrived, they could use these supplies in an emergency. Although leaving behind many things felt like a pity, they had to sacrifice some for the sake of their lives. So now they were ready to evacuate lightly equipped, able to move as soon as they picked up their things. Good, let's leave now. The horde of zombies can never be completely wiped out, And we can't hold them off forever. While we still have the chance, let's retreat quickly. Wang Xuking nodded with satisfaction. What he feared the most was that the survivors would dawdle, delaying the evacuation. Right now, in the midst of the zombie horde, every minute they stayed spelled added danger. After all, their supply of ammunition was finite. While Wang Xuking spoke, several modified military trucks had already approached. Seeing these trucks, Wang Tao was a bit puzzled. Did they really come all this way in trucks, planes, and tanks? Could these vehicles travel such a distance? And even if they could, the fuel consumption. As if perceiving Wang Tao's confusion, Wang Xuking explained, we came by train. We'll also evacuate everyone by train later. Wang Tao suddenly realized. No wonder, he thought that if the tanks had to travel such long distances, aside from the question of whether they could make it, the fuel costs alone would be unbearable. I'll go check on the evacuation of the people in the base. Lan Yulian had just arranged for the survivors to evacuate via the radio, but she was a bit worried and decided to check in person. Wang Xuking immediately gestured. Humming. 2 powered armors with a squad of mechanical exoskeleton soldiers came over. Let them assist you, he said. He feared the survivors might have hesitations or concerns, and these soldiers would be able to alleviate them effectively. Thank you. Lan Yulian led the group into the base. Wang Xuking did not enter. He needed to stay outside and command the forces, to prevent the zombie horde from breaking through. Wei Zhengou, Xiang Hongbin, and several others, out of curiosity and excitement, circled around Wang Xuking. Captain Wan, this is powered armor? Wei Zhengou asked curiously. He wanted to touch it but was too embarrassed to do so. Wang Xuking nodded. Correct. This is the D100, a mass-produced product developed by the Hope Research Institute. Wow! Mass-produced already? The crowd exclaimed in shock. If it was a custom product, although they would be surprised, they wouldn't be this stunned. But mass production meant a whole different concept. I didn't have these things back when I was in service before the apocalypse. Have we old folks fallen out of step with the world? Chapter 291, Iron Torrent. Xiang Hongbin muttered to himself. Wang Xuking looked at the middle-aged man dressed in military uniform, whose body was extensively disabled, and he felt a certain solemn respect for him. Comrade, all of this was developed after the apocalypse. There was none of this before the apocalypse. No, I can't say there was none, but rather there were related designs before the apocalypse, but there were many difficulties that couldn't be solved. So not to mention mass production, even custom-made ones couldn't be manufactured. I see. Then what's the power source for this powered armor? Gasoline? But I didn't smell any oil. Could it be electricity? But are there batteries with such a large capacity nowadays? Could it possibly be the legendary nuclear power battery? How's its endurance? Is it powerful in actual combat? Is it expensive? Once we get to the city base, can we also get a set? Lu Gang immediately asked a barrage of questions. Wei Zhengou and the others were still calm, with age on their side, they were relatively more composed. But young people like Lu Gang had almost zero resistance to such war machines. The energy source is something you've all seen. Wang Xuking deliberately teased them. Crystal core? The always silent Wang Tao suddenly spoke up. Wang Xuking looked at Wang Tao with a bit of surprise. That's right, it's the crystal core. Hope Research Institute has developed other applications for crystal cores, which include providing energy for powered armor. Wang Tao nodded silently. The Hope Research Institute had already researched many things before, like the crystal core synthesizer, energy detector, and the like. Now they were focusing on researching the crystal core, so it was reasonable if they really could develop other uses for it. Impressive. Xiang Hongbin gave a thumbs up. They really are impressive. Wang Xuking nodded, then turned to Xiang Hongbin and the others. But you are impressive too. To be honest, when we saw the scale of the zombie horde, we were already prepared to return without achieving anything. But unexpectedly, over 20,000 of you survivors actually held out. Wang Xuking's words were not mere politeness, they were sincere admiration. Only those who had experienced the terror of the horde could understand how difficult it was for Zijin base to survive. Wei Zhengou and the others turned to look at Wang Tao upon hearing this. If it wasn't for Wang Tao, our base would have fallen long ago. Wang Tao immediately shook his head with a smile. These are all the results of our collective efforts, we couldn't have done it without anyone. Wang Xuking looked at Wang Tao with curiosity. Is Comrade Wang Tao an awakener and a fourth order ability user? Yes. Wang Tao did not conceal it and nodded directly. Impressive. Wang Xuking's expression showed both admiration and respect. Anyone who could become a fourth order ability user was a rare talent. Especially for someone like Wang Tao to become a fourth order ability user in such an environment, his efforts must have been much greater than others. However, Wang Tao keenly sensed that, after confirming he was a fourth order ability user, Wang Xuking did not show any shock. That probably meant one thing: he had seen other fourth-order ability users. Wang Tao was not surprised. The saying goes, a glimpse into a leopard from a tube. After seeing the strength of this military force, he knew Qing City base must be very powerful. Without a doubt, they could kill 4-level zombies. So it was normal for a fourth-order ability user to emerge. Not to mention that Wang Xuking himself was also a top third-order ability user. Health point, 100,000 out of 100,000, magic point, 18,500 out of 28,000, grade, level 3, internal impurity, 30%. What Wang Tao was more curious about now was just how powerful this powered armor was. Whether ability users combined with powered armor could achieve an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. However, considering it was someone else's privacy, Wang Tao did not inquire further. Lan Yulian was quite efficient, or rather, the survivors at the base were well prepared. As soon as she explained the situation, the survivors immediately began to line up in an orderly fashion for departure. Pregnant women and children were at the front, those physically weaker in the middle, with those who were stronger trailing behind. Wang Xuking and his men had 10 trucks, but clearly, these trucks couldn't carry over 20,000 people. Apart from women, children, and supplies that were placed on the vehicles, the other survivors walked on foot. Those who were still alive by now couldn't be physically weak, protected by the troops, following the convoy, would not be a problem at all. Looking at the excited faces of these 20,000 people, Wang Xuking including the other soldiers were also feeling a bit excited. The survivors were excited because reinforcements had came to rescue them, and they had a new home. The excitement of Wang Xuking and the rest came from the fact that they had completed half their mission. Saving a life was a very fulfilling thing, let alone saving over 20,000 lives. The Zijin base survivors were of high quality, following the queue orderly and undergoing the military's inspection. It was a 1,000-mile journey back and forth. The military could not afford any accidents. If there were any infected individuals, it would be very troublesome. So a quick check was necessary. Of course, even if there were infected individuals, they wouldn't abandon them. At most, they would inject them with inhibitors. Soon, the survivors' check was complete, and they were ready to set off. Attention everyone, advance slowly. Wang Xuking closed his face shield and issued the order to retreat to the convoy. Rumble rumble. Main battle tanks led the way at the front, wheeled infantry fighting vehicles and soldiers formed the outermost protection. 2 Woozy helicopters had already left to scout ahead, and another 2 followed above the convoy. As for the powered armors, they acted as emergency firefighters, moving to wherever danger emerged. Everyone took one last look at Zijin base. Lan Yulian and a few others were somewhat reluctant to leave, as it had been their home for quite a long time. But there was no choice. These more than 20,000 people could not withstand the horde of zombies. They could only go to a safer place. Chapter 731-291, Iron Torrent. Outside, there were still a large number of zombies, and the survivors were somewhat afraid, but the presence of the military gave everyone a strong sense of security, so no chaos ensued. The survivors, with nervous and excited hearts, slowly made their way towards the train under the protection of the military. Now that it was fully light, there was no worry about not being able to see the path. At that moment, a cry of alarm suddenly came through Wang Xuking's earpiece. "Captain! A giant zombie has been spotted. Where is it?" Wang Xuking's face turned solemn. On their way here, they had specifically scouted for any giant zombies and found none. Had it come from somewhere else? If there were a giant zombie, it could be problematic to bring these 20,000 people back unharmed. It's not a live one, Captain, it's the corpse of a giant zombie. After confirming the location, Wang Xuking hurried over to take a look. It really is the corpse of a giant zombie that's been scorched. However, this giant zombie's size is much smaller. But even smaller, it was still a giant zombie, whose physical abilities are unmatched by any other zombies discovered so far. To kill such a zombie, even for a fully armed military force like theirs, would be troublesome. And if they were still on a protection mission, like now, there could have been casualties. Thankfully, the giant zombie was already dead. After ensuring there was no danger nearby, Wang Xuking returned to the squad. "Comrade Wang Tao, you killed a giant zombie?" "Yeah, we killed it before you arrived. But it was a smaller giant zombie, its strength should be much weaker than the larger ones," Wang Tao explained. During his battle with the giant zombie, he had covered a large area. Moreover, Wang Tao had intentionally lured the giant zombie deep into the mass of bodies, so Wang Xuking and his team did not notice it right away when they arrived. "Impressive!" Wang Xuking exclaimed in admiration. Regardless, it was a bona fide giant zombie. Killing one was no small feat. Moreover, judging by the appearance of Wang Tao and his company, it seemed they hadn't paid too high a price. These survivors were truly strong. What Wang Xuking didn't know was that this giant zombie had actually been killed by Wang Tao alone. Furthermore, before killing the giant zombie, Wang Tao had also killed 5 level 4 zombie lords. Boom. Ratatat amidst the roar of gunfire and the blasts, the squad advanced slowly yet resolutely. Leading so many survivors indeed slowed down the squad's pace. However, the military's firepower was fierce, and their defense was strong. These zombies, still made of flesh and blood, could not stop everyone's advance. This sense of safety is something we couldn't even dare to dream of before. Among the group, Wang Tao and his companions couldn't help but remark. Indeed. Wang Tao nodded. He had always been the one protecting others before, but now he was getting a taste of being protected, and he couldn't deny that it was quite enjoyable. Of course, he didn't let down his guard, constantly observing the surroundings. Until they reached Qing City base, anything could happen, so he couldn't be too happy too soon. Suddenly, Wang Tao turned his head to look into the distance, and saw countless frenzied figures rushing towards the squad. A large number of mad demon zombies are attacking. Soldiers are yelling a reminder, obviously meant for Wang Tao and his group, given their use of wireless communication. The team temporarily halted their advance, assuming defensive positions on the spot. If it were just their own soldiers, they would definitely have steamrolled their way through. But now, they're still protecting over 20,000 people. The formation isn't as tight as it was before, with gaps present. The safety of these survivors had to be taken into account. Boom. 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 The tanks pivoted their barrels and blasted towards the mad demon zombies. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. The power of the tank's main gun was undeniable, no intact bodies were left within the explosion radius. However, there were simply too many zombies now. The group of mad demon zombies were intermingled with ordinary zombies, and though the tank fire killed many, some mad demon zombies still rushed over. Whirring, then the gunfire ceased, and several powered armors walked over. Faint blue light emitted from their backs and legs, and then they surged towards the group of crazed zombies, as if they had hit the acceleration button. The powered armors carried numerous weapons, including Gatling guns, as well as other firearms and melee weapons. Upon diving into the zombie horde, they pulled out large cleavers, spears, dual blades. Each one had different weapon styles, but all were sparking with electricity. Huh? Wang Tao was taken aback, not expecting the powered armor's weapons to be electrified. Thanks to their high defense, the powered armors didn't need to take any defensive actions after entering the zombie mass, as no zombie could breach their defense, they just needed to attack. For a time, arcs of electricity flashed. This was a one-sided slaughter. A short while later, all the mad demons were disposed of, and the powered armors returned unscathed. Continue advancing. Wang Xuking waved his hand, and the team resumed their organized advance. Those powered armors are so powerful. I really want one. Watching the powered armors, Xiang Hongbin almost drooled. The powered armors could attack from a distance or engage in close combat, had high defense, and they didn't even need to lift their legs to walk. Plus, from what he observed, they might also have various functions, like fire resistance, poison resistance, and noise reduction. Getting inside one of those powered armors would be far better than the hard life they led as ordinary ability users. Definitely strong. Wang Tao nodded, then said in a low voice, when we reach Qing City base safely, I'll see if I can snag a couple. Wang Tao was not immune to the lure of such big toys. Wang Xuking mentioned these were mass-produced powered armors. Without a significant production volume, they wouldn't count as mass-produced. If there was a substantial number, there surely would be a way to get some. Ultimately, it was just a matter of what price one was willing to pay. Haha, alright. We'll wait for your good news then. The few chatted quietly among themselves. After that, the journey went smoothly for a while, and as the sound of cannon fire died down, they beheld the black dragon lying on the railroad tracks in the distance. Whoa. Is that the train they mentioned? It's huge. Chapter 292, Obstacle Clearing Train. This was a gigantic black train clad in steel armor, equipped with sharp tools, and even had cannons on the top. It was clearly visible that the body of the train was adorned with fragments of zombie remains. Its front was fitted with a huge steel plow, which seemed like it could easily push aside any obstacle in its path. This is the train they rode on. No wonder they could make it here. Upon seeing the train, Wang Tao and the others were all extremely astonished. If this thing charged into a horde of zombies, it could probably instantly crush countless numbers of them. Beside the train was a fully armed team, some of whom were outfitted with powered armor. They had cleared all the zombies around the train and used barriers to block the advancing horde, temporarily preventing zombies from getting through. As the group arrived, the massive steel doors of the carriages immediately opened. Wang Xuking approached Wang Tao and the others to explain, "This is our obstacle clearing train, As its name implies, it can clear obstacles from the tracks as it moves. However, not all obstacles can be cleared. We sent a Woos ahead to scout our route before we came. That is why our speed was slower. We spent most of the time planning our route and clearing obstacles. Our return will be much easier because we'll follow the path we've already taken. Of course, airplanes will continue to scout ahead to ensure our safe return. I see, that's really impressive. Wang Tao praised sincerely. His anticipation for Qing City base grew even more. Board the train. Wang Xuking called out, and the soldiers began leading the survivors aboard. The obstacle-clearing train was much larger and longer than an ordinary train. With the inclusion of 2 locomotives, this train totaled 30 carriages. Tanks, armored fighting vehicles, military trucks, and all kinds of weapons and ammunition only occupied 5 carriages. The remaining 23 carriages were all designed for carrying people. The passenger carriages had 3 levels, each capable of fitting in over 300 people, allowing for a full load of 1,000 people per carriage. This capacity was terrifying, given that an ordinary train has a seating capacity of about 100 people, with standing tickets reaching at most 200 or 300 people. The comparison was incomparable to these carriages that can seat 1,000. Thus, even with 20,000 survivors, this obstacle-clearing train could pull them all. Of course, with so many survivors packed together, the riding experience would certainly not be comfortable. Yet nobody complained about this, as just being alive was fortunate enough, and they were very content. The passenger carriages had 3 doors each, 2 small ones at the front and back, and a particularly large one in the middle. This door was for the convenience of survivors in special situations. Even so, boarding the train with over 20,000 people still took a considerable amount of time. The zombies outside had already launched several assaults, but fortunately, they were all repelled by the military's heavy firepower. Only after all the survivors were aboard did the tanks, armored fighting vehicles, and other vehicles drive into the train. Hijijun's helicopter also landed on the train, as there was a designated place for it. The top of the train was also equipped with many grenade launchers, which provided cover while the tanks entered the train, blocking a large number of zombies. After the personnel and vehicles had successfully boarded, the remaining soldiers and powered armor began to board the train. "Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me to carriage number 2, Wang Xuking invited. "Can it come too?" Wang Tao asked, referring to Lightning who had been following him around. Of course, Wang Xuking nodded. In fact, he was quite intrigued by Lightning, the military dog that resembled a calf, and was planning to ask Wang Tao later about the training methods. Wang Xuking led Wang Tao and the others into the first carriage behind the locomotive, carriage number 2. Rumble rumble, the train started moving, then gradually picked up speed. As the firepower weakened, the zombie tide finally broke through the temporary barriers and reached the sides of the train. But the train was tightly covered in steel plates all around, and the few pieces of glass were all bulletproof, leaving the zombies without any means of intrusion. Moreover, there were many sharp blades on the body of the train, so when the train picked up some speed, countless zombies were seen being dismembered and beheaded. Inside carriage number 2. Watching the desolate, dilapidated scenery slowly recede, and one zombie after another being shredded by the cutters on the outside of the train, the mood of Wang Tao and his companions was somewhat complex. "Comrades, do you need food?" The specialty cuisine from Qing base. Wang Xuking, who had removed his powered armor, asked with a smile. After returning to the train, Wang Xuking was noticeably more relaxed. As soon as Wang Tao nodded, Lan Yulian immediately raised her hand. "Needed. All right, please wait a moment." Carriage number 2 was where most of the soldiers from the military team were located, along with similar setups in carriages 3, 28, and 29, that is, the 2 carriages closest to each locomotive. Of course, there were also soldiers stationed in the other carriages, reporting their respective carriages' status at regular intervals to prevent any problems. Carriage number 2 was naturally not as crowded as the other carriages housing the survivors, as it had restrooms and a hall, which was furnished with an array of weapons, food, and a few sets of powered armor. The specialty cuisine Wang Xuking was referring to was a blackish chunky food, somewhat reminiscent of Gailing Jiao. "What is this? Jelly?" Ding Yukan asked with some curiosity, looking at the food inside the stainless steel lunchbox. "It's a protein block, it actually tastes not bad. Though I think you may not really want to know how it's made." Chapter 292, Obstacle Clearing Train. Wang Xuking directly stuffed a piece into his mouth. After such a long battle, he too needed to replenish his physical strength. The other soldiers beside him stuffed the food into their mouths while looking at everyone with a smile, seeming rather malicious. "Protein?" Lan Yulian frowned slightly, unsure as she said, "This wouldn't happen to be made from insects, would it?" As a doctor by profession, she had some knowledge about dietary matters. There were many foods high in protein, but in a post-apocalyptic environment, most of them would definitely be hard to come by. Insects had plenty of proteins in their bodies and, comparatively speaking, were also more common. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuking looked at Lan Yulian with some surprise, then nodded and said, "Madam Lan, you guessed right, this is cockroach paste made from the mutated giant cockroaches and other insects." Thump. Ding Yukin involuntarily took a step back. It wasn't just her, the faces of the other women also turned pale. Especially Li Kaiyuo, who was visibly turning white. She was originally a bit hungry, but now, after hearing this, her stomach churned, and she almost vomited. Wang Tao was about to dig into his meal box when he heard their conversation. He quietly put the meal box down, suddenly feeling not hungry at all. It wasn't that they were being finicky, cockroaches were just too disgusting. Haha. Seeing this, Wang Xuking and the soldiers burst out laughing. They had no ill intentions, the reaction of Wang Tao and others just reminded them of their own initial disgust. But now, they had long gotten used to it. But then, Yang Qingong seemingly pulled out some jerky from nowhere and handed it to Wang Tao. "Here you go." Lan Yulian also produced some dried fruits, Han Rui brought out some dried small fish, and Lu Yingfeng handed over some meat pies. All of which they gave to Wang Tao. Wang Xuting and the group of soldiers couldn't laugh anymore. A few of the more familiar soldiers quietly gave Wang Tao the middle finger. They didn't even have girlfriends, yet Wang Tao was surrounded by beauties. They really couldn't stand it. And this was the post-apocalypse, they were supposed to be the survivors in need of rescue, yet their meals seemed better than their own. Who exactly needed saving here? Wang Tao hadn't thought there was anything special about it, but seeing Wang Xuking and the others suddenly looking deflated, he now burst into laughter. "Okay, I admit, this cockroach paste is indeed a bit challenging for me. How about everyone tries the special products from Zijin Base?" As Wang Tao spoke, he took out all the food items. Seeing the table full of food, the soldiers subconsciously swallowed hard. These things weren't cheap even in the base's market. But quickly, their attention shifted from the food to Yang Qingong and the other women, or more precisely, to the object that looked like a water pouch at their waists. "Where did you get these foods from?" Wang Xuking asked with a furrowed brow, somewhat astonished. "You mean this?" Wang Tao took the magical stomach pouch that Yang Qingong handed to him. In front of everyone, he took out a roast suckling pig. Zijin Base had raised many mutated pigs previously, each one quite large, obviously impossible to take with them. So they were slaughtered. Most of the pigs were turned into nutritional liquids, with some preserved as jerky and other easily stored foods. A few of the smaller pigs were roasted directly and placed into the magical stomach pouch. Inside the magical stomach pouch, it was like a refrigerator, keeping food fresh for a long time, though it did get a bit cold. Of course, the problem now wasn't whether the food was cold or not, but the fact that such a large roast suckling pig was taken out of such a small bag. Could this be a kind of ability? Seeing that they seemed unfamiliar with the magical stomach pouch, Wang Tao explained a bit. This is called the magical stomach pouch. It's an organ from the body of a zombie with a spittle nail ability. Ah. There's such great stuff in a zombie's body. Hearing Wang Tao's explanation, Wang Xuking and the others were somewhat shocked. Have you all encountered spittle nail zombies before? Wang Tao asked, curious. Some zombies had a certain regional characteristic, so perhaps they didn't have spittle nail zombies in their area? We have. We even killed one on our way here. But nobody mentioned it had such good stuff in its body. Wang Xuking was not one to dwell on regrets, but at that moment, he was certainly annoyed. The magical stomach pouch was somewhat of an artifact in a way, and they had missed out on it. Hearing them, Wang Tao roughly understood. If they had killed zombies, they might only collect some of the more obvious drops from the zombie bodies, like the crystal cores, weapons, or awakening energy pearls. As for something like the magical stomach pouch, which was inside a zombie's body, unless they had some special hobby of dissecting zombies, it was unlikely they would discover it. Even if there were professionals dissecting zombies to research, they might not dissect a spittle nail zombie. Even though they may have encountered spittle nail zombies, they wouldn't know about it. Wang Tao had discovered it because he could see the names and explanations of items. Without that ability, it was highly probable that he himself wouldn't have found it. Hey. It's no big deal, I have some spares, I'll give a few to you guys. Chapter 292, Obstacle Clearing Train. Wang Tao immediately took out a few more magical stomach pouches. Since these people had risked their lives to come and rescue them from far away, it seemed quite appropriate to offer them a small gift. Then I'll gladly accept. Seeing these magical stomach pouches, Wang Xuking's eyes lit up. He didn't bother with formalities and took them straight away. In the post-apocalyptic environment, for these soldiers, there wasn't any particular etiquette about accepting gifts. After all, It was the end of the world, and survival was of the utmost importance. If something given to you could increase your chances of surviving, then you absolutely had to accept it. Otherwise, if the superior officers knew he had refused, he would most probably get a scolding. Wang Tao showed Wang Zhang and the others how to use the magical stomach pouches, and once they'd learned, they immediately began to put cockroach paste in and take it out, doing it over and over, clearly having a great time. Watching these guys, Wang Tao thought to himself that perhaps the technological level of Qing base was very advanced, but when it came to knowledge about zombies, those people might not be as informed as he was. You sure you don't want to try? I think it tastes alright, no weird flavors or anything. Wei Zhengou held up some cockroach paste and raised an eyebrow at Wang Tao. For these soldiers, they really didn't have as many concerns and could just stuff the cockroach paste into their mouths as if nothing was the matter. And in all fairness, this was way more palatable than the insects and such they had to eat while on missions in the wilderness before. No way. Wang Tao shook his head decisively. If the cockroaches were processed into a nutritional liquid, he might not feel too comfortable about it, but he wouldn't have much concern about the liquid itself since anything produced by a food compressor should be very safe. But who knew how Wang Zhang's cockroach paste was made, and what if there were still cockroach eggs remaining in it? No, the more he thought about it, the more disgusted he felt. Wang Tao hurriedly shook his head to dispel the thought. Young man, you don't know what's good. Wei Zhengou shrugged his shoulders and then he, along with Xiang Hongbin and Lu Gang, began munching on the cockroach paste, relishing every bite. At this moment, a soldier came over with a few people. Old He. Wang Tao waved at He Zhijun. He Zhijun had been piloting the helicopter and after securing it in the middle of the train, made his way towards where Wang Tao was. However, the train was quite long, and there were a lot of survivors in the middle carriages, so he was a little delayed. Wang Zhang immediately put down a magical stomach pouch and went over to introduce himself to He Zhijun. He had already learned about the general identities of Wang Tao and his group from Wang Tao himself. Naturally, he knew about He Zhijun, the seasoned soldier king. After officially meeting He Zhijun, Wang Zhang suddenly felt like he might not be able to beat him. As an ability user, these feelings were usually quite accurate, which meant he really might not be able to win? What a bunch of people. Wang Zhang felt somewhat amazed inside. He could clearly sense that most of the people around Wang Tao were very strong. As for Wang Tao himself, there was no need to mention it, a fourth-order superpower, he certainly would be thrashed without external assistance. Even if he were to operate powered armor, whether he could win was still questionable. Perhaps because they were all soldiers and had common topics to discuss, Wang Zhang, Wei Zhengou, He Zhijun and the rest quickly struck up a conversation. Wang Tao didn't interrupt and continued to eat while listening to Wang Zhang talk about Qing base. In fact, Wang Zhang didn't say much, only that Qing base might be the biggest survivor base in Qian country, a home for all survivors. Qing base was great, but it wasn't a paradise untouched by the outside world. The details were complicated, and saying too much would ruin the surprise, so Wang Zhang suggested that they would find out when they got there. Especially Wang Tao himself, as a fourth-order ability user, he would be well regarded even in Qing base, and the treatment would certainly not disappoint him. Everyone was even more excited by his comments. After a quick meal, Wang Zhang left. He was the captain of this rescue operation, with 2 deputy captains. They formed the highest leadership of this team and had to ensure that at least one person was monitoring the entire train at all times. He was off to inspect the inside of the train to relieve someone from their shift. Wang Tao wanted to study their powered armor, and now that they were familiar with each other, with He Zhijun and the others having a mutual military connection, Wang Zhang probably would not refuse. Indeed, Wang Zhang did not refuse, but the issue was that the powered armor was DNA bound. Only they could use it, others could not. This was an anti-theft measure developed by the Hope Research Institute. In that case, there was nothing to be done, and Wang Tao and his team could only look on enviously. After Wang Zhang left, Lan Yulian also took some people to check on the survivors in the carriages, especially the babies, to see if there were any issues or if they needed help. Wang Tao didn't go, instead he looked out the window. The windows of the train were not large, but he could still observe the outside situation. The train wasn't traveling very fast, but it was very stable, and the obstacles and zombies outside were crushed directly by the train. The bulletproof glass of the windows was coated with a layer of black blood. After ensuring there was no danger, Wang Tao found a rest room and prepared to take a rest. From resisting the tide of zombies until now, he had not had a moment's rest, and even though he was a fourth-order ability user, after fighting so many intense battles, he was starting to feel quite worn out. Chapter 735-292, Obstacle Clearing Train. Before resting, Wang Tao wanted to check the loot from the 4th-level zombies he had killed, including the giant zombie. There had been too many battles before, and he hadn't had time to examine them closely. First, he glanced at his attributes. The advanced special energy, which initially numbered over 40, was now down to only 20. A large amount of the advanced special energy had been exchanged for awakening energy and had been used up in the previous battles, which added to the woes of his already strained resources. Wang Tao had hoped to save more special energy to increase the success rate of his next awakening, but it seemed to be a distant dream. After all, it would take 10 advanced special energies to increase the success rate of awakening by just 1%. As for the awakening keys, after killing several 4th-tier Lord zombies, Wang Tao now had a total of 11 awakening keys. He could undergo the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th awakening. However, the success rate of subsequent awakenings would be lower at 50% for the 1st, 40% for the 2nd, and so on, bottoming out at 10%. If there was a 50% success rate, Wang Tao felt it was worth taking a chance. But with anything below 50%, he didn't think it was worth the gamble. He would need to use the advanced special energy to increase the success rate instead. However, accumulating advanced special energy was now very difficult, as he needed to kill 4th-tier Lord class creatures. He could only say to take it slowly. Next were the items and loot packs dropped by the 4th-tier Lord zombies. That 4th-tier Night Demon Lord that created a breach in the high wall dropped to level 4 Night Demon's Claw, a blue, level 4 Crystal Core, Strength, 4th Order Weapon, Night Demon Type High, and 5 loot packs. It seems that this, Night Demon Type High, is a guaranteed drop from 4th-tier Lord Night Demons, since it was their heart. Wang Tao would have to look for opportunities to kill more 4th-tier Lord Night Demons in the future. After all, Night Demon Type High was quite useful at night. The previous 2, Night Demon Type High, had fallen into the hands of the deformed zombies which released poisonous gas. They had too little health point, and Wang Tao hadn't had the chance to nurture them. Now that he had another one, he could consider raising it if the opportunity arose. Then came the 5 loot packs. The first Crystal Core gift bag contained 5 Crystal Cores. They were a red, level 4 Crystal Core, Awakening, an orange, level 4 Crystal Core, Ascension, a purple, level 4 Crystal Core, Omnipotent, a blue, level 4 Crystal Core, Energy Boost, and a blue, level 4 Crystal Core, Health Point Boost. Having both an Awakening and an Ascension Crystal Core was great. The second loot pack contained potions. Obtained 20 Strength Potions, medium. There was only one type of Strength Potion, but with 20 bottles, it was still quite good. The third loot pack contained ultraviolet equipment. Obtained 1 high-power ultraviolet flashlight. Obtained 100 mini ultraviolet illumination shells. Obtained 20 ultraviolet illumination light strips. Obtained 5 large ultraviolet illumination bombs. This was exactly the same as what had dropped from the previous 4th-tier Lord Night Demon. The fourth loot pack contained an Awakening Key. Obtained Awakening Key. Wang Tao was pleasantly surprised, as these physical Awakening Keys were even harder to obtain than Awakening Energy Pearls. With this one, he now had 2. The biggest difference between a physical Awakening Key and the one merged into his body was that it could be used by others. So Wang Tao had always kept it without merging. If he really needed it, he could merge it later, and if not, he could give it to others in need. People like Ding Yukin were also reaching the threshold for awakening, so perhaps he could let them try it later. The last loot pack contained 2 blueprints. Obtained 1 Night Demon Leg Armor Blueprint. Obtained 1 Night Demon Ring Blueprint. Night Demon Leg Armor Blueprint can produce a set of Night Demon Leg Armor. Required materials: 10 kilograms of Night Demon Lord's Bone, 1 level 4 Crystal Core, 20 pieces of iron block, 20 pieces of steel wire, 20 pieces of nails, 20 pieces of screws, 20 pieces of rubber. Night Demon Leg Armor, attributes unknown. Night Demon Ring Blueprint can produce a Night Demon Ring. Required materials: 1 kilogram of Night Demon Bone, 1 level 4 Crystal Core, Night Demon Ring, attributes unknown, a ring? Seeing the blueprint for the leg armor didn't surprise Wang Tao. What surprised him was the existence of a ring blueprint, a type of equipment he had never encountered before. After killing night demons, Wang Tao had made a point of collecting their bones, which he stored in the magical stomach pouch. The magical stomach pouch could only contain food, and other items wouldn't fit. But the bones and flesh of zombies could be put inside, so did that classify them as food? Wang Tao felt somewhat speechless, but it was convenient for him nonetheless. Wang Tao first crafted the leg armor. Night Demon Leg Armor, 4th tier, excellent, durability plus 75, defensive power plus 75, the attributes were exactly the same as the Night Demon breastplate. He needed leg armor, and now with this, Wang Tao had the full set of 4th tier Night Demon gear, including gloves, chest armor, leg armor, belt, and combat boots. Night Demon equipment was relatively understated when compared to Black Iron Heavy Armor. Black Iron Heavy Armor was immediately noticeable when worn, but Night Demon breastplate was different. This armor was more fitted and could be covered with another layer of clothing, like how Wang Tao wore a combat suit over the Night Demon equipment. Chapter 292, Obstacle Clearing Train. Of course, when it comes to being unassuming, nothing beats the black stone armor set, which is almost like autumn clothes and is Wang Tao's personal clothing. Moreover, this is the most comfortable equipment that Wang Tao has ever experienced. Although the Night Demon set is also quite lightweight, compared to ordinary clothes, it is not as comfortable. If Wang Tao were to wear the Black Iron Heavy Armor now, he would essentially be wearing 3 sets of equipment. From the inside out, these would be the Black Stone Armor set, the Night Demon set, and the Black Iron Heavy Armor. However, Wang Tao tested and found that the attributes of these 3 sets of equipment couldn't be fully combined. The attributes of the Black Stone Armor set could be added to either the Night Demon set or the Black Iron Heavy Armor. But they could not be added to both sets of equipment at the same time. It could only be the Black Stone Armor set plus whichever was the outermost layer. For instance, if Wang Tao wore all 3 sets at the same time, the attributes would be those of the Black Stone Armor set plus Black Iron Heavy Armor. The Night Demon set's attributes would not apply, unless Wang Tao took off the Black Iron Heavy Armor or if it became damaged. The attributes of the Night Demon set and the Black Iron Heavy Armor could not be added together either. If Wang Tao wore only those 2 without the Black Stone Armor set, then only the attributes of the outermost Black Iron Heavy Armor would be effective. So, all things considered, the Black Stone Armor set turned out to be the most impressive. But even though the attributes could not be combined, that didn't stop Wang Tao from putting on the Night Demon set first, followed by the Black Iron Heavy Armor. That way, if the Black Iron Heavy Armor was damaged, he would still have the Night Demon set as a backup. It was like having an extra life-saving measure. Of course, under normal circumstances, he would not wear the Black Iron Heavy Armor, because the 50% reduction in speed was far too debilitating. After donning the Night Demon leg armor, Wang Tao crafted this ring. It was a matte black ring with a simple design, seemingly unremarkable. Night Demon Ring, Level 4, Epic, Attack Speed plus 5%, Movement Speed plus 5%, Level 4 Night Demon Set, Unfused. Looking at the attributes of the ring, Wang Tao raised an eyebrow. The ring had no durability attribute, it only added 5% speed, and there was a Level 4 Night Demon Set attribute. This puzzled Wang Tao. Hadn't the attributes of his Night Demon set already been activated? It was a passive attribute that could enhance his physical abilities. So why was there another one? And what did unfused mean at the end? Wang Tao looked for a detailed explanation. Level 4 Night Demon Set, Unfused, allows Level 4 Night Demon equipment to be fused into the ring. After fusion, one can wield or remove the gear at will, huh? Wang Tao was quite surprised by this explanation. Fuse the Night Demon Set into the ring? And then put it on or take it off just by thinking about it? When Wang Tao retrieved equipment from his space backpack, except for weapons which could be taken out and used right away since they were in his hands, he had to wear other protective gear before their effects would come into play, which took some time. According to this ring's description, if Wang Tao fused the Night Demon Set into it, he could just think it, and the equipment would automatically be worn or removed? He definitely had to try this. When Wang Tao prepared to fuse, a prompt appeared. Fusible equipment, Level 4 Night Demon Gloves, Level 4 Night Demon Breastplate, Level 4 Night Demon Leg Armor, Level 4 Night Demon Belt, Level 4 Night Demon Boots. All 5 pieces of his Level 4 Night Demon equipment were available for fusion. Without hesitation, Wang Tao started the process. Then he saw each piece of Night Demon equipment turn into a rainbow of light and fuse into the ring. A moment later, the ring's appearance changed slightly, featuring a faint Night Demon icon. The attributes of the ring naturally underwent a significant change. Night Demon Set, Level 4, Epic, Attack Speed plus 5%, Movement Speed plus 5%, Level 4 Night Demon Set, Level 4 Night Demon Set, Durability plus 400, Defensive Power plus 80, Attack Speed plus 10%, includes gloves, chest armor, belt, leg armor, combat boots. Seeing these attributes, Wang Tao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Previously, each part of the Night Demon set had a defense and durability ranging from plus 70 to plus 75, but now the total durability had increased beyond their previous sum. The defense was also 5 points higher. The defensive power attributes of the different parts of the equipment hadn't been cumulative but rather represented the defense of that particular part. And now, it was as if every part boasted a defense of plus 80. The attack speed was the attribute from the Night Demon Gloves. With this fusion, without going into other details, just the improvements in durability and defense made it quite comfortable. Then, Wang Tao tested the wield-at-will function of the ring. After putting the ring on his finger, with just a thought, The entire night demon set instantly clothed him. Another thought, and the whole set disappeared. Not bad, not bad. This feature was indeed splendid since the sensation of wearing the night demon equipment was quite different from ordinary clothing. He would wear it only in combat, as it certainly wouldn't be very comfortable for daily wear. Now, being able to change gear with a single thought might not greatly enhance his combat power, but comfort was definitely maxed out. Moreover, after seeing the functionality of this ring, Wang Tao thought there must be other rings out there. If there were a ring that could fuse the black iron heavy armor, that would be great, given that wearing the heavy armor was so inconvenient, yet such high defense gear could be very useful at times. Chapter 292, Obstacle Clearing Train. After a few more trials, Wang Tao touched his ring contentedly and then turned his attention to the loot from Mother Zombies. The loot from the stone armor zombie included a level 4 crystal core, Ascension, an Awakening Energy Pearl, and 4 loot packs. Although it only dropped 2 items, the presence of the Awakening Energy Pearl was still quite good. Then came the loot packs, the first of which contained a crystal core gift bag featuring a red, level 4 crystal core, Omnipotent, a blue, level 4 crystal core, Strength, and purple, level 4 crystal core, Mental Defense, and level 4 crystal core, Health Point Increase. There were no Awakening crystal cores this time, which left Wang Tao slightly disappointed, but it wasn't a big deal, since he had an Awakening Energy Pearl anyway. The second loot pack contained potions. Received 20 strength potions, medium. Received 20 defense potions, medium. 40 bottles of potions were also quite nice. The third loot pack surprisingly contained another Awakening key. Received Awakening key. With this key, Wang Tao now had 3 physical Awakening keys. He was already considering whom to try Awakening first. The last loot pack contained a set of clothes. Received a security guard uniform, durability plus 10, tear resistance plus 10, so that stone armor zombie, looking like an old man, was actually a security guard in his past life. Wang Tao was slightly surprised. He had owned a security guard uniform before, but that one only had attributes of plus 1, this one was plus 10, which was clearly much better. Overall, the loot from the stone armor zombie was rather average. Of course, average is only in comparison to that level 4 Night Demon Lord, and it was actually quite good. Wang Tao continued to check over the items, and next up was the deformed zombie that could emit poison. It had dropped 4 items and 5 loot packs. The 4 items were a purple, level 4 crystal core, mental defense, an Awakening Energy Pearl, 2 corrosive poison tooth, and a strange poison sac. Corrosive poison tooth, crafting material, can add poison attribute to equipment. This material was quite good with its additional attribute. And there was another Awakening Energy Pearl. Wang Tao was really lucky. However, what interested him most was the strange poison sac. Strange poison sac, after consumption, there's a 1/3 chance of poisoning, a 1/3 chance nothing happens, and a 1/3 chance of gaining a hidden ability. This thing is quite interesting. The strange poison sac was yet another item that could grant a hidden ability, but the odds were only 1 in 3. Clearly, this was quite low. 1/3 chance of nothing happening wasn't bad, but the chance of poisoning was troubling. It didn't specify what kind of poison or how strong it was. If it's like the poison gas from the deformed zombie, then the risk was too great, it could be fatal. So this item needed to be used with caution, and Wang Tao wasn't keen on letting his people use it, considering the risk. When he got back to Qing base, he would see if he could trade it with others. After all, Wang Tao wouldn't scam anyone, he would make the effect of this item clear, and it was up to others if they wanted to trade. No pressure. Wang Tao looked at the 5 loot packs. The first crystal core gift bag contained 6 crystal cores, a blue, level 4 crystal core, Omnipotent, an orange, level 4 crystal core, Ascension, a red, level 4 crystal core, Awakening, a purple, level 4 crystal core, Athlete, a white, level 4 crystal core, Rejuvenation, and a purple, level 4 crystal core, Stealth. With Ascension, Omnipotent, and Awakening, it was quite nice. However, the fact that it had a stealth ability. With its body emanating green poison gas wherever it went, it was easily detectable from afar, making stealth pretty useless. The second loot pack contained a pile of potions and blueprints. Acquired, 20 stealth potion, small, acquired, 20 stealth potion, medium, acquired, 20 weakness potion, small, acquired, 20 weakness potion, medium, acquired, 1 blueprint for stealth potion, small, acquired, 1 blueprint for stealth potion, medium, acquired, 1 blueprint for weakness potion, small, acquired, 1 blueprint for weakness potion, medium, totaling 80 bottles of potions. And also came with crafting blueprints. Wang Tao still had quite a few stealth potions, but not many weakness potions left, as they were used up in previous battles. Moreover, Wang Tao had only seen and possessed the small weakness potion before and hadn't encountered the medium-sized ones. Weakness potion, small. Creatures contaminated with the weakness potion will have their overall attributes reduced by 1% to 20%, depending on the dosage, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 12 minutes for the target. Weakness potion, medium. Creatures contaminated with the weakness potion will have their overall attributes reduced by 1% to 40%, depending on the dosage, lasting for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 12 minutes for the target. The small weakness potion could weaken up to 20%, while the medium one went up to 40%. If he had had these potions during his fight with a level 4 zombie lord, he feared the battle might have been much simpler. As for the 4 blueprints, naturally, he would be able to craft them permanently once learned. However, aside from crystal cores, core materials were also needed to create these 4 types of potions. Blueprint for stealth potion, medium. Once learned, you can craft 5 stealth potions, medium, at a time. Required materials: 1 stealth mushroom, 1 level 2 zombie crystal core, 100 milliliters purified water, 10 kilocalories of food. Blueprint for weakness potion, medium. Once learned, you can craft 5 weakness potions, medium, at a time. Required materials: 1 weakness mushroom, 1 level 2 zombie crystal core, 100 milliliters purified water, 10 kilocalories of food. Currently, Wang Tao only had strength mushrooms and defense mushrooms. He had never seen the other kinds of mushrooms, so he could only learn the recipes for now and check if they were available at Qing Base later on. After all, Qing Base was populous and powerful. They might have what Wang Tao needed. He turned his attention to the 3rd loot pack. Acquired 10 corrosive poison gas bombs. Corrosive poison gas bomb releases a large area of corrosive poison gas, and creatures that stay in the gas will continue to lose health point, with the rate of health point loss increasing over time. This corrosive poison gas bomb seemed to have the effect of an awakened deformed zombie. He guessed it was probably about as strong as the explosion grenades. Wang Tao had used quite a few explosion grenades before, and now he only had 2 left. These corrosive poison gas bombs could be an excellent addition to his arsenal. Chapter 293 Fireball Special Ability 1. The 4th loot pack from the deformed zombie contained an awakening energy pearl. Obtained 1 awakening energy pearl. Wang Tao had even considered raising the limit of his awakening energy. He currently had a maximum of 600, which still only allowed him to use Starfire Prairie for a mere minute. The last loot pack contained equipment blueprints. Obtained 1 corrosion armor blueprint. Obtained 1 corrosion spear blueprint. Corrosion armor blueprint can craft a set of corrosion armor. Required materials: 1 corrosive poison tooth, 1 level 4 crystal core, 20 pieces of iron block, 20 pieces of steel wire, 20 pieces of nails, 20 pieces of screws, 20 pieces of rubber. Corrosion armor, attributes unknown. Corrosion spear blueprint can craft a corrosion spear. Required materials: 1 corrosive poison tooth, 1 level 4 crystal core, 20 pieces of iron block, 20 pieces of steel wire, 20 pieces of nails, 20 pieces of gear, 20 pieces of blade. Corrosion spear, attributes unknown. After looking over the materials needed for the 2 blueprints, Wang Tao took a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they didn't require anything like deformed zombie bones. He hadn't collected its bones because its entire body was poisonous. Even in death, it emitted a cloud of poison gas causing continuous health point loss if one stayed near it. Therefore, apart from the loot that burst forth, Wang Tao didn't dare to take anything else. Without hesitation, Wang Tao immediately began the crafting process. Amidst the flashing of 2 iridescent lights, the 2 pieces of equipment were completed. The first piece was a suit of deep green battle armor that covered the entire body tightly. The style of the battle armor was quite modern, with a helmet featuring several tubes that resembled those on an oxygen mask. Was it a gas mask? The second piece was a 6-meter-long red spear with gears and other things on it, exuding a steampunk vibe. Corrosion armor, 4th tier, excellence, durability plus 100, defensive power plus 80. After wearing, the user is corroded, resulting in continuous health point loss. A large area of poison gas is also formed, causing all creatures within its range, excluding the user, to lose health point continuously. Poison gas attribute not activated. Activation requires awakening energy. Wang Tao frowned upon seeing the attributes of this suit of battle armor. If he hadn't misunderstood, wearing this armor would cause continuous health point loss? Well, that weakness is rather severe. Although he owned equipment with weaknesses, there were ways to avoid those weaknesses. For example, if one was susceptible to fire, one would simply avoid places with fire. But this set of armor caused blood loss the moment it was donned. Unless one didn't wear it, the blood loss was inevitable. However, the armor also had a passive ability that emitted a large area of poison gas, inflicting continuous health point loss on other creatures. Wang Tao felt that this poison gas might be similar to that of the deformed zombie. Without saying much more, as long as the damage was even 10 to 20% of what the deformed zombie's poison could do, it would be quite powerful. So, was this a set of equipment that harms the enemy much but the user slightly less so? It wasn't clear how much health point the wearer would lose and how much the surrounding creatures would suffer. If the wearer's health point loss was less than that of surrounding creatures, then it might be an ace in the hole during critical moments. But if the wearer lost too much health point, it wouldn't be very effective. Wang Tao really wanted to try it out, but he was on the train, so he definitely couldn't mess around. After all, it was labeled as large area poison gas. He would find a chance to test it after getting off the train. If the amount of his health point loss was tolerable, then he would keep the equipment. But if the health point loss was too severe, then he might have to trade it with someone else. Corrosion Sphere, 4th tier, Excellence, Durability plus 100, Attack Power plus 80. During an attack, the user is corroded, causing continuous health point loss. A small area of poison gas is also formed, causing all creatures within its range, excluding the user, to lose health point continuously. Poison gas attribute not activated. Activation requires awakening energy. The corrosion sphere was similar to the corrosion armor, corroding the user, causing continuous health point loss, and emitting poison gas. However, the difference was that the corrosion armor had a passive ability once worn, it would result in health point loss and emit a large area of poison gas. Whereas the corrosion spear had an active ability only during an offensive attack would it cause health point loss and emit a small area of poison gas. Compared to the corrosion armor, Wang Tao preferred the corrosion spear. Having control over the effect was always more convenient. Moreover, the corrosion spear's attack power was very high. Wang Tao's tusk-long knife only added 70 to attack power, but the corrosion spear added 80. He would try out the spear later to see its effects. If it was good, he might keep it for his own use. Overall, the loot pack that the deformed zombie dropped was plentiful and of high quality, providing Wang Tao with rich rewards. After storing these two pieces of equipment, he continued to inspect the loot packs from other zombies. The fat zombie dropped 2 items and 5 loot packs. The 2 items were a purple 4th order crystal core, mental enhancement and 10 red fire bones. Fire bones, crafting material, can add fire resistance attributes to equipment. It was a crafting material. Called fire bones, they actually just had fiery imprints on them, not literally a flame. This crafting material could add extra attributes, which seemed quite useful. It's a pity no awakening energy pearls were dropped. Then came the 5 loot packs. The first crystal core gift bag contained 5 crystal cores, an orange 4th order crystal core, promotion, a purple 4th order crystal core, versatility, a red 4th order crystal core, slow healing, a blue 4th order crystal core, explosion, and an orange 4th order crystal core, fireball. Chapter 293, Fireball Special Ability 2. Level 4 crystal core, slow healing, quality, excellent, 80%, purity, 35%, side effect, obesity, slow healing, passive ability. When health point is below 50%, regen 10 health point per second until it reaches 50% and then stops. Wang Tao had never seen this crystal core before, and he didn't expect the obese zombie to have a blood regeneration ability. However, this healing ability was very slow, and it only worked when health point was less than half. Wang Tao killed it so quickly that it was normal for him not to notice. Level 4 crystal core, explosion, quality, excellent, 40%, purity, 35%, side effect. Health point drops to 1% after use. Explosion. Compress all awakening energy, then burst out instantaneously. Power depends on the amount of awakening energy. Only fire awakened can fuse it. When Wang Tao killed that flame monster before, he obtained an epic explosive crystal core. This ability had a high limit. When that flame monster used it, it was like a small nuclear bomb. Of Wang Tao's 4 abilities, one of them, Iron Wall, had fused with his hidden ability to become the awakened, Starfire Outbreak. So he now had a slot open and could fuse with another crystal core. Wang Tao had his eye on the explosion, as he was a fire awakened now and could use this ability. But the side effect was ridiculous. His 100,000 health point would instantly drop to 1,000 health point after use. Wang Tao definitely couldn't tolerate this. He had to get rid of this side effect. He now had 2 explosion crystal cores. If he was lucky enough to get another one in the future, then he could confidently learn this ability. Level 4 crystal core, fireball, quality, epic. 100%, purity, 35%, side effect. First fusion reduces health point limit by 100,000, subsequent fusions reduce it by 10,000. Fireball, consume energy and awakening energy to launch a fireball. Only fire awakened can fuse it. The obese awakened, flame explosion, was about gathering awakening energy to form a huge fireball and detonating it. But when Wang Tao attacked the obese zombie with a sniper rifle, it spat out a fireball that melted the bullet. Wang Tao felt at the time that this little fireball might not be its awakening, but just one of its abilities. However, during the later fight with the obese zombie, whenever Wang Tao saw flames in its mouth, he would interrupt it. So he couldn't confirm if his guess was right. Now it seemed, it was indeed the case. Seeing the detailed attributes of this fireball crystal core, Wang Tao also began to consider fusing with it. The side effect of fusing the fireball was a deduction of 100,000 from the health point limit, which was substantial, but Wang Tao could afford it. He had 110,000 health point, enough to spare. And even if he lost 100,000 health point, he could quickly regain it. Wang Tao most wanted to fuse with the explosion, but he was short of a crystal core, there was no helping it. Maybe he could first fuse with this fireball crystal core to try out? But Wang Tao's advanced special energy did not have the extraction abilities anymore. If he fused with the fireball, unless he found a level 4 extraction crystal core, he would not be able to change his superpower. Of course, these were not big problems. Wang Tao had level 1, 2, and 3 extraction crystal cores in his hands. Getting a level 4 would just be a matter of time. The only problem now was, if he wanted to undergo a second awakening, he would need to randomly fuse one of his abilities into the awakening. Wang Tao speculated that the stronger the fused ability, the stronger the awakening would be. So he was saving his other 3 abilities for the awakening. If he fused with the fireball now, it might randomly select the fireball during the awakening. Nevertheless, Wang Tao eventually decided to fuse. Because the second awakening was too far off, and without improving the odds, he would not recklessly awaken. He had no idea when the second awakening would be, surely he couldn't go without enhancing his strength until then. By the time he could undergo a second awakening, he believed he would probably already have a level 4 extraction crystal core. Wang Tao could accept the side effect of the fireball. As for the internal impurities, it did not matter, he still had more than 20 bottles of cleansing potion left unused. After placing the fireball crystal core in his mouth, it immediately melted into his body. A moment later, the fusion was complete. Wang Tao's health point limit decreased by 100,000, now reduced to 10,000. And he gained a new superpower, level 4 superpower, Fireball, +1. Wang Tao closed his eyes to carefully feel it, and then he roughly understood how to use this fireball. Using this fireball consumed both magic point and awakening energy. However, each use only consumed 1 point of awakening energy and some magic point. The reason why it's some magic point is that the more magic point consumed, the bigger the fireball. Conversely, if only a tiny bit of magic point is used, only a very small fireball can be created. But this fixed consumption of 1 awakening energy is constant, every use of the fireball will consume 1 awakening energy. Compared to Starfire Outbreak, the fireball is extremely economical. Starfire Outbreak consumes a minimum of 100 energy and can only be used for 10 seconds. The fireball's consumption is so much more frugal. Of course, less consumption means less power. There's no comparison between the power of the fireball and Starfire Outbreak. Including the obese zombie's awakening, flame explosion, the flame monster's ability, explosion, and the like, all of these have much greater power than the fireball. Especially, flame explosion. Although both involve creating fireballs, flame explosion not only has flame damage but explosion damage too. The larger the fireball, the more powerful the explosion, and the higher the damage. Chapter 293, Fireball Special Ability 3. Although this fireball special ability can also grow in size, it just simply enlarges. The damage from the flames remains the same, without any explosive damage. We can simply understand that flame explosion is akin to a bomb detonation, where both the shock wave and the high temperature are lethal. On the other hand, the fireball is just about starting a fire, depending on burning to damage the enemy. Of course, this doesn't mean that the fireball is trash, as this comparison is with awakening abilities. Compared to ordinary offensive abilities, the fireball is still quite powerful. After all, other abilities don't consume awakening energy, but the fireball requires the use of 1 awakening energy. After Wang Tao roughly understood the fireball special ability, he snapped his fingers. Pop! A little flame instantly appeared at his fingertip. That was the effect of using up 1 awakening energy and a very small amount of mana. Wang Tao didn't feel any burn, but rather, a sense of warmth that was quite comfortable. It was a pity he didn't smoke. Lighting a cigarette with the small flame on his fingertip would have been really cool. Wolf Lightning, lying by Wang Tao's feet, cocked its head and let out a bark, seemingly perplexed. When Wang Tao had been on fire before, his whole body was ignited, and those flames were fierce and extremely hot. Lightning didn't dare to come close to Wang Tao. But now, Wang Tao wasn't a flame all over, only a small flame appeared at his fingertip. This little flame didn't scare Lightning, in fact, It even snuggled closer to Wang Tao. After all, it was December now, and it had become quite cold. Haha. Seeing Lightning's action, Wang Tao laughed and petted its head. Not gonna lie, after learning this special ability, it could be used to keep warm in the winter. With a thought from Wang Tao, the flame at his fingertip disappeared. The temperature in the room also gradually decreased. Wang Tao tried several more times, getting familiar with some of the operations of the fireball, but it was hard to say how powerful it was without being able to test it inside the vehicle. Wang Tao continued to check the loot. The second loot pack contained hand grenades. Obtained 10 explosion grenades. The fat zombie actually dropped 10 explosion grenades. Wang Tao had previously used 8, aware of their potency, and he had felt somewhat distressed as he only had 2 left. Now he had gained another 10. That meant he now had 12 explosion grenades. In the midst of a zombie horde, killing tens of thousands of zombies would be no problem. If he combined that with the previously acquired corrosive poison gas bomb, it was hard to say how great the power would be. Wang Tao looked at the third loot pack. Obtained 1 awakening energy pearl, another awakening energy pearl. Wang Tao had been a bit disappointed before, but now he instantly felt at ease. Although the drop rate for awakening energy pearls was low, Wang Tao's extra loot for killing zombies effectively meant his drop rate was much higher than others. The last loot pack contained 2 blueprints. Obtained 1 flaming robe blueprint. Obtained 1 flame bracelet blueprint. Flaming robe blueprint can be used to craft a flaming robe. Required materials: 1 fire bone, 1 level 4 crystal core. Flaming robe. Attributes unknown. Flame bracelet blueprint can be used to craft a flame bracelet. Required materials: 1 fire bone, 1 4th tier crystal core. Flame bracelet. Attributes unknown. These 2 blueprints are quite interesting, 1 for a robe and 1 for a bracelet, which are pieces of equipment Wang Tao had never seen before. Moreover, the required materials are minimal, needing only 1 4th tier crystal core and 1 fire bone. Without further ado, Wang Tao immediately started crafting. Having slain many level 4 zombie lords, he had some 4th tier crystal cores in his possession. Moments later, both pieces of equipment were crafted. Flame gauze dress, 4th tier, excellence, durability plus 50, defensive power plus 50, fire resistance, ability, not inlaid, activation of awakening energy required. Seeing the flame gauze dress made Wang Tao raise an eyebrow. The attributes of this robe weren't strong and ranked quite low among the 4th tier equipment. Several 3rd tier pieces had similar or even higher attributes. But this robe looked really cool. The design of the flame gauze dress was that of an ordinary long robe, much like a regular gown. However, its material seemed to be ablaze with red and yellow light slowly flowing through it. The flame gauze dress was thin, wearing it felt like being wrapped in flames. It came with its own special effects. Wang Tao tried it on himself and indeed, it looked very cool and attractive. However, the attributes of the flame gauze dress couldn't stack with those of his night demon set. So for Wang Tao, this piece of equipment was somewhat of a white elephant. He would definitely choose the night demon set. Besides, it was a bit odd for a guy like him to wear such a robe. Of course, apart from its appearance, the robe also had its merits: fire resistance and an inlay for special ability. Wang Tao actually had 3 other pieces of equipment capable of inlaying an ability. They were 2 black stone armor equipment pieces and the black iron heavy armor suit. But he had not inlaid any crystal cores yet, not because he didn't want to but because he hadn't found the appropriate ones. 4th tier equipment could only be inlaid with 4th tier crystal cores, and although he had some in his possession, there weren't many worth setting into equipment. This inlaying ability was quite good, equivalent to having an extra ability, and needed careful selection. Wang Tao had indeed thought before about whether to set the explosion inlay into his equipment or not. After some consideration, he decided not to. After all, equipment cannot be leveled up, and it always needs to be replaced. An ability stays with him for much longer than equipment. Moreover, abilities can be evolved and might reach level 5 or level 6 in the future. Once set into equipment, they would remain at 4th tier, probably just level 1. Of course, Wang Tao was still quite curious about what it would look like after inlaying. Should he try it out? He wouldn't be using the flame gauze dress for himself anymore and would definitely give it to someone else, so he might as well try it out first. Wang Tao flipped through his space backpack and took out some 4th tier crystal cores. He discovered that the awakening crystal core could not be inlaid, nor could the omnipotent crystal core, and the ascension crystal core was certainly out of the question. Wang Tao shrugged. It seemed that exploiting a bug was not an option. He picked and chose carefully and finally decided to try inlaying a slow healing crystal core. Then, several prompts appeared. Note 1, success rate of inlaying is related to the quality of the crystal core. Note 2, after a successful inlay, awakening energy is required to activate it. Note 3, using the inlaid ability will consume the energy inside the crystal core. which will be destroyed once the energy is depleted. Note 4. The inlaid crystal core cannot be detached but can be re-inlaid. The original crystal core will be overwritten and destroyed. Chapter 294 Giant Slayer 1. This equipment embedding was somewhat different from the rush suit that Wang Tao had before. The rush suit came with a rush ability, but it required the embedding of crystal cores to provide energy, thus granting usage count. All equipment within the suit could be embedded with crystal cores, and the more and better quality the cores embedded, the more usage counts were obtained. However, with this equipment's embedding, it did not have an ability on its own, but rather it would gain whatever ability of the crystal core that was embedded into it. Of course, not all crystal cores could be embedded. For instance, special crystal cores like Omnipotent, Ascension, and Awakening ones could not be used for embedding. The success rate of embedding was related to the quality of the crystal core. Using an epic crystal core was 100% successful, and an excellent crystal core had an 80% success rate. Similar to the situation with ability users fusing with crystal cores. After a successful embedding, it still required awakening energy to activate, meaning if one was not a 4th order awakened one, the ability embedded on this equipment could not be used. The ability on the equipment also consumed its own crystal core energy, and once the energy was depleted, the ability could no longer be used until a new core was embedded. But this equipment could only have one crystal core embedded, so it was not known how many times the ability could be used with this one crystal core's energy. Moreover, Wang Tao was preparing to embed a passive ability. How would a passive ability consume energy? Wang Tao's Night Demon set was an all-attributes enhancement passive ability, but this ability only consumed awakening energy, not crystal core energy, and the Night Demon set could not be embedded with crystal cores either. With curious anticipation, Wang Tao went ahead and embedded the slow healing. It was a red crystal core with an 80% chance of success, and unsurprisingly, the embedding succeeded on the first try. Flame Gauze Dress, 4th tier, Excellence, Durability plus 50, Defensive Power plus 50, Fire Resistance, Ability, Slow Healing, Attribute not activated, activation requires awakening energy. The ability had been embedded, and Wang Tao immediately used awakening energy to activate it. Slow Healing, when health point falls below 50%, recover 10 health point per second until reaching 50% health point, activated, consumes 1 awakening energy and 3% crystal core energy daily. Once activated, binds to the user, rebinds after change of user. Seeing this attribute, Wang Tao immediately understood. It was similar to the Night Demon set, which also consumed 1 awakening energy daily. However, this equipment also consumed 3% crystal core energy every day. This meant the ability embedded in the equipment could be used for a month before the crystal core energy would be exhausted. This was far better than Wang Tao had imagined. After all, a month was not a short period. The consumption was not a daily affair but only occurred when used. For example, only after Wang Tao put it on would it begin to consume today's awakening energy and crystal core energy. If Wang Tao did not wear it the next day, it would not consume any energy. Wang Tao then activated the corrosive spear he had just crafted for comparison. Corrosive spear, 4th tier, Excellence, Durability plus 100, Attack Power plus 80. When attacking, the user will be corroded, continuously losing health point. It will also generate a small area of poison gas, causing all living creatures within the area, except the user, to continuously lose health point. Activated, consumes 1 awakening energy daily. Once activated, binds to the user, rebinds after change of user. The attribute of corrosive spear after it was activated was different from that of the flame gauze dress. It did not need to consume crystal core energy, since it also had no crystal core embedded, only needing to consume 1 awakening energy every day. Wang Tao began to understand the difference between these equipment 4th tier and above equipment. If it came with its own abilities, only required awakening energy upon activation, without the need for other consumptions. If the abilities were not inherent to the equipment but were instead bestowed through embedded crystal cores, then besides consuming awakening energy, it would also consume crystal core energy. With that in mind, it appeared that equipment with inherent abilities might be better. Not necessarily because the inherent abilities of the equipment could not be changed. But with embedding, one could choose different crystal cores. Even though embedded crystal cores couldn't be removed, they could be overwritten, which merely resulted in the loss of 1 core. So, both methods had their own advantages. The only downside was that 4th tier and above equipment with abilities would bind and consume awakening energy. Hence, only 4th tier and above ability users were able to use them, and those below 4th tier couldn't utilize these abilities nor unleash the full potential of these equipment. Then, Wang Tao called Zhang Shixi over to try on the flame gauze dress. Zhang Shixi was still a level 3 ability user and could not activate the abilities embedded in the equipment, so she couldn't use them, but neither would she consume energy. Wang Tao nodded to himself, feeling quite pleased with this. Since she couldn't use the ability, no energy would be consumed. It was quite energy efficient. This dress is so pretty. Zhang Shixu's eyes shone as she looked at the flame gauze dress. Then it's yours, Wang Tao said with a smile. But Zhang Shixu shook her head. The dress is pretty indeed, but it's not suitable for me. It's too eye-catching. I prefer to attack stealthily. Zhang Shixu was very fast and agile. When she fought together with Wang Tao, she usually took the role of side attacking, making it hard for zombies including other humans to defend against her. But if she were to wear this dress that resembled flames, she would be spotted from afar. True. Alright. It really doesn't quite suit you. Chapter 742-294 Giant Slayer 2 Wang Tao nodded. He felt that Zhang Shixu was more suited to the Night Demon set and decided to see if he could obtain another Night Demon set for Zhang Shixu to wear. As for whom to give the gauze dress, it was indeed not easy to decide, since there was only one dress, and he couldn't favor one over another. Wang Tao shook his head, deciding not to think about it for now. He looked at the second piece of equipment he had just crafted. Flame Bracelet, 4th tier, Excellence, attack includes fire damage. The flame bracelet was a cool piece of equipment just like the flame gauze dress, primarily in orange-red, with what seemed like flames flowing over it. However, its attributes were simple, without any additional ones, just the ability for its attacks to include fire damage. Just by these words alone, it was not yet clear how high the damage was. But Wang Tao's awakening fire blazing the plains also dealt fire damage. To a certain extent, wouldn't this be like a Starfire Prairie, Youth Edition? Wang Tao put on the bracelet. It was as eye-catching as the gauze dress. However, the bracelet could be covered by clothes. As for the power of the fire damage, Wang Tao couldn't test it for the time being, as he obviously couldn't hit his own people, nor could he bring himself to do it. He would try it out after the train stopped. He had finished going through the loot from those several Fourth-Order Lord zombies. Next was the main event, the loot from the giant zombie. In total, the giant zombie dropped 5 items and 6 loot packs. This was probably the second most loot that Wang Tao had obtained from a single zombie. The record holder was the glutton zombie, which would drop a large amount of food upon defeat, so it was incomparable. Obtained, 1 Fourth-Order Crystal Core, promotion, obtained, 1 Awakening Energy Pearl, obtained, 1 Blood Bead, obtained, 2 Eyes of the Giant, obtained, 1 Giant's Heart. The crystal core extracted from the giant zombie's head was a promotion type, and it was of orange quality. Wang Tao's luck was undeniable. Then there was the Awakening Energy Pearl. He had saved quite a number of them now and was planning to upgrade his Awakening Energy cap. The remaining 3 items were all new to Wang Tao. Blood Beads, randomly increases health point limit. This looked like a red meatball, but it was hard to the touch, almost like touching jade. The specific attribute of the blood beads made Wang Tao's eyes light up, increasing health point limit. Although the increase was random, it didn't stop it from being a good item, especially since the health point cap was currently at 100,000, and it was no longer possible to increase the health point limit by killing zombies. Wang Tao was just fretting over how to increase his additional health point, and this blood bead presented an opportunity. However, he didn't use it right away because after fusing with the fireball ability, his health point limit had already dropped to 10,000. He wasn't sure if using the blood bead would increase his current health point limit or his additional health point limit. If it wasn't additional health point, then using it now would be too much of a loss, as he could gain up to 110,000 health point by killing zombies. So, to be safe, he decided to wait. He would use it once he had increased his health point limit back to 110,000. Not sure whether this blood bead is guaranteed to drop from the giant zombie, or if I was just lucky. Wang Tao muttered to himself, stroking his chin. In the future, if he had the opportunity to kill a giant zombie, he definitely couldn't miss it. Eye of the Giant, crafting material, Giant's Heart, crafting material. The eye of the giant was a pair of giant eyeballs, and the giant's heart was an enormous heart, both of which were quite chilling to look at. Wang Tao had thought that the giant's heart might be like the night demon heart and could summon a giant zombie weapon, but unfortunately, it was not the case. Then he looked at the 5 loot packs. The first crystal core gift bag contained 6 crystal cores, a red, level 4 crystal core, omnipotent, an orange, level 4 crystal core, awakening, an orange, level 4 crystal core, extraction, a purple, level 4 crystal core, strength, a blue, level 4 crystal core, defense, and a blue, level 4 crystal core, mental defense. Apart from the omnipotent and awakening special crystal cores, there was surprisingly an extraction crystal core. This pleased Wang Tao immensely. After all, since his special energy had been upgraded to advanced special energy, he couldn't extract or synthesize his own abilities anymore. But this 4th-tier extraction crystal core could allow him to change his ability. He had just been mentioning that when he could undergo a second awakening, he might be able to get an extraction crystal core, and now he had gotten one. Then, Wang Tao looked at the second loot pack. Obtained, One awakening energy pearl, another awakening energy pearl. Wang Tao checked and found that he now had a total of 15 awakening energy pearls and 9 awakening crystal cores. These amounted to 2,400 awakening energy, which could perfectly raise his cap from 600 to 1,000 if used to upgrade the awakening energy limit. However, Wang Tao wasn't planning on upgrading right now. After all, his 600 energy hadn't fully recovered yet, and if he upgraded, his current energy would drop to 0. If he encountered danger on the way, he would have to exchange advanced special energy for awakening energy, which wouldn't be very cost-effective. It would be better to upgrade after reaching safety. Wang Tao looked at the third loot pack. Obtained 30 strength potions, medium. Obtained 30 defense potions, medium. Obtained 30 life elixirs, small. Obtained 30 energy potions, small. Chapter 743 to 294 Giant Slayer 3 Wang Tao had seen strength and defense potions before, but this was the first time he encountered life elixirs and energy potions. Life elixir, small, increase health point cap by plus 1,000, up to a maximum of 10 bottles. Energy potion, small, increase energy cap by plus 1,000, up to a maximum of 10 bottles. They were potions that increased the cap on health point and energy. However, there was a limit. One could only consume a maximum of 10 bottles, but this was already pretty good. After all, 10 bottles combined were 10,000 health point and 10,000 mana. Wang Tao temporarily saved the life elixirs as his current health point was 10,000. It would be a big loss to waste them now, so he held off for now. He planned to consume them together with the blood beads once his health point reached 110,000. As for the energy potions, he had no hesitation and consumed all 10 bottles in a row. Moments later, Wang Tao's mana cap increased by 10,000, now standing at 65,000 out of 65,000. Wang Tao was somewhat of a perfectionist. 65,000 just didn't look as good as 70,000 to him. When they were safe again, he planned to find Ding Yukin and the others to use yin and yang balance. With no other meaning but simply to see if they could increase the mana cap further. For now, there was no rush since they hadn't left danger behind and couldn't let their guard down. The fourth loot pack contained an awakening key. Acquired, 1 awakening key, another awakening key obtained. Wang Tao now had 4 physical awakening keys. He didn't need them for himself at the moment but could offer them to others. He planned to discuss later who should undergo awakening first. Considering the 50% success rate for the first awakening with 1 secret key, if 4 people attempted awakening at the same time, at least 2 should succeed, right? The 5th loot pack contained something Wang Tao had not seen before. Acquired, 2 gem slot openers. Gem slot opener can open a gem slot on equipment without any existing slots. Equipment can be socketed. Wang Tao was first surprised, then pleasantly so. He didn't possess many pieces of equipment that could be inset with abilities, so this item was quite valuable. For example, could he add a slot to his weapon? Although his tusk-long knife was decent, it would be better if he could inlay it with an ability. Wang Tao leaned toward inlaying an active attack-type ability, but he didn't have many level 4 crystal cores to choose from. So that would have to wait for later. Wang Tao looked towards the last loot pack, which unsurprisingly contained blueprints. Acquired, 1 Giant Slayer Ring Blueprint. Acquired, 1 Giant's Heavy Armor Set Blueprint. Giant Slayer Ring Blueprint, can craft a Giant Slayer Ring. Required materials, 1 Eye of the Giant. 1 level 4 crystal core, Giant Slayer Ring, attributes unknown, Giant's Heavy Armor Blueprint, can craft a piece of Giant's Heavy Armor. Required materials, 1 Giant's Heart, 1 level 4 crystal core, Giant's Heavy Armor, attributes unknown. There were 2 blueprints, 1 for a ring and 1 for a heavy armor suit. The required crafting materials were quite simple, and Wang Tao immediately began to craft. Moments later, both pieces of equipment were crafted successively. The Giant Slayer Ring was a piece of equipment that looked even more simple than the Night Demon Ring, all silver and unassuming in appearance. Of course, the appearance didn't matter, what was important were the attributes. Giant Slayer Ring, level 4, epic, attack against lives awakened as giant deals plus 10% damage, when attacked by lives awakened as giant, receive minus 10% damage, Seeing the attributes of the ring, Wang Tao was pleasantly surprised. That meant when he attacked giant zombies, the damage he dealt would increase by 10%, and when giant zombies attacked him, the damage he received would be reduced by 10%. Wouldn't this add up to an effective 20% in his favor? Of course, in practice, it certainly wasn't as much as 20%. After all, Wang Tao wouldn't just stand toe-to-toe with giant zombies, he would prioritize dodging their attacks. It didn't matter if the damage reduction was 10% or even 50%, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Especially since he had seen giant zombies with as much as 400,000 health point. He definitely didn't want to test his luck against such powerful giant zombies. Regardless, the attributes of the ring were quite nice. The next time he encountered a giant zombie, his odds would be better. Then he turned his attention to the second piece of gear. It was a set that looked very ancient, plain without any fancy adornments, but its attributes were far from ordinary. Giant's heavy armor, level 4, epic, durability plus 300, defensive power plus 100 to 300, the larger the body size, the higher the defense, speed minus 20%, ability, not inlaid, requires awakening energy to activate. Seeing these attributes, Wang Tao frowned. The durability was significantly increased, the same as the black iron heavy armor. But the defensive power, it fluctuated, higher with larger body size, from a minimum of plus 100 to a maximum of plus 300. If the defense could reach plus 300, then this defense would far exceed the 200 defensive power of the black iron heavy armor, and the black iron heavy armor even had the downside of reducing speed by 50%, whereas Giant's heavy armor only reduced it by 20%. However, the defensive power of Giant's heavy armor depended on body size, and for Wang Tao's 2-meter height. He immediately tried it out, then was left speechless. Durability plus 300, defensive power plus 125, speed minus 20%, ability, not inlaid. It was fair to say that the Giant's heavy armor was passable, but it wasn't quite right for Wang Tao. Although it added a defensive power of 125, the reduction in speed by 20% was a significant drawback. If it had 200 defensive power, then even with a speed reduction of 20%, it wouldn't matter, but it was a pity there was only 125. After reviewing these spoils, Wang Tao yawned, unable to resist the fatigue. Zhang Shixu had already left, and the room was left with only his lightning. Wang Tao petted the lightning lying on the floor asleep, then he flopped onto the bed to rest as well. He didn't know how long he slept, but suddenly Wang Tao felt the train come to a stop. "Are we there already?" He groggily opened his eyes. At that moment, the speaker in the small room sounded. "Ladies and gentlemen, the path ahead is blocked, we need to go down and clear it." Chapter 295 Blocking the Road. One hearing the sound from the horn, Wang Tao instantly woke up. When he stepped out of his room, Ding Yukin and He Jijun had also arrived in the lobby. They, too, had been resting and were awakened by the sound of the horn. What's going on? Wang Tao looked outside the window. From this position, he could only see the scenery on both sides, not directly ahead. This train car housed the command room, which had surveillance equipment to monitor the surroundings of the train. But without Wang Zitang and the others' permission, it wouldn't be right for Wang Tao to barge in. The path ahead is blocked, and the clearing train can't move for now. We've already sent people to clear it. At that moment, Wang Zitang came over holding a display screen. The screen showed the view from the front of the train, and it was clear to see that the entrance of a small train station was ahead, with a mass of collapsed buildings. The rubble had fallen onto the tracks, completely obstructing the path. Although they were on a clearing train, the current obstacle was naturally beyond their ability to clear. Plus, it was uncertain whether the railroad inside was damaged. "Need any help?" Wang Tao asked. "Not for now. If there really is an issue, I'll let you know." Wang Zitang shook his head but didn't make his refusal final. "Okay." Wang Tao nodded. Wang Zitang went back to his business. Before leaving, he opened up the command room, allowing Wang Tao and the others to enter and watch the surveillance. The clearing train was equipped with more tools than Wang Tao had anticipated, and he even saw equipment similar to bulldozers and excavators slowly removing the debris ahead. Although not quick, it was clearly effective. Given some time, it should be possible to clear completely. No wonder it was called a clearing train. It was now past 4 in the afternoon, and heavy rain continued outside, casting a gloomy sky. The train attracted some zombies, but since this train station was rather remote, there weren't many. Soldiers blocked them outside. The weapons used by the soldiers were not the firearms previously seen in the rescue operation at Zijin Base, but a combination of silencers and subsonic bullets. Subsonic bullets travel slower than the speed of sound in the air, and with silencers, the noise they make is minimal. No need to worry about attracting zombies from other areas. Of course, the trade-off for the reduced noise was decreased power. They wouldn't be sufficient against large numbers of zombies. There was no such issue for now. Wang Tao went through all the surveillance feeds and assured himself there was no problem before he finally set aside his worries. However, Wang Tao could no longer sleep, and the others felt the same, so they chatted and ate some food in the hall. Wang Tao also took out some equipment to see if any of them wanted it. The group had grown accustomed to Wang Tao occasionally producing novel items. First was the giant's heavy armor set, which Wang Tao could not use himself. After all, he usually wore the Night Demon set in combat, and the black iron heavy armor for special situations. This giant set was neither here nor there for Wang Tao. The main issue was he couldn't trigger the full value defensive power attribute. But after asking around, everyone seemed uninterested in the giant's heavy armor set. Including Zhu Xiaojun, the biggest among them. I'm already not that fast, if my speed is reduced further, it will really disrupt my combat rhythm. Zhu Xiaojun scratched his head as he spoke. The 20% reduction in speed from the giant's heavy armor set affected not just attack speed but also mobility. It was fine for Zhu Xiaojun's attack speed to be slow, but if his movement speed were reduced, he might not be able to keep up with the team, considering his usual lack of speed. Of course, the giant's heavy armor set could be inlaid with crystal cores, and if one could inlay a powerful ability, then the reduced speed wouldn't matter. However, besides Wang Tao, the rest were level 3 ability users. Even if they had abilities, they couldn't use them. Alright then. Wang Tao shrugged and put the giant's heavy armor set away again. He had actually thought of a use for the giant's heavy armor set, which was to wear it during a berserk state. At that height of 5 meters, he might have been able to make good use of the giant set's strength. But there was a minor issue. If Wang Tao entered a berserk state, that meant a perilous situation without time to change armor leisurely. If only he could get something like the Night Demon Ring, which would allow instant armor change. The corrosion armor and corrosive spear were also brought out by Wang Tao. As anticipated, when the group heard that these items would cause self-harm during use, they immediately refused. They hadn't awakened yet, and losing health point was one thing, but without the poison gas attribute, it would be too much of a loss. Then Wang Tao took out the flame gauze dress. When this item was revealed, everyone gasped in surprise. After all, they had never seen such a phenomenon where flames seemed to flow across a garment. Especially the women, who were wide-eyed and enthusiastic. "Who wants this flame gauze dress?" Wang Tao asked with a smile. The women looked at each other, each wanting the dress but too embarrassed to say it outright. So, they recommended each other and then looked at Wang Tao with a hint of reproach. It's all because of this heartbreaker. Making people feel so awkward. Chapter 295 Blocking the road to. If it weren't for the timing, the women would have loved to give Wang Tao a good beating, feeling that he was only trying to watch them compete for it on purpose. Of course, Wang Tao didn't do it intentionally, nor did he have such a bad taste. It was mainly because he found it hard to choose, just wanting to take the easy way out. Then let's do this, draw lots. Whoever draws it gets it. Wang Tao made some simple lots. Except for Zhang Shixu and Nisa Ayan, the other women all got excited. Zhang Shixu had said earlier that she didn't need any, and Nisa Ayan was, after all, at most considered a subordinate of Wang Tao's and naturally couldn't compare to Ding Yukan and the others. Do I get a share too? Li Kaiyue looked at the slip of paper handed to her, feeling a little embarrassed as she spoke. She hadn't really had anything happen with Wang Tao, but in the current situation, she was already considered by everyone to be Wang Tao's woman, which left her with a bit of an explanation to do. Go ahead and draw. Wang Tao didn't elaborate further. Oh. Li Kaiyue picked up a small slip of paper with her head lowered. A moment later, Lan Yulian let out an exclamation of surprise. Huh? It's me. Congratulations, congratulations. The other women expressed a bit of envious gratitude. It wasn't just because the equipment looked nice, but more importantly, it was a gift from Wang Tao. Thank you all for letting me have it. Lan Yulian didn't stand on ceremony any longer. After all, it had been agreed upon earlier, and any more politeness would seem fake, and she really did like it. Lan Yulian wasn't very tall, just over 1.60 meters. After donning the flame gauze dress, it seemed as if she were enveloped in flames. It looks great. He Jijun, who was beside her, smiled and commented, even he felt the equipment looked fantastic. Wang Tao nodded to himself in agreement. Lan Yulian wearing this set of equipment was quite suitable actually, not because of the appearance, but because Lan Yulian was a healer, not someone who charged to the front lines. This dress had a lower defense than other 4th-tier armor, but that wasn't much of a problem for her. Moreover, the equipment was quite conspicuous, allowing the injured to easily spot her and receive treatment. As for the awakening attributes, Lan Yulian couldn't use them for now, but after her awakening, the ability to slowly recover health point could still provide her with help. After all, as long as the healer didn't die, she could save more people. Lan Yulian, wearing the flame gauze dress, turned around for everyone to see and then came up to Wang Tao, giving him a hug with a slightly flushed face, quickly letting go. Thank you. Wang Tao smiled, then took out the flame bracelet. Wow! The sight of this equipment made everyone exclaim in awe. There was no helping it, the flowing flame effect was simply too stunning. This bracelet deals fire damage during attacks, but I also don't know the exact effects of the fire damage yet. I'll test it out later and then see who would be most suitable for it. If the flame bracelet greatly enhanced Wang Tao's abilities, he would keep it for himself. If the effect was negligible or only provided a minor boost, he would give it to someone else who was more suitable. The women all looked excited, yet they sincerely hoped it would provide Wang Tao with a greater boost. Wang Tao then brought out a brown leather armor top. This is the Wild Boar leather armor top. Wild Boar leather armor top, 4th tier, excellence, durability plus 70, defense plus 70, mental defense plus 30, weak to fire, weak to electricity. This was the blueprint that dropped from the wild boar monster that could create illusions, along with a boar tusk long knife that Wang Tao had been using all this time. The long knife was quite handy, but the natural weakness to electricity and fire that came with the wild boar leather armor top was rather annoying. Previously, when dealing with the corpse tide, Wang Tao used fire everywhere, which obviously made this piece of equipment impractical to wear. Thus, Wang Tao did not present it. But it was, after all, a 4th tier item, giving a 70-point boost to defense and an additional 30 points to metal defense, both of which were pretty good attributes. Wang Tao gave a brief introduction to the equipment and asked if anyone was interested. But everyone shook their heads. The weakness to electricity was okay since, under normal circumstances, they weren't likely to be electrocuted. However, the weakness to fire made it unsuitable, especially since Wang Tao's strongest state was Starfire Prairie, where he would be spreading fire everywhere. Wearing this equipment simply wouldn't work with Wang Tao's strategy. Alright. We can see if this armor top can be traded with someone else later on. Wang Tao wasn't pushy. Everyone indeed already had their equipment. They were outfitted with the Iron Tree standard armor, the White Bone standard crossbow, and the bone-chopping uniform hand axe made by Wang Tao. However, these were all level 3 standard equipment, and their attributes were a bit lower compared to ordinary equipment. Then Wang Tao took out various potions and such, distributing them to everyone. After a major battle, Wang Tao had acquired many things, more than he could use himself, so it was a good opportunity to help improve everyone's strength. After all, they hadn't reached Qing City base yet. Increasing one's strength even a little bit added an extra level of security. Last of all, Wang Tao brought out 4 physical awakening keys. These are physical versions of the awakening keys. Wang Tao briefly introduced them, and upon hearing his words, everyone's breathing became a bit hurried. Even He Jijun showed an expression of considerable interest. It was, after all, a chance for awakening. The first awakening has a 50% chance of success. Theoretically, these 4 awakening keys should yield 2 awakeners. But an awakening requires one to sleep for 24 hours, and we are not yet out of danger, so now is not the best time to attempt it. Moreover, most of you are just one step away from raising your ability to level 4. Once we get to the Qing base, I'll provide you with the Ascension Crystal Cores then. Chapter 746 to 295 Blocking the Road 3 Deciding exactly which 4 people to awaken was something Wang Tao needed to deliberate on, but one thing was certain: those with higher combat abilities would be prioritized for awakening. However, Wang Tao did not have many level 4 Ascension Crystal Cores on hand, only a total of 9. It was impossible to raise everyone's abilities to level 4. Therefore, he decided not to distribute them yet and would wait until he had selected the individuals for awakening before giving out the crystal cores to those in need. Wang Tao brought this up now to give everyone a heads up. After all, they were a team, and it was important that they be aware of the strategic resources he held. Okay. The crowd nodded in anticipation. The clearance operations outside had continued from the afternoon into the night. There was both good news and bad news. The good news was that the train tracks were mostly clear of issues. Once they finished clearing them, they could directly pass through without needing to detour. Trains, unlike cars, needed rails to travel on. Detouring in such a remote area would mean taking a significantly longer route. Since they were familiar with this path from their inbound journey, it was preferable to return the same way, avoiding the unknown risks of other routes. However, the bad news was that they wouldn't be able to finish clearing today. They would have to work overtime into the night and strive to be done by tomorrow. According to the original plan, they should have reached Qing base within a day. However, with the roadblock, they were set back at least half a day, not to mention they had to spend the night here. Once the barrier-clearing train picked up speed, it could smash through zombies effortlessly. As long as they didn't encounter any powerful zombies or situations like today's roadblock, they could ignore many zombies. And even if they did encounter powerful zombies, there was a good chance the zombies wouldn't be able to keep up. But if the train were to stop and lose its mobility, it could become dangerous instead. They would need to be extra vigilant tonight. Fortunately, Wang Tao and his group had slept through the morning. Their rest might not have been the best, but they were refreshed enough to stand watch at night. Wang Ziking did not object to this arrangement. The more people and eyes, the better. The door of carriage number 2 opened, and Wang Tao, with an umbrella, along with Zhang Shixu and Lightning, stepped down. Both humans and the dog possessed night vision ability and were naturally adept in environments like the night. The zombies surrounding the train had already been eliminated. Since the area was remote, there were no more zombies approaching for the time being, so the outside was relatively quiet, with only the sound of machines clearing obstacles. Wang Tao wanted to find a few zombies to test the capabilities of the flame bracelet. But the soldiers had been too thorough in their daytime work. After making a round, he did not find a single living zombie. Having no other choice, Wang Tao moved a bit farther away from the team. His radio was connected to Wang Zhuking's team, so in case anything happened, there was no worry about missing any news. Finally found some. In a dilapidated village away from the railway, Wang Tao found over 10 ordinary zombies, all level 2, each with over 20,000 health point, enough for Wang Tao to test his capabilities. Wearing the flame bracelet, Wang Tao strode up to a zombie and punched it. Bang! Minus 3058. Wang Tao did not punch with full force, and since he hit the zombie in the chest, there was minimal damage. With his punch, a faint glimmer of firelight sparkled, following which the chest of the zombie seemed to show a hint of charring. Beyond that, there were no other changes. Huh? Is that all? Wang Tao frowned and kicked the zombie to the ground. He then took off the bracelet and punched the zombie in the same spot with the same force. Bang! Minus 3029. Wang Tao felt his control of the punch was very precise. The difference in damage likely wasn't an error. So Wang Tao tried a few more times. At one point, the chest of this zombie suddenly burst into flames. It didn't have much health point left and was burned to death straight away. I think I sort of understand. Wang Tao tried on a few other zombies and then confirmed his deduction. The fire damage associated with the flame bracelet was a different beast from the burning of Starfire Prairie. When using Starfire Prairie, in addition to an increase in all attributes, his body, equipment, and weapons would catch fire, and many of his attacks would carry fire damage. This fire was tangible and hot, capable of continuous burning, and the zombies couldn't withstand it. However, the fire attribute damage from the flame bracelet couldn't directly light zombies on fire. Instead, it slightly enhanced his attack damage, imbuing his attacks with the fire attribute. Fire attribute did not mean burning, the slight jarring on the zombies was from the fire attribute. But persistently attacking with fire attribute had a certain chance of causing burning. It was hard to say exactly what that chance was. Probabilities like this required a large sample size to get an approximation. The chance wasn't high, and it was related to the frequency of attacks. The faster you attack, the greater the chance of igniting a burn. As for how much this fire attribute increased damage, for Wang Tao, it might be around 1%, possibly even less. For him, this bracelet was somewhat superfluous. This fire attribute damage was not even comparable to the flame damage from Wang Tao's awakening. Of course, the flame bracelet wasn't trash. Even a 1% increase in damage was still a solid boost. Moreover, the damage from the fire attribute when triggered could be quite impressive. This wasn't ordinary fire, blood from zombies and even rain from the sky wouldn't extinguish it immediately. But this burning ability was of little use to Wang Tao because he had just learned the fireball's special ability. Hey! The last few zombies in the village ran towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao held the umbrella in his left hand and cupped his right palm upwards, as a palm-sized flame emerged above it. When the fireball grew to the size of a basketball, Wang Tao extended his hand, and the fireball immediately flew out, smashing directly into one of the oncoming zombies. Boom! The fireball exploded, and the fierce flames instantly enveloped everything around it. A moment later, all the zombies' health point bars dropped to 0. But at the same time, half the village was set on fire. Chapter 296 Half Step to Perfection 1. Looking at the ignited village, Wang Tao felt a bit embarrassed as he touched his nose. It was his first time fighting with the fireball special ability, and he had failed to control his strength, setting the small village ablaze. At that moment, Wang Tao's walkie-talkie crackled to life. SSS. Wang Tao. There are flames outside. It looks like quite a few buildings have been set on fire. Did you do that? It was Ding Yukin's voice, sounding somewhat anxious. Ahem, a little accident, nothing serious, Wang Tao explained. Phew, that's good. I thought you encountered some danger. Ding Yukin breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Tao hadn't shown off his newly learned fireball ability in front of everyone. Ding Yukin and the others thought Wang Tao was using an awakening. Firelight was very noticeable at night, and although zombies naturally feared fire, they were also attracted to the light. In a short moment, the village had attracted a large horde of zombies. Wang Tao didn't leave. These zombies were perfect for him to practice on. After he had killed all the zombies that were attracted here, Wang Tao had essentially mastered the fireball ability. There would be no more situations like just now setting an abandoned village on fire just to kill a few ordinary zombies. Let's go back. As the flames were gradually extinguished by the rain, Wang Tao walked towards the location of the train with Zhang Shixu and Lightning. Just as they were halfway there, the walkie-talkie crackled again, but this time it was Wang Zhang. Attention all units, a night demon has been spotted inside the train station. Night demon. Wang Tao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly ran back. When Wang Tao returned to the vicinity of the train, all the machines that had been clearing obstacles were gone, replaced by 10 powered armors, several infantry fighting vehicles, main battle tanks, and soldiers in mechanical exoskeletons. Above, there were 2 woozy helicopters hovering. "Where's the night demon?" Wang Tao immediately asked. One of the powered armors turned to face Wang Tao. "Inside the ruins of the train station, our people killed the night demon. It seems like there's a night demon's nest in there, but we're still not clear on the precise location of the entrance. We're searching for it." For most people, killing a night demon didn't carry many benefits. After all, night demons are difficult to deal with and don't have crystal cores. Usually, if they encounter a night demon, they would flee if they could, and fight only if they absolutely must. However, for Wang Zhang's military force, fleeing was obviously not an option, and they had the capability to deal with night demons. So, upon discovering a night demon, Wang Zhang immediately stopped the obstacle clearance operation, mobilized his force, and prepared to find and eliminate the night demon's nest. This train station was in a rather remote location with fewer zombies around. Even if there was a night demon's nest, the number of night demons wouldn't be large, so it should not be too difficult for them to clear it out. With their combat power, even a level 4 night demon could be easily handled. "Let's go together," Wang Tao offered. "Okay, I'll share the visuals with you." Ding Yukin and the others also came out, with Wei Zheng holding a smartphone that displayed an overhead infrared thermal imaging view. Although zombies' bodies don't have much temperature, any object with a temperature above absolute zero radiates infrared light. As long as there's a temperature difference between the zombies and their environment, the thermal imager can detect them. Of course, the thermal imaging view isn't like the X-ray vision you'd see in some of Wang Tao's games where walls and ruins wouldn't block the view. Still, zombies weren't likely to deliberately hide from this, so they could be found as soon as they appeared. Wang Tao found this quite interesting and studied it carefully. In terms of detection, this was far inferior to Wang Tao's perception ability. After all, Wang Tao's perception ability was equivalent to X-ray vision. Infrared thermal imaging was a bit like plant affinity, easy to be limited. But infrared thermal imaging could see very far. In theory, as long as the object was big enough, infrared thermal imaging could see infinitely far, like being able to see the sun, the moon, etc. But most zombies were not large, and various other factors could interfere, so the range was definitely not that extensive. According to Wang Zhang, the thermal imager on the woozy helicopter could detect zombies from over 10 kilometers away. The thermal imagers within their powered armors could see up to 5 kilometers, and the ones carried by exoskeleton soldiers could see 2 to 3 kilometers. In terms of distance, this was far superior to Wang Tao's perception and plant affinity. Despite various limitations, in this situation, it was still very useful. It didn't take long for Wang Tao to spot a yellow figure in the visuals, with movements characteristic of a night demon. "Found it. Right over there. Let's go." At the same time, Wang Zhang gave the coordinates. He took 3 powered armors and 8 infantry fighting vehicles there. The other personnel, including the tanks, stayed around the train. After all, the train was long and big, containing many survivors who needed a large military force for protection. Were under Wang Zhang's lead, blue flames shot out from the back of their 4 powered armors as they swiftly glided across the ground. Any obstacles they encountered were smashed apart by the large feet of the powered armors, leaving shallow grooves in the ground. Wang Tao watched with envy. As soon as he got to Qing base, he was determined to find a way to get a powered armor to play with. Probably the sound of the helicopter attracted the night demon. As Wang Tao ran towards the coordinates, he saw more and more night demons appearing on the screen. Chapter 296 Half Step to Perfection 2. Night demons usually sleep in their nests during the day and go out at night. Thus, these night demons were coming from all directions, and it was still unclear where their nest was. But it was definitely in this region. As Wang Tao ran, he activated his perception and plant affinity abilities. Before long, they arrived at the coordinates, escorted by 4 powered armors and 8 infantry fighting vehicles. Under the shine of the vehicle headlights, the fleeting shadows of a few night demons could be seen. The infantry vehicles stopped, and a group of fully armed soldiers in mechanical exoskeletons immediately disembarked, each powered armor also wielding a 6-barrel Gatling gun. They all aimed at the precise locations provided by the thermal imaging and then pulled the trigger. Rate-a-dot-poop-poo in an instant, gunfire erupted, lighting up the sky. The night demons, sensing an approaching threat, prepared to ambush. However, they didn't expect to have already been spotted by the military and were met with preemptive strikes. Roar the night demons howled as they pounced towards the group. But under such heavy firepower, they obviously couldn't make it through, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen night demons had been riddled with holes. Damn, that's exhilarating. Lu Gang spoke up, somewhat excited. Although he possessed an ability, he preferred this kind of attack that relied on a blanket of firepower. No matter whether it was a level 3 night demon or not, under a barrage of bullets, they would all be shredded. Wang Tao nodded to himself, feeling quite thrilled. Especially the poop-poo sound of the Gatling gun, it made him want to pull the trigger and experience the rush for himself. Night demons were relatively intelligent among the zombies. Once they realized they could not launch a frontal assault, they immediately dove into the ruins, avoiding a direct fight and instead consistently ambushing. This indeed made things much more difficult for Wang Zhang and his team. After all, infrared thermal imaging couldn't penetrate the ruins, and by the time they noticed a night demon emerging, its attack was already upon them. Whoosh! A blood-red figure suddenly darted out from a bunker and lunged at a powered armor. Bang! The soldier inside the powered armor didn't see the night demon coming, had no time to defend, and was knocked to the ground. However, the powered armor's defenses were robust, and the night demon managed merely to leave a few faint white marks on it. A short-barreled rushgun suddenly popped out from the shoulder of the powered armor, and it fired upon a night demon that was pressing down on it. Although this rushgun was clearly not as powerful as the Gatling gun, the night demon did not suffer significant damage but was forced back. Where the powered armor made a sound of machinery in motion, then quickly got back up. The rotating gun had fallen during the night demon's pounce, but he pulled out a folding broadsword crackling with electricity. Gripping the broadsword, blue flames flickered behind the powered armor as it accelerated sharply, rushing towards the night demon. Raising the broadsword, it chopped directly at the creature's head. While the D-100 model powered armor might not be very nimble when moving, their combat agility was certainly no issue. Wielding the broadsword, the soldiers could slash a 50,000 health point night demon to death in just a few strokes. Whoosh! At that moment, even more night demons appeared, all pouncing towards that powered armor. This time prepared, the powered armor wasn't knocked down again, and the broadsword sparked with electrical arcs as he brandished it, quickly annihilating the surrounding night demons. As Wang Tao's group was in the midst of the military forces, they didn't have many opportunities to act. So, they observed the combat effectiveness of these powered armors. Wang Tao felt that the combat power of the D-100 powered armor clearly surpassed that of level 3. Both in terms of attack and defense, it was stronger than level 3. Only in speed was it slightly inferior, not that it wasn't fast, but that it lacked agility when moving, though it was quick in a straight line. However, these powered armors were not stronger than level 4 if you only consider physical prowess. The powered armor obviously had level 4 standards because they were wholly encased in metal, and level 3 night demons couldn't harm them at all. But level 4 had awakening abilities. With awakening abilities included, the powered armor clearly fell short. For instance, Wang Tao's Starfire Prairie, he felt he could cook the people inside those powered armors. So, the D-100 powered armor was equivalent to something above level 3, yet somewhat lacking compared to level 4. Level 3 perfection? Half-step level 4? Wang Tao mused with some amusement. Of course, this was just Wang Tao's personal feeling, and not necessarily accurate, as powered armors were equipped with many modern weapons. Not to mention anything else, just the 6-barrel Gatling guns in their hands, with sufficient bullets, could inflict damage not inferior to that of a level 4 with an awakening ability. In this area, with fewer than 20 red-skin night demons facing formidable firepower, they were quickly cleared out. Everyone be careful, we haven't found the night demon's nest yet, Wang Zhang's voice rang in Wang Tao and the other's earpieces. Wang Tao had also used his plant affinity and perception to scout around. Apart from discovering a level 3 night demon hiding in a pile of ruins, no other signs were found. Clearly, the night demon's nest was not in this region. A high-power ultraviolet flashlight appeared in Wang Tao's hand, which he then shone towards a certain pile of ruins. Roar! A howl from a night demon immediately came from inside. Then, a red-skin night demon quickly burrowed out, patches of its skin showing signs of burning. The stream of red fire instantly enveloped it, and within a few seconds, the 50,000 plus health point level 3 night demon was torn to shreds. Chapter 296 Half-Step to Perfection 3 There was still one hiding. Enclosed within his powered armor, Wang Zhang muttered to himself, before looking at the flashlight in Wang Tao's hands with a hint of surprise in his voice. This thing is pretty useful. They hadn't seen Wang Tao's ultraviolet equipment when they came to rescue Zijin base previously, as the night demons had already been dealt with. You guys don't have something similar? Wang Tao asked, somewhat puzzled. I'm not sure about the others, but I definitely don't have such a flashlight. I remember there were people researching portable ultraviolet lighting equipment before, but the low-power devices were useless against night demons, and the high-power devices were too big or required an external power source, making them difficult to carry. I do have some ultraviolet lighting devices, but they are all in the vehicle. I wonder how far the research has gotten now, Wang Xuking explained to Wang Tao while checking the infrared thermal imaging. I see. Wang Tao suddenly realized. He used batteries dropped by ordinary zombies to power his high-power ultraviolet flashlight, and even though it used a lot of energy, it was, after all, still quite portable. Then I'll give you some. Lu Gang and the others all carried packs, and Wang Tao pretended to take out a bunch of high-power ultraviolet flashlights from his pack. He might not have many other things, but he definitely had plenty of ultraviolet equipment. Every time he killed a night demon, it would drop an ultraviolet flashlight and several ultraviolet illumination flares. Wang Xuking's mouth opened slightly inside the powered armor. He had thought that the ultraviolet flashlight Wang Tao had was some kind of custom-made product. He hadn't expected Wang Tao to produce so many at once. Thanks. Wang Xuking did not stand on ceremony and didn't ask where Wang Tao got all these from. He immediately took them and distributed them to several powered armors and soldiers. He had already seen the effect. These things were very good at dealing with night demons. They didn't expect to harm the night demons with them, as long as they could drive them back. Report: another group of night demons has been found. They're 1 kilometer to the south. At this moment, the woos in the sky spotted some movement. Let's go. Wang Xuking immediately called his team to head over. If they didn't deal with these night demons, they would have trouble clearing obstacles at night, which would waste a lot of time. The longer they stayed in the wilderness, the greater the likelihood of variables. So they had to eliminate these night demons. Wang Tao and his party naturally followed the team. Shortly after, everyone saw a large number of night demons through their thermal imagers. There were over 100 of them. How could there be so many night demons in this remote little place? Everyone be alert, the night demon's lair might be here. Wang Xuking immediately began issuing orderly commands. This clearly wasn't his first time undertaking a mission to clear out a night demon's nest. And after Wang Tao arrived, he quickly found the location of a night demon's nest. Night demon nests are usually in dark and damp places. Inside the nest, there are either lots of plants, which Wang Tao could quickly discover through his plant affinity, or the nest is entirely covered with incubation flesh with no plants. But everywhere outside the nest, there are plants. If there are no plants at all in your area, then clearly something is wrong, so Wang Tao would find it in time. For example, right now, Wang Tao's plant affinity vision showed a blank area, but there were plants all around it, so it was clearly problematic. Inside lay the night demon's nest. Wang Tao didn't know how many night demons were in the nest, but it obviously wasn't small. With the arrival of the army, these night demons roared and charged toward the military. They were quickly driven back, but then, like the previous night demons, started to attack from the flanks. Wang Tao sensed there might be level 4 night demons in this nest and didn't want to miss this opportunity. Instantly, something resembling a mortar appeared in his hand. He aimed the mortar at the sky and launched it. Bang! A purple light point soared into the sky and then exploded violently. The intense purple light turned the area into daylight. Roar sizzle. Numerous night demons were exposed to ultraviolet light, their bodies uttering sizzling burning sounds as they let out pained roars, and their health point began to continuously decrease. The night demons couldn't focus on attacking anymore and began to run frantically, but wherever they looked there was ultraviolet light. They didn't know where to run, flailing like headless flies. Wang Xuking and others were somewhat dumbstruck. What on earth was this? A flare that emitted a strong ultraviolet light? Using this against night demons was like cheating. Large ultraviolet illumination bombs. They last for 3 minutes. Explained Wang Tao immediately, then added, right, help me bomb this coordinate. Wang Xuking didn't understand what Wang Tao wanted to bomb at first, but he still had the woozy above fire a few rockets at the coordinates Wang Tao mentioned. Whiz boom boom boom. The ground trembled as it was blown open, revealing a large hole. We'll go into the night demon's nest, you guys handle the outside. Wang Tao immediately led a group of people into the nest. He hadn't located the actual entrance to the night demon's nest, but that wasn't important. He had blasted an opening. Only then did Wang Xuking on the other side realize that the place Wang Tao had them bomb was actually the night demon's nest. However, he didn't say much else. He ordered his men to quickly clean up the night demons outside and then go down to support Wang Tao. Underground. Upon entering, Wang Tao immediately gasped in shock. Such a large nest. In his view, there was incubation flesh and numerous undeveloped night demons everywhere. And he sensed several powerful energy bodies. There were level 4, Lord Night Demons, and seemingly not just one. Chapter 297 Parasite 1. There's a level 4, Lord Night Demon. Wang Tao immediately alerted everyone. Upon hearing this, Everyone became vigilant. Lan Yulian quickly put on the flame gauze dress that Wang Tao had given her, instantly illuminating the lair. Before, Wang Tao had told her that the equipment had durability, and once its durability was gone, the equipment would be damaged. Lan Yulian was reluctant to let the dress be damaged, so she normally didn't wear it. After all, the dress was very thin and could be packed away easily, only to be worn when necessary. The others quickly took out their ultraviolet illumination flares. Wang Tao had given them plenty of flares and told them not to be sparing with them. Under the glow of the flame gauze dress and the ultraviolet illumination flares, it was apparent that most of the night demons seemed to be outside. There wasn't a single ordinary night demon inside the lair. But Wang Tao could sense clearly the presence of 3 powerfully energetic figures deep within the lair. 3 level 4 lords. If it had been before, Wang Tao might have hesitated to go down. But now his strength had increased significantly, so naturally he would not hesitate. After all, the night demons had a fatal weakness to ultraviolet light. As long as they ensured the ultraviolet light was functioning properly, they would basically be invincible. However, due to the side effects of having fused with the fireball ability earlier, Wang Tao now only had 10,000 health point. To be cautious, Wang Tao activated entangling roots. Whether those 3 figures had noticed Wang Tao's group was unknown, but in any case, they had not come up. Since that was the case, Wang Tao was not in a hurry to go down either. He wanted to kill off the incubation flesh and the unformed night demons first. Because once Wang Xuking and others finished clearing the night demons outside, they would surely come down. Upon seeing the incubation flesh and such, they definitely wouldn't go easy. But since they couldn't drop loot, to kill these things would just be a waste. Therefore, it was better to let Wang Tao deal with them first. In killing these defenseless creatures, Wang Tao was naturally very fast. Especially after he had learned the fireball special ability, a wave of his hand would unleash a swath of flames, and soon all the incubation flesh and unformed night demons were burned to death. Level 3 Extraction Crystal Core, Level 3 Omnipotent Crystal Core. Not bad, not bad. This night demon's nest was stronger overall than any Wang Tao had encountered before, and the loot was better too. Previously, they only dropped level 2 crystal cores, but this time they were all level 3. With the death of these pieces of flesh, Wang Tao's group quickly progressed to the depths of a lair, where they encountered 2 ferocious figures. Health point, 120,000 out of 120,000, magic point, 100,000 out of 100,000, grade, level 4, Lord, awakening, robust. The attributes of these 2 black-skinned night demons were identical, both being level 4 lords with 120,000 health point. But these weren't the main focus. The focus was on the significantly obese black night demon behind them. Health point, 150,000 out of 150,000, magic point, 150,000 out of 150,000, grade, level 4, Lord, awakening, robust. This night demon was so fat it seemed to be stuck in the cave, unable to come out. Roar. When the 2 black-skinned night demons noticed Wang Tao and his group's arrival, they howled but did not approach. Instead, they firmly guarded the obese night demon's side. Wang Tao's brow furrowed immediately. Given the obese night demon's size, and the way those 2 black-skinned night demons protected it, it felt like they were guarding a matrix night demon. But weren't night demons cultivated from incubation flesh? How could there be a matrix? Wang Tao was puzzled, but that didn't stop him from taking action. Throw the flares. At Wang Tao's command, everyone immediately hurled their ultraviolet illumination flares at the 3 night demons. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire cave was enveloped in ultraviolet light. Normally, such a burst of ultraviolet light would have caused the night demons to retreat temporarily. Even if the ultraviolet light didn't fatally injure the level 4, Lord Night demons, they would still instinctively flee. But now, it was clear to see, under the burning of ultraviolet light, the 2 night demons in front let out agonized roars, smoke rising from their bodies. Yet, they didn't flee or even take a step back. They were blocking the cave entrance, preventing everyone from throwing their ultraviolet illumination flares inside. They really are protecting that obese night demon. Wang Tao was almost certain in his heart that this was indeed a matrix night demon. Attack! With the order, everyone began their assault. Since the 2 black-skinned night demons weren't fleeing, they naturally started with ranged attacks. Gunfire erupted in a flurry. Roar! The 2 black-skinned night demons clearly wanted to charge over. If they managed to reach them, everyone except Wang Tao would surely not withstand it. So Wang Tao took out a large ultraviolet illumination bomb and fired it at the 3 night demons. Bang! Instantly, the whole cave was filled with dazzling purple light. Forget the night demons, even Ding Yukin and the rest were blinded and could not keep their eyes open. Only Wang Tao, Zhang Shixu, and Han Rui were unaffected. Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu's eyes could adjust to the incoming light, and Hanrua had the perception ability and could see without using her eyes. Wang Tao saw that everyone was affected by the illumination bomb and thus unable to attack. He cursed under his breath. The large ultraviolet illumination bomb was too powerful, especially in such confined spaces. It was practically an indiscriminate attack. Still, fortunately, although their situation was somewhat dire, the night demons had it worse. The two black-skinned night demons developed major cracks on their bodies, their health point plummeting. They buzzed around the cave chaotically, like headless flies, even forgetting to protect the obese night demon behind them. Chapter 751-297 Parasite 2. As for the obese night demon, its body was also cracking and burning, losing health point and emitting a hiss. But it did not run around aimlessly. Everyone, fall back. Wang Tao ordered the others to retreat while he charged forward with Zhang Shixu and Hanrua. Wang Tao held a knife in one hand and dragged a fireball with the other. In the blink of an eye, he was beside one of the black-skinned night demons. Although the black-skinned night demon was in a lot of discomforts because of the ultraviolet light, it still reacted when Wang Tao came close. It immediately reached out to grab him. Wang Tao swung 2 strikes, not to attack the black-skinned night demon but to block its attack. After all, the entangling roots he was wearing could not withstand several attacks from the black-skinned night demon. After blocking the attack of the black-skinned night demon with his knife, the fireball in Wang Tao's hand had grown to the size of a balloon. He instantly slapped it onto the body of the night demon. Bang! Minus 30,147. This hit directly knocked out 30,000 of the black-skinned night demon's health point. Seeing this damage, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was an ability that consumed awakening energy, and the damage was even higher than his high-frequency vibration attack. Furthermore, the burning damage was continuous. The black-skinned night demon was set ablaze all over, losing health point continuously. At this time, another black-skinned night demon appeared behind Wang Tao. Although its body was smoking from the ultraviolet light burns, it still tried to ambush Wang Tao. But Zhang Shixu and Hanru attacked the night demon simultaneously. For a black-skinned night demon with 120,000 health point, the attacks of Zhang Shixu and Hanru didn't cause too much damage but successfully thwarted its attempt to ambush Wang Tao. The night demon immediately switched targets, beginning to attack Zhang Shixu and Hanru. Both women were quite fast, and the night demon, under the influence of the ultraviolet light, had its overall abilities suppressed, reducing its speed significantly. As a result, it couldn't catch up with the two women for the time being. Meanwhile, Wang Tao, taking advantage of the brief moment the two women had bought him, unleashed various attacks on the first black-skinned night demon. In less than a minute, at the cost of taking a hit while wearing the entangling roots, Wang Tao successfully killed the black-skinned night demon. Wang Tao quickly collected all the loot and rushed towards the other night demon. The gap between level 3 and level 4 was still too large, especially since the black-skinned night demon awakened a passive ability that enhanced its physical fitness. Even in this environment full of ultraviolet light, the two women were still being suppressed by the black-skinned night demon. Zhang Shixu had slightly higher defensive power. She took the initiative to block several attacks for Hanru, who otherwise might have been injured. However, the night demon wasn't faring well either. Its body was smoking from ultraviolet light burns and had sustained multiple attacks from Zhang Shixu and Hanru, getting injured in the process. When the night demon pounced on the two women again, Wang Tao suddenly appeared, standing in front of them. "Leave the rest to me." With Wang Tao's intervention, the tide of the battle turned instantly. In just 30 to 40 seconds, he chopped off the head of the night demon. After killing 2 level 4 Lord Night demons in succession, Wang Tao did not push deeper but led the two women to retreat instead. The three went to Lan Yulian for healing. Seeing that Zhang Shixu was injured, Wang Tao touched her hair with a sense of self-reproach. "It's my fault, I didn't consider things thoroughly." The problem indeed lay with him. He hadn't anticipated that a large ultraviolet illumination bomb would be so bright in such an enclosed space, causing temporary blindness to everyone except the three of them, including lightning. Even with closed eyes, the intense light was too much to bear, almost like being hit by a shock wave. As a result, despite having many people, they were unable to attack. Zhang Shixu didn't say a word but rubbed her cheek against the palm of Wang Tao's hand. Once everyone's health point had recovered sufficiently, the glow from the large ultraviolet illumination bomb finally weakened, and people began to slowly regain their eyesight. "Is everyone okay?" "We're fine." "Woof." After ensuring there were no issues, Wang Tao then led the group to the obese night demon. Wang Tao had been observing, and he noticed that this obese night demon, whether due to its size or for other reasons, couldn't run away and had been enduring the ultraviolet light burns the whole time. In the space of 2 to 3 minutes, its health point was down to half. Although night demons were averse to ultraviolet light, The damage it caused to them was not particularly high, it mainly made them uncomfortable and forced them to retreat. They truly feared the sun. So, for them to lose 70 to 80,000 health points to this artificial ultraviolet light was quite astonishing. But, naturally, this was something Wang Tao was pleased to see. He stretched out his hand, and a fireball materialized in his palm. He then threw it at the obese night demon. Attack. Minus 32,833, Rayatot, minus 527, minus 625, various attacks hit the obese night demon almost instantly. Though it was quite fat, its defense power was about the same as most night demons, and it did not appear to be particularly troublesome to deal with. Moreover, it did not fight back, only continuing to block bullets while howling. A live target? While Wang Tao wasn't sure why this was happening, he saw an opportunity to be seized. He also kept his distance, alternating between fireballs and shockwaves for ranged attacks on the obese night demon. Everyone else had guns and pulled their triggers at the obese night demon. Although the damage from their rifle bullets wasn't immense, with so many people and guns, the thick hail of bullets soon brought the obese night demon down to a sliver of health point. Wang Tao charged another fireball, preparing to end the life of the obese night demon. Chapter 297 Parasite 3 But at that moment, the obese night demon suddenly threw a black object at the crowd. The speed it was thrown was extremely fast, and everyone including Wang Tao and Zhang Shixu had no time to react. By the time they did react, the black object had already reached Lan Yulian. And Lan Yulian, who was still restoring health point for Zhang Shixu, hadn't even noticed it. Look out as Wang Tao threw a fireball at the obese night demon. He was already rushing towards Lan Yulian, but it was obviously a bit too late. Just as the object was about to land on Lan Yulian's face, a dark shadow suddenly appeared and bit the thing in its mouth. It was lightning. Wish Wang Tao finally reached Lan Yulian's side, he immediately shielded her behind him, and then looked at the object lightning had bitten. It was a worm the size of a baby's arm, rotten all over. A worm? Lightning's teeth had the hidden ability Iron Teeth, and with its level 3 status and 100,000 health point, it was not weak. But it seemed that even Lightning was struggling to control this worm. Its muscles were taut, clenching its bite on the creature. The worm twisted its body crazily in its mouth, causing Lightning to be jerked about. Could this worm's strength be comparable to that of Lightning? Then Wang Tao saw the attributes of the worm. It only had health point and level as its attributes, but health point, 83,747 out of 100,000, level 5 elite, a level 5 zombie with 100,000 health point? Boom. At that moment, the fireball Wang Tao had thrown hit the obese zombie. Minus 14,283, 0 out of 150,000, the obese zombie's health point bar dropped to 0. Wang Tao didn't even glance at the loot pack of the obese zombie, he immediately reached out and grabbed the worm from Lightning's mouth. Squeak once in Wang Tao's hand, the worm let out an unpleasant cry, trying to escape. Wang Tao felt the great strength of the worm, but with his entangling roots hand, he held it tightly, and it couldn't break free. Wang Tao was ready to activate his awakening at any moment, but the worm only struggled furiously in his hand and showed no aggressive behavior. It doesn't seem to have any attack power? Wang Tao frowned. While the zombie bug was in Wang Tao's hand, it kept losing health point. It wasn't from Wang Tao attacking it, but from the exposure to ultraviolet light. This worm feared ultraviolet light, so it clearly had a connection with night demons. Unable to understand what exactly the zombie bug was, Wang Tao showed no mercy. He took up his long knife and began to hack at the worm relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the worm stopped moving. At the same time, several loot packs emerged. Besides the packs, an orb-like object from inside it fell into Wang Tao's hand. Obtained, a level 5, Night Demon Parasite, Pupa, level 5, Night Demon Parasite, Pupa. After the adult emerges, it can parasitize some life forms. If life is parasitized, there is a certain probability of turning into a level 5 Night Demon within 7 days. In conjunction with incubation flesh, the probability of success increases. Night Demon Parasite? Wang Tao's expression turned ugly as he realized that the insect was actually a parasite. Now, besides the virus infection, could there also be this parasitic capability of transmission? He just didn't know what the certain probability was. If it was high, that would be terrifying. Moreover, Wang Tao suddenly thought of a very serious issue. In case of a zombie virus infection, one could be detected through observation and instruments, but what if it was a parasitic infection? If it couldn't be detected, then it would be like a ticking time bomb. Of course, even if humans weren't parasitized, it would still be troublesome if the zombies were, because that would lead to a large number of night demons. After collecting several loot packs from the night demon parasites, Wang Tao approached the corpse of the fat night demon. His only then did Wang Tao discover that many parasitic insect eggs were underneath this obese zombie. No wonder it never left. It indeed was a Matrix night demon. But this Matrix zombie was very different from other Matrix zombies. Acquired, 13 level 5, night demon parasite, pupa. Acquired, 56 level 4, night demon parasite, pupa. There were both level 4 and level 5 eggs. However, he didn't see any corpse of the parasite. Wang Tao guessed that this obese night demon might have only this one mature parasite, and it was fortunate that lightning intercepted it. Otherwise, if Lan Yulian was parasitized, he wouldn't know how to save her. Wang Tao packed away all the loot and then turned to the others and said, "Let's get out of here." While exiting, Wang Tao explained to everyone what the insect was. The night demon parasite. Everyone gasped in shock. Now, if one were infected by the zombie virus, it could be dealt with an inhibitor. So although they respected the zombie virus, they were no longer as fearful as before. But what if one were parasitized? Becoming a night demon would be no different from being dead. From now on, everyone be more cautious. We must kill this type of parasitic creature if we encounter one. These parasites were indeed terrifying, but fortunately, this one was large in size, so they could take precautions. If it had been one of those parasites invisible to the naked eye, then it would truly be a hopeless situation. By the time Wang Tao and his group reached the surface, Wang Zuking was still fighting the night demon. It's not over yet. Wang Tao frowned and then realized that the carcasses of night demons had already piled up in a circle around them. New night demons have arrived? Wang Tao immediately opened his walkie-talkie and asked. Yes, quite a few night demons have come, and there are 2 level 4 night demons. Otherwise, we would have finished the battle by now. Wang Zuking's breathless voice came through. We'll come help you. After locating Wang Zuking's position, Wang Tao didn't rush over, but instead took out a large ultraviolet illumination bomb. The flare from before had already gone out. Bang! Purple light soared into the sky. In an instant, the entire nocturnal battlefield was lit up as if it were daytime. Many night demons howled as they once again became headless flies. Chapter 298, Full Set of Equipment 1. As Wang Tao and his team joined the fight, the situation quickly became one-sided. Of course, this wasn't solely due to Wang Tao and his team's efforts but also because each night demon killed meant one less enemy while the soldiers remained unscathed, growing stronger as the battle went on. When the illumination from the flares in the sky slowly died out, the brief but intense battle finally came to an end. Wang Zuking began to lead his men in cleaning up the battlefield. Although night demons don't have crystal cores, some things on their bodies are still very useful. For example, these night demon claws can be used to make weapons, which are worth quite a bit of money at Qing base. Worried that Wang Tao might not understand, Wang Zuking explained this to him considerately. Thank you. Wang Tao, of course, knew that these materials were useful, but it was only right to express his gratitude since it was well-intentioned advice. As for the night demon materials, Wang Tao naturally didn't waste them. However, he only collected the loot from night demons his group had killed, leaving behind what belonged to the military troops. Cleaning up the battlefield took even longer than the fight itself. After confirming there were no zombies left in the area, Wang Zuking led his troops back to the train. All was well at the train, as both ordinary zombies and night demons had been lured to the recent battlefield and were completely slaughtered. Since this place was rather remote, after clearing out those zombies, there were absolutely none left, at least for the time being. On the way back, no accidents occurred, and Wang Tao finally found time to talk to Wang Zuking about the zombie parasites. Zombie parasites. Inside his powered armor, Wang Zuking's expression turned serious. This was indeed a very important piece of news, something that needed to be reported immediately once he returned. He then asked curiously, "So you mean to say that you encountered a level 4 night demon down there?" Wang Zuking wasn't actually aware of the specifics of Wang Tao's team's fight below. This was because after Wang Tao's team went down, not just one but several level 4 Lord Night demons came from afar. Wang Zuking assumed that most of the night demons, including their lords, were outside, and even if there were night demons inside the cave, there wouldn't be many or they wouldn't be powerful. Later, when Wang Tao's team surfaced quickly, with some signs of battle but no injuries, Wang Zuking was even more convinced of his initial judgment. However, at that time, the battle was so intense that he only asked Wang Tao whether the cave had been cleared out, without delving further. Later, during the cleanup, he sent 2 powered armors to check out the night demon's nest and left after confirming there were no night demons left. So, up until now, he was still unaware of the specifics of Wang Tao's team's encounter. But after their exchange just now, he found out that Wang Tao's team had actually faced 3 level 4 Lord Night demons. And on the surface, He had also encountered 3 level 4 Lord Night Demons. That meant there were a total of 6 level 4 Lord Night Demons in today's battle. Wow, we were really lucky you guys came over. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would have been hard to predict. Wang Xuking suddenly felt a bit apprehensive. With the military's strength, they naturally had the capability to eliminate 6 level 4 Lord Night Demons, but he had left the majority of the troops near the train to protect the survivors. Only a small fraction of people came to fight, and they hadn't even deployed any tanks. If they had encountered an assault by 6 level 4 Lord Night Demons while fighting Night Demons, they would have certainly suffered casualties. Not to mention, Wang Tao had provided them with high-powered ultraviolet flashlights, incendiary rounds, and the 2 airborne devices that fired large ultraviolet incendiary rounds which could change the course of the battle. If Wang Tao and his team hadn't been there, although they would have eventually won, Wang Xuking would definitely have called in the main forces. If they were losing, there was no doubt that they would have suffered casualties. It would have been challenging for anyone other than those in powered armors to withstand an ambush by so many level 4 Lord Night Demons. Of course, this wasn't to blame Wang Xuking for underestimating the threat. One reason was that he needed a large number of people to protect the survivors, which was his mission. Another reason was, who would have thought that a Night Demon's nest could house so many Lord Night Demons? Normally, zombie lords have their own territories, and aside from situations like a zombie horde, lords don't usually coexist. Instances like finding both a level 3 Lord Night Demon and a level 4 Lord Night Demon in the same nest were rare enough. He had never before seen 2 level 3 or level 4 Lord Night Demons in the same nest because a zombie group only needs 1 leader, more leaders would just lead to chaos. And here they were today, with 6 level 4 Lord Night Demons. Wang Xuking also became more alert. Sometimes common sense isn't so reliable. We support each other, right? Wang Tao shook his head. He had previously encountered similar unusual situations where the number of zombies, which should have been limited, was unexpectedly high. Now Wang Tao also had experience. When faced with such situations, there was a 90% chance that they had encountered a mother zombie. It's just that the mother zombie they encountered today was a bit more terrifying than the ones they usually came across. On the way back, the two chatted some more. Wang Xuking was quite interested in the flame gauze dress that Lan Yulian was wearing. After all, that thing was way too conspicuous at night. And surprisingly, once the soldiers realized that the person wearing the flame gauze dress was a healer, they would consciously head toward Lan Yulian whenever they got injured. Because Lan Yulian was so conspicuous, a quick glance around was all it took to find her position. This greatly increased Lan Yulian's healing efficiency. Chapter 298, Full set of equipment to her healing ability was primarily for individual targets, and with such a large battlefield, where she couldn't see health point bars, trying to find and heal each injured person was quite troublesome. It would be much simpler if the injured could come to her, allowing her to just mechanically release healing. Out of curiosity, Wang Tao simply explained that the equipment was made from materials taken from a flame monster. Wang Xuking clearly believed this explanation, since after all, if claws from a night demon could be made into weapons, it made sense that other materials could be crafted into armor. He was only particularly interested in what these flame monsters looked like, so he wouldn't miss out on them if they encountered any in the future. Are you very interested in this kind of cool equipment? Wang Tao raised an eyebrow and asked. Not really. I prefer practical equipment myself. But this kind of cool gear is obviously going to be popular and would sell for a lot of money in Qing base, maybe even enough to trade for a set of powered armor. Wang Xuking explained with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Tao's eyes lit up. Indeed, powered armor could be bought. He happened to have a bunch of things he couldn't use, so once he got to Qing base, he would sell them. The group smoothly returned to the train, and Wang Xuking immediately ordered the continuation of the clearing operations, but this time, some soldiers and powered armors stood guard on the perimeter. Wu Zi also flew up from time to time to observe the situation, ensuring their safety. Wang Tao and his companions obviously couldn't sleep. They exchanged combat experiences and summarized the fight. Wang Tao also did a self-review, deciding that he must be careful the next time he used a large ultraviolet illumination bomb so as not to blind his allies. He also praised the big hero of the Operation Lightning. It possibly saved Lan Yulian's life. Wang Tao took out a pile of food and let Lightning eat its fill, then he began to examine his spoils of war. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of health point, Wang Tao had recovered to 110,000 health point once again. Aside from the level 3 night demons, he had killed a level 5 zombie parasite and 4 level 4 lord zombies today. The reason it was 4 level 4s was because after they emerged from the night demon's nest, they helped Wang Xuking ease the pressure by killing a level 4 lord night demon. Anything above level 4 lord was a level skipping kill for Wang Tao, and a single night demon could add more than 20,000 to his health point limit. If he included the ordinary night demons, Wang Tao received at least 150,000 health point. The 100,000 health point he had lost from fusing with the fireball crystal core were fully restored after this one battle. Seeing his health point fully restored, Wang Tao immediately took out 2 items, Life Elixir, small, increases health point limit by plus 1,000, up to 10 bottles can be consumed, Blood Beads, randomly increases health point limit. These were spoils from the giant zombie, valuable items that could increase the health point limit. He hadn't used them when his health point was low, for safety, but now that his health point was full, he had no concerns. Wang Tao first used the life elixirs. A person could use up to 10 bottles, and he had 30, which was more than enough. A moment later, Wang Tao smacked his lips, feeling a bit of sweetness. Then he looked at his health point bar. 120,000 out of 120,000, 120,000 health point. Keep going. Wang Tao then put the blood beads in his mouth. Similar to fusing crystal cores, the blood beads instantly vaporized and merged into his limbs and bones. Then, Wang Tao felt an improvement in his physical fitness. He checked his health point. 150,000 out of 150,000, his blood beads added 30,000 health point. Wang Tao was pleasantly surprised. He was directly at 150,000 now. Wang Tao didn't know where his strength would rank in Qing base, but he felt his health point was probably the highest, right? The increase in health point also brought some improvement to his physical fitness. Although awakening was more important than physical fitness after level 4, the sensation of upgrading was still exhilarating. Next, Wang Tao looked at the advanced special energy. By killing 4 level 4, Lord Night Demons, he had obtained 4 advanced special energies. Killing the level 5 Night Demon Parasite had gotten him 2 advanced special energies. So he now had a total of 26 advanced special energies. Then there were the awakening keys. Wang Tao had obtained 4. He didn't receive any from killing the level 5 parasites since only same level or higher level kills of level 4 and above lords would yield them. The level 5 parasite was only at the elite rank, and so naturally, he didn't get any. Next was awakening energy. Since the opponents in this fight were all night demons and he had plenty of ultraviolet equipment, combined with a substantial increase in his strength and having learned fireball and such, he didn't use awakening and saved quite a lot of awakening energy. Awakening energy is only obtained from killing lords, so he had gained 400 awakening energy this time. He had over 200 before, and now he had reached the 600 maximum, so he could increase his awakening energy limit. Without hesitation, Wang Tao immediately upgraded. After all, awakening energy recovered 100 every day, and it felt somewhat wasteful if he didn't raise the limit while at maximum. A moment later, all 600 awakening energy had been used up, and Wang Tao's awakening energy limit had reached 700. Wang Tao decided not to upgrade further for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to continue upgrading after reaching Qing base. With the awakening crystal cores and energy beads he had, reaching 1000 wouldn't be a problem. Then came various spoils of war. The loot from those 3 level 4, Lord Night Demons and the broodmother they exploded from were mostly identical. Cores included, 4 pieces of 4th order crystal core, promotion, 4 pieces of 4th order crystal core, versatility, 4 pieces of 4th order crystal core, energy boost, 4 pieces of 4th order crystal core, health point boost, 2 pieces of 4th order crystal core, awakening, 4th order crystal core, bloodline inheritance, chapter 298, full set of equipment 3. Obtained, 3 awakening energy pearls. The mother zombie only had 2 awakening crystal cores, but there were 3 awakening energy pearls. That amounted to a whopping 400 awakening energy. And this mother zombie had 1 more crystal core than the 3 Lord Night Demons. Level 4 crystal core, bloodline inheritance, quality, 100%, epic, purity, 40%, side effects, none. Bloodline inheritance allows one to transfer a portion of one's own strength to someone else, no more than one's own strength limit. One's strength won't permanently decrease, but will need some time to recover. Wang Tao had previously obtained a level 3 version of this type of crystal core from a mother zombie. He felt this kind of crystal core was also quite good, and he planned to study later how to use it more effectively. Obtained, 4th order weapon, 4 Night Demon Type 1, they also dropped 4 hearts, that is, 4 Night Demon Type 1s. Wang Tao now had 5 Night Demon Type 1s in his possession. Next came the materials, potions, and the ultraviolet suit. Obtained, 8 4th tier Night Demon's Claws, obtained, 60 strength potions, medium, obtained, 60 strength potions, small, obtained, 4 high power ultraviolet flashlights, obtained, 400 mini ultraviolet illumination shells, obtained, 80 ultraviolet illumination light strips, obtained, 20 large ultraviolet illumination bombs, obtained, 2 awakening keys, What delighted Wang Tao the most among these was that he had gained 2 more physical awakening keys. He now had 6 physical awakening keys in his hands, which could awaken 6 people. However, Ascension crystal cores were momentarily in short supply, so simultaneous awakening for 6 people was still challenging. Last were the blueprints dropped by the 4 level 4 Lord Night Demons, a total of 8 blueprints. Obtained, 1 Night Demon Helmet Blueprint, obtained, 1 Night Demon Breastplate Blueprint, obtained, 1 Night Demon Leg Armor Blueprint, obtained, 1 Night Demon Belt Blueprint, obtained, 1 Night Demon Boots Blueprint, obtained, 1 Night Demon Gloves Blueprint, obtained, 1 Night Demon Blade Blueprint, obtained, 1 Night Demon Ring Blueprint. Seeing these blueprints, Wang Tao couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Each blueprint was unique, and he had just looted a full set of equipment, including the ring, all at once. And this time, there was an additional Night Demon Helmet Blueprint. Night Demon Helmet Blueprint can be used to craft a Night Demon Helmet. Required materials: 10 kilograms of Night Demon Lord's Bone, 1 level 4 crystal core, 20 pieces of iron block, 20 pieces of steel wire, 20 pieces of screws, 20 pieces of rubber. Night Demon Helmet, attributes unknown. Previously, Wang Tao was saying that Zhang Shixu would suit the Night Demon set well, and that he would try to get her a set. And now here it was. Wang Tao promptly crafted all of the Night Demon equipment. He first checked the helmet, which he had never seen before. Night Demon Helmet, 4th tier, excellent. Durability plus 75, defense plus 75, this was a matte black full coverage helmet that protected the mouth and chin. There were slight protrusions on either side of the helmet's top, resembling ears, and a very small pair of goggles covered the eyes. The helmet looked very simple and lightweight overall. As for attributes, it added 75 points each to durability and defense, which was quite nice. Then Wang Tao checked the level 4 Night Demon Blade. Night Demon Blade, level 4, epic, durability plus 70, attack power plus 70, attack speed plus 25%, the durability and attack of the level 3 Night Demon Blade both increased by 55, but the level 4 went straight up by 70. This was on par with Wang Tao's Tusk-Long Knife. However, the Tusk-Long Knife had a bleeding ability, while the Night Demon Blade provided a 25% increase in attack speed. It was hard to say which weapon was stronger or weaker, but Wang Tao still preferred longer weapons. Daggers were definitely not his style. He planned to give this set of Night Demon equipment to Zhang Shixu, including the dagger and helmet. Wang Tao himself had plenty of equipment, he wouldn't miss this helmet, and he could continue to kill Night Demons to obtain blueprints. As for the dagger, this level 4 dagger was likely to deal more damage than Zhang Shixu's claws. Wang Tao fused all of this equipment into the Night Demon Ring. Night Demon Ring, set, level 4, epic, attack speed plus 5%, movement speed plus 5%, level 4 Night Demon set, level 4 Night Demon set, durability plus 560, defense plus 80, attack power plus 70, attack speed plus 35%, includes dagger, gloves, helmet, chest armor, belt, leg armor, combat boots. Wang Tao's Night Demon set had 5 pieces, but this one had 7 pieces, adding a dagger and a helmet. So, there was a bit more durability, and it included the dagger's attack and attack speed attributes, but the defensive power attribute was the same as his own set. Wang Tao was resting in a small room at that time. He called Zhang Shixu over and directly handed her a ring. Zhang Shixu was stunned for a moment when she saw the ring, then suddenly became a bit shy. Don't think too much, it's a set of equipment. Wang Tao rubbed Zhang Shixu's hair a bit speechlessly. Zhang Shixu quickly learned how to use the Night Demon set. The moment Zhang Shixu had the thought, her school uniform transformed into a set of a matte black, full-body Night Demon suit. Zhang Shixu was quite slender, so wearing the Night Demon set gave off completely different vibe than Wang Tao. Moreover, since the Night Demon set was rather form-fitting, Wang Tao thought it looked even better on Zhang Shixu. Not bad, not bad. Wang Tao held a mirror for Zhang Shixu to see herself. She was also very happy with the effect. She would make the dagger disappear for a moment, then reappear the next, playing to her heart's content. The set inside the ring didn't need to be worn all at once, it could be donned according to one's thoughts. Whoosh! The Night Demon helmet on Zhang Shixu's head vanished, revealing her delicate little face. She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Wang Tao's cheek. "Thank you, bro." After saying that, she ran off. Wang Tao shook his head. He then turned his attention to the loot pack that had dropped from the level 5 Night Demon Parasite. Chapter 299, Zombie Evolution 1. Upon killing the level 5 zombie parasite, in addition to the loot pack, it only dropped one item, which was its insect egg. Level 5, Night Demon Parasite, insect egg. After reaching adulthood, it can parasitize a portion of life. There's a chance within 7 days that the life parasitized will turn into a level 5 night demon, and with the use of incubation flesh, the success rate will increase. This insect egg is a thumb-sized, earthy yellow sphere, bigger in size compared to that of a level 4. If it weren't mentioned, one might never guess it was an insect egg. After killing this night demon parasite, that it would drop an insect egg was unexpected, but it's unknown if this egg, once hatched and killed, would continue to yield more eggs. If it did, wouldn't that amount to being invincible? Wang Tao thought that was probably not the case and there might be some other conditions. Moreover, how is this insect egg supposed to be incubated? Wang Tao held the egg, lost in thought. To ordinary people, such an egg would be extremely dangerous. However, for Wang Tao, that wasn't necessarily the case. If he was able to incubate the parasite egg and then kill it, wouldn't that be the same as killing a level 5 elite zombie? If he was bolder, and after incubating the parasite egg, allowed it to parasitize a zombie, turning the zombie into a level 5 night demon which Wang Tao then killed, he would be able to obtain the loot of a level 5 zombie. Currently, in Wang Tao's possession were 14 level 5 and 56 level 4 night demon parasite eggs, totaling 70 eggs. If even a third or a fifth of them turned into night demons and Wang Tao killed them, wouldn't he be able to gain a lot of loot? Wang Tao quickly shook his head. The idea was too dangerous, and it was better not to think about it for now. After all, he hadn't fought a level 5 zombie yet and didn't know whether he could win. Even if he were to do so in the future, he would have to ensure safety measures were in place. Otherwise, it would be suicidal. As for how exactly to incubate these eggs, Wang Tao figured there are likely 2 possibilities. One is time, where hatching would occur when a certain period has passed. The other is by providing nutrients, possibly requiring some meats, blood, and the like. Later, when it was safe, Wang Tao planned to test with 2 level 4 insect eggs. Even if they both hatched into level 4 night demons, he would be able to cope. As for the current batch of eggs, they were of course to be stored in the space backpack. He didn't trust anywhere else. Then Wang Tao looked towards the loot packs that burst from the parasite, a total of 5, a decent number. The first pack contained a heart. Obtained, 4th order weapon, a night demon type 1, it was a night demon type 1, and the 4 night demon zombies he had previously killed had also each dropped a heart. Including those and the one Wang Tao already had, he now had 6 night demon type 1s. If he released all 6 night demon type 1s at the same time, their damaging power would certainly be stronger than that of a level 4, Lord Night Demon. In Wang Tao's view, these night demon type 1s arguably had 3 disadvantages. The first is that they cannot think independently and need commands. Of course, this isn't necessarily a disadvantage. The second is that they are vulnerable to ultraviolet light, so they can only be used at night. Moreover, they are not viable in combat against night demons because Wang Tao would need to use ultraviolet tools. The third is that they only have 10,000 health point, so their health point is quite low, and they could easily be quickly killed. If Wang Tao could increase their health point to 100,000 blood volume, 6 night demon type 1s, with a total health point of 600,000, should be able to handle ordinary level 4 lord zombies. However, Wang Tao was short on crystal cores, so for the moment, there was nothing he could do. Actually, Wang Tao was also waiting for the zombie evolution after this rain stopped. As per the precedent, after every corrosive acid rain, zombies would undergo an evolution. While Wang Tao definitely didn't want to see the zombies evolve, this kind of event was beyond human control. So, he had to accept the fact that zombies would become increasingly stronger. Currently, Wang Tao had encountered level 4, Lord Zombies, and even witnessed a level 5 Disaster Zombie, but he had yet to come across an ordinary level 4 or an elite level 4 zombie. Elite or higher beings all possess crystal cores, and elites are much more numerous than lords. For now, if Wang Tao wanted to obtain a level 4 crystal core, he would have to kill level 4, Lord Zombies. Level 4 lords are not only more dangerous but also rarer in number, which is why Wang Tao didn't have many level 4 crystal cores in hand. Wang Tao felt that after this heavy rain, there should appear level 4 elite zombies. If he encountered a large number of level 4 elite zombies, the speed at which Wang Tao acquired crystal cores would naturally increase greatly. Then whether he wanted to facilitate faster awakenings for everyone or upgrade the night demon type 1s to 100,000 health point, it would be relatively simpler. Of course, after the widespread evolution of zombies, the post-apocalyptic environment would become even more dangerous. So he had to hurry to improve his strength. Wang Tao turned to the second loot pack. Obtained, Awakening Energy Pearl, another Awakening Energy Pearl. Counting the previous ones, Wang Tao now had 19 beads and 11 Awakening Crystal Cores, which amounted to 3,000 Awakening Energy. Enough to raise the Awakening Energy limit to 1,100. The third loot pack contained Crystal Cores, but there were only 2. 1 red, level 4 crystal core, extraction, and 1 orange, level 4 crystal core, healing. Chapter 299, Zombie Evolution 2. It was a level 5 zombie bug, yet the crystal core it burst forth was only level 4. Wang Tao felt it was probably due to its relatively weaker strength. After all, it was just a parasite. Apart from its 100,000 health point, it had no other attributes. The fact that it could drop a crystal core was already quite remarkable. This level 4 extraction crystal core was still very useful to Wang Tao. Including this one, he only had 2. However, both crystal cores were of high quality, one orange and the other red. Unless his luck was exceptionally bad, it was almost certain that he wouldn't fail. Level 4 crystal core, healing, quality, epic, 100%, purity, 35%, side effect, own attack power decreased by 10, healing, consumes energy to add a certain amount of current health point to a single life, and this second healing crystal core was the fused ability of Lan Yulian. It was only now that Wang Tao realized that the side effect of this crystal core was a reduction in attack power by 10. Now it didn't seem like a big deal, but during the early days of the apocalypse, losing those 10 points of attack could hurt. For instance, you might have been able to kill a zombie, but you fell just short and got counter-killed instead. Luckily, Lan Yulian had been with Lu Yingfeng all along, one healing and the other attacking. They supported each other, so there were no issues. This healing crystal core wasn't much used to Wang Tao, but Lan Yulian could use it. It could also be given to someone else to develop another healer. As for how exactly to use it, he would have to study it later. Inside the 4th loot pack was an ultraviolet suit. Obtained, 1 high-power ultraviolet flashlight, obtained, 100 many ultraviolet illumination shells. This only included 1 ultraviolet flashlight and 100 ultraviolet flares, which seemed fairly stingy. But after all, it was from an elite zombie, one couldn't be too demanding. The last loot pack contained a blueprint. Obtained, 1 ordinary healing earrings blueprint. Ordinary healing earrings blueprint can be used to craft a pair of healing earrings. Required materials, 1 level 4 crystal core, 1 kilogram of bones from any 4th level organism. Ordinary healing earrings provides a certain boost to healing ability. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised to see this blueprint. It wasn't equipment prefixed with Night Demon, but rather gear that provided a bonus to healing. Moreover, it was a pair of earrings that Wang Tao had never seen before. Wang Tao's magic micro capsule still had plenty of bones from level 4, Lord Zombies, so he took out some bones and a level 4 crystal core. Then, he began the crafting process. A rainbow light flashed. A pair of earrings that looked like they were made of white jade appeared in Wang Tao's hands. They look pretty nice. Wang Tao examined the specific attributes of the earrings. Ordinary healing earrings, 4th tier, excellence, healing ability plus 10%, grants attribute attack. If the wearer themselves has an attribute attack, it can endow the healed individual with attribute attack. Huh? Wang Tao let out a light exclamation. The extra 10% to healing ability wasn't worth mentioning, that was definitely a strong feature. But this granting of an attribute attack, if he hadn't misunderstood, meant that if Lan Yulian had a fire attribute attack, then when she healed others, she could also endow them with a fire attribute attack, right? If that was indeed the case, then this was incredibly powerful. Even though Lan Yulian herself didn't have an attribute attack, Wang Tao had a flame bracelet that could add fire attributes to his attacks. Wang Tao had tested the flame bracelet himself, and it didn't offer him much of an upgrade. So he was already planning to give it to someone else. Now it seemed perfect for Lan Yulian. After all, giving it to someone else would only enable that one person to have a fire attribute attack, but if Lan Yulian was healing people, she could grant many people the fire attribute attack. That was clearly much more suitable. Wang Tao immediately called Lan Yulian over. A short while later, Lan Yulian entered, looking somewhat puzzled. I have something for you. Wang Tao brought out the flame bracelet. Ah. Lan Yulian looked incredulous. Wang Tao had shown the flame bracelet in front of everyone before, and although she liked it, he had also said that it was for adding fire attribute attacks, thus obviously not fitting for her role as a healer. She had been wondering to whom Wang Tao would give the bracelet, never expecting that it would be offered to her. Lan Yulian instinctively waved her hands dismissively. I don't want it. It's not suitable for me, it would obviously increase others' power more than mine. It wasn't that she didn't want it, the bracelet was actually quite beautiful. Mainly, it was because there were too many women associated with Wang Tao. If a healer like her were to take such an attack-enhancing bracelet, what would the others think? She didn't want to create rifts within the group, nor did she wish to trouble Wang Tao. Seeing how understanding Lan Yulian was, Wang Tao smiled, but he still personally fitted the flame bracelet on her wrist. Then, without waiting for Lan Yulian to speak, he took out a pair of earrings. These are for you too. Don't move, I'll put them on for you. Lan Yulian opened her mouth, surprised. Were these earrings also equipment? By the time Wang Tao helped her with the earrings, Lan Yulian suddenly felt a bit different. Huh? Lan Yulian touched the earrings in surprise. She couldn't quite identify the difference, but something definitely changed. Try casting a healing spell. Wang Tao said. Chapter 299, Zombie Evolution 3. Lan Yulian didn't hesitate and healed Wang Tao right away. Then, her eyes widened in shock. She clearly saw Wang Tao's palm suddenly turn a bit red. Lan Yulian was immediately filled with surprise and doubt. My healing. Wang Tao saw a new status appear below his health point bar. Fire attribute attack, countdown 59 seconds. He had gained a 1-minute fire attribute attack status. A minute might not seem long, but in a battle with zombies, a minute could determine life or death. Therefore, a minute-long fire attribute attack was quite impressive. Wang Tao asked Lan Yulian to heal him once more. He found that, after the second healing, his fire attribute attack countdown reset to 1 minute. In other words, as long as Lan Yulian kept healing him, he could maintain the fire attribute attack indefinitely. This mechanic was quite good, especially for an endurance battle. Seeing Lan Yulian a little confused, Wang Tao explained it to her. The purpose of these earrings is to enhance your healing ability, and while you heal others, you also transfer the flame bracelet's fire attack to them. Ah. It can do that? Lan Yulian was astonished. If that was the case, then wearing the flame bracelet made sense for her, didn't it? Now somewhat enamored with it, Lan Yulian gently touched the bracelet and then took a mirror to look at the earrings. Both the bracelet and the earrings were beautiful, especially since they were a gift from Wang Tao. She adored them. After the fire attribute effect on him had disappeared, Wang Tao said, try releasing Healing Light. Healing Light was a healing ability that Wang Tao had previously merged for her. Although this ability didn't greatly increase health point for a single person in one go, as a group area ability, it continually healed any humans within the range of Healing Light. The longer and the more people stayed within it, the more potential the ability had. Okay. Lan Yulian immediately used Healing Light. An aura emerged from Lan Yulian, swiftly enveloping Wang Tao, and they both noticed their hands appeared slightly red. Wang Tao then looked at his attributes again. Fire attribute attack, countdown 3 seconds. Under the scope of Healing Light, Wang Tao had a fire attribute attack for 3 seconds. And since Healing Light healed every second, just as his fire attribute attack was about to last for 2 more seconds, he would gain another 3 seconds of fire attribute attack. Since the consumption of Lan Yulian's Healing Light was low and couldn't be interrupted, she usually had it activated throughout previous battles. That meant as long as someone was within Lan Yulian's range of Healing Light, they would continuously have fire attribute attack. On top of that, the healing effect of Healing Light had increased by 10%. Lan Yulian's support capabilities had been greatly enhanced in an instant. For Wang Tao, the fire attribute's attack wasn't high, unless he managed to ignite the target, but since he had learned the Fireball special ability, the igniting effect was much better than the fire attribute attack. So, fire attribute attack wasn't very useful for him. But it might be different for others. After all, not everyone possessed fire-based abilities or had gone through an awakening. Having a fire attribute attack for additional damage was quite nice. Furthermore, if they were lucky enough to trigger the ignition ability, the damage would be even higher. Even if everyone had the worst luck and couldn't trigger the ignition effect, just the added fire attribute damage alone would be significant. A few % increase per person could result in a huge cumulative boost with a group of 15 or 20 people involved. Once Lan Yulian put on the flame bracelet and the ordinary healing earrings, in a way, her healing ability had transformed into an attacking ability. Wang Tao gave Lan Yulian a thorough explanation of these effects because if he didn't clarify, Lan Yulian would surely waste a lot of time figuring it out on her own. Am I really that powerful? Lan Yulian looked at her hand, somewhat disbelieving. Wang Tao smiled and took her hand, saying, you'll get used to it soon. In the future, you alone may be a match for an entire army. That's an exaggeration. Lan Yulian immediately hugged Wang Tao's arm and then gave a kiss on his face. I'll go talk to them. With her support ability greatly strengthened, she naturally needed to inform her teammates in advance. Go ahead. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning. Before breakfast, Wang Tao went out to check on the train station clearing situation. That was quick. Wang Tao was surprised to find that the blockage on the path had been mostly cleared. As long as there's no zombie disturbance, our efficiency is definitely not a problem. Wang Zukang, clad in powered armor, came over and looked at the tracks before adding, in about 3 more hours, we should be able to go through. Impressive. Wang Tao gave a thumbs up without delay. Wang Zukang's estimate was quite accurate. With 10 minutes to spare before the 3-hour mark, all the obstructions on the tracks had been cleared. Wang Tao specifically used his perception to check, ensuring there were no more zombies in the area. Board the train. At Wang Zuking's shout, everyone began to board the train. Accompanied by a deep rumbling, the train started moving slowly. We can finally leave. On the train, Ding Yukan and her group all breathed a sigh of relief. Remaining here always carried a certain unease. The train slowly left the small station, and the noise quickly attracted other zombies from different areas. But the train's speed picked up, leaving most zombies unable to keep up. Those that could catch up or were blocking the tracks were mercilessly cut down or even smashed by the train. Watching these brutal images through the monitor, Wang Tao and the others felt an inexplicable sense of catharsis. Just then, Wang Zuking, who was gazing out at the sky through the window, suddenly spoke. The rain dot is getting lighter. Everyone's expression became serious upon hearing this. The rain is stopping? That would mean zombie evolution was imminent. Chapter 300 Rainbow. After Rain 1, seeing the train depart smoothly had initially brought joy to everyone. However, their expressions instantly turned serious when they saw that the rain seemed about to stop. The stopping of the rain meant that the zombies would evolve. According to past experience, the longer the rain lasted, the stronger the zombies would evolve once it stopped. This rain had been falling for more than 2 months. Nobody knew how strong the zombies would become this time. Wang Zuking sensed the atmosphere becoming somewhat oppressive and tried to lighten the mood with a smile. There's no need to worry too much, everyone. We're not far from Qing City base now. At our current speed, we should arrive by this afternoon. Once we're inside the base, any danger will be kept at bay. Seeing Wang Zuking's confident expression, everyone relaxed slightly. However, their vigilance did not wane, knowing that caution was paramount, especially on the eve of victory. Wang Zuking also began to arrange for a large number of people to be on duty. There was no need to rest now, they could rest well once they safely returned to the base. Following the actions of these soldiers on the train, the survivors from Zijin base weren't fools either, and quickly some guessed that they might be nearing their destination. From the monitors, one could see that they were a mix of excited and anxious. I'll go and soothe them. Lan Yulian spoke up. About to enter a new environment, nobody knew what it would be like or whether it could accommodate ordinary people like them. Although the promises made before had sounded good, those were others' words. Without witnessing it themselves, they certainly wouldn't feel assured. Lan Yulian understood their feelings. As the former leader of these survivors, it was natural for her to go and come and reassure them. As for why she was referred to as the former leader, that was because after arriving at Qing base, Lan Yulian probably wouldn't lead them anymore. She had become the leader at the clubhouse out of necessity for survival. Later, she became the leader of Zijin base because she felt she could lead them to live well. If these survivors were now safe, there was naturally no need for her to continue as leader. Compared to being a leader, she preferred to stay by Wang Tao's side and help him. We'll go with you. Wei Zhengou, Xiang Hongbin, and a few others also spoke up. They also had experience in calming and reassuring people. Thank you. Lan Yulian then led them over. Wang Tao did not join, he was not good at these sorts of things. Yang Qingong looked at the fast-moving scenery outside the window. She rested her head on Wang Tao's shoulder, her face tinted with a touch of melancholy. Yang Qingong initially aimed to find her sister. Just when she thought all hope was lost, she suddenly stumbled upon some clues. Just as she believed she might find her sister, the leads vanished, and she experienced a super zombie tide. Although she had came to accept the reality that her sister could not have survived, she still felt a sense of reluctance. But what could she do about it? On her own, she couldn't change anything. Even if she managed to arrive at Qing base safely, her sister. Wang Tao kissed Yang Qingong on the forehead and then hugged her shoulders tightly. Apart from Yang Qingong, who was searching for someone, He Jijun was also initially looking for his granddaughter. But He Jijun had long since accepted reality. After all, he had seen his granddaughter turn into a zombie with his own eyes. But He Jijun had not given up hope. He was already old, with no elders above or young ones below. To him, this world held little to look forward to. If it weren't for the task of finding his granddaughter, perhaps he would have given up on resistance long ago. That was probably what drove him to keep living. The others, more or less, also had their own reflections. After all, they would arrive at Qing base in a few hours and start a new life. No one knew whether this new life would be good or bad, or even how long they would be able to live. Compared to them, Ding Yukan and the others who were Wang Tao's initial companions, were more composed. They had always been wondering, and had long been eager to find a place where they could live in peace. Even if Qing base wasn't great, it was bound to be better than wandering, not to mention that Qing base sounded quite promising. Li Kaiyuo, not far away, stole a glance at Wang Tao. She subconsciously tightened her grip on Zhang Shixu's hand, her little face troubled. She was unsure how Wang Tao would arrange things for her afterward. As for Wang Tao himself, he didn't have any particular feelings for the moment. After all, In the more than half a year since the apocalypse began, he had changed locations too many times and had grown accustomed to it. His first impression of Qing Base was quite good. Moreover, he was really looking forward to getting his hands on some powered armor to play with. Some time later, Zhang Shixa suddenly spoke up. The rain is really about to stop. Wang Tao got up and came to the window. It was pouring rain when they set out in the morning, but now it had turned to a lingering drizzle. The distant dark clouds seemed about to disperse, and one could barely make out the sun behind them. Occasional rain could brighten one's mood, but ongoing rain could become irritating. Now, seeing the sun about to break through the clouds, everyone's spirits were uplifted. At that moment, Wang Zhuking's voice came through everyone's earpieces. Ladies and gentlemen, although I would have liked for everyone to arrive safely at Qing Base, I must now interrupt, for we might have a little trouble that needs resolving. At his words, everyone's expression turned solemn. What trouble? Wang Tao immediately asked. Chapter 300 Rainbow After Rain 2. Hold on, let me show you something. A picture appeared on the surveillance room screen, showing a dense mass of zombies. A horde. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised, but not completely so. The route the snowcloud rain traveled was very remote, far from any cities. Aside from encountering a large horde in Zijing City at the beginning, there hadn't been much in the way of hordes after leaving Zijing City. Seeing so many zombies now, everyone instinctively tensed up. Wang Zhuking explained, this horde is right on our inevitable path, we had passed through here on our way here. Naturally, we'll have to go through it on our way back as well. Taking a detour would be too far, plus there are many uncertainties. So the road ahead might be somewhat bumpy. But don't worry, do your best to calm the other survivors. If all goes well, this should be our last trouble before we reach Qing Base smoothly. Alright. Wang Tao nodded. Lan Yulian and a few others were still with the other survivors and hadn't returned to his car, so Wang Tao contacted her to explain the situation. Don't worry, Wang Tao, I'll calm them down. Soon, the sound of helicopter rotors beating the air reached Wang Tao and the others, and then they saw 2 helicopters laden with weapons fly out. There were a total of 4 armed helicopters on the snowplow train. Usually, 2 helicopters would scout and clear the way while the other 2 rested, rotating in shifts. Now that the other 2 resting woozy helicopters were also flying out, it meant that they were truly on the last leg of their journey. Even in hunting a rabbit, a lion uses all its strength. At this point, Wang Zhuking would allow no mistakes. The helicopters were naturally much faster than the train. While the people on the train had yet to see the zombies, the helicopters were already exchanging fire with them. Wang Tao could faintly hear some explosions. A moment later, Wang Zhuking appeared with several soldiers, having been in the lead car all this time. Wang Tao noticed Wang Zhuking's expression was very serious. The situation seemed somewhat tricky. He immediately asked, what's the status? These zombies are much stronger than when we came. Which means they might have already completed their evolution. The firepower from the woozy helicopters alone is not enough. We have to take action ourselves. Completed their evolution? Everyone's faces didn't look good. So they really couldn't reach their destination smoothly after all. What exactly do you mean? Do you need our help? Wang Tao asked again. For this operation, Wang Zhuking was the overall commander. Wang Tao would naturally respect his ideas. If they were needed, then Wang Tao would lead his people into action. If not, then Wang Tao wouldn't add to the chaos. We don't need wait, I need to borrow your transport helicopter. Wang Zhuking was about to say they didn't need help, thinking that they could resolve the issue through heavy firepower. But then he thought of Wang Tao's transport helicopter. If they used the helicopter to airlift their powered armors into the midst of the zombie horde, it would save a lot of time and result in a significant impact. The helicopter? No problem. Wang Tao immediately agreed, then turned to his people to instruct, Old He, you'll fly the plane, Little Zhu will come with me, and I'll call Jade Lotus in a moment. As the main force of this attack was still Wang Zhuking and his men, Wang Tao didn't need to bring too many people, just 2 pilots, 1 bodyguard, and 1 medic would suffice. Yes. Everyone responded. The military transport helicopter was parked in a carriage in the middle of the train, and Wang Tao and his group quickly made their way there. Meanwhile, Wang Zhuking gathered his men to begin suiting up in powered armor. Once He Jejun had everything ready for the helicopter to take off at any time, Wang Zhuking arrived with 5 additional powered armors. One after another, the 6 powered armors boarded the aircraft, and He Jejun pulled on the control stick. The helicopter left the train and sped towards the front. It didn't take long for Wang Tao to see the horde. Boom, boom, boom. Pop, pop, pop. All 4 woozy helicopters were attacking the zombies on the ground, with many zombies riddled with holes, but there were too many zombies, and the helicopters could only kill, not stop them. The size of this horde was actually not large, not comparable to the size of hordes seen in Yueyang City or Zijing City. However, these zombies were much stronger than those in the previous hordes. Wang Tao could clearly see that the dark mass of zombies below was mostly made up of level 3 and even level 4 zombies. Indeed, they have evolved. 4th order elite zombies have appeared. Wang Tao muttered to himself. This matched his previous conjecture. After the evolution of the zombies, both 4th order ordinary and 4th order elite zombies had indeed appeared. After confirming there were no excessively large or ranged attack zombies among them, the helicopter started to slowly descend. A few meters from the ground, the doors opened. Thud, thud, thud. The 6 powered armors landed one after another. Although the height wasn't great, the powered armors were heavy and immediately crushed many zombies beneath them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Armed with Gatling guns, the powered armors opened fire on the zombies, quickly clearing the nearby area. Then, they drew out electrically charged broadswords and charged into the densest part of the horde. Old He, fly a bit higher and watch your altitude. Little Sue, stand by on the plane. Jade Lotus, come down with me. Wang Tao addressed the people inside the helicopter. Chapter 300 Rainbow After Rain 3. Great. Everyone nodded. Wang Tao wrapped his arms around Lan Yulian's waist and then jumped straight down from the plane. Thud. The distance was naturally no difficulty for Wang Tao, neither he nor Lan Yulian lost any health point. Moreover, they landed right in the middle of the several powered armors where Wang Zuking and his team were positioned, a zombie-free and very safe area. Lan Yulian immediately used healing light. A green halo spread out from Lan Yulian as the center, enveloping all the powered armors in the vicinity in the blink of an eye. As for Lan Yulian's role as a healer, Wang Zuking had seen it before and naturally showed no surprise. However, when they attacked the zombies, they suddenly felt something was different. Is there fire on our blades? Wang Zuking was puzzled. Wasn't his blade supposed to be electrically charged? Why were there sparks of fire when killing zombies? Squelch. Wang Zuking's blade chopped onto the head of a 4th order elite zombie. The blow wasn't fatal, but flames instantly burst out over the head and body of the elite zombie. It's not an illusion. Watching the zombie burst into flames, Wang Zuking immediately shifted his attacks to other targets. By the time he had killed other zombies, the first one had been burned to death, and the flames had spread to others. The damage from this fire is so high. Wang Zuking was surprised and then noticed that his 5 teammates in powered armors were also occasionally setting zombies on fire, causing massive zombie casualties. What are these flames? If unsure, just ask. Wang Zuking felt it was probably related to Wang Tao and the others. This is fire damage that Jade Lotus added to them. Fire damage has a chance to ignite, explained Wang Tao. Upon hearing Wang Tao's words, Wang Zuking was immediately startled. A healer can do that? Is it an ability or equipment? He was very curious but didn't have time to ask more questions. The chance of triggering ignition from fire attribute was not high, but with 6 powered armors and their fast attack speed. In just a moment, the area turned into a sea of flames. Seeing that her healing was effective on the powered armors and worked very well, Lan Yulian excitedly turned to Wang Tao. Wang Tao, It was then that Lan Yulian noticed Wang Tao frowning at something in his hand. What's wrong? Wang Tao didn't respond immediately but instead passed the object in his hand to Lan Yulian. Lan Yulian realized that what Wang Tao was holding was a red crystal core. But she felt something was different about this crystal core. Lan Yulian instinctively took it and then seemed to realize something. Where's the shadow inside this crystal core? It's well known that inside every crystal core there's a tiny shadow, and to determine the exact ability of the crystal core, one would look at the shadow inside. For instance, a shadow of a stomach indicates a glutton crystal core, a black shadow of a little man signifies toughness, and a plus indicates an ascension crystal core. But the red crystal core Wang Tao had given her had nothing inside, just pure red. What's going on? Wang Tao charged into the horde of zombies, killed another 4th order elite zombie, and successfully obtained a purple crystal core from its brain. Level 4 crystal core, quality, excellent, 60%, purity, 40%, what's going on? The names of the 2 crystal cores Wang Tao had just obtained didn't have any ability suffix, and there were no ability shadows inside the cores. Could it be that the crystal cores no longer contained abilities? Skeptical, Wang Tao killed several more elite zombies, including 4th, 3rd, and even 2nd level ones. He obtained several crystal cores. These crystal cores only had the level, quality, and purity attributes, but no abilities. Wang Tao couldn't figure out what was happening and could only continue to kill zombies. Wang Tao. At this moment, Lan Yulian passed him a blue level 2 crystal core. Although she was primarily a healer, she was not without combat capabilities and easily killed a level 2 zombie. The crystal core she handed to Wang Tao had a shadow inside. Level 2 rush crystal core? Wang Tao furrowed his brows, having just noticed that it was from a level 2 zombie Lanulian had killed. This meant that after evolving, some zombies' inner crystal cores contained abilities, but most did not. Although the crystal cores without abilities had no side effects, they seemed impossible to merge. What use were unmergeable crystal cores? Wang Tao's expression grew heavy. Some time later, the train arrived. Although there were still many zombies in the horde, those near the railroad tracks had been mostly cleared out. Clang, the train slowed down a bit and opened its side doors. "Get on!" Wang Zuking called out. Their powered armor's backs and soles emitted blue flames, and they jumped onto the train in a flash. "Let's go!" Wang Tao embraced Lan Yulian's waist and easily jumped on board as well. "Comrades, the final problem has been solved. We should arrive in about 3 hours." Wang Zuking's powered armor face mask opened as he smiled and told everyone. "That's great." Hearing this, everyone was extremely excited. They were finally arriving. Wang Tao also set aside his concerns about the crystal cores for now. A little over 2 hours later, the scenery outside grew more barren, the rain completely stopped, and the sunset burst through the clouds, dyeing the sky golden. Overwhelmed by the beautiful scene, everyone was somewhat intoxicated. "Hey? A rainbow!" At that moment, Ding Yukan suddenly exclaimed, pointing somewhere. Everyone followed Ding Yukan's direction and indeed saw a colorful rainbow spanning the sky. "Wow! So beautiful!" The women instinctively marveled. "We've arrived." Suddenly, Wang Zuking's voice rang in everyone's earpieces. Everyone quickly turned around. A huge shadow slowly emerged on the horizon. Chapter 301 Qing Base 1. This was an expansive plain with no skyscrapers or zombies in sight, just a straight railway. And at the end of the railway, there appeared to be a survivor base so vast that it seemed to have no end. "Is that Qing Base?" The people on the train all widened their eyes. Qing Base was some distance from the train, but one could still feel its enormity even from afar. What would it be like to get any closer? And most importantly, there were really no hordes of zombies here. "This is Qing Base." Dressed in powered armor, Wang Zuking walked over. The threat hadn't been completely neutralized, so naturally, he hadn't let his guard down. He then said to Wang Tao, "Wang Tao, you must have noticed that the zombies were a bit different just now, right? Are you talking about the crystal core?" Wang Tao produced a blue crystal core in his hand. "Right. Most crystal cores no longer have that shadowy figure inside them. According to our recent research, it seems that these crystal cores no longer contain any abilities. I just had someone test it out, and these crystal cores can no longer be fused." Wang Zuking's expression was somewhat grave. He didn't know whether this change was good or bad, but it would undoubtedly become a thorny issue for many people. "I also killed quite a few elite zombies, but only a few of them had crystal cores with abilities. The rest had none." Wang Tao shook his head. He could see the attributes of crystal cores, so he was sure that most of them truly lacked abilities. But as for what was happening specifically, he had no idea. Thankfully, only the crystal cores inside the zombies had changed. The ones he carried on him were still fine. The two exchanged information for a while but still had no clue. "It seems we can only count on the Hope Research Institute now." Wang Zuking sighed. If it was just this one change, that would be fine. He feared what kind of chain reaction might follow. The two didn't speak anymore. As the train drew nearer to Qing Base, other vehicles began to appear around the train. "There are survivors." Seeing the modified vehicles racing alongside the train, Nisa Ian extended her hand to greet them. However, the windows on their side were one way, so those outside couldn't see in. The survivors were curious about the train and occasionally stuck out their heads to whoop and holler. Wang Tao raised an eyebrow as he watched these survivors. Most of them were level 2 and level 3 ability users, quite strong. Gradually, more and more vehicles surrounded the train. Some obviously had come from inside the base, but upon seeing the train, they turned around and followed next to it. It seemed they were quite interested in the survivors inside the train. Seeing this, Wang Zuking explained, "Apart from being curious, these people might want to recruit you to their groups. There are many organizations and forces within the base city. To put it nicely, it's quite free; to put it less kindly, it's a mixed bag. So I suggest you not join any forces casually. With so many of you, just wait for the upper echelons of the base to make arrangements." "I see. I understand." Wang Tao nodded and then asked, "Is the situation inside the base city quite chaotic?" Wang Zuking explained, "Some areas are indeed quite chaotic. After all, as you know, many people become restless once they have power. Many have now become powerful ability users, so. But you don't need to worry too much. Generally speaking, our base city has many rules and regulations, and everyone tends to abide by them. This was also within Wang Tao's expectations. If there truly was a utopia-like large base now, he would actually find it questionable. The train kept moving closer to Qing base, and the excitement of the 20,000 survivors on board grew. Such a huge base. Ding Yukan and her group were also increasingly astonished. They could no longer make out the entire layout of the base. Their entire view was dominated by the towering wall that seemed to have no end. When the train finally arrived at the base's main gate, Wang Tao, along with everyone else, was astounded. From this position, when they looked up out the windows, they couldn't see how high the outer wall of the base was. This wall seems like it could stop a giant zombie. Wang Tao murmured to himself. That's right, the tallest giant zombie we've seen so far was over 80 meters. Meanwhile, our outer city wall is more than 100 meters tall. Wang Xuking nodded with some pride. Everyone gasped in awe. No wonder they couldn't see the top from here, 100 meters tall. That was equivalent to at least 30 or 40 floors of a high-rise building. The outer wall of Zijin base was only about 10 meters tall, and it was enough to hold back a massive tide of zombies. If it weren't for the level 4 night demon zombie that caused destruction to the wall, it would have held for a long time. Hence one could imagine how strong the defenses of a wall over 100 meters tall would be. After all, to build a wall so high, it couldn't possibly be tall without also being thick. Its thickness must be incredibly significant as well. Wang Tao was full of amazement. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that it was possible to build such a huge wall during the apocalypse. Rumble rumble, the train slowly approached, and the massive gate of the city wall gradually opened. Even this gate was taller than the outer wall of the previous Zijin base. And when the gate opened, the inside was pitch black as if there was no end to it. Dull yellow lights began to illuminate within the tunnel of the gate. Chapter 301 Qing Base. To my goodness! How thick is this wall? Opening the door actually reveals a tunnel. Xiang Hongbin muttered in disbelief. This gate must not be used often, as the vehicles following the train had all entered the base through another smaller door. Of course, even that small door was quite large and tall enough for trains to pass through without any problem. Clank clank as the train entered the tunnel behind the door, everyone could see just how thick those two doors were. It seems unlikely that even an ability user could push these doors open. What a sense of security. A moment later, everyone felt a flash of light as the train finally emerged from the wall tunnel and officially entered Qing Base. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Qing Base. By this time, Wang Xuking had already taken off his powered armor and put on a crisp dark green military uniform. Wei Zhengou and a few others only now realized that his uniform's insignia and epaulets were different from what they had on their own uniforms. Perhaps noticing their confusion, Wang Xuking pointed at his shoulder insignia and the badge on his chest, smiling as he spoke. Qing City Base underwent a reform a while back. There is no longer a government or government army, and all previous identities have been nullified. We are now under the jurisdiction of the 3rd Legion. Wei Zhengou and the others suddenly came to an understanding. Hearing that there was no government or government army, they felt somewhat wistful but not overly surprised. After all, with a large number of ability users now around, it wouldn't be possible to adhere to the old system anymore. Even if the base had been built by government army, seeing that civilian ability users were becoming increasingly strong, they would eventually cede some authority. Who now controls the Qing Base inside? He Jijun suddenly asked. They had assumed that the place was governed by the government or the government army, but now it seemed that was not the case. Qing City Base is too large to be ruled by a single force or person. If you're referring to the highest governing body of the base, that would be the Qing Committee. Wei Zhengou and his companions exchanged glances. When they were at the Shuai's base, they had also formed a committee. It indeed seemed like a suitable system. Amidst their conversation, the train gradually came to a stop. Ladies and gentlemen, we've arrived. This was a huge train station, now crowded with people. Besides the onlookers, there was a fully armed platoon of soldiers. The second carriage was the first to open its doors. Wang Tao, led by Wang Xuking, started alighting from the train. As soon as he stepped off, Wang Tao saw a muscular middle-aged man surrounded by a group of soldiers, who laughed and said, "Welcome to Qing Base. I am Chief Hu, the Legion Chief of the 3rd Legion." Huzun was a level 3 ability user with 100,000 blood but no hidden ability. Wang Tao felt that with the combat strength under his command, Hu should have the power to awaken, but unfortunately, without a hidden ability, he didn't meet the conditions for awakening. "Hello. I am Lan Yulian, the former leader of Zijin Base. I greatly appreciate your rescue efforts." Lan Yulian was walking at the front alongside Wang Tao. After introducing herself, Wang Tao followed. "Chief Hu, hello. I'm Wang Tao, the one who contacted you from the military base before. Thank you very much for your assistance." No need for formalities, it's only right for us survivors to help each other. I've arranged a place for you to rest. Shall we get your 20,000 survivors settled first? Although they were in Huzin's territory, he did not come across as overly assertive. In fact, his tone with Wang Tao and the others was quite consultative. We appreciate it, Legion Chief Hu. Naturally, Lan Yulian wouldn't refuse. After she accepted, Wang Xuking began to sequentially open the other carriage doors. Huzun immediately waved his hand, and several military trucks drove over. The survivors who disembarked from the train were visibly excited and yet a bit restrained. They involuntarily glanced at Lan Yulian and Wang Tao, and only after seeing both nod did they get on the trucks. Before boarding, they went through another check to ensure no one was carrying the zombie virus. The onlookers outside the train station, seeing so many survivors emerge from the train, all had their eyes light up. But as they saw these survivors being taken away by the 3rd Legion's people, most of them shook their heads in disappointment and left, with only a few not giving up hope. They all want to recruit you newcomers into their ranks. Pay them no mind. Huzun waved his hand dismissively and then massaged his temples, saying, I'm relieved to see you've all returned safely. However, the zombies have evolved today and some changes have occurred, so I have many things to take care of. I'll let Wang Xuking take you around the base to get familiarized. I'll find time to have a meal with you guys in the next few days. You're busy. Lan Yulian promptly responded. Huzun left hastily. As for the arrangements for the newcomers, he did not elaborate on them. Nor did he mention the great achievement of rescuing 20,000 people. Wang Tao felt that Huzun's deployment of troops to rescue so many people certainly demonstrated a genuine desire to help Zijin base, but he definitely had his own objectives as well. Now that they had arrived at Qing base and learned about the general situation, Wang Tao thought that Huzun might want these survivors to join his legion. Chapter 301 Qing Base 3. If Wang Tao really had such an idea, he wasn't opposed to it. On the contrary, he was somewhat pleased. After all, this was equivalent to not only having saved these survivors but also having secured jobs for them. Naturally, this was a good thing. Please follow me, everyone. Wang Xuking led Wang Tao and the others onto a minibus. On the bus, there was a device for detecting internal impurities, presumably prepared especially for Wang Tao and his group. Everyone was checked in turn, and once it was confirmed that there were no problems, the vehicle finally left the train station slowly. Seeing that Wang Tao and his group didn't even exit the station but left directly by bus, the people remaining outside the train station sighed. Alas, there's no hope now. We can't rope them into our organization now, and it's going to be even harder later. This 3rd Legion is really meddlesome. Can't they let the survivors move freely? Are you an idiot? These survivors were obviously saved by the 3rd Legion. Do you think they would leave the survivors they painstakingly rescued just for your organization? Could it be that the 3rd Legion wants to absorb all these 10 to 20,000 people? Can they really handle that? It's unlikely that they would absorb them all, since joining these legions also has assessments, and they don't just take anyone. But they definitely want to absorb some. The last operation cost the 3rd Legion some manpower, and this time they can probably replenish a good wave of fresh blood. Damn, why don't we have such good luck? We've been outside for so many days and hardly encountered any survivors. We also lost quite a few people last time, and without replenishing our manpower soon, our organization is going to exist in name only. Hey! There are so many people in our base. You don't need to keep eyeing newcomers. Cough, but aren't newcomers both cheap and easy to manipulate? Freshly made cockroach paste. A must-have essential for home and travel. Don't miss out as you pass by. Daggers made from level 3 night demon claws, sharp enough to cut hair and slice through iron like mud. Only one available in the entire Qing City base. Being sold at a tearful discount of 70% off. Finely decorated apartments near the Special Ability University, only 3 units left, available for rent or purchase. First come, first served. Giant Creature Barbecue Grand Opening Special. Match the amount you chop up. Mutant Rat Strained for Battle ready for sale, come and make an offer. On the minibus, Lan Yulian looked out at the broad streets bustling with survivors, listening to all sorts of bizarre hawking voices, and exclaimed, "This is what a real base looks like." Everyone nodded in agreement, feeling the same. Compared to other survivor bases, the biggest difference with Qing base was its liveliness. The bases they had stayed at before were merely gatherings of survivors struggling to live. Now in Qing City base, it was not just a place for survivors but a human society. At other bases, no matter how safe it seemed, deep down they never felt truly secure. All that occupied their minds were thoughts of killing zombies, enhancing their strength, surviving. But upon arriving here, to speak of a sense of safety was one thing. Now, their first thought wasn't about how to kill zombies and increase their strength, but how to live well in the base. Previously, they thought about surviving, but now they were thinking about living. Seeing everyone's amazement, Wang Xuking said loudly, "There are many more nice places within the base city. You should explore more later on, and I believe you will definitely fall in love with this place." "Thank you. But we've already fallen for it," Lan Yulian said, somewhat emotionally. Wang Xuking intentionally took Wang Tao and the group around the streets to experience the local flavor of the base city, then finally had the driver take them to an area protected by soldiers. "This is one of the territories belonging to our 3rd Legion. Some high-ranking officers' families live here. We've arranged for you to stay here temporarily, and you're free to move out anytime. But I personally suggest that you might as well wait until you're familiar with the base and figure out your future direction before moving out." Listening to Wang Xuking's words, Wang Tao raised an eyebrow. "Future direction? What do you think would be suitable for us?" "Haha, of course, I hope that you can join our 3rd Legion. But I also know that's unlikely. As for my advice, that's, for now, no advice. Because you exceptional ability users coming to the base, the higher-ups will definitely give you some preferential treatment, so wait and see what the specifics are, and then consider what to do," Wang Xuking explained with a smile. He knew that powerful ability users generally didn't want to join the military because the military was the place with the strictest rules, even in these apocalyptic times. After all, soldiers fight in coordinated teams, they don't just represent themselves, but rather a group. If one person makes a mistake, it could even jeopardize the entire legion. So, strictness is a must. And for many ability users, having finally gained such strong powers, to abide by such strict rules was out of the question. So, most ability users were reluctant to join the military. Of course, those who were originally military personnel, like Wei Zhengou and his team. Wang Xuking was very keen to recruit them into the legion. However, as Wang Xuking had just mentioned, they would first have to see how the upper levels would allocate Wang Tao and his group and what kind of treatment they would receive. Then he could consider if he could recruit them into the 3rd Legion. Sure. Wang Tao smiled and nodded. He had to admit, Wang Xuking was quite sincere, and Wang Tao had a very favorable impression of him and the whole 3rd Legion. After showing Wang Tao and the others around the rooms prepared for them, Wang Xuking said, "Next, I'll give you a primer on some common issues within the base city." Chapter 302 Basic Knowledge of the Base 1. First of all, currency. Our base city has its own currency system. After all, with so many people and so many items needing to be traded, bartering would definitely be very troublesome. Our currency is officially called Crystal Core Exchange Currency, commonly known as Crystal Coin. As the name implies, crystal coins can be directly exchanged for crystal cores and are trusted by everyone. The reason we don't directly trade with crystal cores is that their quality, type, and level vary, which leads to significant price differences. Essentially, it's still a form of bartering, which is quite cumbersome. But after converting various crystal cores into crystal coins according to their respective rates, trading becomes much easier. But now there's a problem: most crystal cores no longer have abilities, so crystal coins might collapse. Therefore, I personally suggest that you hold off on exchanging for crystal coins for the time being. Wang Xuking first explained the currency system within the base city. When Wang Tao heard the first part of the explanation, he was ready to exchange some currency, as being without money would make things difficult no matter where you are. But after hearing that crystal coins were tied to crystal cores and might collapse, he immediately became cautious. "Thank you. If you hadn't warned me, I would have gone to exchange for crystal coins right afterward." Wang Tao expressed his sincere thanks. "No need to be polite." Wang Xuking first smiled, and then sighed helplessly. I've saved up some crystal coins myself, and if they lose value, I'll have nowhere to cry." Who would have thought that zombies evolved and in the process, they caused the abilities in crystal cores to evolve away? Wang Tao shrugged helplessly. Naturally, there was nothing he could do about such things. However, he believed that crystal coins probably wouldn't collapse. After all, so far, the Hope Research Institute had created a lot of equipment that could use crystal cores, such as powered armor and the like. Previously on the train, Wang Xuking had experimented. Those crystal cores without abilities couldn't be merged, but they could still be used in powered armor. Therefore, Wang Tao felt the price of crystal coins would certainly fluctuate, but a total collapse was unlikely. Next, let's talk about the base's ranking system and the distribution of major forces. The base committee naturally holds the highest authority, and the specific executive arm is the municipal office. As for the classification of the levels of major forces, if a force has a member who becomes a committee member, it is considered a large force. There are currently 23 members in the committee. Each legion has 2 members serving as committee members, and the other forces only have 1. And there are a total of 6 legions. So, there are 17 large forces in total. The names of the 6 major legions are simply from the 1st legion to the 6th legion. The ranking of these legions is not based on strength, but on the order in which they were established. However, the earlier a legion was established, the longer it has developed, and the stronger its strength. Therefore, it's not wrong to say that a legion's name also suggests its ranking. For example, our 3rd legion is ranked 3rd. As for what exactly a legion is, you can simply understand it as the regular army from before the reforms. We have a complete combat system, equipment, and a large number of soldiers. We, the 6 major legions, are the founders of Qing base, the strongest combat power of the base, and the firmest foundation stone of the base. The other committee member seats and such are actually voluntarily given by us. Apart from the 6 major legions, the remaining large forces include the Hope Research Institute, the Rush Army, the Northern Sea Union. Among these forces, the Hope Research Institute naturally holds the most transcendent status. Various equipment related to crystal cores, potions, and so on are all developed by the Hope Research Institute. Wang Tao was very interested in the Hope Research Institute, especially the powered armor they produced. Moreover, Wang Tao wanted to get a set of prosthetic limbs for Xiang Hongbin. The prosthetics Xiang Hongbin was using now were 3D printed at a military base, and while not unusable, there was still much room for improvement. Judging from the level of technology displayed in the powered armor and mechanical exoskeletons, getting a better set of prosthetics for Xiang Hongbin shouldn't be hard. Finally, it's about the division of areas within the base. Apart from our 6 major legions, which are spread out all over the base, the other forces usually have fixed areas of activity. For example, the Hope Research Institute is located right in the center of the base. You can completely think of this place as a normal city. Of course, it's still quite different from cities before the apocalypse, such as now we have special ability training fields, firearm weapon shops, special ability schools, and even casinos, pleasure venues. In short, Qing base is large, and its functions are quite complete. I can't explain all the details at once, you'll have to slowly discover them yourself. Listening to Wang Ziking's introduction, everyone showed an interested expression. This Qing base sounds truly great. There are even various entertainment facilities. When do entertainment facilities appear? Naturally, when there's a higher sense of security. Otherwise, who would be in the mood for entertainment when living in constant fear? This indicates that Qing City base is indeed safe. Wang Ziking further explained, but this doesn't mean that survivors can live carefree upon arriving at our Qing base. The base is our home, and its development depends on everyone. Everyone should contribute to the base, and the level of contribution will determine an individual's power and status within the base. This is very important. Chapter 302 Basic Knowledge of the Base 2 Although our base has a safety net, even if survivors do nothing, the base won't let them starve to death. The consequence is that these people might be compulsorily drafted to fight at any time. So after arriving at the base, it's better to find a job for yourself. There are many job positions at our base, and even if you really can't do anything, selling your labor is also an option. This definitely won't be a problem for you. I won't go on about it. Wang Tao and the others all nodded, which was what they expected. Not to mention Qing base, even the various bases they had seen before, regardless of size, all had something similar to contribution points. Survivors couldn't just freeload at the base, they had to contribute. Although this divided people into different ranks actually, it was also divided before the apocalypse, just not so overtly. It also gave people the motivation to climb upward. And now, under these circumstances, those with greater strength and more contributions should indeed have privileges. This was not about oppressing ordinary people but rather providing an alternative form of protection for them if these people weren't granted privileges, not to mention whether they would be willing to contribute to the base in the future. The real question was, even if you didn't grant them privileges, couldn't they just take them? After all, they were powerful and could get what they wanted anyway. If things really developed to that point, the consequences would be severe. It would have been possible to settle things through negotiation and peace, but force was used instead. And the ones to suffer would be the whole base. So, this was actually a form of protection for ordinary people. The founders of the base, the 6 major legions, were willing to give up some of their interests, also considering this problem. Of course, since ranks were explicitly assigned, there would naturally be exploitation of some people, which was inevitable and temporarily unsolvable. However, for Wang Tao and his group, with their abilities, not to mention the upper ranks, at least being in the middle class was definitely not a problem. Wang Ziking talked a lot more with Wang Tao and his group, continuing until late into the night. He finally realized it was getting late, so he stood up to take his leave. Haha, maybe it's because I was too tense before. Now that I feel safe I've become more talkative. I hope you don't mind. What are you talking about? We're really grateful you told us all this stuff. Stay for a meal with us. Wang Tao was ready to invite Wang Zhang for a meal, but Wang Zhang declined. I haven't gone home today yet, my wife is waiting at home. Seeing the happiness on Wang Zhang's face, Wang Tao nodded with a smile. Alright then, I really envy you. Being able to be with your wife in the apocalypse was indeed enviable. But as soon as Wang Tao expressed his envy, he immediately felt several gazes directed at him. Haha, it should be me envying you. Sleep well. Wang Zhang winked at Wang Tao and then left laughing. Wang Tao personally saw him out and, upon returning, found that Wei Zhengou and the others had taken some food to their respective rooms. Only Ding Yukan and a few other women, along with Lightning, were left. Seeing the women staring at him, Wang Tao felt a slight thrill in his heart. Could it be that tonight he could relax properly with all the women? However, clearly, he thought too much. The women suddenly glared at him in unison, then all retired to their rooms as well. Even Zhang Shixu, who usually liked to stick close to Wang Tao, left, leaving only Lightning looking at Wang Tao expectantly. Sigh. Poor us, it's just you and me from now on. Wang Tao intentionally sighed loudly. Seeing that he received no response, he simply patted Lightning's head and then took out some food. After eating simply with a dog, he returned to his room. The place Wang Zhang had arranged for Wang Tao and his group was a small courtyard with many rooms, but only their group was in the entire yard, so it was quite peaceful. In the room, Wang Tao lay in bed, with Lightning lying under the bed. Without turning on the light, Wang Tao lay with his eyes open, looking at the ceiling. What a comforting feeling. Wang Tao mumbled. Since the apocalypse began, this was the first time he felt such a strong sense of security. This feeling was really comfortable. Sleep. Wang Tao closed his eyes, not having slept soundly for a long time. But just as Wang Tao was about to fall asleep, he suddenly heard the sound of a door opening. Lightning, who laid on the ground, immediately raised its head, but soon lay down again. Wang Tao's eyebrows lifted. He was curious as to who the visitor was. But he didn't look, nor did he use his perception. He closed his eyes and even deliberately made a soft snoring sound. Before long, Wang Tao felt a soft body gently climb onto his bed. After coming into contact with the other's body, Wang Tao didn't need to look to instantly know who it was. Sister-in-law, you're in the wrong room. Wang Tao suddenly spoke out. Ding Yukan was startled by Wang Tao's voice, her face slightly flushed, and she lightly hammered Wang Tao's chest in mild annoyance. You're pretending to be asleep to scare me. Wang Tao wrapped his arm around Ding Yukan's waist, looking at her watery eyes in the dark and teasing, Sister-in-law hasn't answered me yet, I said you're in the wrong room. Humphrey Ding Yukan ignored him. But feeling Wang Tao's wandering hands, she bit her lip and then whispered in Wang Tao's ear, bad man. I didn't get the wrong room, I came to sleep with you. Chapter 302 Basic Knowledge of the Base 3. Ding Yukan, who usually has a thin skin, said something like this, and Wang Tao naturally couldn't stand it. To think she would call me bad. Just you wait. He prepared to teach Ding Yukan a lesson, but suddenly there was more noise from outside the door. Wang Tao and Ding Yukan are ability users who, when awake, naturally would not miss any slight movement due to their perception abilities. Both instinctively stopped what they were doing. Lightning raised its head, then quickly lowered it again. A moment later, Wang Tao felt another person climb onto his bed. This touch, this scent. Ah! Hanrua suddenly let out a cry of surprise. She thought there was only Wang Tao in the bed, but to her shock, she touched another person. Officer Han, did you walk into the wrong room too? Hearing Wang Tao's teasing, Hanrua's face turned red as blood. She somewhat regretted not using her perception to check first. But it wasn't too late, she quickly used her perception to take a look and found this energy body to be very familiar. It was Ding Yukan. This immediately relieved Hanrua quite a bit, at least it was a familiar person whom she had relied on for a long time. Besides, it wasn't the first time the three of them had. Awkward as it was, it didn't feel too embarrassing. However, Hanrua's skin was also thin, and she immediately spoke, sorry, I went to the wrong room. After saying that, she was about to get up and leave. Wang Tao was about to stop her, but someone beat him to it. Ding Yukan grabbed her arm. Having been teased by Wang Tao, Ding Yukan was still somewhat embarrassed. But now, seeing the very awkward Hanrua, she suddenly didn't find it embarrassing. So she definitely had to make Hanrua stay. Besides, if Hanrua hadn't come, that would be one thing, but since she came, there was no need to leave, otherwise, it would seem like she was being overbearing. Anyway, it wasn't the first time. Hanrua of course didn't really want to leave. With Ding Yukan pulling her, she didn't struggle free, just blushed even more deeply. Wang Tao took the opportunity to wrap his arm around Hanrua's waist. Since you're here. The bed is big, there's enough room. Hanrua lay half reluctantly and half willingly in Wang Tao's embrace. Just as Wang Tao, with one arm around Ding Yukan and the other around Han Rui, was about to deeply communicate with the two, there was more noise outside the door. And this time, it wasn't just one set of footsteps, but two. Lightning this time didn't even bother to lift its head, it clearly already knew who it was. Wang Tao's eyes immediately lit up. Could it be that tonight is really going to be? However, it seems the two people outside didn't come together. When they saw each other, they both seemed startled, and then left as if fleeing. Wang Tao immediately used his perception ability to check. One was Yang Qingong, and the other was Alan Yulian. He felt somewhat disappointed, while Ding Yukan and Han Ru in his arms both breathed a sigh of relief. Then both of them turned to look at Wang Tao simultaneously, their faces showing a faint reproach. Humphrey, the two of them agreed in silent understanding that they needed to properly punish Wang Tao tonight. The next day, when Wang Tao woke up, there was no sign of the two women beside him, and even lightning was gone from the side of the bed. When he had washed up, dressed, and walked out, he saw Wei Zhengou and the others playing with lightning in the courtyard. As military men, they naturally had a genuine fondness for military dogs, and even though Lightning's size was now akin to a small calf and somewhat intimidating, they still adored the animal immensely. Huh? You're actually up? Upon seeing Wang Tao, Wei Zhengou immediately raised an eyebrow. What is that supposed to mean? Wang Tao gave him a glare, as if to say he doubted his own ability. Ha. Xiang Hongbin and the others beside him laughed loudly. Not far away, Ding Yukan and the other women who were preparing breakfast had very calm expressions. Just by looking at them, one wouldn't guess what happened last night. They sure can act. Wang Tao complained inwardly and then prepared to go offer his help, only to be chased away by the women on account of getting in the way. Wang Tao shrugged helplessly. They weren't like this last night. Having no choice, Wang Tao had to go and play with Lightning, which made the dog incredibly happy. After finishing the sumptuous breakfast prepared by the women, everyone suddenly didn't know what to do. There was no need to go outside to fight zombies, no need to stand guard, no need to check the defense facilities of the base, no need to comfort the frightened survivors. The sense of security within Qing base made them all a little unaccustomed. Wang Zheng told us to wait for the notification from above. Before the notice arrives, we don't have anything to do, so let's get some good rest. It's a rare opportunity to rest. Wang Tao said with a smile. Even if the base was secure, they couldn't stay there forever. They still needed to go out and kill zombies to enhance their strength. They would surely get busy in the future, so now was indeed a rare chance to rest. However, Wang Tao seemed to remember something and quickly added, "Oh right. I've recently accumulated a batch of health point enhancement crystal cores and extraction crystal cores, and I can use this time to enhance everyone's strength." Wang Tao had 110,000 health point, and the reason why he had an extra 10,000 was due to the health point enhancement crystal cores. After merging and then extracting the health point enhancement crystal core, the boost in health point remained. Before, as there were not enough extraction crystal cores, Wang Tao was unable to let everyone else use them. Now that he had enough crystal cores, he could enhance the others as well. Great. Everyone was eager and looking forward, not standing on ceremony. After spending some time, Ding Yukan, Wei Zhengou, and several others got their health point raised to 110,000. Next, it was time to prepare them for awakening. Wang Tao had 6 physical awakening keys, but there were not many level 4 ascension crystal cores, only enough for 3 people to use. Who to let go first? Just as Wang Tao was about to discuss it with everyone, Wang Zheng came over with several strangers. Good morning, everyone. Let me introduce you, this is Kui Sheng, Secretary Kui. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit with a friendly smile on his face was already extending his hands towards Wang Tao from a distance. Mr. Wang, hello. Just call me Little Kui. Chapter 303, Assigning Rooms and Giving Money. 1 Secretary Kui, hello. Wang Tao shook hands with this Kui Sheng. I've heard a lot about Mr. Wang before and have always wanted to visit, but I was tied up with too many things and it got delayed. Please don't take offense, Mr. Wang. Today, at last, I meet you in person. A brilliant smile spread across Kui Sheng's face. Oh? You've heard about me? Of course. Mr. Wang is a famous awakener. I've heard your name being praised to the skies. Pride gleamed on Kui Sheng's face, as if knowing Wang Tao's name was a matter of great honor. It was the first time Wang Tao had been so blatantly flattered and it took some getting used to. Ahem, so this is. Oh, I apologize. I got too excited seeing you. My name is Kui Sheng, I am the secretary to the municipal office. I'm here on behalf of the office. Kui Sheng hastily explained. Wang Tao suddenly understood. The municipal office was Qing City Base's highest administrative authority. Almost all matters within the base were handled by it. The municipal office was like the olden days government, representing the entirety of Chang City base. As Kui Sheng was here on behalf of the municipal office, he was essentially the official representative of the entire Chang City base. Secretary Kui, Captain Wan, please come inside. Ah. Please, after you. Wang Tao led the group inside. 3 others had come with Kui Sheng, and they looked like his subordinates. Since Kui Sheng didn't introduce them, Wang Tao didn't ask further. Upon seeing the many beautiful women around Wang Tao, Kui Sheng only spared the women a quick glance to register their appearances firmly in his mind, then immediately turned his head away without looking further. As for the men like Wei Zhengo, Kui Sheng greeted them very politely and warmly. However, he was startled when he saw lightning. Captain Wan hadn't told him that there was such a large mutant beast here. With such a large body, it must be at least a level 3. A hint of envy flickered in Kui Sheng's eyes. Wang Tao observed Kui Sheng discreetly. Health point, 1000 out of 1000, internal impurity, 5%. Kui Sheng turned out to be an ordinary person, not even level 1, which surprised Wang Tao a bit. Couldn't afford a crystal core? What exactly is this municipal office secretary's position? It doesn't seem great. But the 5% impurity in his body suggested that he had likely merged with about 10 crystal cores. 10 crystal cores and still not an awakener? It could only mean that either the crystal cores were inferior, or he was incredibly unlucky, or perhaps a bit of both. Thank you, thank you. After inviting Kui Sheng to sit, Nisa Ayan immediately went to pour water, and Kui Sheng eagerly thanked her before taking out a tablet and a pen and offering them to Wang Tao with great courtesy. Mr. Wang, I am here to conduct your identity registration. Could you please fill this out? Only once registered in the system can you be considered an official member of the base city. Wang Tao took the tablet, which displayed a form. The content of the form was straightforward, without unnecessary frills, simply asking for name, age, gender, special skills, and ability user's level among other details. Just a standard personnel registration, which made Wang Tao suspect there must be another agenda for the secretary to personally make the trip. As expected, while Wang Tao was filling out the form, Kui Sheng brought up another point. Mr. Wang, since your arrival in Chang City base, do you have any particular thoughts or requests? As you know, our base places high value on talent. Wang Tao's eyebrows raised, and he said with a smile, I'm new here and not very familiar with the place. How about you give me an introduction? Certainly. Kui Sheng immediately nodded, then began to explain without missing a beat. Based on our past experience, those strong ability users who have joined our base, Kui Sheng, or rather the municipal office, assume that a level 4 ability user like Wang Tao, along with a group of level 3 ability users, would most likely be unwilling to live the life of ordinary people peacefully. But it wasn't entirely impossible, as there had been previous cases. Kui Sheng's visit was aimed at subtly probing Wang Tao's intentions. If Wang Tao and his group truly desired to lead the lives of ordinary people, he would certainly try to dissuade them. After all, a fourth-order superpower was a force to be reckoned with. Such strength was wasted if one settled for an ordinary life. They should at least make some contributions to the base, right? Of course, the base wouldn't exploit labor for nothing, they would provide plenty of benefits in return. Kui Sheng explained that those foreign ability users who arrived at the base city typically chose one of 3 directions for development. The first was to join a legion, another combat force, or establish their own organization. This was the most popular option. The second was to apply for an official position within the base, akin to a base civil servant. This was the second most chosen path. The third was to run profit-making venues or businesses within the base city. And this was the least chosen because it required a certain flair, and without the brains for it, you couldn't make it work. However, all 3 development directions had a common aspect to consider, which was to enhance one's own strength. In a post-apocalyptic world, strength was the foundation of everything. Without strength, everything else was like a castle in the air, gone in the blink of an eye. So improving one's own strength was essential. Kui Sheng wanted to know in which direction Wang Tao was planning to develop, so the municipal office could offer Wang Tao some preferential treatment. Of course, it wasn't just these 3 directions, there were other niche options. Also, these weren't mutually exclusive. If you had the capacity, you could pursue multiple at once. For instance, some powerful ability users not only formed teams to hunt zombies but also held part-time positions at the municipal office. Chapter 303, Assigning Rooms and Giving Money to. Regarding this issue, Wang Tao would definitely need to go out and hunt zombies, but he couldn't possibly join a legion. Therefore, his only options were to join another force or to establish his own organization. Wang Tao pondered for a moment and said, I will establish a small organization. As for this answer, Kui Sheng wasn't surprised. Most ability users made this choice, preferring to be the head of a chicken rather than the tail of a phoenix. Then, when you're ready to establish your organization, Please be sure to inform me. I will take care of all the procedures for you. Kuisheng immediately patted his chest and said. Okay, then I'll trouble you with that. Wang Tao smiled and nodded. Since others were willing to help, he definitely wouldn't refuse. Moreover, from what Kuisheng insinuated, it was clear that the city hall was obviously going to offer him some benefits. It's no trouble at all, no trouble. Kuisheng waved his hands repeatedly, and after Wang Tao finished filling out the forms, he swiped on the tablet. The last item is about your residence. Our base city is very large, and all survivors within the base are allocated houses for free. You and your friends are certainly no exception. Where would you prefer to choose? The tablet displayed a map of Qing base. All marked locations were available for selection. According to the situation within the base, the best areas were the central regions, while naturally, the worst were along the edges. The edge areas had no markers. Did this mean Wang Tao couldn't choose them? As if seeing Wang Tao's confusion, Kuisheng quickly explained, our base is fairly good in all aspects, but there are some mixed elements. To avoid any disturbance to you, I've removed some houses that do not match your status. The marked areas now all have relatively high-quality neighbors. Of course, this doesn't mean you can't choose other areas. You can choose any, but I personally wouldn't recommend it. I see, that's very thoughtful. One had to admit, this Kuisheng really knew how to get things done. Oh, not at all. Kuisheng quickly waved his hands. This wasn't only for Wang Tao's consideration but also for the ordinary people. If Wang Tao chose a poor environment and then some lower-class person, ignorant of his own limits, angered Wang Tao, there'd be nowhere to reason if Wang Tao killed them. Wang Tao briefly looked over the options. The locations closer to the city center were better, but the houses were also getting smaller. However, since they were free, he couldn't ask for too much. So Wang Tao chose a middle ground location. The house was neither too big nor too small, and it was neither too far nor too close to the city center. After Wang Tao made his choice, Kuisheng allowed Wei Zhengou, Ding Yukan, and the others to choose. One house per person. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. He had specifically chosen a small courtyard, thinking it would be convenient for many people, but now everyone gets their own? Of course. You and your companions are all qualified to receive free housing. In reality, Wang Tao could choose freely, whereas the others weren't able to choose as freely as he could. After all, there were not a few level 3 ability users within the base, and those positions were quite desirable, making it difficult to get such houses for free. But since they were with Wang Tao, who was an awakener, there weren't many awakeners in the whole base. Wang Tao was an individual marked by the city hall for good relations, with the ideal outcome being that Wang Tao would take up a position within the base and fully become one of their own. However, since Kuisheng was meeting Wang Tao for the first time, he didn't dare to say too much, fearing it might cause resentment. For others, taking up a post within the base and receiving a salary would certainly be a good thing. But who knew what Wang Tao thought, as many powerful individuals did not like to be constrained and had somewhat peculiar personalities. And besides, not all of them cared for such small rewards. Nevertheless, Kuisheng did not give up. He was just a minor secretary, and although he held a position in the city hall, it was not an official one, and he was considered contractual. There were many others like him, and the competition was fierce. For someone like him, with no power, no influence, and no strength, climbing up the ranks on his own was impossible, so he had to look for other means. The arrival of Wang Tao gave him a glimmer of hope. TSK, these welfare benefits are quite good. Wang Tao laughed and shook his head. Soon, everyone had made their choices, mostly opting for locations around the house Wang Tao had chosen. Even Lightning was allocated one. You don't have to decide right now, you can go and see the place in person. Kuisheng thoughtfully reminded him. No need, I've already seen the photos, let's go with this one. Wang Tao waved his hand. If the house wasn't satisfactory, he could always change it later. Since it was free, he didn't want the hassle. Alright. Kuisheng clicked to confirm, entering the information into the main system, and then took 2 cases from someone behind him. Mr. Wang, these are welcome gifts prepared by our city hall for you and your friends. Please check them. Kuisheng opened the 2 cases. The first contained more than a dozen black cards. The second case held a dozen or so devices resembling wristwatches. Underneath the cards was a note, and on the cards was a long string of numbers, resembling a bank card. These are crystal coin storage cards, commonly known as crystal coin cards. They are essentially the same as the bank cards of the past. They contain crystal coins that can be used in any card swiping machine and info wristwatch within the base, and you can also exchange them for crystal cores of equal value at the bank. However, due to some changes in crystal cores, the exchange rate has fluctuated. Of course, you can still use them normally. Chapter 303, Assigning Rooms and Giving Money 3. Well, I didn't expect City Hall to be so direct, just handing out money. Wang Tao was quite surprised, but he found it to be good. After all, he might not have use for other things, but crystal coins were definitely useful to him. Kui Sheng then pointed to the wristwatch and said, "This is a communication wrist device, which records your personal details, account information, and other data. The wrist device connects to our base's network, allowing you to communicate, publish information, and conduct crystal coin transactions and other activities. However, this requires a network connection, meaning it only works within our base. If you leave the base, the device will go offline, restricting many of its functions. Oh right, the wrist device also charges a fixed monthly fee of 10 crystal coins." After listening to Kui Sheng's explanation, Wang Tao looked at his communication wrist device, which was quite bulky and a bit clumsy looking, but he appreciated its functionality. Next was the crystal coin card, similar to the bank cards of the past, each card inscribed with a name and specific information. Even Lightning had one. Wang Tao quickly glanced at the notes, finding that most people, including Lightning, had 1,000 crystal coins written on theirs. Lan Yulian's note had 5,000 crystal coins while Wang Tao's own note displayed 20,000 crystal coins. Kui Sheng explained, according to our base city's standards, a level 1 ability user joining the base for the first time can receive a 10 crystal coin subsidy, a second-order superpower owner can get 100 crystal coins, a level 3 ability user can get 1,000 crystal coins, and a 4th-order superpower can get 10,000 crystal coins. If you have other roles, such as being a force leader or saving many survivors, there might be additional bonuses. I see. Wang Tao nodded. City Hall was quite generous in this regard, he just wasn't sure about the purchasing power of one crystal coin. However, judging by the envious expressions of Kui Sheng and Wang Zhang by his side, these crystal coins must be quite valuable. Mr. Wang, now that the items have been delivered, I won't disturb you any further. This is my contact information. Should you need anything, please inform me directly, I am always available. As for your residence, since it's been unoccupied for a while, I will have someone clean it inside and out, which might take about a day. After it's clean, I will contact you." Kui Sheng handed over a business card with a series of numbers on it, which Wang Tao could use to contact him through the wrist device. "Alright, thank you for your trouble. Take care." Wang Tao stood up. "Please, stay." Wang Zhang saw Kui Sheng out, then returned and said to Wang Tao, "As I said, our base is quite generous. There's been a lot of fluctuation between crystal coins and crystal cores exchange rates, so it's hard to give a precise figure. But, if we go by the previous rates, 10,000 crystal coins could be exchanged for 2 or 3 level 4 crystal cores." Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. The purchasing power of the crystal coins was higher than he had imagined. Including Lightning, there were 17 people in their group. 15 of them received 1,000 crystal coins, Jade Lotus got 5,000 crystal coins, and he himself received 20,000 crystal coins. That added up to a total of 40,000 gold coins. Didn't that amount to about 10 level 4 crystal cores? Indeed, quite generous. Wang Tao said with a smile as he nodded. He planned to check later if these crystal coins could be exchanged for a level 4 crystal core, he was in dire need of them. It would be great if the exchange was possible, but it seemed unlikely anyone with such items would probably use them for themselves instead of trading them away. By the way, this Kui Sheng is a secretary from City Hall. While his benefits are not bad, he's not officially employed, so he's sure to want to climb higher. If he can serve you well and get you into a somewhat official position in City Hall, he would earn significant benefits. No wonder. Wang Tao thought to himself, no surprise the man was so deferential, he had an agenda. Actually, I personally suggest you take up the position at City Hall as well, even just nominally. I'm not saying this just for the extra salary, but it's also about contributing to the base, haha. Of course, joining the base doesn't mean you can take up the position right away, there's still a period of assessment needed. Alright, I'll consider it. Wang Tao disliked inconvenience, but he recognized Wang Zhang's good intention. It was already noon, and Wang Tao invited Wang Zhang to stay for lunch. Wang Zhang did not refuse. After completing the mission to rescue Zijin base, he had a long vacation and could arrange his time freely. Hosting Wang Tao for these few days was also a chance for him to relax. After lunch, Wang Zhang called for a minibus and took Wang Tao and his group around the nearby area. With money in hand, Wang Tao intended to spend some, but nothing he saw seemed worth it. The base center has a lot for sale, even powered armor. But that's really expensive. Wang Zhang explained to Wang Tao. Wang Tao's eyes lit up, he was just about to ask Wang Zhang where he could buy powered armor. Once Kui Sheng had cleaned the house, he would move there and visit the city center to see if he could get a powered armor set to study. The group spent the afternoon strolling around, with plans for Wang Zhang to take Wang Tao out after dinner. Qing Base had a vibrant nightlife, after all. But suddenly Wang Xuking received a message, apparently an urgent matter. "Sorry, I need to leave for a bit." "No worries, go ahead." After seeing Wang Xuking off, Wang Tao turned to the others and said, "How about going out on our own after dinner? I hear there's some exciting performance here." "Sure." Everyone nodded in agreement. It had been a long time since they had been so relaxed. After dinner, the group headed to the streets, ready to follow Wang Tao to see the thrilling performance. Just then, they saw a patch of red in the dark sky in the distance. "What is that?" Chapter 304, Meteorite Train 1 Qing Base, 7 o'clock in the evening. Some streets were still bustling with traffic, and neon lights one after another flickered on. Scantily clad women, vendors pushing carts, fortune-tellers mumbling to themselves, gangsters surrounded by onlookers engaged in fights. The rich nightlife of Qing Base had begun. However, suddenly, people noticed a flickering red light before their eyes and, instinctively looking up, they saw that the night sky's dark clouds had been tinged with a faint red hue without them noticing. "What's that?" Everyone was somewhat bewildered. Then a trail blazed past overhead with a red tail flame. "A shooting star?" People exclaimed in surprise, and some even began to make a wish with palms pressed together. Then came a second red tail flame, and a third. Wow! A meteor shower. Now many people were getting excited. Even those who weren't superstitious started to make wishes. Having seen a rainbow a few days ago, and now a meteor shower. Didn't this foretell good fortune coming their way? But some people were confused. Why does it feel like some of the meteorites are headed straight for us? Buzz! Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded throughout the streets and alleys. Level 1 alert. Meteorite incoming. Everyone, find shelter close by. Level 1 alert. Meteorite incoming. Whoosh! People were startled, and many were frozen for a moment in shock. But after all, they had lived through the apocalypse. Although most of them might not be very strong, their survival instincts were still sharp. Upon hearing the alarm and the messages from the broadcasts, people on the streets immediately began running into the buildings on both sides. Those who couldn't get away in time took cover in the corners of the walls. The expressions on people's faces were filled with panic. Meteor showers were beautiful, but if it was a meteor shower that could hit them, that was deadly. "Don't panic, everyone evacuate orderly." A fully armed squad of soldiers appeared. They were part of the city defense army that normally patrolled the base. "Follow me, don't push." There were also some uniformed personnel directing the crowd. These were the base's police officers. With the military and police present, the chaotic crowd quickly stabilized. At that moment, suddenly a few people and a mutated large dog squeezed out from the crowd and ran toward where a meteorite was about to crash. "Hey! You!" A soldier in military attire was about to remind them that at times like this, even if you were an ability user, it was best to take cover. But he saw the person at the front of the group turn his head to look at him. Boom! The soldier felt as if he had been struck by an indescribable aura, those green eyes rendering him breathless. "Awakener!" The soldier immediately sealed his lips. He didn't expect that group to be led by fourth-order superpower users. If they encountered danger, his squad might all be killed while those people might be unscathed. So he said no more, for those who could awaken to become fourth-order superpower users were certainly not fools. On the other side, Wang Tao withdrew his gaze. It wasn't that he intentionally intimidated others, it was just that when he was serious, he naturally exuded an imposing aura. "Head west." Wang Tao called out, and the rest followed immediately. He had seen a meteorite about to crash inside the base, and he wanted to check out the situation. When he first noticed the meteorites, Wang Tao too was shocked. But after a brief observation, he realized the meteorites were not targeting the base. Perhaps one or two might fall inside the base by chance, but most of them seemed to be crashing elsewhere. That's why he dared to run out. Otherwise, if a large number of meteorites were crashing towards the base, even as a fourth-order awakener, he wouldn't dare to run around. After all, compared to natural disasters, his power was nothing. Wang Tao made a rough estimate of where the meteorite was going to fall. It should land in that area ahead. There were buildings there, and many people had taken refuge inside. If the meteorite fell, those people were likely doomed. "Everyone, leave this building." Wang Tao got to the outside and yelled at those inside. Some people poked their heads out to look at him, but no one left. They took shelter inside, clearly unable to see the trajectory of the meteorite above their heads. The broadcast had just instructed them to find a nearby place to hide. Running out now, wouldn't that be courting death? If Wang Tao had been dressed in a military or police uniform, they might have trusted him more. But he was dressed like an ordinary survivor, though somewhat burly and likely an ability user, but obviously the people's trust in him wasn't high. Wang Tao frowned at their attitude, but he didn't plan to say any more. After all, this wasn't Zijin base, and he couldn't expect people to trust him unconditionally. So, Wang Tao stretched out his hand and a fireball appeared in his palm. The fireball grew larger, and an aura of destruction started to spread. Leave, or die. The survivors hiding in the building were taken aback. Among them, there were experienced ability users who knew that Wang Tao's fireball wasn't an ordinary ability and was likely related to awakening. This was a fourth-order awakened one. If a fourth-order awakener made a move against them, none of them might survive. Run now. Even though they didn't understand why Wang Tao was doing this, between dying right now and possibly dying later, they distinctly chose the latter. But many of them thought to themselves that if they survived today's calamity, they definitely needed to secretly report Wang Tao. Chapter 304, Meteorite Train 2. Even ability users and awakeners have privileges, but threatening so many people in this kind of situation is unjustifiable. Wang Tao, of course, did not know what these people were thinking, and even if he did, he would not care. He calmly watched the group leave the building, then turned his gaze to the sky. It's coming. A meteor with a red tail grew larger and larger. Wang Tao and the others quickly retreated. Then boom. A loud crash shook the earth and mountains. The meteor struck the very building they had just left with precision. The entire building was instantly leveled to the ground, with a scorching blaze erupting. Those who had not left yet suffered painfully hot cheeks from the high temperature. Is everyone alright? Wang Tao turned back to look at everyone. We're fine. Woof. Everyone answered in unison. Seeing that no one was injured, Wang Tao looked up at the sky again to make sure there were no more meteors falling anytime soon, and then he ran towards the site of the meteor impact. Let's go. The fireball in Wang Tao's hand was still alight, and he hadn't thrown it. After all, he wasn't sure of the meteorite's condition or whether there were any dangers inside. Meanwhile, Wang Tao kept an eye on his health point bar to see if any negative status effects appeared. Fortunately, as the group approached the large crater made by the meteor, they encountered no dangers. Such a huge pit. A basketball court-sized crater emerged amidst flames and smoke, and inside the pit was a meteor the size of a wash basin. Is that thing from the sky some kind of celestial metal? Yang Qingong murmured. I'll go pick it up. The flames below did not deter Wang Tao, who was not afraid of fire, and he quickly approached the meteor. Huh? But upon seeing the meteor up close, Wang Tao paused. This meteor actually had a name. After ensuring the surroundings were safe, Wang Tao immediately extinguished the fireball in his hand, then he placed his hand on the scorching meteor, which disappeared instantaneously. Obtained, 1 level 5 energy crystal meteorite, outstanding, level 5 energy crystal meteorite, outstanding, contains a world of its own, can be opened, requires 8 level 5 crystal cores. Surprised by the attributes of the meteor, Wang Tao was taken aback. This was actually a level 5 meteor of outstanding quality. And it seemed to contain something valuable that could be unlocked. But to unlock this meteor, he would need 8 level 5 crystal cores. Ridiculous. He hadn't even seen a level 5 zombie, save for a terribly fearsome catastrophe zombie, let alone gather so many level 5 crystal cores. However, could this indirectly suggest that there indeed were valuable items inside? Generally speaking, the greater the sacrifice, the greater the reward. After scouring the large crater and ensuring there was nothing else besides this meteor, Wang Tao returned to the group. What's the situation down there? Ding Yukan asked curiously. Wang Tao stretched out his hand, and a wash basin-sized meteor appeared in his palm. The meteor, originally burning hot, had cooled to a normal temperature after being stored and retrieved from the space backpack. Wang Tao hadn't looked closely just now, but now he noticed the meteor had 8 small pits, about the size of a crystal core, presumably meant for inserting them. Touch it and see if you can feel anything. Wang Tao first handed the meteor to Ding Yukan. The meteor was still quite heavy, but Ding Yukan, no longer the weakling she had been, easily picked it up. Huh? Upon touching the meteor, Ding Yukan let out a soft exclamation. I feel like there's something inside the meteor, but it requires 8 level 5 crystal cores to unlock it? Ding Yukan was somewhat taken aback, doubting her own perception. 8 level 5 crystal cores? Upon hearing Ding Yukan's words, Wang Tao instantly understood. He had had the same feeling when he touched the meteor, but he wasn't sure if it was just psychological, since he had already seen the meteor's specific information. It could have been a suggestion. However, it was proven that it was not his illusion, it was real. That is to say, besides him, others could also know that there was something hidden inside the meteor, and that 10 level 5 crystal cores were needed to open it. Wang Tao let the others try as well, and Hanru, Wei Zhengo, and the rest could also vaguely sense the method to open this crystal core. But the outrageous requirement for unlocking it left everyone baffled. After all, Wang Tao didn't even have many level 4 crystal cores, let alone where to find level 5 crystal cores, and 8 of them no less. The energy crystal meteorite could only be temporarily stored at the bottom of the space backpack for now, to be opened later if an opportunity arose. Wang Tao. There's another meteor that has fallen at the base. It's not far from us. At that moment, Lan Yulian pointed in a direction. Wang Tao glanced over and immediately beckoned. Let's go. The group started towards the second meteorite's fall site. After incidentally rescuing 2 groups of people along the way, Wang Tao and his team successfully arrived outside the meteor pit. At a glance, they could see a home bathtub-sized meteor in the center of the large pit. What a huge meteor! There was a hint of excitement in Wang Tao's eyes. Such a large meteor must contain many good things. Wang Tao quickly made his way into the flames and collected the large and heavy meteor into his space backpack. Chapter 304, Meteorite Train 3, Item Acquired, 1 Level 4 Energy Crystal Meteorite, Ordinary, Level 4 Energy Crystal Meteorite, Ordinary, contains vast potential, can be activated, requires 2 Level 4 crystal cores. This one is different. This notably larger meteorite is of ordinary quality and has 2 small pits on its surface for placing crystal cores. To activate it, all one needs are 2 level 4 crystal cores. This is much easier than the level 5 meteorite from before. Should I give it a try? Wang Tao was somewhat tempted. He did have 2 level 4 crystal cores he could use. He immediately returned to Ding Yukin and the others, saying, "You guys keep an eye on the other meteorites falling directions. I'll try to open this one to see what's inside." Okay. The group responded. Before using the crystal cores to open it, Wang Tao wanted to try if he could break it open directly. However, after several attempts, he found it completely unbreakable. As expected, there's no cutting corners. There was no choice but to use the crystal cores. Wang Tao took out 2 ordinary quality level 4 crystal cores. Since there was no specification regarding the quality needed, it made sense to use the white, ordinary quality ones. He placed the 2 crystal cores into the small pits on the surface of the meteorite. As soon as the crystal cores were in place, they were immediately sucked in. The meteorite began to vibrate slightly, and the crystal cores emitted a faint white glow. Crack in front of everyone, the bathtub-sized meteorite, like an overripe watermelon, started with a crack and then the fissure spread. Bang! It ultimately split in 2, with most of its interior being stone. Only at the very center was there a palm-sized pit. And in this small pit lay a crystal core? The quality was white, Tier 4 crystal core, a self-detonation? Such a large meteorite contained only a palm-sized hollow? And it contained a crystal core? Not only just 1 crystal core, but a Tier 4 self-destruct crystal core of white quality? Wang Tao had used 2 Tier 4 white crystal cores to open it. A total loss. Wang Tao's face was grim. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the loss, but he felt cheated and that was very frustrating. The rest also felt speechless, never expecting such a huge meteorite to contain such junk. Looks like one can't just casually open these energy crystal meteorites, there's a risk of making a loss. Wang Tao shook his head helplessly. At that moment, several more meteorites fell towards the base from afar. Let's go. Keep collecting meteorites. Wang Tao and his group advanced again towards the area ablaze with fiery light. Though the meteor shower looked quite scary, not many landed inside the base. Given the vast size of the base, when the impacts were averaged out, the ratio of casualties hit by the meteorites wasn't high. Wang Tao also saved several groups of people, not knowing how many times he had been thanked. He had picked up several meteorites but hadn't opened them. After all, he didn't quite understand the situation now and thought to study them later. Otherwise, if he kept losing on each attempt, there would be no way to continue playing. Roar! Suddenly, everyone heard a roar within the base. Wang Tao frowned. Could it be that someone was keeping a mutant beast? Buzzing just then, Wang Tao's wrist communicator vibrated as Wang Zuking's voice came through. Wang Tao, can you come over? We're on the same street we went to with you today. There's a 4th order monster here. There are a lot of civilians around, and it's not easy to use heavy firepower. My powered armor is out for maintenance. What? A 4th order monster? I'm on my way. Wang Tao's expression turned serious. Upon confirming that the 4th order monster Wang Zuking mentioned was the roar he had just heard, Wang Tao immediately led the group over. Let's go. Let's see what's going on. Ray-ta-ta, help. Don't run around. At a certain square inside the base, chaos reigned. A pitch-black monster, boasting thick armor and legs sharp like blades, was rampaging and destroying everything in sight. Beneath it were many fresh red bloodstains, but no bodies. Many ordinary people were lying on the ground or hiding in corners nearby. Perhaps the monster had a blind spot in its vision and temporarily hadn't noticed these people hiding. Ray-ta-ta, more than 20 soldiers were unloading their firepower on the monster, but its shell was too thick, rendering the small caliber bullets completely ineffective. They had heavy weapons at their disposal, but they didn't dare use them since there were still many people directly below the monster. Damn it. If I'd known, I wouldn't have been so impulsive. Among the team, there were a few individuals dressed like survivors from the apocalypse. One of them, a lean, bald man, was furious with rage. Don't panic, I've already called for help. Wang Zhang immediately reassured him. Who? It's before Wang Zhang could finish, his vision blurred as a burly figure appeared before them. The bald man jumped in shock, while Wang Zhang's face lit up with surprise. You got here so fast. I was nearby, Wang Tao said, gazing at the huge figure not too far away. Somewhat puzzled, he asked Wang Zhang, Captain Wan, how did this thing get into the base? Could it climb over the high walls of the base, or fly in? Could such a tall stronghold also be unsafe? Confronted with Wang Tao's doubts, before Wang Zhang could reply, the bald man beside him said with remorse, it's all my fault. I picked up a big meteorite in the meteor pit earlier. I felt something good inside it and that it could be opened with crystal cores. I intended to try later, but I couldn't resist and used 4 crystal cores to open it and out popped this 4th-order monster. It's killed a lot of ordinary people. I deserve to die. Wang Tao. To think that opening these energy crystal meteorites could yield a loss or even unleash a monster. Wang Tao took a deep breath and then addressed the 2 men, you guys get ready to rescue the people, I'll take care of it. Chapter 305 Monster Expansion 1 Roar. The monster swung its numerous sharp claws, wildly destroying everything around it. Not only humans were killed by it, but trees, buildings, and even the ground were destroyed. It was like a killing machine, eliminating everything in sight. Wang Tao looked at the attributes of this monster, which bore some resemblance to a cockroach. Health point, 148,790 out of 150,000. Magic point, 100,000 out of 100,000, grade, level 4, Lord, internal impurity, 50%, awakened, tenacity, all basic attributes sync raise, with significant enhancements to strength and defense. This was a level 4, Monster Lord. Its awakening ability, like the zombies Wang Tao had encountered before, was a passive type that enhanced physical quality, particularly notable in strength and defense. When he had previously killed zombies with this kind of tenacity awakening, it had been quite troublesome, because those zombies had an ability named Return to Light. They would regenerate 100 health point with every attack they suffered. Alone, this ability wasn't strong, but coupled with extremely high defense, it was outrageously powerful. However, the monster in front of them didn't have the Return to Light ability. It was clear to see that although the bullets did very little damage to the monster, sometimes even too little to penetrate its defenses, it wasn't regenerating health point. Moreover, this monster wasn't using any abilities either, it was relying solely on its formidable physique to attack. That made things much simpler for Wang Tao. With a thought, a slender, curved bone knife appeared in Wang Tao's hand. Then, his figure vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already beside this cockroach monster. The cockroach monster was quite tall. Wang Tao, standing in front of it, could barely touch its head. So, how big was the energy crystal meteorite for such a large creature to emerge from it? But Wang Tao hadn't seen any large meteorites before, and if there had been one of such size, he would definitely have noticed its fall. Wang Tao was puzzled but had no time to think further. He raised his long knife and slashed at the cockroach monster's head. Bang! -332, -33, seeing the damage from this strike, Wang Tao was somewhat prepared for it internally, but he still felt a bit helpless. With this rate of damage, he would need to strike the cockroach monster 400 or 500 times to kill it. This was why Wang Tao hated encountering enemies with high defense. Although the damage from Wang Tao's strike wasn't high, the damage inflicted by others on the monster before was even lower. Therefore, the monster's attention was immediately drawn to Wang Tao, and when it realized that the one attacking it was just a little fellow, it let out an angry roar and swung its gleaming, icy arms towards Wang Tao like a lawnmower. Although Wang Tao was already wearing the Night Demon set, he had no intention of taking the beast's blows head-on. Upon seeing the monster's offensive, he immediately retreated. Whoosh! Wang Tao was fast and retreated more than 10 meters in an instant. The cockroach monster's attacks all missed, but it clearly didn't want to let Wang Tao go. It stopped attacking others and began to chase him down with long strides. Seeing how easily he had attracted the monster's aggro, Wang Tao actually breathed a sigh of relief. There were many survivors hiding in the square. Wang Zhang, afraid of hitting these people, didn't dare to use heavy weapons. Wang Tao, of course, didn't want to harm the innocent, so he had to attract the monster away. Previously, the attacks of Wang Zhang and the others were too weak to attract the monster's aggro. Although Wang Tao had only inflicted a little over 300 health point of damage to the cockroach monster, that amount of damage was considered the highest among all. Therefore, it immediately caught the attention of the monster, which could not tolerate someone inflicting such high damage on it. It wanted to kill Wang Tao. Surrounded by buildings and crowds, Wang Tao quickly scoped out his surroundings, then immediately started heading north. Because not far to the north, there was a large pit on the ground, still smoking and burning. Clearly, it had just been smashed out by the meteorite. Rumble Wang Tao was fast, but the cockroach monster wasn't slow either. Its dozens of knife-like legs propelled it rapidly as it pursued Wang Tao, dragging its thick shell along. Not far away, seeing the monster drawn off by Wang Tao, Wang Xuking immediately waved his hand. Go. Rescue them. Ding Yukin and the others went to rescue people as well. Facing such a high defense monster, their output was limited and it was more worthwhile to save more survivors. Lan Yulian, draped in her garment that resembled flames, was very conspicuous on the chaotic battlefield. She activated the healing light, and a green aura spread out from her as the center, radiating towards the surroundings. Everyone within the light felt a warm sensation all over their bodies. At the same time, she shouted, "Bring the injured to me first." For severely injured patients, Lan Yulian couldn't provide treatment, that generally required surgery. But she could use healing to keep the injured alive until medical personnel arrived. Even if someone's health point dropped to 0, she could bring them back with a high-power cardiac pacemaker. Soon, a large number of injured people gathered around Lan Yulian. After all, her clothing was striking to the eye, and the injured only needed to run towards the human flame to get help. Lots of injured people thanked Lan Yulian gratefully. Lan Yulian wasn't someone with a strong vanity, but seeing so many lives saved through her aid filled her with satisfaction. This is what a healing-type extraordinary function human is all about. Seeing the monster depart, the scene was quickly brought under control, and Wang Xuking sighed with emotion. Chapter 305 Monster Expansion 2 Healing-type crystal cores are too scarce, even within the hundreds of thousands population of Qing base, they are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, not all healing ability users are created equal, and Lan Yulian is among the best. If there were more ability users like Lan Yulian, their battles would be so much easier. This beauty's healing ability is so strong. She can heal such a wide area. I wonder if we could pull her into our team. The bald man exclaimed. Standing beside him, Wang Xuking gave him a somewhat speechless glance upon hearing this. If you could become an awakener, maybe there'd be a 1% chance. Damn, I forgot, she came with that awakener big shot. The bald man suddenly felt a bit awkward. Even without an awakener, with the strength of their team, it was already difficult to invite a healing-type extraordinary function human of that caliber, let alone now that she was clearly mixing with awakeners, making them even less hopeful. Save people, save people. I was thinking too much. The bald man shook his head and stopped daydreaming. Elsewhere. After Wang Tao lured the monster to the meteor pit, he immediately turned around. At some point, a massive fireball had appeared in his hand. With an outstretched hand, the fireball immediately flew towards the cockroach monster. Although the cockroach monster was fast, it must have relied on its high defense, or maybe it wasn't very clever, because it didn't dodge the fireball. So boom. When the fireball hit the cockroach monster's head, a burst of intense flames erupted, turning the entire meteor pit into a sea of fire. The cockroach monster screamed in agony. Its shell's defense may have been high, but it obviously couldn't withstand Wang Tao's fireball. Minus 15,338, minus 3,278, minus 3,203, massive damage numbers floated above its head as flames engulfed its entire body. Wang Tao, who was relatively close, could even smell an unpleasant burnt stench. The cockroach monster flailed its sickle-like claws in a frenzy. Wang Tao, with his agile movements, dodged numerous attacks, but still got hit by one claw. Minus 6,842, minus 684, nearly 7,000 damage floated above Wang Tao's head. And there was bleeding damage as well. Such high damage. Despite wearing the black stone armor set and night demon set, Wang Tao still took such high damage. If others were hit, they might lose tens of thousands of health point, or even be insta-killed. After retreating, the flames continued to burn on the cockroach monster, though the damage decreased. But that didn't matter, as Wang Tao prepared another large fireball in his hand. Boom. Minus 16,432, minus 3,142, minus 3,323. After being attacked by fireballs twice in succession, the cockroach monster was clearly in much pain and anger. It no longer cared about the flames on its body, and like a firebug, it lunged at Wang Tao. The long sword in Wang Tao's hand disappeared, replaced by a large, thick, and long black iron stick. Clutching the stick with both hands, as the cockroach monster charged at him, Wang Tao swung the stick down on its head. Thud. Minus 1,063, The enormous body of the cockroach monster was immediately sent flying, crashing into the edge of the meteor pit. Several cracked but not fully collapsed houses couldn't withstand the impact and collapsed thunderously, falling on the cockroach monster and burying it in the rubble instantly. Meanwhile, Wang Tao couldn't help but let out a soft huh. He had intended to repel the cockroach monster and attack it with fireballs from a distance, which is why he chose the black iron stick, but he hadn't expected the stick's damage to be surprisingly good, enough to cause 1,000 health point worth of damage. Indeed, when dealing with monsters with thick armor, blunt weapons were the way to go. Boom! The cockroach monster burst out of the rubble, and although it had been buried, the flames on its body had also been extinguished. It roared and charged at Wang Tao again. Wang Tao held the stick in his right hand and produced a fireball in his left. As the cockroach monster approached him, Wang Tao struck with the stick first, sending it flying once again. This time, using one hand, the strength was slightly less, so the cockroach monster didn't fly as far. Nonetheless, it gave Wang Tao enough time. By the time the cockroach monster charged again, the fireball in Wang Tao's hand had grown to the size of a water tank. Wang Tao's fireball special ability needed to be powered up. The longer the charge time, the larger the fireball and the higher the damage, though there was a limit. The current size of the fireball represented Wang Tao's maximum charge limit. Thus, the huge fireball mercilessly smashed onto the cockroach monster's head. Boom, minus 30,189, minus 4,128, minus 4,211. The cockroach monster let out a piercing scream, clearly tormented by the burning flames. It rolled frantically on the ground, trying to put out the flames on its head. While it was down, Wang Tao aimed to take its life. Hoisting the black iron stick, he launched a furious assault on its head. Minus 1,283, minus 1,123. Although the damage from the black iron stick's attacks couldn't compare to the fireballs, Wang Tao was fast. One after another, the damage numbers flew from the cockroach monster's head. The cockroach monster thrashed its claws wildly, but they were not as long as the black iron stick and couldn't reach Wang Tao. Moments later, once the flames on the cockroach monster's head were extinguished, it was left with only a sliver of health point. Once again, a fireball appeared in Wang Tao's hand. This time he didn't need to charge too much, feeling it was about right. He slammed the fireball directly onto the cockroach monster's head. Minus 12,345, minus 4,587, minus 2,389, 0 out of 150,000. The cockroach monster's health point bar hit 0, and a huge pile of things burst out. In addition to the loot pack, the cockroach monster's claws, shell, and feelers all had names. Chapter 305 Monster Expansion 3 Wang Tao packed away these named items and then walked out of the meteor pit. At this time, meteors were still streaking across the sky, occasionally smashing towards the base, but the area near the plaza was safe. After all, there was only that cockroach monster, which Wang Tao had lured away. Although the people near the plaza couldn't see the specifics inside the meteor pit, they were all paying close attention. When they saw a tall figure emerge from the flames, everyone cheered. Wang Tao. Ding Yukan and others quickly ran over to check if Wang Tao was hurt, and Lan Yulian hurriedly administered healing to him. "I'm fine." Wang Tao shook his head and then asked, "How is everyone?" "Apart from a few people who were eaten by the monster before we arrived, the rest of the injured have basically been out of danger. Even those with serious injuries can hold on for now, it all depends on when the doctors arrive." Before Lan Yulian could finish, she saw a team of vehicles flashing blue lights approaching from a distance. "The doctors are here. They'll most likely all be able to save their lives." Lan Yulian breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, Wang Xukang and his group also ran over, and Wang Xukang asked with concern, "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. I killed that monster, its body is in the meteor pit." Wang Tao had already taken the spoils from the monster's body, but what he took were the named items and the crystal cores. Given the cockroach monster's enormous size, there were sickle-like legs and a thick shell among other valuable materials on its body, all of which were quite rare, so the corpse of the cockroach monster was still of great value. But fair's fair. Wang Tao took the lion's share, so he ought to let others have a sip of the soup. "Okay." Wang Xukang immediately ordered some of his subordinates to remove the monster's corpse, while others helped to transport the injured to the vehicles. When the meteors first struck the base, a top-level emergency alarm went off, directing everyone to find cover and hunker down. However, after some time had passed, they realized that only a few meteors would actually strike the base, with most of them seemingly flying off elsewhere. Thus, the alarm level was lowered, and a large number of rescue workers began to appear outside. Looking up, Wang Tao saw that the sky was stained red, with swathes of meteor showers passing overhead, making for a stunning view. While occasionally a meteor would fly toward the base, Not many landed within it, and those that did were relatively small in size. As long as there were precautions in place to predict the landing sites of the meteors and evacuate the nearby residents in time, many casualties could be avoided. Of course, the prerequisite was to refrain from tampering with those energy crystal meteorites. Wang Tao glanced at the information wristband in his hand, which showed a broadcast from City Hall. They instructed everyone who came into contact with the meteorites not to open them rashly. They contained great danger. Anyone who opened a meteorite and caused serious consequences would face a court trial, even if they survived the incident. The punishment was quite severe. As for the bald man who opened the first meteorite, he would definitely face some trouble, but nothing too serious. After all, the ignorant are not guilty, and nobody knew what was inside these meteorites. Although a level 4, Lord Monster had emerged from within, in a way, it served as a warning to everyone. But speaking of the monster, Wang Tao looked at the bald man with some curiosity. Did that monster really crawl out of the meteorite? I didn't see such large meteorite debris. Boss. The meteorite was only as big as a small car. After I opened it with a crystal core, the creature inside began to expand, and then it grew to this size. The bald man quickly explained. I see. Wang Tao suddenly understood. He thought it strange that he hadn't seen such a large meteorite. If that meteorite had been much larger than the monster itself, the death toll would have been even higher, not from the monster but from the impact of such a large meteorite. Fortunately, this was not the case. However, a new problem arose. If the monster's size wasn't as big as initially presented by the energy crystal meteorite, didn't that mean that even smaller energy crystal meteorites could potentially contain monsters? Wang Tao had just picked up several smaller energy crystal meteorites. He had thought that such small meteorites were unlikely to contain monsters. But now, upon reconsideration, it wasn't so certain. The meteor shower continued. After the initial panic, the base's residents had all found shelter. During the construction of the base, many safety facilities had been installed, such as underground air raid shelters. The limited destructive power of these small meteorites meant that those underground were essentially safe. The people on the ground were either ability users or military and police personnel, all fighters with strong physical conditions. As long as they could spot the small meteorites in time, avoiding them was not a problem. Order within the base slowly began to be restored. After ensuring there were no issues near the plaza, Wang Tao's group made their way around to other areas. He thought about picking up a few more energy crystal meteorites and did fine too. However, as order was restored in the base, other ability users and the military became more active. Whenever a meteorite fell, they would surround it. It wasn't easy for Wang Tao to take what others coveted, so he didn't collect much afterwards. As the red clouds in the sky gradually faded and the meteor shower slowly dissipated, everyone let out a sigh of relief. It should be over, right? Ding Yuken looked up at the sky dotted with stars, uncertainly saying. It should be over. You should all go back and rest now. Leave the cleanup work to us. Wang Zuking said. Many places within the base were in disarray and needed to be sorted out. Naturally, there was no need to trouble Wang Tao and his group with this labor. Okay. Chapter 306 Armor Breaking Attribute 1. When Wang Tao returned to the small courtyard, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. The meteor shower had lasted a full 4 hours, and he wondered how many meteors had fallen on this planet. Wang Tao had intended to go out to the base to see for himself, as there were so many meteors inside the base, there must have been some outside too. However, after seeing the army deploy a large number of helicopters to fly out, he reconsidered and decided against it, thinking it wouldn't matter since he already had some meteorites. Now, he was very curious about what else might be contained within these meteorites. Wang Tao looked at his space backpack. Not counting the energy crystal meteorite he had opened before, he still had 7 left. It felt quite ridiculous when he thought about it. He had spent 2 ordinary quality level 4 crystal cores, and as a result, he obtained 1 ordinary quality level 4, self-destruct crystal core. Such a loss. He wondered if the other energy crystal meteorites would also be a similar letdown. In fact, for Wang Tao, even if there were a 4th-order monster inside, it would be lucrative. After all, monsters were treasure troves, capable of dropping loot packs. His only fear was encountering more useless items like the self-destruct crystal core. The 7 energy crystal meteorites Wang Tao held varied in size. The largest were as big as 2 household bathtubs, and the smallest about the size of his fist. However, the size of a star meteorite wasn't directly correlated to the size of the contents within, since he had previously opened a bathtub-sized meteorite that contained only a single crystal core. Out of the 7 meteorites, 2 were level 5, and the remaining 5 were level 4. Among them, one of the level 5 meteorites was of excellent quality and required 8 level 5 crystal cores to open. The other was of epic quality and needed 10 level 5 crystal cores. Opening these 2 meteorites in the short term seemed impossible. The other 5 level 4-star meteorites could be classified as 1 excellent, 2 excellent, 1 outstanding, and 1 epic. To open them, they required 4, 6, 8, and 10 level 4 crystal cores, respectively. The level 4 white rank meteorite he had previously opened required 2 level 4 crystal cores. Wang Tao began to discern a pattern with the energy crystal meteorites. The quality of the meteorite affected the number of crystal cores needed to open it. To open a white quality energy crystal meteorite, 2 cores of the same level were needed. Blue required 4, purple required 6, red required 8, and orange required 10. Although these meteorites had no color differentiation, and it was impossible for others to tell their exact quality, the positions for placing the crystal cores hinted that those with slots for 2 were of ordinary quality, while those with slots for 10 were of epic quality. Since different numbers of crystal cores were needed to open the meteorites, Wang Tao speculated that the contents must also vary. The items from an orange meteorite needing 10 cores could be the best, whereas those from a white one needing only 2 could be the worst. Of course, describing them as good or junk might not be entirely accurate because these things could contain monsters. For Wang Tao, releasing a 4th-order monster was highly likely to be profitable. That's highly likely because if a monster as strong as a giant zombie emerged, he would not be able to defeat it. But for others, especially those below level 4, releasing a monster could spell disaster. Unless they had prepared and surrounded themselves with a large group of armed forces when opening the meteorite. Wang Tao also had a minor problem now. That was whether the quality of the crystal cores used to open the meteorites would affect the contents inside. For example, if he used 10 ordinary quality and 10 epic quality crystal cores to open the same meteorite, would the results be different? Wang Tao felt tempted to open a few meteorites to experiment, but he refrained. If he opened them now and a monster emerged, it would be problematic. After all, the base had just been through chaos, and everyone was on edge. There was no need for him to create more panic. Another reason was that Wang Tao did not want to use his own crystal cores for the opening. Most of the cores he had featured abilities, and nowadays, most cores retrieved from zombie brains lacked abilities. As one can imagine, even the white quality cores with abilities would become very valuable, so it would be preferable to use cores without abilities for the openings. Lastly, he could let others do it first and then inquire about the contents. Wang Tao believed that others could not resist. Especially the city hall. They probably had many star meteorites and would definitely experiment with them. These 7 meteorites were still in Wang Tao's possession. Ding Yukan had not even had the chance to examine them. Wang Tao handed over the stones for them to study and cautioned them not to open them. Then he turned his attention to the loot from the cockroach monster. It was an unexpected reward. He had killed a level 4 monster lord within such a safe base. A rather peculiar feeling. By killing the cockroach monster, he obtained 100 awakening energy, 1 advanced special energy, and 1 awakening key. He now had 27 units of advanced special energy and 12 awakening keys. In addition, the monster had dropped 5 items and 5 loot packs. Received, 1 level 4 crystal core. Received, 1 awakening energy pearl. Chapter 306 Armor breaking attribute 2 acquired. 4 level 4, flexible tentacles. Acquired, 10 level 4, sharp claws. Acquired, 10 level 4, resilience shells. The cockroach monster's head had dropped a red quality crystal core, which unfortunately held no ability. There was also an awakening energy pearl, a pretty good stroke of luck. The remaining 3 items were all crafting materials. Level 4, flexible tentacles, crafting material, can increase equipment's metal defense. Level 4, sharp claws, crafting material, can increase equipment's bleeding property. Level 4, resilience shell, crafting material, can increase equipment's defensive power. All 3 materials came with additional attributes, especially the sharp claws, which even had a bleeding property. Equipment crafted with these materials was bound to be remarkable. Then there was the loot pack. The first loot pack contained a crystal core gift bag. Upon seeing the attributes of the crystal cores inside, Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. Although most of the crystal cores inside zombies no longer contained abilities, the ones from his loot packs still did. The bag contained a total of 6 crystal cores, which were a red, level 4 crystal core, omnipotent, an orange, level 4 crystal core, ascension, a purple, level 4 crystal core, awakening, a blue, level 4 crystal core, physical enhancement, a purple, level 4 crystal core, defense, and a red, level 4 crystal core, strength. Omnipotent, ascension, and awakening, he'd gotten all 3 special crystal cores. The other 3 cores were fairly ordinary, but Wang Tao wasn't picky. After all, these were ability-bearing crystals cores, currently of high value. Inside the second loot pack were potions. Acquired, 20 strength potions, medium. Acquired, 20 defense potions, medium. 20 bottles each of strength and defense potions, quite common. Wang Tao looked towards the third loot pack. Acquired, Awakening Energy Pearl, another Awakening Energy Pearl. Wang Tao counted, he now had 21 Awakening Energy Pearls in hand. He was planning to start increasing his Awakening Energy limit shortly. Then came the fourth loot pack. Acquired, Awakening Key, 1 Physical Awakening Key, with this addition he now had a total of 7. The last loot pack contained blueprints, 3 of them. Acquired, 1 Sharp Long Knife Blueprint, acquired, 1 Black Shell Armor Suit Blueprint, acquired, 1 Physical Necklace Blueprint, Sharp Long Knife Blueprint, can craft a Sharp Long Knife. Required materials, 1 Level 4 Sharp Claw, 1 Level 4 Crystal Core, 30 pieces of iron block, 30 pieces of blade, 30 pieces of steel wire, 30 pieces of screws, 30 pieces of nails, 30 pieces of rubber, Sharp Long Knife, equipped with Armor Breaking Attribute, Black Shell Armor Suit Blueprint, can craft a full set of battle armor. Required materials, 1 Level 4 Resilience Shell, 1 Level 4 Crystal Core, 30 pieces of iron block, 30 pieces of steel wire, 30 pieces of screws, 30 pieces of rubber, Black Shell Armor Suit, comes with a repair attribute, Physical Necklace Blueprint, can craft a physical necklace. Required materials, 1 Level 4 Flexible Tentacle, 1 Level 4 Crystal Core, Physical Necklace, comes with a focus attribute. All 3 equipment pieces came with additional attributes. And the core materials needed for these 3 pieces of equipment also had additional properties. Does that mean each piece of equipment carried at least 2 additional attributes? Wang Tao immediately began crafting. A moment later, all 3 pieces of equipment were crafted. Sharp Long Knife, 4th tier, Excellence, Durability plus 80, Attack Power plus 80, comes with Armor Break and Bleeding effects. Armor Break and Bleeding effects require Awakening Energy. This was a subtly curved matte black slender knife. Its durability and attack power both increased by 80 points, which was 10 points more than the Tusk Long Knife used by Wang Tao. And while the Tusk Long Knife only had a bleeding property, this knife had not only bleeding but also an Armor Break property. Armor Break ignores a certain amount of defense. The explanation for the Armor Break property was roughly what Wang Tao had envisioned. He felt the Armor Break would be particularly effective against enemies with high defense. However, to truly understand its effectiveness, a field test was necessary. Wang Tao picked up the long knife and swung it, finding it handled much better than the Tusk Long Knife. The Tusk Long Knife's curve was a bit too pronounced, but the angle of this sharp long knife was just right. I'll be using you from now on. Wang Tao was very satisfied as he put away the sharp long knife, his new weapon of choice. As for the retired Tusk Long Knife, it could be given to someone else to continue its service. The second piece of equipment was a set of matte black full-body battle armor. The only problem was the armor's design was a bit peculiar, resembling the shell of a beetle, which to Wang Tao's personal taste, was somewhat ugly. Black Shell Armor Suit, 4th tier, Excellence, Durability plus 120, Defensive Power plus 120, comes with a Restoration Effect. Restoration Effect requires Awakening Energy. As ugly as the armor was, its attributes were beyond reproach. Durability and defensive power both increased by 120 points. Moreover, it also came with a restoration attribute. Restoration slowly restores equipment durability. Wang Tao was surprised. This was an attribute that restored durability. The durability of the equipment he crafted was generally limited. When durability ran out, the equipment would be damaged. Currently, he had no way to restore durability, nor did he know how to do so. So in a sense, all his current equipment was somewhat disposable. Chapter 306 Armor Breaking Attribute 3. Of course, except in some special cases, the durability loss rate of equipment is actually quite slow. Wang Tao has yet to have any of his equipment's durability normally wear down to nothing. The times his gear was destroyed were all due to special circumstances. If this repair attribute can restore durability, doesn't that mean the equipment will never wear out? This set of battle armor has pretty impressive attributes, but Wang Tao doesn't plan to wear it himself. One reason is that he already has a surplus of equipment, and he doesn't need this one. Another is that the armor is a bit ugly. It makes him look like a beetle when he puts it on. Wang Tao thinks that Zhu Xiaojun would be quite suitable for this set of armor. After all, it has high defense without slowing the wear down. As for whether Zhu Xiaojun is willing to wear it, Wang Tao thinks it won't be a problem. Zhu Xiaojun doesn't care about appearance, and the root armor Wang Tao had given him earlier was pretty ugly. To Zhu Xiaojun, as long as the attributes are good, that's all that matters. Physical Necklace, 4th tier, Excellence, Mental Defense plus 20, Physical Strength Consumption minus 20%, comes with Focus Effect. Focus Effect requires Awakening Energy. The design of the physical necklace is quite simple. It is called a necklace, but it doesn't even have a pendant in the middle. It looks like a plain black rope. But as long as the appearance isn't ugly, The main thing is the attributes. And the attributes of this physical necklace, Wang Tao can only say they are very strong. Equipment that boosts mental defense is relatively rare, as most gear doesn't include it, so a bonus of 20 is already quite good. Then there's the attribute that reduces physical strength consumption by 20%. This is equivalent to indirectly increasing the upper limit of physical strength. In a way, this ability can be considered a god-tier skill. Moreover, it has a focus attribute. Focus reduces the energy consumption when using abilities. This focus attribute is good. The necklace itself reduces physical strength consumption, and this focus reduces energy consumption. Isn't this going to make battles last even longer? Without a doubt, Wang Tao definitely plans to use this necklace for himself. After putting on the physical necklace, Wang Tao suddenly felt as if his body had become much lighter, especially when moving around. It was very smooth and comfortable. That must be the effect of reducing physical strength consumption by 20%. As for the focus attribute, Wang Tao fired an air bullet ability into the sky and then took off the necklace and fired another air bullet ability. After a comparison, he arrived at a rough conclusion: energy consumption reduced by 20%. Wang Tao was instantly thrilled. A reduction of 20% in both physical strength and energy consumption. This was a significant boost to his combat effectiveness. If only there was also a reduction in spirit consumption or even awakening energy consumption. Forget it, no need to dream. Wang Tao quickly shook his head. He took out the black shell armor suit to give to Zhu Xiaojun. After everything that happened that night, everyone was still up. Zhu Xiaojun, as Wang Tao had thought, didn't mind about how the equipment looked. After trying on the armor, Zhu Xiaojun thanked Wang Tao very happily. Thank you, Brother Wang. I can feel that this set of armor is much stronger than what I had before. Haha, glad you like it. Wang Tao chatted with everyone for a bit more, and then he went back to his room to prepare for bed. However, before going to sleep, Wang Tao planned to increase his awakening energy limit. He had just recovered some awakening energy, and it was now around number 400 out of 700. So Wang Tao first took out one awakening energy pearl to bring his current energy up to 500, then took out 2 awakening crystal cores to fuse them. He had a total of 12 awakening crystal cores, fusing them would leave him with 10. Moments later, the fusion of the awakening crystal cores was completed. Wang Tao's awakening energy reached 700, and as a result, his internal impurity also went up to 2%, which had lingered since he fused the Fireball special ability without cleansing. Wang Tao took out 2 bottles of cleansing potion and quickly cleared the internal impurity. Once free of impurities again, he felt a whole lot lighter. Then Wang Tao used up all his awakening energy to bring his limit to 800. He then used 8 awakening energy pearls to increase the limit to 900, and finally 9 awakening energy pearls. When he was down to 4 awakening energy pearls, Wang Tao's awakening energy limit finally reached 1000. For Wang Tao, who had a touch of OCD, an awakening energy limit of 1000 looked very pleasing to the eye. Time to sleep. Early morning. Wang Tao woke up and checked the time. It was already past 9 a.m. He isn't someone who loves to stay in bed, but he had wasted some time playing games last night because Yang Qingong had sleepwalked into his room. Wang Tao, I saved you some breakfast. Seeing Wang Tao awake, Ding Yukan reheated breakfast for him. Sister-in-law is always thoughtful. Ding Yukan gave him a look and then said, Secretary Kui is here. When did he come? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. He came at 7 in the morning, has been waiting in the reception room for 2 hours. He waited that long? Then have him come over. Okay. Moments later, Ding Yukan brought Kui Sheng to the dining room. Good morning, Mr. Wang. Upon seeing Wang Tao, who was having breakfast, Kui Sheng quickly walked over, smiling ear to ear as he greeted him. Good morning. Secretary Kui, what brings you here so early? Wang Tao looked up, his expression curious. You and your team killed a level 4 Lord Monster last night, saving many people. The City Hall is very grateful for the contributions you and your team have made. The City Hall will send you a formal thank you gift soon, but there's been a lot going on, and the thank you gift will take a little while longer. I hope Mr. Wang will understand. My purpose today, aside from relaying the City Hall's gratitude, is to deliver the spoils of battle to you. Spoils of battle? Wang Tao doesn't care much about the thank you gift, but this mention of spoils of battle piques his interest. Yes, the level 4 Lord Monster you killed yesterday had many high-value spoils on it. Although you left the monster's body behind, you will get your full share, please check them. Chapter 307, Flying Zombie 1. The spoils of war Kui Sheng mentioned totaled 3 parts. The first part of the spoils was protein blocks, commonly known among survivors as cockroach paste. The body of the monster that Wang Tao killed yesterday had been inspected overnight at the City Hall and determined to be non-toxic and then processed into protein blocks. No matter what the raw materials of the protein blocks were or how they tasted, the fact was that they were considered a solid currency in Qing base. Because they were nutritionally rich, cheap, and easy to carry and store, they were essential goods for both home life and travel. Seeing as the cockroach monster looked like an insect, it made sense that it was rich in protein, suitable for producing protein blocks. The protein blocks made from it were divided into 3 equal parts. Wang Tao took one part, Wang Zhikang's team took another, and the city hall the last one. The monster weighed a total of 10 tons. Discarding various shells, bones, and so forth, there were 4 tons of edible parts. Then, these 4 tons of raw food material were processed and compressed with other ingredients, until we finally ended up with 3 tons of protein blocks. Divided into 3 parts, each portion was 1 ton. Based on the standard size of a protein block at about 50 grams, this 1 ton amounts to 20,000 blocks. Kuisheng gave a very detailed explanation. In fact, protein blocks weren't considered valuable goods, being the most basic food within Qing base. If they were too expensive, many people wouldn't be able to afford to eat. With the current prices, 1 crystal coin could buy several dozen blocks, so these 20,000 blocks were roughly equivalent to only a few hundred coins. But it wasn't a matter of money, it was about principle. The protein blocks were Wang Tao's spoils of war. Having agreed to divide them equally, it was only natural that Wang Tao's share should be delivered. Even if they were worth only 1 crystal coin, they still had to be divided rightly. Wang Tao wasn't particularly interested in the protein blocks themselves, but he was quite curious about how the city hall managed to turn that monster's carcass into protein blocks overnight. After all, it was a creature weighing several tons. To have processed it into protein blocks in just one night was very fast indeed. Could it be they also had something akin to a food compressor? Mr. Wang, would you like these protein blocks brought inside, or would you rather store them in the bank? After explaining, Kuisheng asked. Oh? They can be stored in the bank too? Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. Of course. Whether it's crystal cores, weapons and ammunition, or food, all can be stored in the bank. For food in particular, these protein blocks are quite welcomed, since they can't be kept for a long time. Storing too much by yourself and having it spoil would be such a waste. It's better to let the bank handle it properly. Wang Tao gained a bit of insight. Bring them in. To Wang Tao, the method of storage didn't really matter. He could keep the protein blocks in the magical stomach pouch or process them into nutrient solution again. Right away. Kuisheng's vehicle was parked outside, and he immediately had the 1 ton of protein blocks moved into the yard. 20 boxes in total, with each box containing 1,000 blocks. Wang Tao opened one of the boxes to look. All the protein blocks were neatly arrayed, resembling gelatin. Actually, if one didn't know the raw material of the protein blocks, they appeared quite presentable. How did you produce these? The speed is quite fast. Wang Tao directly inquired. Kuisheng didn't conceal anything and immediately explained. The Hope Research Institute has developed a set of equipment specifically for producing these protein blocks, and all these devices are installed in the factory. With sufficient raw materials and the factory running at full capacity, we can quickly finish producing these protein blocks. I see. Wang Tao nodded. This was more or less what he had expected. Then Kuisheng brought out the second and third parts of the spoils. These are the processed legs and shells. They can be used to forge weapons or armor. Materials from a level 4 creature are highly sought after. If you aren't very familiar with weapon equipment crafting, you can also ask our city hall to help with the forging. When Wang Tao collected the spoils the day before, he only took items that were named. Any unnamed items were left behind. For example, the monster had many limbs, but only 10 had names and could be put into the storage space. The rest couldn't be stored, so Wang Tao didn't take them. Now Wang Zhiking had sent them over to him. Wang Tao felt these items were of little use to him, as all the equipment he used were made from design diagrams. However, since they were personally delivered, naturally, Wang Tao accepted them. After handing over these items to Wang Tao, Kuisheng did not leave. He coughed discreetly and then asked softly, Mr. Wang, I heard that last night you picked up some meteorites. Wang Tao gave Kuisheng a glance at once. Good grief, no wonder he had delivered the items early in the morning and insisted on not taking advantage of Wang Tao. He was waiting for an opportunity. Don't misunderstand, Mr. Wang. According to the rules of Qing base, whatever unclaimed items one finds belong to them. Our city hall definitely wouldn't take something that belongs to someone else. Kuisheng, fearing Wang Tao had misunderstood, quickly explained. What do you mean then? Well, as you know, the contents of these meteorites are uncertain. They may contain valuable items but might also have worthless items, or even monsters. And to open these meteorites would require a substantial number of crystal cores. Therefore, our city hall wants to discuss with the person who found the meteorites to see if we could share the risk. We would both contribute crystal cores, and after opening them, divide the contents based on the contribution ratio. If monsters appear, we would also fight them together. Chapter 307, Flying Zombie 2. Upon hearing Wang Zuking's explanation, Wang Tao's eyebrows instantly raised. So the city hall wants a piece of the energy crystal meteorite action too? But he had to admit, it sounded like a good method. After all, these energy crystal meteorites seem to be level 4 and level 5, and not to mention the level 5 crystal cores. Even the level 4 crystal cores were extremely precious at the moment. Wang Tao didn't have many, and he had to think carefully about trying to open all the energy crystal meteorites he had, let alone others. If someone was willing to share the risk, it was indeed a good idea. However, Wang Tao didn't need it. Sharing the risk meant sharing the rewards. Wang Tao had the ability to open them himself, so there was no need. He didn't care about the risks. If monsters appeared, he was very likely to be able to deal with them. Your idea is quite interesting, but I don't need it. Wang Tao shook his head. Kui Sheng, hearing this, was immediately disappointed. His task from the city hall was to hope that Wang Tao would bring out his meteorites for everyone to study together. If he could handle this well, the leaders would reward him. But he knew it was a difficult task. After all, Wang Tao was a fourth-order superpower. Apart from whether or not Wang Tao lacked crystal cores, a fourth-order ability user like him could earn level 4 crystal cores by hunting 4-level zombies. Such a powerful individual would certainly not be willing to share his possessions with others. However, Kui Sheng was still somewhat hopeful, and he hurriedly said, Mr. Wang, there's no need to rush your decision. You could think it over. The city hall will definitely not cheat you. After all, those meteorites require level 4 crystal cores to open, and level 4 crystal cores are too precious now. If no one shares the risk, if there's a loss. Also, you might not know, but some forces are preparing to cooperate with the city hall to jointly open the meteorites. Oh? Some have already agreed to cooperate. Wang Tao was somewhat surprised. Yes. Most people will probably choose to collaborate for shared wins. Of course, how you decide is your own right, but I personally suggest you think it over again. Wang Tao actually pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, since so many people are joining, maybe I should also help you share some of the risk. Ah. Kui Sheng didn't immediately understand what he meant, then uncertainly said, you mean, instead of bringing out the meteorites, you'll contribute crystal cores to share the risk with others? Exactly. Wang Tao smiled and nodded. This was a new idea he just came up with. He was curious about what exactly was inside those meteorites. Moreover, he wondered if using crystal cores of different qualities would yield significantly different outcomes. He had originally planned not to open his own meteorites first but let others do so, then find out what they discovered. But there was one issue: there was no guarantee he would get accurate information. And even if he could get it, it would likely be a version that held something back. Putting himself in their shoes, if he had discovered something valuable, would he transparently tell others what was inside upon being asked? Most likely not. So if he asked others, he probably would receive a less forthcoming answer. However, if he were one of the stakeholders, even a minor one, he would be entitled to know what was inside. Then finding out what could come out of those meteorites would be a piece of cake. Of course, whether this idea was acceptable depended on City Hall's willingness. Anyway, he thought he'd give it a try. Whether it worked or not, he wouldn't lose out. Mr. Wang, please wait a moment while I report your idea to my superiors. Sure. Kui Sheng, not daring to delay, quickly reported Wang Tao's thoughts to his superiors through his information wristband. A moment later, Kui Sheng returned with a joyful expression. Mr. Wang, our leader thinks it's a pleasure to cooperate with you. If there's no issue on your part, let's just verbally agree for now. Later, once we've prepared those meteorites, we'll get in touch with you. Oh? Agreed? Okay, then contact me whenever needed. Wang Tao was a bit surprised. He had thought the city hall wouldn't agree to let him have a share, but they had unexpectedly consented. What Wang Tao didn't know was that the city hall had acquired quite a number of meteorites this time, and with others' contributions, even more. However, the number of level 4 crystal cores in the city hall's possession was limited. If they were to carry all the risk, their burden would be significant. But they had to participate because the city hall's reasoning was much like Wang Tao's. They didn't necessarily have to obtain what was inside the meteorites. Their main concern was to find out what was inside to determine its worthiness to be opened. If they were to rely on others' word, there was no guarantee of getting the truth. As stakeholders, they would surely know the specific situation. Under the condition of keeping City Hall informed, if someone could help share some of the pressure, that wouldn't be a bad thing. Kui Sheng left cheerfully, apparently having completed his mission. Not long after his departure, Wang Zuking came over. Wang Tao, Thank you for your help yesterday. Although thanks had been offered yesterday, Wang Tao had saved so many people, so repeating his gratitude seemed more than appropriate. Moreover, Wang Zuking wasn't just expressing thanks verbally, he also brought over his share of the spoils to Wang Tao. Chapter 307, Flying Zombie 3. A reward undeserved is a gift unwarranted. You killed the monsters, so these spoils of battle should belong to you. Looking at the clusters of egg whites, claws, shells, and the like, Wang Tao couldn't help but mix laughter with tears. Kuisheng just gave me a batch. And besides, I have no use for this stuff. I'm really not lacking in materials like these, you take them all. If you really feel bad about it, then next time we go out to hunt zombies together, you can just let me have a few kills. Wang Tao said somewhat helplessly. If he could really blow up a few more loot packs, that would definitely be better than this stuff. Alright. Haha, then we'll do it together next time. Wang Zuking wasn't one to fuss over such matters. Since Wang Tao said so, he would just take the items back with him, which would be very useful to him and his team. However, before leaving, he expressed something seriously to Wang Tao. I came to tell you an important piece of news today. What news? Flying zombies and monsters have appeared outside. Wang Tao opened his mouth. This news wasn't really unexpected, because when he saw those odd and bizarre zombies and monsters before, he had considered this possibility. After all, birds can fly, so the existence of zombies and monsters that could fly seemed plausible. I was called away earlier because of this situation. And you might not know, but last night during the meteor shower, 2 of our helicopters that took off were attacked by flying monsters and crashed. His Wang Tao's expression became somewhat unsightly. Didn't that mean the sky was no longer safe? The sky wasn't safe to begin with, as flying too high would destroy all the electronics on the aircraft, but at least low-altitude flight was possible. But now, was even low-altitude flight not an option anymore? We're still researching how high one can fly before attracting flying zombies and monsters, but what can be anticipated is that the sky will no longer be safe in the future. It's probably going to be difficult to repeat those high-altitude helicopter reconnaissance and trailblazing missions from before. Luckily, we returned early. If we were a few days late getting back to base, we might be trapped outside right now. Wang Zuking sighed. His biggest concern, which he hadn't voiced, was that even though Qing base's walls were very high, they couldn't block flying creatures. Especially those flying zombie monsters, which didn't have any electronics on them, meant they could potentially fly very high. Wang Tao obviously realized this as well, but he had no immediate solution either. It was a step-by-step situation. I should go now, I still need to study these flying zombies. I'll inform you once we have concrete results. Okay. After Wang Zuking left, the sense of urgency that had almost dissipated in Wang Tao returned. He had thought that arriving at Qing base meant safety, but now it seemed that might not be the case. Wang Tao gathered everyone and relayed what Wang Zuking had just told him. Everyone's expressions turned somber upon hearing the news. But there's no need for everyone to worry too much. Qing base is different from our previous base. Qing base is very strong. They have tanks, cannons, powered armors, everything. Even if we really encounter danger, we should be able to handle it. Wang Tao first reassured everyone, then continued, however, we can't let our guard down, we have to enhance our strength. After all, strength is the foundation of everything. While saying this, Wang Tao took out the Physical Awakening Key and Ascension Crystal Core. He had a total of 7 Physical Awakening Keys, which meant up to 7 people could awaken at the same time. But he only had 16 high-quality, Level 4 Ascension Crystal Cores, which were ready for direct use. However, they were enough for at most 4 people. So right now, Wang Tao could only let 4 people attempt awakening. Lightning, the military dog, was the first to be excluded because it doesn't need a crystal core to awaken. Previously, Wang Tao fed it the flesh of a level 4 monster lord, and it successfully ascended to level 2 and then level 3. But now, after level 3, it was unclear how to ascend further. When they killed the cockroach monster yesterday, Lightning was there too, but it showed no desire to eat. Wang Tao wasn't sure how Lightning would advance in rank, but it was certain that it couldn't use crystal cores. The second to be excluded was Zhang Shixu. Zhang Shixu had regained her memory, and her internal impurity had fallen to 50%, making her appear almost like a normal human. However, she had no ability and couldn't fuse crystal cores. Thus, she couldn't merge with Ascension crystal cores either. Zhang Shixu's advancement to level 3 was because she drank Wang Tao's blood. But a few days ago, Wang Tao let her drink some of his blood again, but unfortunately, it had no effect. Wang Tao didn't know if the quantity was too little or if his blood had stopped working. So Zhang Shixu was also excluded. Then came Ni Xian and Jiao Hua. These two were the utility persons previously selected by Wang Tao. it would be their turn only after everyone else's. Next were Xiang Hongbin, Lu Gang, Qin Zhuang, and Li Kaiyuo. Their relations with Wang Tao were relatively good, but their strengths were slightly lacking. Especially Xiang Hongbin and Lan Yulian, one was disabled and the other was feeble. So they also had to fall back in line. Lastly, Yang Qingong was excluded because she had no hidden attributes. Moreover, not just her, but Li Kaiyuo, Lu Gang, Qin Zhuang, Jiao Hua, and Nisa Ayan also lacked hidden attributes Wang Tao had forgotten, but now that he remembered, he had to exclude them again. So in the end, there were 7 candidates left. They were Ding Yukan, Han Rui, Lan Yulian, Lu Yingfen, He Jijun, Zhu Xiajun, and Wei Zhengou. After a discussion with everyone, Wang Tao finally selected 4 candidates. The first was Lan Yulian, and there was no other reason than because she was a healer. If she became stronger, the entire team would be stronger,